in so they can
Mundo
really
could get
approach
behind
this.
him.
Correct. Oh my God!
That's game. Alternate upsets, I'd have to say. CLG 2-0.
So the ultimate's coming in. He does steal it. He grabs the burn. Evil Geniuses, he came from Europe, welcome to NA, and they're getting well and truly sweep their way into the LCS.
It's a really good feeling to have a chance to get revenge.
And there's also the NA versus EU rivalry that we have to settle.
Some Americans think that their region is better than Europe, and that's wrong.
This is important for Europe overall, because I think that Europe should be better than NA.
You know, we've been really confident and sure of ourselves and know exactly what to do precisely.
We're really confident we're going to win this. When you're in front of like hundreds of people and you have to focus in a high pressure scenario, like some people might not be ready for that.
They were in front of an audience for like a year now and they still got to the bottom 3, so is that an advantage for them?
Coast picked us. I guess they don't want the LCS spot anymore, so we're going to take it.
Everybody dies. Coast just needs a little help.
And welcome to day 2 of the North American LCS Spring Promotion Tournament. We're coming to you live from Los Angeles in front of this incredible audience at our new LCS studio. I'm Eve, your show supporter, hanging out at the analyst desk with none other than David Freak Turley.
And thanks for welcoming me again. It's awesome to be here. You've been doing an awesome job here in the States. Happy to have you as always. We've got more games coming up today. It's going to be great. And yeah, so speaking of that incredible game set, first up is the Battle of the Atlantic. It's ManCloud and XDG taking on Alex Ich and Gambit Gaming. Then, the second series of our day is going to be the Spring Promotion Tournament, where Team Coast tries to re-qualify for the LCS when they face off against the Walking Zed.
Yeah, but before we get to today's games, I want to get your thoughts on, of course, yesterday's match, starting with the Battle of the Atlantic and CLG getting straight up 2-0'd by Alternate.
So there's two main stories there. First of all, it's Kerp coming into the mid lane. He was a top laner for Alternate last split, and he did amazingly. He won his lane both times, so props to Kerp. Second is the 2v2 lane of CLG. They pride themselves on that, and talking to Double F yesterday, he said that Creaton and Jayri is the best 2v2 he's ever faced in Europe. So props, I should say, to Creaton and Jayri.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good job there by CLG, but by Alternate. CLG's got some stuff to think about going into the new season. But after the Battle of the Atlantic, EG made their North American debut with a 3-0 sweep over a determined gaming squad that looked a little out of place.
Yeah, so the experience here really, I think, is the main thing that helped EG out here. The players who were there played out of their minds. Snoopy played the best I've ever seen him. Pobother was consistent, which is something that had been plaguing him for a while, whereas the tournament looked a little bit weaker there. And overall, it was EG able to make plays both individually and as a team that really brought them that 3-0.
Yeah, fantastic performance by EG. And now for more on today's matchups, let's send it over to Riv and Kobe at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Jocks. I am Rivington Bison III, along Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler.
All right, thanks, Riv. It's been a while. But
it has actually been quite some time. I'm excited to get these matches underway, especially Battle of the Atlantic, because there's much more to come. Coming up today, we're bringing you the fourth bout in that Battle of the Atlantic. It's North America's XDG versus Europe's Gambit Gaming.
After that, it's the second North American Promotion Series with Team Coast versus the Walking Zed. With 6 teams locked in already, both of these squads will be on the hunt to take the 7th berth and secure a place in Season 4.
Yep, and while the Promotion Tournament Series is pretty straightforward, you win and you're in the LCS, the Battle of the Atlantic is a little more complicated, but don't worry, we're here to break it down for you right now. Last weekend in Cologne, Germany, the first 2 bouts in the series took place with Europe's Team Alliance taking out Dignitas, and that was the 4th place team battle, followed by Team Solo Mid getting some revenge for North America when they muzzled the Lemon Dogs in 2 straight games.
And then yesterday, here in Los Angeles, we had Team Alternate delivering a decisive 2-0 victory for the EU LCS. The EU and NA are now tied up at 2 points each, heading into today's showdown between XDG and Gambit Gaming.
But even though we're tied at points, Kobe, the European team is ahead by 1 win, so we got to make everything all even here. An XDG victory would tie the region in matches, so that would be a plus for both sides and a little bit of momentum that you all know Vulcan loves to have.
I heard a lot of ex-Vulcan, now XDG fans in the crowd, so...
All right, before the shots are fired in the Battle of the Atlantic, if you haven't already, head over to lolesports.com and vote for which teams you think will win this weekend's promotion tournament. If you have, good job.
All right, just click on the schedule in the top right. Give us a thumbs up to the squad that you think is going to be playing in the LCS this spring.
Then head on over to Twitter and let us know which LCS Pros play has influenced your own game the most during the Battle of the Atlantic and why.
We're still at LOL Esports, and be sure to use that hashtag LCS. We're reading our favorite tweets later today.
Only the favorite ones. So we're going to send it over to Shocks at the analyst desk with Freak, who is joined by one of the participants of yesterday's Battle of the Atlantic.
Thank you very much, Rivington. Yeah, I'd like to welcome you, Double F, to the desk. It was kind of your home away from home during Worlds. Welcome.
Yep, it's nice to be back. Like, really just an honor to be on the analyst desk.
Well, we're very happy to have you, but of course we're going to start out by letting you maybe react to yesterday's performance versus alternate, as the community was quite outspoken about that.
Yeah, so it was really disappointing for us, way more than, I know we are disappointing our fans a lot with just our really horrible performance. We do not play like that normally right now. Like, I don't know why, but like we just choked in LAN, which is a recurring trend with CLG, I guess. And like when we choke and you get on tilt and like the pressure's on and you know you're gonna lose this game, then you just kind of revert back to your old tendencies, which it's just hard to break like really old 2-3-year-old habits. And that's like the CLG habits that we have, to just like throw the game and just do really dumb stuff. But honestly, I thought we played really well the first game, and people just made mistakes like here and there. But I thought the first game was the most entertaining match of the entire like day. And then the second game, because like, I don't know, just the first game, when you lose, it just snowballs into the second game and you can't think straight and you just make like really horrible decisions, and that's just what happened. Honestly, I was not expecting Jerry and Creatine to be as good as they were, and I don't think Link expected Kerp to be that good. Like Link said, Kerp's probably one of the best mid laners he's ever played against, and Link's played against a lot of mid laners.
Oh, a lot of compliments there for alternate, of course. So you guys got a lot to work on when you enter the new season. But now I want to focus on today's matchup. The first matchup today in the Battle of Atlantic is going to be XEG as they take on Gambit. Let us maybe start by talking about the team that we have seen some things from just recently at IEM Cologne Gambit, where they won and looked incredibly strong.
Yeah, so Gambit definitely looks really good. Edward came back. It seems that they've hashed out all the issues that had him leaving over for Curse for a split, and these guys look incredible. They're the favorites. I expected to win the fan vote as well. I expected to win the expert vote. These guys are just very good. They fire on all cylinders, and they're just a very strong powerhouse team.
Yeah, I really expect Gambit to take this because their mid lane is playing so good. Like Alex is just making insane plays, and now that like Edward and Genji are back together, Genji's playing so much better than he played at Worlds because the support is so much better. And then like they have this amazing support back. Like Edward's playing way better than he was with Cop. So like the synergy is just kind of like back together, and you're seeing like old Gambit dominance.
What do you think will be a kind of a lane matchup that we really have to watch? I think that will go very much in favor of one team or the other.
Bot lane for sure. When I like scrim against Zuna and Blood, they're good, but I think Genji and Edward should have like no problem just beating them straight up in lane.
Oh, man. The one matchup I'm actually really interested in, I think, is the jungle matchup. So when I think back to how much Smithy improved throughout the end of Season 3, it was him doing a lot of studying of other junglers and adapting their styles and then kind of getting into the swing of things for the new season. Here with the new season coming up, there's really only been a couple of regions playing on the 2014 sort of set of patches, and I'm wondering if Smithy can keep up, whereas Diamond's an innovator. Right? If anyone's going to be ahead of the curve as far as 2014 jungle strats, it's Diamond.
Double F, I know you said at Worlds that Xmithy was better than Dandy. Do you think he's better than Diamond?
I said he might be better than Dandy, okay? That's out of context.
I think you called him Smithy Light.
Yeah, no, I called him Dandy Light. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I don't know. Like, it's hard to say because even though Diamond's always been an innovator, Smithy's like been improving at such like a steady rate. Like since he started, he was terrible at the very beginning, and then he's ended the split like being one of the best junglers in NA. And you don't know like where he ended up now. So I think it just depends on how much work Smithy put in. Because while he's not really been an innovator, Smithy's just always been like really good. Like you don't really need to innovate when you're just that good at jungling. So we'll have to see like how much they've been practicing.
All right, well, thank you guys. We'll, of course, be seeing you guys all day as we talk about the matches. Looking forward to that. For now, we got to take a quick break, but when we return, ManCloud and XCG take on Alex and Gambit Gaming in the Battle of the Atlantic. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
back to our new studio here in Los Angeles, California. Thanks for joining us. It's time for today's fight, the Battle of the Atlantic, where the two third-place squads from the LCS Summer Split will face off with 2 points on the line for the battle. North America's XDG versus Europe's Gambit Gaming.
So these two teams went head-to-head just a couple of months ago at Worlds when XDG was known as Vulcan Gaming, and Gambit won both of their matchups, dominating ManCloud and Crew on their way to 2 wins.
And there is some bad news for that, though, that Gambit has only gotten stronger here, and XDG has to realize that. With their all-star support, Edward returning to the team after his short-lived stint playing for Curse in the NA.
Against Gambit, personally, I feel confident. At Worlds, we showed that we can compete against almost any team.
Vulcan are going to pick up Game 1 here in Group A. North America has drawn first blood against Europe at the World Championships.
Gambit play against them at Season 3 World Champions. We made an incredible comeback against them.
Gambit with an impressive comeback victory, and Gambit's chances at the quarterfinals stay alive.
And while Gambit maintain a hold on making it to the playoffs, Vulcan are definitely out.
I'm not sure about the team overall, but as for me, I feel really great about Edward coming up to the team.
I can't say I was happy in Las Vegas. It was pretty hard. Coming back to team was like best decision for me. Like everyone is happy that I'm back, I think.
Пока я доволен, что он здесь.
Для меня все саппорты, главное, что умели 0 во второй.
I just feel like Edward is really good at support. He knows exactly what to be doing right at the right time.
He just is really confident with his plays.
Edward brings a very, very good thresh to Gambit.
I'm not counting out Bloodwater because he also does a lot of plays, and now he can play even more of a carry role.
He's really vocal, he has really good mechanics, and he has really good game knowledge. He's just a really solid player in general.
It's good to have Bloodwater support because he's someone I can rely on, and if I do make a mistake, he can usually make up for it.
He's like a machine, real life and on Summoner's Rift. He wakes up by himself at like 7 or 8 a.m., goes to the gym before any of us, he comes back alone, eats while we all get ready and just are waking up. So he's like this fine-tuned super support.
With the Season 4 changes, supports have a higher income and they're able to buy more items. Before, it's like support working for AD carry, now AD carry working for support. I can see him going AP on Annie, and it could actually be a pretty big threat. He used to play a lot of Sonat Trash and stuff like that, and I'm pretty sure he picked up Annie. Not a lot of supports stand out to me in Europe, and Edward is actually one of them. Yeah, Bloodwater is a really nice guy. Because he's from Europe.
It's pretty much like Battle of Bulgaria versus Russia.
I think it's gonna be like always, Russia dominating on NA, so it's not about Europe, it's all about Russia.
It's fun that they see so much light in it, but you know they just want to take each other out in 2 games.
Yeah, I'm sure Edward's happy to have his AD carry working for him now.
Yeah, that's great, the way they say the driver is now in the side seat. So not only has Edward and Gambit dominated all of America, they dominated IM Cologne as well just recently.
Oh yeah, with the band back together again, they went undefeated, convincingly taking first place. And Diamond also earned the MVP at that tournament, while Genja had a 16.6 KDA at that tournament.
And today, Gambit is looking to make it 3 and then 4 wins in a row against the XGG squad that couldn't capitalize on a summer split when it came to the playoffs.
So XDG, which of course was named Vulcan during the summer split, was led by a pair of record setters on their way to a second place finish during the regular season. ManCloud set the record for most kills with 167, while Bloodwater had this record for most assists, 337. But they haven't played competitively since Worlds, so we aren't really sure what to expect from them next.
It's going to be interesting. While these teams last faced off against each other at World Finals, with Gambit taking both games, coming into today's matches, both teams admit they don't know what to expect.
I feel like the games against Gambit, they're not going to be very close. I think it's going to be a stomp. Either we're going to get stomped or we're going to stomp them.
The thing with international games is they're really rare. You don't get to play against European or Korean teams very often, so we just take this as valuable international experience. And there's also the NA versus EU rivalry that we have to settle.
We will see the matchup, but I still think that ManCloud is a really good player. Their team name is fun.
I feel like Gambit got a lot better with Edward on the team. I feel like Edward's probably the best support in EU right now, so it's definitely going to make it a lot harder for us.
No, I think that we're feeling really strong and confident. I don't know what they're going to bring up and if they got some special plays.
So yeah, Gambit's been playing and they've been scrimming for a while now. They showed up really strong. We didn't get back into the practice of things until like a week ago.
We want to win Battle of Atlantic, and we want to win 2-0. And this is really important for us as the team. It is important for our fans, and this is important for Europe overall, because I think that Europe should be better than NA.
So it seems like they do, but don't know a lot about each other. And really, this is kind of an experiment for both teams being on the 3.14 now in a competitive scene on stage.
I feel like Alex said that twice. What, Europe's supposed to be better.
We'll see. Maybe it's Texas. Everything has to be done twice. All right, now it's time to check out today's starting lineups. On the blue side, it's XDG. In the top lane is Benny, formerly known as Psycho Sid. In the jungle, it's Xmithy, ManCloud in mid, Zuna at ADC, and Bloodwater, the Machine, at support.
And on the red side, I'm sure you guys know, it's Gambit Gaming. Up top is Darian, and the jungle is Diamond. At mid is Alex Each. On AD carry is Genja, and supporting is, of course, Eddie.
And coming into this matchup, our featured matchup in the Battle of the Atlantic is the Clash of the Supports. XGD's Bloodwater versus Gambit's Edward.
Like they said, they've got the AD carries working for them now. And with the return of Edward, Gambit is looking like their old selves again. Even better than ever, actually. Now, we also heard that Bloodwater can make up for some of those mistakes that Zuna said he makes, and we'll have to see if he can keep this bottom lane in order.
You shouldn't have to be able to say that, though. You don't want to say that. He can pick up my slack if it happens. You really don't want to give that chance up. Go full bore and make it count. I mean, Bloodwater and Zuna have played together, the old CLG Black team with Benny, so there's synergy there.
Yeah, it's interesting that both of these teams kind of have come back together because
the support loop.
Vulcan has a history.
Full circle.
CLG Black, 3 of the members played together. Yep. And then when Bloodwater rejoined the team, man, they just shot up to the top of North American LCS.
It was actually a big, big time for them. Once they got grabbed up, they were kind of bolstered by all their sponsors. And Vulcan, a team of momentum, with that behind them as well, carried on, used the practice correct, and they really started to do well in the summer split. They were one of the bottom teams when they started.
Yeah. Plus now, it looks like they have a new stylist or something. I like the new uniforms. They're looking sharp.
Looking good.
But yeah, and they also have a new name to go with that, I guess. It's the Latin name, Ex Duris
Gloria.
Yeah. So that translates to from suffering ariseth glory. I guess last time they were playing Gambit, they were definitely suffering from late game mistakes. We'll have to see if they can correct it.
To arise to some glory.
Rise to some wins here.
Well, it's going to be big. Doublelift puts pressure on the bottom lane already with that driver, Edward. Well, I guess
a lot of talking about that bottom lane. Doublelift feels like the Gambit bottom lane has the upper hand, so we'll have to see if they can actually pull it out.
I think they almost would coming into this matchup, kind of on mentality and what the community has perceived about it, and actually coming off of IEM there, they were gigantic, taking out Fnatic in the finals, so how can you not be worried about that lane?
You're going to have to be watching that bottom lane. It'll definitely be exciting either way it goes, but again, let's get into the ban picks. Everybody has all 3 bans today, so they shouldn't be too worried about those.
There's a Benny head. There we go. There he is.
That is not Benny. That was
Smithy head. Right.
They're changing a couple of names, but yeah, not too many.
So we got Nidalee banned out, Kassadin, high APs, and we actually figured that the Bruisers would still be focused, but for these guys, it doesn't seem to be that way.
It's actually similar. You know, last time they played at Worlds, really focused on mid lane bans. Still coming out with a lot of mid lane bans here. Kassadin is kind of a go-to mid lane ban because when that assassin does get a good mid game, then he snowballs extremely hard.
Somebody ban Mundo.
There you go. The top lanes. This is something a bit newer for this patch. All the tanky top laners. Mundo is the first one to be banned, and they've only got 1 ban left. Shyvana's still up, as well as, you know, things like Nasus. So we'll have to see if they actually want to use 2 of those. Shyvana was originally a Gambit special back when they were M5. They love Shyvana, both in the jungle and in the top lane.
It's almost one of the things that the 3.14 brings back for them, having those tanky junglers back that they used to use. And I said it the other day, it's great to see, and you can know when players are on those feel-good champions they've always used. Annie getting picked up. Edward said it. He probably picked up Annie.
All right, so since the supports are going to be carrying this game, it's fitting that we have a first pick support here for XDG, not wasting any time, looking for the playmaking. Annie definitely one of the best at that, as we saw yesterday.
Not a surprise, actually, seeing the Gragas come out as the last ban. We figured ManCloud probably would have been taking that.
Darian is just playing with the crowd's emotions here. My goodness.
It's also one of the things that Gambit has. They have a new social media dude. He's been putting out videos for Gambit. they have been so much more alive as a team, it seems, for their fans, when they're playing, when they're winning. They used to be so serious. But now they know when to have fun. They know when to get into game mode as well. And I think it absolutely helps the gameplay.
Yeah, the swag master,
Swag master, or Genja in his swag sitting.
A little bit of fun. But anyway, they did lock in the Shyvana. So we did a good job prepping that one. High five, Rib. They lock in the Shyvana that could either go top or jungle, like we were talking about. But the Sivir is really important because Sivir enables any of these beefy top laners that are the meta right now to get to the back line. When you have her and you pop her ult, then things like Shyvana are going to go wild in the other team.
This is like almost the Trinity, or I wouldn't even say Trinity now. It's the Taster's Choice pickup, having Sivir, Shyvana. Mundo's gone, but you can still get that Karma for another speed up that people have been running with Sivir. So we'll have to see. On the side XDG, they're now trying to have a little bit of fun.
You like speed boost with your speed
You like speed boost with your speed boosts? Vi is completely viable for this pick, no pun intended, because of what it brings to the mid lane. We saw the Elise banned out.
I don't know why the crowd doesn't like AD carries. They keep sighing as soon as they...
Oh no, it's a regular pick. But yeah, Vi with that pressure in the mid lane, if you have that mid that can escape, boom, bang.
They were talking about the junglers there. Doublelift kind of backed down a little bit on his Smithy talk up. But this is a very important jungler because there is a lot of focus on the mid lane. And when you have a Kha'Zix, Kha'Zix is one of those champions where if you get him going very early, he's an assassin, amazing in the late game, you get him resets. Vi is perfect doing that. Come in with the level 6, use his ultimate mid.
They say you want to dive into the fight, you can dive right in.
So they were talking about Diamond being an innovator. Locking in the Mumu, I'm going to say this is a jungler Mumu and not a top laner Mumu, which is actually possible.
Or Alex in mid.
But I'm going to say that it's a jungler Mumu just because that's where my heart lies. Wow! I might have to eat my words already.
Take your heart out. I don't know where your heart lies,
Kobe.
Kobe's heart does not lie in the right
spot.
spot.
So we're either going to have a lane Mumu or a lane Nocturne this game. Very excited to see that. Both of them are actually doable. I've seen them both in the top tier of North American solo queue. Diamond 1, a lot of people try out these different things like this. Hotshot was actually an early fan of the Nocturne lane.
Nocturne lane mid because the spell shield gank easy?
It's mostly because of the wave clear from his passive. Yeah, I got the...
Just checking.
I'll get you on the third. All right, but anyway, I would be more excited to see a lane Amumu just because
of course.
He operates
a little difficult.
off of people hitting him and spamming that tantrum. Both of them work pretty well with shoving the lane. So this is definitely something new from Gambit. People were looking forward to innovations, and we'll have to see it here.
And there's AD carries come around. Some are picked up and some are played, but it seems like everybody has put Lucian in their champion pool. It has to be said that he is the biggest lane bully right now in the beginning of the game, and it's utilized over and over again by any team out there.
And note that he's paired with Annie, who is one of the best lane partners for Lucian. Because as we were saying yesterday, all it takes is one stun to set up a guaranteed trade for Lucian, which is what he will win. Okay, so a lot of
Edward's smiling. They have tricks.
We've seen Alex just destroy AD carries with Kale before. Freeze definitely. He kind of scarred Freeze for life. I think he's pretty much always scared of Kale now. But that's one thing that Zuna will have to watch out for the late game. Meanwhile, though, we were talking about the lane phase. Anyway, lane phase here for Genja. I mean, I guess it's going to be with a Mumu if they hold on to it right now.
This is absolutely crazy.
In which case, you will want to have good side bush control there, and there's going to be more wards than usual because a Mumu sitting in a bush is actually very similar to like a Blitzcrank support because the blind bandage going to come out from one of those bushes, extremely hard to dodge, and that could actually be a great initiation.
There is no tell to these ganks that they've created. You have a Nocturne in the jungle,
keeping an eye on this.
A Shyvana whenever she wants to jump, or an Amumu that can bandage out of the bush. It's like instant. And that's really, you have the walk-up ganks right now with the bruisers.
We talked about the bottom lane being the one to watch here before the game. Now it's definitely the one to watch. I'm pretty sure everybody's looking forward to this. Edward breaking out. It's timed out. He can't switch anymore. It's going to be support Amumu.
All right, as the teams load onto the Rift, remember that Sunday we will be bringing you the final shots in the Battle of the Atlantic as the region's top teams take to the Rift. North America's Cloud9 versus Europe's Fnatic.
Plus, we've got the final series in the Spring Promotion Tournament as Curse faces off against Cognitive Gaming.
The final day of our Spring Promotion coverage kicks off at 11 a.m. Pacific and 8 p.m. Central European time. Don't miss that tomorrow.
Now, back to this game where we have a support move.
It's time.
Let's see how Gambit pull this one off. I think that he'll probably be starting out with a Dorans for the early brawl potential. But man, would this team benefit from that coin? If you can upgrade the coin and get the speed boost later, then it'll be huge for them as well.
And Kobe, they talked about having more synergy, Edward and Genja.
More synergy?
More synergy? You want some more?
That sounds delicious,
It is super good,
Oh
and
my
it
God.
has to be delicious if you're going to support with an Amumu. He's actually bringing the shield mastery, which bewildered you yesterday.
It
but
did.
they will be using it.
It did. I was definitely caught off guard with that one, but that is the new hotness, apparently. And Edward is going to run that one. So that means he's extremely deep in the defensive tree, and he's going to look to be one of those new support tanks that we see this season that we have never seen before because they were so limited with their gold income.
He's saying Tabe more than Annie can be played. So
All right.
Smithy being pretty dangerous right here. With the team on the other side, they could have baited out a little bit of a walking fight, but nothing for now. And Benny better not go down.
Good try with the ward. Real close to the bush. There is a little trick that you can use.
Gloss over.
If you don't have your smart cast for your items, then you can just regular cast it and hover over the bush. It'll change colors when it's in there.
Indeed.
But I did like how at least Benny was covering their exit, so he was watching to make sure Alex didn't cut them off, and they at least get out of the jungle unscathed. Edward's lying in wait.
Yeah, he is just being sneaky right now. Trying to White Knight. We'll see what he can do. It looks like they will try to get the steal onto this. Will they actually help and get it in top lane as well?
It seems like Gambit are going to come out ahead from all these early jungle shenanigans. Since they saw 5 people invade their red, they got in before XDG could drop down any defensive wards around their jungle, and Diamond going to start off with the red here.
So starting off in this game, like we said, it's the first time seeing Gambit and XDG on the 3.14. We'll keep an eye on trinkets. We'll keep an eye on really what is happening with these compositions as well, because there's a whole lot to take in, and we've had some long games this weekend. So starting off, we'll do it pretty orthodox. Diamond will actually go for a bit more in the bottom, but he's going to find Benny here.
Yeah, so Benny's rotating down bottom because XCG want the switch. They don't know what the plan is with this Amumu, but they're not going to fight it in a 2 vs 2 situation. Diamond actually, being caught jungling here hurts XCG even more. He's zoning out Benny, getting some extra harass down on him. The wave has not yet pushed to the turret, but it does open up the opportunity for Genja and Edward to shove that one in before Nasus can arrive and get some experience.
So they do get the 2v1 out. It seems apparent that that's what they wanted if Edward was going to go for a Mumu, so they swapped that up for themselves. We'll see how they can keep it going.
Now, Shyvana was pulled away for a split second there, but Darien as well did not lose too many minions. He does know that Vi has recently been in the red side jungle, and there's a possibility of a very early dive. We talked about Annie being a play-making support. She could set that up with a stun and guarantee the Vault Breaker from Smithy to land, but it's still such a dangerous possibility of diving a turret this early in the game.
Smithy, it doesn't even have to worry about the turret right now as he gets himself behind. This is now vision on Smithy, so it's Diamond, see if he stays in the jungle.
Looks like he is.
Before 6. Have you seen it that much in 3.14?
Yeah, exactly. Diamond's just continuing to farm up his jungle. He's going to have to give some of it up to Darien because Darien was just chased out of lane. And we'll have to see if Gambit can actually catch up on turret damage since it's just Edward and Genja down bottom.
They're going to get the 2v2 lane matchup quite soon here unless they decide to do something different. And Diamond stays in the jungle to keep countering, knowing Smithy's only getting a bit of experience off the top lane. Gambit looks to be putting the pieces in place a little earlier.
Exactly. Gambit are not putting turret damage down. They're actually trying to deny more minions to the turret, so they're just farming behind it.
Yeah.
And they're looking for just the early zone here. Now that they've had time for Diamond to go back to base and heal once, bringing him back down to the jungle here. It looks like they're going to leave the turret and maybe go for Dragon instead, since they have an extra tank here in Edward. It's a very early Dragon.
Gonna have to. They lost that turret.
Wow,
Edward's
he's taking so much
quite a bit of damage, but kind of having that double tank also gives them the ability to try for this. Way too much pressure just from the ward. They are forced to back off.
Little bit overzealous there. Edward trying to tank that Dragon took a lot more than he thought he was. This a 4-minute Dragon is extremely early, and the reward for it isn't even as high as it used to be. So it's actually a really good call to back off right there. They don't end up losing anyone, and they'll just have to deal with this one turret down.
Benny teleports himself back to the top lane. I'll be very interested to see where Alex and ManCloud are able to go. This lane has just been freezing in the middle so far. We've seen a bit of jungle action. There's ManCloud trying to go aggressive and really put some fear in the eyes of Alex East, because the backside, it's Xmithy. There it is! The Ignite finishes it off, and they grab first blood.
Great gank there from Xmithy. Look at the extremely early pink ward that they have in the river to guarantee that one. And that was a pre-6 Kha'Zix all in. Very, very well played from XDG. It looks like they're getting off to a really good start, but they did have a good early game as well at Worlds when they were facing Gambit. So really, they have to stay focused here and not drop anything with some mid-game mistakes.
Very true, Kobe. They do need to hold that momentum. If they can, up past that 20-minute mark, we've seen XDG do quite well, as they did under the name Falcon. Right now, pressuring that bottom lane, they have only Edward. Looks like Genja's trying to get himself back in a position to farm here. Looking at that, 39 to 33, so not much happened in the 2v1 swap of the turret going down. And we're pretty much all even still. There's a little bit of gold to the first blood, but it's still anybody's game.
So as Diamond comes down for this gank, let's just go over that the 2v1 swap by XDG was really, really beneficial for them. Here comes the missed bandage.
Yeah, Terra's going to go down. He will get a bit of that onto Zuna, but they're focusing back and forth on the damage that they want. Easily able to walk out of that one. Smithy right on the back side. It looks like everybody's going to be safe.
Now, the 2v1 swap, not only did they get the first turret, but they also got a CS lead here for Zuna. And when you give a CS lead to a Lucian and Annie combo, Alex under pressure!
Alex gets hit up! ManCloud comes out of nowhere. Alex left scratching his head.
Well, now he's level 6, and Alex was still level 5. ManCloud doing a really good job taking that small window of opportunity where he has a huge advantage, and Alex can't make himself invulnerable.
You know, you see it one way. Overpower was crushing people in Europe on Kayle, but if you can get to Kayle first, you can see ManCloud is working it very well and has controlled that mid lane. This is causing Diamond now. He's going to have to do a little bit extra work for this mid lane instead of his side lane.
And a bold harass right there from ManCloud right under the turret, queuing Diamond and taking out a good chunk of his life.
Just waiting. Alex back to lane now. Looks like he's got another Dorans to help get some HP there. A little bit of attack speed, so he can start putting out some of his own damage a little faster. Not going to work out too well till he gets that intervention to help himself. 1,000 gold has been accrued with these 2 kills in 1 turret as XDG slowly and holds favor of this game.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. But once Amumu does hit level 6 and he's got that ultimate, their team fight gets a huge boost coming from the support, where it normally wouldn't come from. Oh, ManCloud going to solo his blue with no mana. He will take a good amount of harass right there.
Definitely.
We did see that Smithy was able to take on the Lizard and get that red buff for himself, so that's a plus, especially at Battle of the Atlantic. It's been difficult.
Very self-sufficient right now for XDG. Yeah. Grabbing up his blue, has enough health to pretty much do what he needs to in lane before going back. It looks like he's going to just actually go back right now. 2 kills under his belt so far, the only 2 on the board, and with the help of Xmithy on the first one, he was able to get the second one all by himself. So these lanes still haven't really told us a story except for mid.
Okay, so the next thing that is going to pop up, though, for this game is a dragon fight. And we just talked about Amumu hitting level 6. It will also be a level 6 Sivir, which is amazing for dragon fights. So the bottom lane, even though, you know, they lost that, or they didn't take the turret down bottom, they at least are going to have a really, really big potential for that dragon fight that does come up pretty soon. And Benny still does not have his teleport back up.
Oh, yeah.
So it would be a 4-on-4, you know, for the next 30 seconds or so.
Well, ManCloud coming out with a Tiamat. He wants to get mid lane pushed as much as possible, as fast as possible. So Dragon could be plausible here in the next few minutes for these guys, keeping Alex Ish at his turret. See if they can start doing some damage with that.
Yeah, you can see both teams are having the same idea there. That's why there's a bunch of wards that were just dropped in the river around Dragon. Neither team wants to give that up. XCG are fine with just waiting for a little bit more because they're waiting on that teleport there. And then if Nasus can clear a wave and teleport down without Darien being able to interrupt him, if he doesn't get that Dragon's Ascent on him, then it will be able to turn that fight around.
You usually see a Shyvana already having a bit more impact, but now left to the top lane. No roaming can be done by him. Teleport is coming back up on Benny as we just looked at that a few minutes ago. And again, the mid lane consistently to the turret. It always calls for action from Gambit.
All right, the teleport is up, and they're making moves towards the Dragon, so it looks like XGG might be pulling the trigger here. Darien still up top. He's doing a good job just getting that CS lead over Benny by shoving the wave and then going to farm jungle as well. But since the Nasus does have teleport, it's a small advantage.
You see ManCloud and Xmithy both kind of huddling down together. Friend mode. They're walking over a ward, and they knew it. So they're going to stay mid, looking on Alex again here. They want to get this blue buff away from him. Maybe try to put Alex on tilt. They keep going after him. They'll get in his head.
And Gambit are staying cool, and they as they should be, because like we said so many times before, this patch, the early game, has a slightly decreased impact, and as long as you keep your composure and you get to that mid and late game, then you can easily come back.
Level 9 now coming in for ManCloud. He's doing quite well. Edward not having too much of an impact on that Amumu yet. It doesn't seem like it's the time to be utilized, or they just didn't get the early game they wanted, so they have to wait, like you said, for the mid game.
Okay, so the 2v1 switch definitely was not what Gambit expected. Edward started with a Doran shield.
Right. They took that top turret down instantly.
That doesn't help him at all in a 2v1 situation because he's not going to want to dive the turret, and there's not going to be harass coming down him. So
it's
he
a shield,
then
but it's not shield.
went and got his gold item after that. Delaying that gold item for the till the first back was actually very big for them.
The gold lead has been closed a little bit, which is going to show that Gambit doing a little bit better in the farming area.
Looks like there's a party down bottom.
And they
Both
are
junglers
just waiting in the wing here with Diamond to get this gank on. But Xmithy smelling this one out as well. It's going to be a pretty good 3v3 if they decide to go in on it.
Both of the junglers do have their ultimates, as well as supports ready with stuns. Looks like Eddie goes in.
Whoa, Zuna playing the frontline role that time. A little too much bait, and they took it all. Bloodwater goes back. He's down to half HP. Tibbers is going to be able to help them out, though.
It's all about initiative. When it's an even fight like this, whoever gets the CC landing first is going to have a huge upper hand. And since Edward lands the bandage shots this time, easy for him to chain it immediately into the Curse of the Sad Mummy and take down Zuna.
Smithy being here, stop the bleeding a little bit. They would have easily kept going on Bloodwater, so they only lose Zuna. 2-1 as Gambit knows and starts to make the moves to put themselves back in.
Yeah, I mean, it brings the gold right back to even here. And also, you know, Zuna hadn't bought up to that point, so his damage output, even if they had been able to keep him alive, would have been much less than Genja, who had already purchased his PF sword.
That's true. They almost played him into a false sense of security in the bottom lane. We're not pressuring. You don't need to go buy and scale yet. Don't worry. It's all right. 13 minutes on the clock. Smithy picking up his red once again. He does decide to back, actually, because they don't have vision of Alex in mid or top lane right now. So XDG playing this one safe. Gambit getting that kill. Knows there are many more to come. That dragon is still waiting for somebody.
All right, so Benny level 9, he now does have that level 5 siphoning strike, so it'll be on the shortest cooldown. He can start really stacking it up. It's only at 150 now, so not hitting too hard. But from this point on, it will have a pretty significant impact.
Sunfire Cave completed up. On to Darien. As we're seeing Pink Ward on Edward, they're trying to gain control of all the brush in the bottom lane. They're going to clear this one out. Try and do it more and more.
That was my immediate reaction to the Amumu support pick, was side bush control here, so that he could pull off plays like we saw during that 3v3, throwing at the bandage there from Fog of War. Really, really helps you get that initiation and catch Zuna off guard.
And actually, with the most recent kill, he went back and grabbed the Relic Shield because he started with Pots and that Doran, so now they're trying to get that extra funding back in. Maybe he's getting Genji to drive for him now.
Yeah, he got that one, you know, as soon as he realized it was a 2v1 situation and he had to go back. The Relic Shield, you're going to have to upgrade it if you want to get it really cost efficient now. The initial version of it has a bit longer of a cooldown because it was a little too powerful. And we see the Dragon just leveled up right there. Little note, that's kind of new in the new patch. Everybody clapping for the Dragon. Great job. But it is the average level of the champions now. And it's going to be worth a little bit more. It looks like this burst is going to be able to take it down even though they have vision.
They could be able to jump out of this as well. Looks like they're going to walk right out. And look how many wards. There's at least 100-some gold in wards more because there's one down in the river placed on that were not effective. Darian just looking to get a little bit of aggression here.
All right, so we still have the Nasus ultimate there. Benny holding on to it while Darren uses his.
He's slowed. He's slowed.
And now he's fast. He's speeding up again. All right.
Oh, Timber's coming out right on top of Genja. Do they have enough? The spell shield comes out. He lives on the hunt, gets him out of there. Smithy tries to take down Edward. They play it beautifully. Culling just misses on the end. They are able to follow up on that kill.
What a save from Edward right there. Snagging Smithy with the very edge of his Curse of the Sad Mummy. A beautiful play from the support. They still lose 1 kill, but they would have lost 2 right there.
Got to be quick on that, man.
Talked about
Mumu's last patch shortened that ultimate.
In these bottom matchups with supports are both being playmaking supports that have so much CC. It's all about who has the initiative, who makes the first move. Diamond definitely playing a dangerous game.
He knew he had a bit of turret health to play with there, but he also knew that he had to back off. 16 minutes in, the Hydra finished up. Very nice. Golem Spirit into the Spirit Visage for Benny. Well, Benny was really apparent in that last fight. He's still duking it out with Darian in the top lane. ManCloud continuously flexing his muscles here on Alex East when he gets the chance.
And he has finished up the Hydra too, which is the thing that's keeping him in this CS wars with Alex. Without that, it would be even more difficult for him to keep up with CS because Kale, with the range advantage now, has been able to push it.
And looking at our support featured matchup here, we're 15 minutes in. Not too much has happened between the supports, but you got to say already thumbs up for playing in a Mumu support, being able to hold that off.
Oh yeah, he gets 2
well.
thumbs up for me. I'm happy about that one. And it was a great Amumu ult. By the way, you know, way back when I played it, the ult was actually much bigger. The radius has been reduced, so Edward has spent some time with the new Amumu, and he knows the range.
Oh, it's a little too much. Barrier goes down, and the Duskbringer takes him down. Bloodwater still on the backside, forced to watch him.
Look at the rotation, though. We have ManCloud coming in and back. Genja's not that low, so it would be very dangerous for ManCloud to go.
Puts on the terror. He will be able to get a good amount of fear out of that one. Oh, he throws on the ultimate. There is no turret. That's the ignite.
It's 1.
That's the kill. And ManCloud is now 3-0.
Now they also burnt the teleport from Nasus, so that leaves Darian up in the top lane just hammering on this turret. And Nasus actually did not get his hand in that kill. So it wasn't optimal there for XCG.
Kobe, I think it's pretty clear that out of everybody, ManCloud has in his mind that he wants revenge from playoffs. He is everywhere there could be a kill right now. And once again, Bloodwater and Smithy mid don't really get to activate anything off of that. But 4-2 here at 18 minutes. Darian's going to drop the top turret, and we'll get a little bit more roam out of everyone now.
Well, yeah, that, you know, ManCloud is everywhere except mid because he roamed down bottom. So that was 2 turrets they lost for that kill down bottom they were trying to answer there. And Gambit, you know, have actually clawed their way in front of XCG as far as the gold is concerned.
3-2 in turrets. The structure's in their favor. We saw yesterday losing the mid turret was a huge detriment to the game, and losing all of your buffs is Alternate was able to do that to CLG. But right here, Gambit keeping theirs up, and they've actually pushed back, as you said, quite hard. And somehow, the Hydra being finished and whatnot, they haven't been able to utilize it in any team fight. So it's kind of just sitting on them. It's like a plateau that they're not able to move off of.
He's been using that to steal up and stay sustained in his lane.
Yeah.
As well as adding a little bit of the burst for his duels with Alex.
I mean, they want to look for pickoffs anyways, so it's working.
Yeah. All right. So Edward getting a little more vision down here. He still is a support, so he's got his sight stone. And it's this time, as soon as the supports get their sight stones and then look to upgrade them, that we start seeing the sweeping lenses come in. 19 minutes here, actually. Is a little bit later than usual for the sweeping lenses to start coming in, but it's because the game is so close and neither team really has such a big upper hand that they can invest in that so early.
We look at Benny's inventory here. It looks like he's trying to get that frozen heart out, which would be huge against this team of Gambit. Everybody pretty much reliant on auto attacks, and it would kill a lot of the damage.
It would go a long ways towards countering the effectiveness of that Sivir ultimate in the team fights, at least.
Yeah.
And added on to that, he does have the Wither as well, which is great against so many of these champions. Nocturne as well as Kale benefit from attack speed.
So that means they got to play for that amount of time. What is in between that, though? We got Diamond, 2 kills for himself. Alex probably needs to start getting a few kills there as well. More money needs to go into these carries because right now those lanes are not going to be strong enough as this game goes on.
Yeah, Alex is definitely waiting to farm up until he gets to that point where he can just burst down 80 carries. Now, it looks like Darian's chasing around Benny, but Benny's really focused on the siphoning Stykes, as most people are when they play Nasus. He has crested 300 now, 309 extra damage on it. So he's ticking up pretty well here, but we haven't seen him join a team fight and actually hit anyone besides Darian, who is a massive tank.
This is always one of those, you're just banging your head against the wall, going back and forth, trying to hit Nasus, but Darian always wanting to keep damage on him. If he does teleport, he's going to teleport with less health, so he's doing what he can. Whoa, big damage there actually going in on to Darian, but they don't decide to engage because it could be the mid.
Yeah, he's fighting back a little bit there. And they're actually just going to stay over on that island that is the top lane. XTG, once again, they can do what they did last time and wait for the teleport to come up. Good spell shield right there from Genja.
Wow. Rush the Giant's Belt after his Bloodthirster as well to keep from that burst coming from ManCloud. ManCloud too big. Genja says Giant's Belt next.
Whenever you go up against Kha'Zix, you don't want him to get resets. So you either build some sort of defensive item like a Zanya's or something if you're an AP, or if you're Genja on an AD carry, you grab a second item Giant's Belt.
Right away. Edward getting hit up. Remember, he is a support, but he still is a bit tanky. There's the Dragon's Descent onto the fight. A Curse of the Sad Mummy locks up 3 beautifully. Alex is getting the kills that he needs. Gets a double kill. The third coming in from Darian. Will he get Suna? The gap closer's used. There's the chomp. Another one comes out. And ManCloud's the only one to fly away.
Well, that was a 5-on-5. And Gambit really just rely on their increased tank line from having a tank support there. Even though Eddie gets initiated on here by Smithy, Diamond does not hesitate to pop his ultimate and go in for this exchange. Smithy and everyone else retreats right now, and it's a beautiful Dragon's Descent by Darian to group them up and set them up for Edward's Curse of the Sad Mummy. Meanwhile, Zuna over here, he can't shoot much but tanks, so the damage is not going through, and Gambit can already turn this into a Baron.
22 minutes, and they are going to drop this one down. That makes the gold lead, and they grab Dragon. So as Dragon scales with the game, they get that amount of gold too.
It's just that easy, I guess. Gambit just crushed that team fight, destroyed them, and then took a huge objective. 20-minute Baron right there.
You only know you need to show a team like Gambit a small window of opening, because all that was used there was the Vault Breaker. Assault and Battery did not come in. It was Vault Breaker into the Shatter, and enough with that on Edward. That was enough for them to engage. No ults were used, so they already felt confident enough to win that fight straight out.
Right, nobody punches Edward in the back and gets away with it. Diamond rushes to his aid, and they just destroyed.
Team camaraderie is real.
I don't think Alex even had to use the intervention in that fight.
I think no.
Nobody even got that low.
They just shredded everyone down. That Curse of the Sad Mummy out was pretty amazing.
It was a really good group up there from Darian with his Dragon's Descent, but it's going to be up to XDG to just return to the... Oh, no. Benny does get caught.
This is the one time now that Darian can keep going on him. Benny does have teleport. The crowd
Fear
control
goes off.
is used for Fear. It looks like he's going to try and get to the bush possibly and do that. There's the Fear. He's going to walk this one out, and I think he may be walking it down as well. Goes down. Darian gets himself another kill. Looking at 200 CS there as well, so he is really starting to get bigger.
So you see how Darian saved his Dragon Descent until the very end there? Because Diamond was already using the Fears, they wanted something to interrupt that teleport just in case, and they do secure the kill with both.
Wow, Gambit already on the minimap shows like they are moving as they have more, or like they have more confidence. People in mid lane, they're going back to clear out the buffs and just go back at it again. XDG side looks like just what Gambit was doing. Huddled in the middle, waiting for movement from the team. They're trying to react now. And Gambit did a great job at adapting.
I mean, Gambit just have such a beastly 5-on-5 team fight with that support Amumu coming in and adding so much extra lockdown and so much extra tank stats that XCG really, they'd love to have that NASA just split pushing and try and make use of teleport. But it's so difficult because Gambit are just continually forcing things with this Baron buff.
Well, you look at Amumu, right? And he's kind of brings Sona and Annie with the ultimate. It's just bigger. And Sona was something Edward loves to put. Gambit loves Edward to play. Edward likes to play Sona.
Yeah, it's the
but
same.
It still provides that same boom initiation.
Yeah, it's the same initiation, just more beef.
Sometimes you need that. Looking at 25 minutes onto this one. Baron has quite a bit of time, about 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Gambit knows this Baron was pretty much a treat here. They haven't been using it to continuously pressure. Maybe the last leg of it right here, they'll press down mid, but it hasn't been huge.
All right, so Alex now does have that Lich Bane, so they're going to be making very quick work of turrets from now on. Meanwhile, Edward, not only did he get those Boots of Lucidity to get his ultimate on a slower cooldown, he also upgraded them already.
Distortion,
with the Distortion to lower his flash cooldown. So basically, his whole build is around just a little bit of health to soak up some more damage and getting as many flash ultis off as possible.
Let's see, Talisman of Ascension is finished, but On the Hunt is already there, so that's negated. They're going to have to really kite these fights before they can go back in. The fight has changed so much just because of the tankiness, and already they are looking to go on this mid turret.
So the game plan for Gambit right here is make use of this Baron regen. They just need a couple Lich Bane empowered attacks on that turret, and it's going to be Rubble real soon.
They are just going to be able to twin. Yeah, they get it real quick. Taking that one down. The inhibitor's there. It's only Zuna, but that's what they wanted. A second time of Zuna on the front line and too close to the team. They are going to make quick work of Bloodwater right after that, but he flashes away to safety, and it looks like they are turned back for now, but all too strong. They'll be back soon.
Yeah, Zuna right in front right there. Easy shot for Edward, and the rest of the team again jumping right in after him. They're able to take down Zuna and get the inhibitor.
That quick second of positioning being seen by Edward twice now, and he takes the chance and gets his team an amazing initiation for the win, or win for the fight win, and a push. Always something after the fight. They get the inhibitor this time.
We did see ManCloud coming back with a little bit of answer there. He's got some nice area of effect burst, since he's also finished the last Whisper on top of the Hydra. When he does go in, he can chunk a huge amount out of a large portion of the team, but they need some other source of damage for him to get at least one person actually dead and achieve that reset.
And a Amumu ulti, so many various ways of peeling for your AD carry, stopping anybody from getting away, really being utilized well by Gambit. Don't think it's going to draw a ban next game, but it will be interesting if they decide to play it again. Like you said, that Lich Bane being finished makes sieging for these guys so much easier on Alex. 1-2 shots and they're right into the inhibitor.
Yeah, I think that laning against the Amumu, actually the lane phase would be the easiest part.
Right.
The scary part about the support Amumu's later game when he's tanky and he's got his ult, but the 2v2 lane does seem like it would favor the poke heavy side.
So we got 30 seconds on Dragon and 1.5 minutes on Baron. Nobody really is thinking about that right now. See if they can get themselves onto this inhibitor turret. Baron is actually down for Gambit right now, so they'll be moving onto this turret without that regen.
Yeah, just a little bug right there. You can see Edward's got a few too many things circling him.
All right. Oh, wow, Genjo loses everything, but the intervention allows him to be there for a second. ManCloud on one reset. He jumps away with the second one. It's offensive at first, but they have to reassess the fight immediately. Benny is big enough. Where is the follow-up? Zuna finally able to get in there. Everybody's using it on Benny. Zuna gets hit up. Great shutdown going on to Alex Each. That's big power to be out of the fight right now, but there's not much crowd control, so this baby is going coast to coast. Smithy, can he finish the fight? The burnout is out. Diamond puts himself in a hairy situation, and this is good for XDG, but they have a lot to repair.
And the fight ends with Gambit back inside XDG's base here? This is getting ridiculous. Garion runs out the bottom side, takes the backdoor exit, but that was actually a huge loss for Gambit. They were so far ahead, and because XDG got such a beautiful initiation onto Genja, okay, let's take a look at it again. The Wither down on him sets him up for this beautiful combo. After the Vault Breaker hits, then the intervention goes on. So Alex actually didn't block a lot of damage with that intervention, and ManCloud was able to jump back in, finish him off, and then hop to the other side. Now they're cornered and they don't have anywhere to run. With this Nasus being extremely tanky now, he's got plenty of time to make use of the full defensive build. Down bottom, we didn't get to see this, but Darian, this is why he was going at the back exit instead of the front, because he dove onto Zuna there, cleaned him up under the turret.
Diamond's chasing him. He's like, come back and help me.
And then decided to finish him off. All right, so
chance.
First step here for XCG getting right back in this game. That was actually a really nicely played fight right there, and they are the ones who actually got the initiation on the AD carry this time.
You've seen the fights were so strong from Gambit, but if the start of the fight is not on your terms, it absolutely goes either way. And XCG with a pretty surprising result on that one, still down 8,000 gold, and they really didn't have to use too much of their turrets to win that fight. It was pretty much all of brute champion power. So ManCloud taking this up, he is going to try and get those resets in for this next fight. Gambit to do some more work. They're going to force out this Baron dance.
Exactly. The mid lane is going to continually push down here for Gambit, so they can pressure XCG and force them into a bad spot here where they don't have vision around Baron. The pink ward's now coming out from Gambit. No sweeping lenses yet though, so it's very hard for them to clear out all the wards from all the random little bushes here. And even though XCG can't get over to Baron, they've got one that can see into the river and just at least notify them when Gambit starts to Baron up.
There's something that's really never changed with Gambit, and we can kind of look at the trinkets, and that's not the thing. The trinkets are the same, but they're always buying pink wards. Look at the amount of pink wards.
Here they go.
On the oh, not the pink wards on Alex. Eesh. They go for the assault and battery. Diamond puts himself right inside the middle of the fire to try and get out, and he does. Edward now, there's so much tank on those three champions to come in. It's going to be a 1v1. Suna goes with Alex Eesh, and Alex comes out on top. More kills coming down as Benny falls, and Gambit streaks down mid lane.
Ooh, XCG, they're still running here. Bloodwater is getting chased, and Edward's right behind it.
Now, there's no real gap closer right here. They're waiting for the bandage toss. Oh, it gets... And it comes up. The distortion cooldown, lucidity. He's good to go.
That was good initiative there by XCG, taking the shot on Alex, and they got his intervention out before the fight started. But then, since Diamond didn't hesitate and he goes in to save Alex and let him get out, Alex was able to attack and deal damage for the rest of that fight. And once Darian arrives, they definitely got the super tank right there, and they were able to finish off XCG, turning it into yet another Baron attempt.
So I guess it can be seen, and it has been shown, that Gambit definitely has their chemistry back when it comes to the team fighting, when it comes to being in your face. Whoa. Benny, he gets a quick teleport right up top in the face of Darian, but they will decide to back out.
So now Gambit are actually low from trying to start that Baron, and XCG are the ones with position on the map. They've got several people around, and if they start up Baron, it would be difficult, but they could actually force Gambit to not go back and heal. Edward's already gone back to heal, so they're starting it up.
This is big. They have a few of them occupied in middle as well. So coming up to this, they're going to get a good amount of damage done. Both smites are up, and the junglers are ready and prepared. So this is definitely going to be a 50-50. He decided to throw it up. Bloodwater's too far on the outside. He does have Timbers up, so it will be required for the fight. The intervention blocks everything. Genja does decide to follow up with On the Hunt, but nobody else is ready for it, and they collectively back up.
And now it's XCG that are the ones without their health and without their cooldowns. They used the Nasus ultimate when they tried to start Baron, and they just used the Timbers, plus half of Bloodwater's life in that last exchange.
Kobe, this is getting really scary for XDG. They're building, ManCloud is built for pure pickoff, and they are being forced into full team fights here. It's not going to work out if this game goes on.
They're going to want to lock someone down with the assault and battery while they're too far away from Alex for that intervention. Because we saw right there, Alex did a great job. He blocked so much with that intervention, and that's XGG had to retreat as soon as that exchange happened.
Setting themselves, taking a break, getting the items that they require, picking up Dragon. Not real. I guess it is necessary. Those items are not full yet. We are still quite early in this game. It just seems like a lot has happened.
Well, so much is happening around this Baron, and there's so much back and forth because they are yet to see any sweeping lenses come out from Gambit. They have not switched out their trinkets yet, so it's so hard for them to gain a decisive hold of the vision around Baron, there's always something over there for XG that they can actually see it, and that's why we're seeing so much back and forth here. Nobody's making the all-in to go for those sweeping lenses and commit to that.
XDG Siege Clear getting a little bit stronger too. It's kind of making Gambit hesitate. They have the melee team, but we talked about it. They have Alex Ish with the Lich Bane. It only takes a few shots to crush down a turret with that, so they have the in and out movement to take those inhibitor turrets down. XDG is getting a little stronger on the defensive side though.
Yeah, they feel a little bit worried because they do have that open lane in mid. Their inhibitor is down, so there's sort of a breach in their base. But Nasa's over here. Benny's up to almost 500 extra damage on his Siphoning Strike, so he's slowly ramping up to that very formidable late game Nasus.
So Darian and Alex Ish, both 5-0-4, 5-3, and 3 right now. The solo lane's doing big things, and Darian really had to wait until mid-game to do this. We saw him and Benny up top kind of just having an island party, not doing much, and that'll play on your mentality in the game. Those guys staying true to what they need to do. Right now, Darian even more, back to farming that top lane.
Darian going back up to farm there, and it looks like, you know, Benny will eventually go grab that. But I think the biggest thing here for Gambit that's contributing to their giant lead over XG is their control of the dragons. Because we can see so much experience differential from XDG to Gambit, it's because Gambit have not let XDG get that comeback mechanic of the dragons that boosts you so much experience for the champions that are behind.
Gambit finally, not finally, but rewarding the jungle up right now. It was actually quite dark in their eyes, and it looks like they are going to want to pressure this once again. They know they have the team fight. We said it. It's a very pick-off oriented team here for XDG, and this fight does not look
50%.
good for them.
Smithy around the back looking to steal it, but here's the initiation from Dive.
Bloodwater going very low. Oh, he just gets taken down. Dragon's Descent flies over him for the damage. Smithy going very low. XDG health bars just dropping as they're in the middle of the fight. Gambit is completely huddled around each other. There is so much stacking burnout damage with the Sunfire Cape they're eating alive. And it's Edward bouncing off of everyone, doing more damage as well. Great synergy from the team.
And everyone on Gambit is tanky. We talked about the early Giants belt from Genja. It makes his health bar, you know, look just as tanky as a lot of the rest of the members on his team, and they're not being able to focus him down there. Bloodwater gets annihilated before he's even able to Tibbers.
Gambit playing this one very well, even though Alex Each having a hard time. They were able to coordinate something around mid, figured out what they needed to do to really stop that pressure, and Alex now 7-3-4 after going 0-2 in lane.
Alex definitely feeling good about that. He's got the Death Cap and Void Staff combo on top of his Lich Bane, so he's at the point where he can explode 80 carries. And Zuna right there, since he only has health from the Trinity Force, very vulnerable to that.
Gambit being Gambit. They are going to force one more fight if they can.
Teleport in!
Flashing in. There's the teleport as well. Tibbers did come out though, but it came out late. Genja is just running for him, and they shut down ManCloud. A lot of the power is out of the fight, and there goes more of the crowd control. Smithy will be the next one to fall, and it looks like Benny will be the last. Zuna made it out, actually, limping away as Benny can't do much about it. Baron will be Gambit's.
Maybe a little bit too early for ManCloud to go all in. He wanted to take that opportunity to burst down Alex, since Alex does not have his intervention, but since he did get the kill, he couldn't jump back out, and he did it before the teleport completed, so there was no Nasus tank. All of Gambit just immediately collapsed. Once they kill ManCloud, that's most of the damage gone from XDG.
ManCloud holding true, having the most kills. He was a record setter for that, but
so
he's also
Bloodwater,
a focus.
smashed right in there, but he didn't get anything off there. Benny teleports in, and he's just chasing the fight because ManCloud was so confident he could get the 100% burst there onto Alex and jump back out. Because he didn't get it, like we said, his life is forfeit, and so is the rest of his team.
At this point in the game, ManCloud kind of almost has to change up his playstyle, being the way he is, be one of the last ones to come in. Yeah, you can delete somebody, but knowing you're going to get that 100-0 delete instead of 1,200 damage, a little bit easier. So I think he needs to kind of rest back a little bit and come in here in the end.
So I just talked about how good Alex feels about his death cap. I feel like he's communicated that to Darien because we now have 2 death caps, and this Shyvana is going to be having a giant burst of AP now. Darien picking up a death cap of his own.
I think he's got a Zanya's too.
And he's got another needlessly large rog. You know, that's common
needless.
sense right there because you've got the extra percentage AP from a death cap. Might as well add on to that.
Onto the top inhibitor turret. They have Baron once again ticking down on them, and they're utilizing this one much more than last time because they know they have full control of the base. It has been a steady sway from the first 2 kills in the game in the favor of Gambit. 20-7 on the scoreboard. 40 minutes into the game and a 20,000 gold lead.
They definitely have a good handle on this game. That's for sure. This death cap and AP build from Darien probably won't cost them it, but it does make them a little bit more vulnerable. And if XCG can hold out inside their base and continue to farm, then it does open up a window for them to come back.
So looking at this game, knowing they picked an Amumu support, with the tower going down so fast up top, why didn't they just focus that, kill Edward over and over?
Yeah, so in the 2v1 lane, you know, Benny was chased out of that, and they didn't pull the switch in until a little bit later. And at that point, Edward was already getting tanky, so it was traded back and forth kills.
Right.
The junglers spent a lot of time bottom, but both sides got kills down bottom, and so it kind of evened out.
What an inhibitor turret dance off over here. They're going down.
Darien is just feeling this game.
No move. Look at that smile. He's liking it. Waiting for the minion wave. That's all it's about. They got wards down. Good thing they have the pink ward.
Okay,
they don't
so
want to lose Kha'Zix.
Well, yeah, exactly. The pink ward right there, preemptive pink ward. They're waiting for ManCloud to do the same thing he did last time and not let him get away with his ultimate.
They said, hey, the minions are here. It's time to fight. Let's go. Alex East goes in first, and the turret goes down right after. A beautiful Curse of the Sad Mummy on the back line, and we see Bloodwater going down. Benny looks like he's going to follow very fast, and the coffins are just be created too fast right now for XDG. The base is going to go down with them, I believe, and game 1 to Gambit in the Battle of the Atlantic.
Darien actually brought a bunch of damage to that fight with his Dragon's Descent. As you can see, Edward set him up with the Amumu ulti, and they're going to take this game 1.
Very nice job there. Alex scratching his head now for different reasons. He's like, oh, that was a very nice game. Not because ManCloud went crazy on him. That did throw them off a little bit, but the mentality that Gambit has always had coming into these games has been there's always more game to play. That doesn't mean everything.
All right, so Amumu support, Deathcap Shyvana.
That happened.
Both those things did happen. I'm sure they're feeling very confident after that win, and it's up to XCG really to bring this one back.
This is one of the first times that Gambit is actually traveling without Constantine, without Groove, one of their main, pretty much coaches, the guy they talk to and whatnot.
See, yeah, that's why they're getting a little rowdy here. They're kind of out of control now. No Groove to watch over them, and they've started to sort of run amok.
Yeah, can't do it. But it is true, you know, teams look at that. Those are the questions they go to. It's always nice to have a fresh perspective, but I guess the freshest one that came out of the hotel room last night was, let's do Amumu support.
Amumu support. Okay, so XCG looking at game 2, the adjustments that they're going to want to make are not really obvious. I think that aside from the Amumu, they might want to take a look at the Shyvana because Darien was able to get a nice early lead and have a huge impact on that game. Even though he didn't have teleport, he was bullying lane.
What about Mundo? They leave Mundo up?
No. They banned that one. I think that was a good ban.
All right.
Keep up with that Mundo ban. But I think that it's up to Zuna and Bloodwater to discuss how they would want to deal with a second Amumu support if they see that again. Because I feel like you can get around that. It's not like that's some OP secret support or something that's just going to crush every lane right now. If Genja and Edward run that again, I expect an answer from Bloodwater and Zuna. And, you know, we'll have to see what Double Lift thinks on the analyst desk about that duo.
We will have to see. We got to take a short break right now, but when we return, it's game 2 between Gambit and XDG. Up 1-0, Edward and crew look to wrap up the series with another win. Stick around.
always looked up to Diamond. He's a really great jungler. He innovates a lot of stuff. I feel like we're gonna win this as a team. I think we have the advantage because we are better mechanic-wise. They played League longer than us, but I think we're gonna get over that.
Welcome back to the Battle of the Atlantic live from Los Angeles. Before we get to Game 2 between Gambit Gaming and XEG, I want to get the analyst take on Game 1. Xmitty talked about innovation from Gambit's side and throwing out that Amumu pick in support. That's got to be one of the biggest ones straight off the bat here. How do you think that worked out for them?
So I really liked Amumu because it worked for team fights really well, which I think you saw when it got to the team fight phase. Edward jumped in, man-moded, started some fights, and they did a really good job with those.
Yeah, the way I see it is Amumu is pretty much a better version of Annie if you can get to team fighting, but realistically, you're not supposed to get to team fighting. I think it was like disrespectful almost to pick Amumu and then go bot lane like they did because, I mean, XCG should have just went bottom and 2v2'd them. I think they went top because they thought they were going to lane swap to try to 2v2, and they ended up guessing wrong. But if they had guessed correctly and they had 2v2'd against Amumu, I mean, he does absolutely nothing in lane. Like, bandage toss, whatever, you die.
Though I liked Vulcan's comp, it got completely outpicked by Gambit.
How do you think, what's the cause of that as transitioning into mid-game, it seemed like Vulcan XZG just didn't know anymore how to team for or even how to position themselves, especially if you know that you have something like a bandage toss just waiting in the wings.
Yeah, so I normally criticize Genja for his poor item choices, but this item choice he made where he bought BT into Giant Spell won his team the game because Kayle is going to have an easier time ulting herself because it's a lot easier to watch your own HP than your teammates. As you saw, like Alex's ulti is sometimes a little late. So Kha'Zix is really only the realistic person on XCG who's going to carry. He's the only person who's ahead, and the only person he can reset on the whole team is Sivir because she's really squishy, she's 500 range, and everyone else is a tank. So he bought a Giant Spell, and he could never die after that. So that one is team the game. Honestly, it sealed it. Like, Kha'Zix can no longer reset on anybody, and that makes it so XCG, literally all of them are useless.
Yep. Something we saw yesterday, actually, as well. But then, talking maybe a little bit more about team fights, we have a replay that illustrates it perfectly. And to me, it really shows that Gambit would go for these objectives over and over. And they were like, well, if we get the objective, great, that's great for us. If we get the team fight, that's great for us as well.
Exactly. It's a really clever play by Gambit to focus on objective play. If we can get that replay up on your screen, guys, we'll show you exactly what we mean. So let's start where we are. Gambit are sitting here at Baron Pit, right? All five of them, they're grouped up, no split pushing. They want to force a 5v5, and they want to force the engage. Now, XTG are a little bit split up, but they're basically all sort of on the south side. They're ready to get into the fight, but Gambit will never split up at all. So let's roll the clip and watch the beginning initiation, right? They force the Kha'Zix back down to the left. Diamond engages in, the rest of the team follows with Sivir ulti. So they jump in, Bloodwater immediately dies. Let's pause right here, because here's the team fight Gambit wants. All five grouped up, the heavy burst already gone, Kayle ulti still available, and as you mentioned before with Kha'Zix, there's no really way in on this fight.
Yeah, they're just coming in from so many different directions. You saw Vi coming in from kind of the Wraiths. You saw Cloud coming in from behind. And if you come from 3 different directions, you want to collapse on them. You don't want to get collapsed on because you're so split up that you left your squishy backline. Bloodwater just died instantly, and there was no follow-up.
Yeah, so let's roll the rest of the clip out. You're going to see just the easy, basically wombo combo. Man Cloud is trying to go in. Genja, all right, there's the Kayle ult. Genja can't really do much at this fight as they just keep walking forward, dealing the damage. And what I really liked as well was even though Shyvana isn't classified as having a whole bunch of crowd control in general, the just AoE knockback that she brings is actually kind of exactly what that team wants. Because they just kind of want to push it back, say, don't burst us, give us a little bit more time for Kayle and Sivir, give us some time to walk through you guys. And just like that knockback from Shyvana ulti, then just punch him with the face is good enough.
Yeah, that was kind of hilarious because she had a death cap and her ulti did like 200 or like 300 more damage than it should have. But yeah, his ultis were good. They're spot on the whole game.
Yeah, great stuff there from Gambit. Now that you've heard what we have to say, let's see how you answered our Twitter question of the day. Of course, earlier we asked you which LCS Pros plays has influenced your own game the most during the Battle of the Atlantic and why. And here's what you had to say. The first answer is from @Kamikaze Platypus, who says, Crepo has a huge impact on my support play by showing me how strong Leona really is and that she is more than a niche. And that is something he proved yesterday.
Yeah, so Crepo has always been known for his Leona play, and he's just pretty solid. One thing that Leona has an advantage of over other kind of supports like Annie is her ult range is a lot more unpredictable than Annie. Like you can kind of respect an Annie's flash tibbers or like a Tarek or an Alistar, but you can never really respect a Leona ulti 100% because at any time, because of its long range, it can catch you off guard. And if you get really good at landing it, which people have finally gotten to the point where they're so good at League that they can hit it with like 80% accuracy. It's just such a strong champion to pick. I don't think it's as good on purple side because going bottom lane on purple, you have a disadvantage inherently. But on blue side, you see a lot of Leona picks, and it's just working out recently like really well.
Yes, it has. And the second tweet is from @ArmanSword. He says, Alliance Shook taught me a lot about jungling Elise in the Season 4 meta. His pressure was ridiculously high for a newcomer.
And Shook is an incredibly skilled player. He had so much hype coming into the season, and he's shown it so far against Dignitas. Of course, we'll see him throughout the spring split as well. But yeah, these early game aggressive junglers like Elise are really doing well. I know I've seen comments from people saying, well, with the extra emphasis on maybe farming in the new season, maybe all the early pressure junglers aren't going to be very good anymore. Well, we see it's not really the case. The good Elise players have been separated from the great Elise players, and they're doing great.
Absolutely. The third and last tweet is from @PlaysGames. He says, Bjergsen, the Burger King has shown that you can make off-meta choices like LeBlanc and still succeed with great mechanics.
And I really like the LeBlanc pick. She's getting a little bit more play over time. I know Shifter plays her. I know Faker plays her once in a while as well into certain counter picks. And it's fun to see the champions that come out once in a while and make a bunch of plays. She's flashy as well. I'm just excited to see LeBlanc in play.
And Doublelifter maybe going to have to play against that a lot of times in the NALCS.
Yeah, probably. I'm not really too scared though. Like, there's always be players who play kind of off-meta champions, but play them really well at a high level. And I think, honestly, like the best, the most perfect player in the world, the closest I can think of is like Faker. He plays not only the meta champions, but he plays them perfectly. And there's always going to be some players like Bjergsen who play off-meta champions almost perfectly. And, you know, like, while they might not be the best pick, if they're really good at that champion, they can potentially carry the game.
Well, keep those answers coming, and remember, we're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS. And now for the play-by-play of Game 2, let's send it back over to Riv and Kobe.
Thank you very much, Shox, and let's get to it. Game 2 between Europe's Gambit Gaming and North America's XDG. With only one more victory, Gambit will earn 2 more points for the EU in the Battle of the Atlantic. Meanwhile, XDG is hoping to turn the series around, make it 2 games to 3.
Now, let's just review that last game. It was Edward who was initiating for Team Gambit with his support Amumu. Did a great job once they got to the team fights, and since it turned out that they had a 2-versus-1 lane, didn't really have to deal with that Mumu laning phase. Then they also had Alex. He had a rough early game with ManCloud getting that early gank and giving up that kill, but he did end up dominating towards the end. He had one at least very good intervention, and he was definitely putting out the deeps.
I was going to be surprised if Kale didn't get to that point where you're just like, nope, nobody can take on Kale.
Well,
but
pretty much any AP champion that has Death Cap and Void Staff does a lot of damage.
No.
Those are the two. If you have those two
That's
items.
your Infinity Edge and your Phantom Dancer.
Yeah.
So coming into this game, you look at Gambit, and let's consider that the rejoining of Edward, bringing that back, really affected the entire team more than bringing somebody on as a support would. Because that is a huge mentality boost for the entire team. It's what they used to have, and what they used to have was a hell of a lot of wins under that belt.
Yeah.
And when they lost him, they actually moved to 3rd in the split. They were 2nd when they had him, so it's always been better with Edward.
Sometimes you don't really appreciate what you have until it's gone, and they let him go, and he came back, so it was meant to be. This Gambit team was definitely meant to be.
You got to do it the right way. It's the way your mother told you. It's got to be done.
And it looks like they are feeling so much happier with Edward back on the team. They seem like everybody is on the same page now, and definitely showed being able to play with a supporter Mumu pretty much flawlessly.
With the support of Mumu. We do see the Kassadin coming out, as well as the Mundo once again. We'll see some of those the Triforce of top laners being banned right now. So many variable words to use. Benny playing Nasus last time. We really haven't seen too much Nasus. That was really a comfort pick for him, and we'll see if it really flows into him for a different champion. Because it didn't help the comp too much.
I'm not the biggest fan of Nasus top because anytime I know that one of my teammates is just going to be focused on himself and farming and just trying to get those stacks up top, and it kind of upsets me for the early and mid game.
He drew a Nocturne ban right away from that. The threat, the initiation was just too strong long range, and really, I think that combined with everything is kind of just too much in the kit and caboodle.
Right, and they also banned out the Elise or the Evelyn, which is very potent early game.
Banned that last
ganks,
game. Get out of here.
But You ban one champion that's amazing at the early game ganks, Gambit takes the other one. We're going to have to see what Diamond can do with Elise.
Yeah.
Because like we just saw in that last tweet, Shook has been able to put out a lot of early pressure. But something else that Shook does that I really appreciate is that since Elise is actually a ranged champion, he can take that champion from the jungle and he comes to lane quite often just with his mid laner and shoves the lane with him.
Just walk in the lane.
Do turret damage, exactly. He sits there, sieges up at the turret, and the opponent, just 1 versus 2 range, you can't do anything to stop that turret damage.
You get pretty good push on
he
with
gets
Frenzy too.
objectives as well as the ganks.
Still slowly locking him in. Looks like XDG is going to take a little out of the Gambit book. We'll see if they can do something here. It was Lucian and Nasus for these picks.
Pretty much the exact same thing. When I said that Gambit chose this combo, and I was like, okay, that's amazing because Sivir's speed up is just what Shyvana needs. She gets in the fight and she can go wherever she wants. You speed up that dragon, she becomes even more terrifying. Now, if they can get a similar comp to what Gambit used last time, just a bunch of brawlers that want to get in there, when you pop that Sivir ultimate, everyone's on the hunt. Your opponents can't get away from your team fight. So you have the great team fighting team, and you have great chase potential. Just go for objectives.
CLG did this a little bit yesterday, tried to take the champions. Some thought that it might have been out of their comfort zone, but I feel like for these, XDG has played these before. Shyvana or Sivir is going to be quite well for them, but it is a trade-off of really what was just used. You can see where these players consider the power.
Well, this is going to be actually very interesting because basically if you get beat in a matchup with one side and then you switch champions and you get beat with the other side, it's very depressing because that just means the other team completely outplays you and they're just a higher caliber of a team. It's not going to be the exact same though. Leona, a little bit easier to use than a Mumu.
Twitter is like fueling our picks here.
Very similar though, yeah. She does also go all in with her initiations, but like Double F was saying, the range on her ulti extremely long, hard to compensate for.
This is not the kind of team that XDG had last time. Yes.
Even though they were cheering, but they didn't really believe that that was going to get locked in.
How can you believe? This is ultimately, oh my god, the smile on Genja's face. The bruiser bot lane, lock it in. I dare you. If they lock this in, it truly will start to show that diversity can be played. 3.14 has been a pond that everybody is just trying to test whatever they can in. And right now, Gambit is showing they're pretty much going to muddy the waters a lot more.
People like Pantheon more than Riven, I guess. But Riven, really, really potent. Does a very similar thing. Very high scaling AD carry, as we've seen. Faker and so many others. Can be played mid.
Wow.
Can start dominating that lane 1 versus 1 in Bloodwater.
Wow.
Wants to play the crowd as well.
So they do have Lucian. I'm sad. I thought they were going to put Lucian middle. They still may and run some crazy bot lane. We can all hope.
All right, so we'll make sense of this Gambit team here. They do bring
I don't know if you can.
a significant amount of AP damage because, you know, even if that Elise is in the jungle, if Diamond takes her, then it will have the percentage damage from her magic. And Warwick as well, with his Q, does a good amount of magic damage, usually by Sunfire Cape as well, so it'll be burning slowly for that. And the only thing is with this Gambit team, when your main tank, which is probably going to be Warwick, does not have AoE crowd control, it makes it a bit difficult to pull off those team fights. And it's going to be on Edward, once again, to bring that AoE CC with the Annie. He's going to have good initiates because if he can get a good initiate, that followed up with the Riven, massive air effect damage.
The one person they get is going
is
to
what
die.
they want to do. Yeah, exactly.
That's huge. Lucian's going to be able to just shred right through that with the charge shot. You're good to go. I like the pickups, however, a lot that would utilize stopping that composition from working. Warwick jumps on Sodi, scatter the weak. He hit him with Leona. That's a quick one-off for them, but it's only Warwick. You got a whole Gambit team to deal with. It's junked up from last game, and they played well. Both Barons in their favor, coming in strong. The Mumu in the bottom lane didn't phase them, and the reason it didn't is because they played it to avoid what they didn't want.
Yeah.
They didn't go into what they got to kill, and they weren't like, we can totally get more. They actually waited a long time. We saw Alex farming for how long after going 0-2?
And they also, you know, it was fortunate for them to go in those 2 versus 1 lanes, so he didn't have to get punished early due to his range disadvantage. But I really want to talk about, you know, how Darian knows Shyvana so well, one of his favorite champions, always has been. he is counter-picking Shyvana with Warwick, which we haven't seen a lot of. Warwick, not one of those top lane meta champions that's using the perseverance like all the other ones. He'll probably take that and go defensive. But I'm really curious to see if they can actually find that 1v1 matchup. I want to see it played out.
The 1v1 would be awesome. That Warwick at 40 minutes is going to be a nuclear bomb running around because it's one of the hardest champions to kill. So
much sustain.
The late game for these guys. XDG needs to come out strong as they did last game, but they need to hold it down. Any sort of giving up, Gambit is going to take it and completely run with it. For game 2 of the Battle of the Atlantic here, we are on to the Rift. Gambit looks to take it. XDG looks to stay in the series with this win.
Looking to have some fun again here too. Darian rocking the Warwick is initially heading towards the top side, so we'll have to see if he does stay up there. He's got the teleport this time. So Shyvana, yes, she'll have the upper hand as far as the duels are considered early on because he's taking the combat summoner of Ignite, but Darian will be able to join the rest of his team. And a level 6 Warwick teleporting into your lane is a devastating thing, especially if that does happen bottom lane. Edward can easily set that one up, lock both members of XEG in place, and have Darian buy him enough time to join the fight and suppress one member.
Alex taking E, going against that ranged in mid. And you can see, I wouldn't doubt a few Doran's purchases here. We all know Gambit for loving the Doran, so expect a few more to go under the belt of Alex here as he tries to go hard on Mandatory Cloud. I think he's going to have a little bit of revenge from last game because Mandatory Cloud had his way in lane.
Yeah, Mandatory Cloud, though, very confident on that Syndra. Very popular champion for a lot of North American high solo queue players. I think he'll be able to deal with this Riven because she's gotten so popular as well that you get a lot of practice laning up against her.
You can see all the totems activated and starting to be used. We'll see who backs to switch that out for the sweeper, usually the supports, but right now they get that first a bit of jungle cover and they'll be safe for the early part of the laning phase. It wasn't safe in the mid lane, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Both of these champions in the mid lane have pretty high kill potential, so it'll be interesting to see where these junglers go first, because Elise, great at early game ganks, but so is Lee Sin, and Smithy is a beast Lee Sin. So they'll probably be making some early visits around there to try and turn the tides in this mid lane war.
This is about Smithy, Jarvan, and Nasus, really, that he was able to make his mark in the summer split and be that, as Freak said, the player that was really the most improved. So we'll see if it transfers over here now to 3.14 into the Battle of the Atlantic. Both of these teams, as we said, testing out the waters, and Gambit doing a little bit more. Alex taking some damage in mid, but we saw this before. He knows what he can take and when he can take it.
Again, we do have a 2v1 switch as well.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes a bit more sense here for XEG this time around because it's going up against Annie Lucian, which we talked about. So it's an aggressive bully lane for the 2 versus 2 situation. Meanwhile, they're just having, Benny roam alongside Smithy and give him a little jungle help while they wait for the minion wave to get to his turrets.
In at least one game, or the one game we just saw, there hasn't been much jungle invading after that first red buff we saw. CLG alternate was jungle all day. Those guys had a vendetta on the buffs. Really, there's been no focus between these teams.
So especially early, jungle invading and counter jungling is not as effective this patch because, oh, well, here we go. Diamond coming in for a gank. That's still effective.
As you were saying.
Yeah, so that was effective. They got the flash out. ManCloud did not, however, take any harass. And since Diamond was spending his time in the mid lane going for a gank, it's a small advantage here for XEG as long as the repeat gank does not secure a kill on the Mandatory Cloud. Because Smithy is spending his time doing turret damage.
Yeah.
But ManCloud's pretty far extended.
Oh, ManCloud right back to the mid lane, and it is revenge coming in for Alex Each with the help of Diamond.
When you burn your flash that early against an Elise, you have to play defensively. You have to respect the Elise because it's so easy for Elise to gank mid lane. Just like I was talking about at the beginning of the game, she can come in from the Fog of War, and it makes it so easy to land the cocoons on mid lane. Mandatory Cloud right there. I think that was a bit of an overextension after he had already blown his flash.
Absolutely. Diamond had all eyes on the 3 and Smithy, or Smithy and those 2 in the top lane taking up the turret damage, so he was free to get.
They didn't even get that turret either, yeah.
No. Well, it's close.
Yeah, it's pretty close. They didn't get it, though.
It was a little, when they were up by that turret, it was kind of reminiscent of what TSM would do in There was just nobody there for them to wait and kill under the turret.
Smithy now has actually taken the opportunity to try and do some invading of his own, get behind Alex. Since Alex used all his summoners to get the initial kill on Mantor Cloud, he doesn't have them left.
There's the scatter, there's no hard CC, but they are going to be able to get the Q and the resonating strike. Very good follow-up on that first blood.
Great answer there from Smithy. Again, Lee Sin as well. Great early game potential. And since Alex used his summoners offensively, you don't kind of have that sense as a mid laner that you have to play defensively because you're like, oh, wow, you know, I just got my kill. But to get that kill, you used your escape. And you're going to have to watch out for the jungler.
Almost sets you up for the better. You got to be ready. Beautiful play by Smithy, knowing that that money would be spent. A free gank without Diamond is a kill for them, and now 1-1. Benny looks like he may lose his turret in the bottom lane. He's not doing too much for it. He wants that farm anyways. But they are down to a second tier already here. So this is definitely causing Diamond a bit more trouble in where he has to go in these lanes.
Yeah, Diamond coming to try and put this top lane shove in check here. Able to throw out just one spider to deter them and then go farm up a camp. So even though Smithy and Diamond are both down there, Diamond's trying to get a little bit more money out of the situation.
I wonder how long they'll keep this. The bottom turret goes down, so they may be forced to match up in mid or something. But last time, XDG did this first, and they quickly rotated back to the 2v2. Now they're pushing forward.
And you also have to worry about the Dragon at this point. They're spending so much time
They have a lot of people top, yeah.
with their jungler that the Dragon is open for Gambit. And they definitely have the resources down there to take it.
Another turret going down, a flash burned onto Benny now. They're waiting on Syndra's to come back up as well. So ManCloud and Benny looking for a little bit of safety within their lanes. Ooh. They do have a bit of a gold lead, but again, it's not level 2 and 3, but Gambit tries for the early Dragon once.
This is a dangerous contest.
Too much AoE. This is bad. A good grab there. Genja trying to get himself out. Just kind of walked that one back and forth. There was no decisiveness there coming from XDG.
That worked out really well for Gambit, and pretty much the main reason that it did work out so well is that their jungler is Elise, and she can tank the dragon with her spiderlings. So even though it's very early to take a dragon, and it's dangerous because it puts out a lot of damage, those spiderlings can tank a huge amount for you if you're able to maneuver properly.
You see Alex's build actually goes for the Vampiric Scepter right after the Dorans. So we won't get an extra one, but Diamond will cover that. He'll put one in his inventory. 7 minutes in, XDG chooses to go for the mid lane here with their duo instead of the bottom lane. They're going to just leave that to Benny.
Seeing that they've gotten 2 turrets up in this top lane, it leaves Darien free to freeze this lane. Because Gambit already took the other objective on the other side of the map, that dragon, it means that, you know, he won't be pressured very soon to join the rest of his team. As long as the rest of Gambit can play defensively and hold on to their turrets in CS, then they can just slowly increase their gold lead while freezing that top lane there and allowing Darien to not only build up a good CS count, but also build up a big minion wave that they can then turn around and pressure the top lane of XDG with.
It's more of a take and give than a give and take. You got to be careful. You can't give too much because they'll just take it.
Especially against Russians. No giving allowed. Looks like XGG though have plans on the mid lane here. They're circling around with 4 members and taking this opportunity since the top lane is frozen, they invade bottom side jungle.
Now focus on Zuna here for a second. With all the pushing, with the pressure on the objectives, he is now about 20 CS behind. It's about 16 now that he's rounded up. But that is going to affect. Now that they're meeting up, Genja has probably a bit of gold on himself, and it's going to be a good matchup once he gets that Triforce.
It's an interesting thing here because Zuna does have a BF sword where Genja only has a Phage. So Zuna technically, with more damage
right
there,
now, that hurts.
win that trade, and since Bloodwater comes in, not able to get off the stun, but they do have a good amount of harass.
Edward looking to regain a bit of ward control here on the bottom. There we go. Put it in the forward brush to keep themselves safe, and with that stun up, he is potential damage, so XDG plays it safe.
Really got to watch out for that level 6 too, because as soon as both these supports hit level 6, the bottom lane is going to explode. They have so much crowd control, and again, it will be similar to last time, whichever support does get the first move, the initiative for the fight, is going to have the advantage here, because if Leona is able to land her combo onto Annie, even though Annie's got that Tibbers, she's very squishy, and he can actually try and burst her down.
That Phage is looking pretty good for Genja now. A pretty chunky Zuna health bar. Once he gets hit a few times, that's going to be enough. Nothing in the top lane for Darien. He continues to farm 45 to 33, and the farming is super low in this game.
It's very low because of the 2v1 situations that we saw.
Right.
And since jungler switched over to try and push that turret so much, everyone's focused on turret damage, not so much the farming. But Darien has gotten a giant CS lead. He was down 15 CS before he started freezing, and now he's up 10. So he is more than closed that gap, but he hasn't purchased with it yet.
Oh, he locks him down with the suppression. Will it be enough? And he will not be able to follow. Bottom lane is setting up for this. It's going to be Edward. He does get locked up. That level 6 explosion. Bloodwater's actually level 5. They went in on that before having everything they needed. They thought they had enough, and they are pressured off with Zuna going down.
Oh, the combo does land there. Now it's Benny on a run.
Oh, Alex in the right place at the right time, and he's going to go ahead and pick himself up a kill. 2 for 0.
Little bit of overextension on both sides there for XCG, and now Diamond not able to catch Smithy, but you're right. So the big difference right there in the bottom lane fight was that Bloodwater had not achieved that level 6. Even though Edward wasn't able to get off his tippers, not having that Solar Flare for Leona did cost them because both junglers joined the fight, and Diamond was able to turn the tides.
Alex just kind of hanging out in mid lane, so they're not really looking to pressure anything off of this. They say good lane win down to the bottom, good kills, let's reset, and this again is almost when Gambit took control last time. XDG with a great push, a great start, and then it just kind of still slowly turns over to Gambit.
It's funny because the roles have been completely reversed, but Gambit are still doing a good job. They're in the lead. They now have the top laner who's just farming, just thinking about himself.
Right.
He's got the teleport. Darien has still not gone back to buy. You can see that last little fight there where Benny got him extremely low. Darien just stuck around, and the amazing sustain that is in Warwick's kit allowed him to get right back to full health. Only rocking that Doran shield right now. He's holding on to a giant sum of money. And before he fights Benny one more time, he's probably going to want purchase.
Benny itemizing for the Spirit Visage in that top lane. Smithy, actually, we haven't seen this in a bit unless it's been played by Insect, but he is going Sightstone and he is going for team utility, really assisting team, snowballing team, and getting them going.
It's interesting the Madred's Razor there for him too. We have not seen a lot of that come out here. This is they do find him. Couple wards dropped.
Kenja didn't want any of that, and then he figured out what the situation was and was like, I can shoot him. Yeah, we can do this. 3-1 as everybody's kind of getting their nerves shaken off here. 12 minutes into the game, a Solar Flare comes out into Alex. Can they scatter the weak as well? Very nice by Edward, shutting down ManCloud. He could not come out with the kill he needed. They do go almost 1-for-1 on that, but it's not going to be enough in the return damage. Benny gets caught out here. The stuns are consecutive. Very nicely done coming from Elise and Annie. Well played.
Oh no, Benny coming in from the back of that fight does get snagged up. Nice cocoon right there, and they're able to get an answer kill. It took them a long time to take down Alex, even though they caught him out so well. And they are going to pay for it with the mid turret, but Zuna has been spending his time all alone down bottom.
Yeah, we got to remember that didn't have an AD carry. He's about to meet Genja, so they may not take that turret, and it won't be a trade for the one they're about to get in mid. So a very nice way to capitalize off a few kills, or losing one and taking one, I should say.
And Genja is going for that early rush of the Trinity Force, which not a lot of people have been sticking to. They're waffling back and forth between the Bloodthirster first and the Trinity Force first. I'm personally a fan of that Bloodthirster, but we definitely have seen that Genja knows how to build very well, even though it's a little bit odd and not quite the same as everyone else.
We got a props to Darien, bringing it all the way back. Seasons gets the wit's end, bringing that out onto Warwick. I don't know how long it's been since we've seen that item.
It's a beautiful sight. Get up some magic resist. He can steal magic resist, actually. Adds a lot of damage to that Warwick. So he is not going full tank Warwick like I expected. He's actually going for some extra damage in that fight. Sustained damage. XGG, like we said, the comeback mechanic that is Dragon, that's actually huge for their team.
It does become very big, especially as the game goes on and it increases in that cash money. Again, we have the Relic Shield. Oh, Relic Shield rather on the side of Bloodwater. Last game, this was the Talisman of Ascension for them, but I guess with On the Hunt, they don't want the double stacking speed. They're fine with that to initiate. On the other side, it hasn't actually been picked up by Edward this time. He feels like as Annie, he can put out that power already. You're going to have the gold need.
Yeah, Edward has not been shy about delaying his gold gold generating items, and sometimes even completely like, ignoring them. But when Bloodwater upgrades that to face of the mountain, it does provide another shield for his team. So he'll be able to protect Zuna that much better.
And Zuna just farming away like Darien. These guys, wow, he is still far behind actually. 113 to Genja, 85 to Zuna still, and he's actually been left alone in that bottom lane for quite some time. We saw him in the last mid-fight pounding on the turret, wasn't able to get that, so a little bit of work to be done, but potential gold sitting on the map for XDG and those turrets.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that they now have Sivir, the one freezing this lane over there, because they want Zuna to get caught back up in CS. But this Gambit team has such high pick potential, it's very dangerous to give up that man advantage on the rest of the map. If Gambit can start taking vision control, then they can really make some game-changing plays here. Both the Elise and the Warwick are great at capitalizing on catching people. Speaking of catching people, though,
that is not where you wanted to go today, and he goes down instantly. There's not even an inch of motion on their faces. They just knew it's going to happen.
That's why vision control is always the first step of trying to catch people, because of face checking like that. So Alex is the one who actually gets caught out. XGG need to capitalize on the kill.
Whoa, they are everywhere.
Oopsies.
Diamond doesn't even have a safe place to run in the jungle. He actually goes back and he pulls the flip side. He gets them confused, gets himself out.
Nice little juke there by Diamond. But it's a kill for XGG that they haven't really been able to capitalize on yet and get any objective with. Smithy now going to do his best to roam top and try and make Darien pay for this non-tanky build.
Oh, he is going to have Smithy on the backside as well. The Tempest and Cripple do not hit, so he may be able to get away from them. And it looks like he's going to be safe on this.
So, I guess he's decently tanky because he's getting magic resist from the Wit's End, and then he's also got some armor.
Yeah.
But he's not that beefy yet, and if he runs right into ManCloud, he's
that
going to take
was a
some
huge chunk
hits.
of health, but he doesn't have the mana to get out of this one. ManCloud delivered that one up on a silver platter.
All right, that's good. Drive-by Warwick kill from ManCloud. They're going to take that one and now try and collapse down bottom.
Whoa, thrown on the hunt. This is why they don't have the Talisman of Ascension. There's the dodge out. That's what they were waiting. He flashes, then Zenith Blades for the cut, and they finally get the last hit. He's able to walk it out quite far and waste some time here, but Alex now puts himself in a bad spot. They're all trying to rotate a little too late, and it seems like it's putting him in the wrong spot. Right over the wall, Bloodwater from stage left comes in to help. They take down Alex Each. It's now Edward, the resonating strike. Can he still do it? Oh, he goes back in for the kick.
Smithy with the acrobatics here. First, he baits Alex into staying by waiting for the last second to use his resonating strike and jump back in. Vulcan needs to hear the chants a little bit. Let's let him hear that. But yeah, Smithy, that was some beautiful acrobatics. First, baiting in Alex, and then Edward flashing over and not landing the timbers. Now Darien getting domed.
They are getting a little too antsy here with what they can do and the amount of power that they have. Gambit has not fallen into a situation like this in I don't know how long, but they are scattered.
All right, so let's take a look at it again. He lands a Q and then walks away, waits for the very last second to go back in, bait Alex, that he gets the stun and immediately exits.
Wow.
Buys enough time for Mandori Cloud to come in, as well as Bloodwater to fully lock up Alex. And then Edward, see, he flashes over here. He's got plenty of vision. He just plain misses. Oh, that was just a plain miss. And then Smithy, he's got balls of steel, goes right back in. He's not scared. Finishes off Edward.
An amazing
Waiting
turn
around
of
again.
events here. Smithy,
Get off my pink board.
Smithy hits Diamond. We got to remember, Smithy is the sight stone Lee Sin right now, and he is absolutely pushing people out of positions. Sork boots on that Elise, but she still can't deal out the damage that he's given.
Bloodwater makes quick work of that ward with his attack reset. And they're able to win that vision battle around the mid lane.
That, Kobe, you said this battle started with vision, but it continued with them having more vision than Gambit. You can see down on that red fight, there's like 4 wards. These are all coming from Smithy right now, and it is making them unstoppable.
Yeah, it seems like Gambit are playing a little bit loose here in this game. They're not playing too careful, haven't extended the vision to a great extent, and they're getting a little bit aggressive. Meanwhile, they've got a farming Warwick down bottom. So it's not shove lanes very fast, so it's pretty much always a frozen lane with Darien there.
Wow. Great job being a little cheeky, getting in the minds of his opponent. It looks like they are going to back off and set up as a team of 5. Power in numbers right now for XDG. They were not doing anything like this last game. They were all going in for mandatory cloud to get the 1 pick off on Kazakhs. Now they have the 5-team fight.
All right, so they're grouping up around Dragon. Even though they don't have the teleport, Benny is walking his way down here. And if Gambit don't engage this quickly, then he will join the team.
I don't put this past Gambit. They're that team that surprises you after 1 second of losing a fight. Diamond up and down. He is safe from Pell. And they are going right on the Edward. He couldn't move. It is going to get obliterated right there. And he does go down. Diamond maybe next. Zuna is in a bad spot right now with those ADs and APs around him. And like I said, they can just turn it around like that. Triple kill for Alex each.
So they take down Edward, but this back line just destroys Zuna and ManCloud, and now it's Gambit's Dragon.
I don't think they're going to have
Smithy wants
trouble taking this. Alex puts himself in the way of a Sonic Wave.
Oh, he got it! Look at that Dragon steal by Benny. Beautiful with the Flame Breath.
Very, very nice job. Making himself apparent in this game. They know what to do.
That one's going to sting.
I'd say so.
That's going to tick off Diamond a little bit. Just a little bit.
Let's see how this fight goes
all right,
down.
So many stuns were used on Edward. This is pretty much all crowd control on the support. And look at that Alex-Darian combo just mashing his face in. Mandatory Cloud does not stand a chance after that, and they immediately eat up Zuna right after. So that's all the damage taken out from this XDG team.
As you kind of see how that formulates, you have the dive buddies of Benny and Mithy Xmithy. I keep calling him Mithy. Xmithy going in with Bloodwater, and it just left ManCloud and Zuna. You gotta be a little bit more careful. I'm sure they assess this fight. Oh, coming in on the teleport. Darian just on the other side. Suppression over the wall. It cannot be cleansed off. And it looks like they are going to try and get this fight back in order. Edward goes down in a split second. Alex Each now into Bloodwater as they make their way off to the left. ManCloud very low. Can he deny the vision? But they put down a ward. He is able to get away. Darian and Xmithy now in the 1v1. They are going to battle it out with brute force punches. Alex Each coming around the side, and he is going to deter the rest of this fight.
So Zuna was actually falling a little bit too close.
They got
Darian
that scent.
Is still on the chase right now. Smithy with some acrobatics once again does escape.
Those wards pay for themselves when you're playing Lee Sin.
They definitely do. And look at that Baron side of the map right now. Talk about wards. That thing is littered with
security
wards
system
right now. Alex is still on the hunt, though.
Is he, Sivir?
Freak? What did Freak get up here?
23 minutes in the game. We got a 10-9. That score pretty damn close along with the gold, but the turrets are really what's allowing access into the map. The fact that they're down on the top side, that is where XDG continues to find their fights. Gambit wants the Dragons over and over. I don't think XDG can give it to him there because they haven't been their fights at all.
Yeah, it's looking like a pretty fun game. They're not hesitating to fight right now. They're engaging all of them. We just saw Teleport burned in that last turnaround to surprise trap Zuna there and burst him down.
So whatever it takes, Mo.
Yeah, pretty much whatever it takes. And by the way, we do have Darian going a little bit more conventional tank items now. He's got that Sunfire, so armor and magic resist, but he has so much damage packed into this build, both from the Wit's End and the slow burn.
Still, even with these top laners being off and farming the whole time, they sit at 130 apiece, 23 minutes into the game, so you can tell there's been a lot more fighting between the champions than there have the minions in the lane. The turrets have seen a bit of pressure only in the top lane, and XDG has really only, as I said, utilized that to fight. They're not pressuring that lane to get anything more out of it.
And as we see down bottom here, when the two mid laners meet up, yes, Darian is extremely tanky and he's got great sustain, so he can handle himself in that lane, but Warwick does not have wave clear in his kit, so he's only pretty much relying on that Sunfire cape burning down the minions while he auto attacks, and Shyvana has far superior wave clear, so she can shove that lane, and she's actually the one who's going to draw resources down from Gambit. Oh, fight over this raid. Come on, who can get it? Smithy goes in and smites early, but he still gets it.
Genja got shot there, or Genja shot Smithy rather. Alex East finishing up that Spirit Visage. That means he is a little bit more happy to go into these fights. ManCloud can't exactly take him from 100 to 0%. Maybe that Unleashed Power is one of the strongest ultimates in the game, but not dying right away. Riven can get her HP back up very fast, and he caused trouble. Triple kill in the last fight.
And Mandatory Cloud has actually built for that. He's built to burst one person down.
Yeah.
He's got
Yeah.
the Rush Deathfire Grasp, but that early Spirit Visage on Riven is such a good buy because it protects him, yes, from the magic damage, but also cooldown reduction gives him more shields, and the increased lifesteal from his Spirit Visage is going to work really well with that Bloodthirster.
Synergizing up very nicely. We see Darian and Benny. They trade a little equal there. It's about a 60-40 in the last bit of damage as he got a Q off. So those two can be able to handle each other in the bottom lane. So we'll see what the 4v4 fight provides. The teleport's down for Darian. This is really about all the first use of the crowd control and if it's dodged out, because it's going to be big initiation. It's either a Bloodwater going in or Edward trying to flash stun.
And that's why the wards are so important at this point in the game. And once again, we see no sweepers from Gambit. XCG have picked up 2, but Gambit are still holding out on that. They pretty much just rely on pink wards for their vision control.
Around at more inventories. Lock into the Iron Solari. Pretty much orthodox builds coming out here. And Mithy only going for the Vampiric Scepter as he goes to upgrade. His path has been really to support his team in this game.
Yeah, Smithy's been doing a pretty good job also. He's putting on a very good show for the fans. Some nice acrobatics.
Some supporting.
Now the other thing about Gambit, you know, relying only on pink wards for all their vision control is that it's a limited resource, but it's a shared team limited resource because only one per person on your team. So if someone like Darian does a good job and he's like, yes, I bought a pink ward, I'm going to place this for you guys. If he puts it in a bad spot, you know, that's something that's not going to benefit the rest of the team because he only gets one.
Taking out the spiders, he gets a cocoon for it, and they back off from the fight. Still seeing a lot of brown boots on the side of Gambit. Doesn't mean game, but it means they are definitely wanting the power of their core items faster than they want the ability to escape and get out of these fights. And right now they're looking to position for that dragon. This is the one I said that they wanted, and they're always the one first. They're the one to instigate this.
Oh, here we go.
But they're not going to be the first one to go in. Benny dragging descent to the middle. It's quite a scatter right now, but they have all the focus they need. Gambit takes down right onto ManCloud. They focus in onto Benny. Nobody can even breathe from XDG as they are smothered out in this fight. Finally followed up, and a few quick clicks coming in from Darian to finish off the fight. Zuna, once again, left running.
Now he's the only one left on the team, and that was XCG once again initiating onto Edward. They paid for it this time because the rest of Gambit did not hesitate to collapse, and they kicked Edward out this time too, so they didn't even kill him this time around.
Being a nuisance, they're just trying to chase Genja around, make sure he can't back. Make sure he wastes the most amount of time because really they have nothing to do but pressure this top turret, or bottom turret I should say, the top of bottom in the bottom lane.
Zuna's still on the run, by the way. This has been a long path for Zuna to walk.
He's wearing some holes in his shoes right now, and I don't know if he's going to make it out alive. He is
like Diamond
looking at about 30 seconds on his ultimate right here, and I don't think he has that much time to live. Diamond's got big gap closers. He gets shot from both sides. He gets taken down eventually, but he also started to waste their time. That they didn't do much with. That's okay.
So we'll say that's another sort of delayed ace for Gambit. They got 5 kills and the dragon out of that.
Inside the park ace.
Yeah, remember, you know, all these random XCG kills that they're getting a significant amount, but they don't get the objectives after. Again, Edward gets so much focus here, but they end up kicking him out at half-life. And then, since Darian ults in onto ManCloud, they all have to collapse. And they just get AoE down when Edward comes back into the fight, and Genja arrives to do a point-blank culling to the face and just annihilates the rest of the entire team.
So many ifs in that fight. If he didn't kick, and when Smithy turned around, he had 3 people right in front of him. Like Smithy could have kicked them all.
Many ifs. This Warwick just coming in every time, ulting Mandatory Cloud, takes out, you know, one of the key players for XDG, and it's been a real problem for them.
Not something that they considered would happen. Losing their max amount of power in the beginning of a fight. Like I said, it's all about that first moment. If it's not on your terms, it's not going to go the right way. And Gambit has been wanting dragon fights the entire game.
I mean, Warwick is a very binary champion. He's coming in and you know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to ult one of your carries. Since one of them is Sivir and has a spell shield, he's probably not going to risk it on that. So he's coming for Mandatory Cloud. You can get a Quicksilver Sash to try and deal with that, or something like a Mikhail's Crucible. And if Bloodwater is able to finish there, he finished the Mikhail's Crucible. now...
He's got to be in range. He's the one diving, so he's not on the back line to give that up to ManCloud. See if they can run this one down. XDG trying to put themselves in the front. Good damage coming from ManCloud. But he also has to be careful. Being on that front line has cost Zuna his life quite a few times. 14-10 is the score. Now we're getting back into the jungle. 30 minutes into the game. XDG trying to cover their ground here, cover their assets. And will they be able to? Xmithy, big damage onto him, but he's able to get out. Locking up the Iron Solari, mitigating a good amount of damage that would follow up. And they stop the fight.
All right, chased out of their own jungle, but Gambit definitely with the upper hand here, and now they're going to be able to shove in this lane. In the sieging matchup, you know, they don't have the best siege, but they have such a big lead in this game. They can just bully XCG around.
Double Bloodthirster coming out now for Gambit. Looks like the usual batteries they put in their punching gloves. They're trying to come out with pure power before they go for that defense. We do see a needlessly large rod coming out into Diamond as well. It looks like he is also going for a Deathfire Grasp, which would be quite interesting, getting in there with that execution and even more.
So, Mikhail's Crucible actually doesn't work on suppresses, I don't think, here. So it's actually not going to save ManCloud. Tough break, but it will save someone else from a single target stun. Yeah.
Zuna clearing up the top. We'll see what the AD carries are sitting out right now, and it's quite a discrepancy if you look at that. 10,004, so it's about a grand in the pocket of Genja right now, and a 50 CS, 40 CS in his favor.
Yeah, Genja's feeling pretty good about this one. Yeah, whenever you get off a point-blank culling as well, like in that last fight, definitely emboldens your Lucian. Gambit, though, it looks like they're going to stick with the split pushing because they do have the teleport on Darien, and he is so tanky. They can just leave him over there while the rest of them roam down mid.
And something that Gambit does very well, they did it last game, we kind of talked about it with Genja's build, is that he went for that Triforce, right? He wasn't going to be able to fight Sivir right away. They don't do something they don't want. They avoid everything until they need to do it, and it keeps them on top. They aren't allowed to make mistakes that way.
Yeah, they're not making a lot of mistakes, but they are having a lot of fun. And, you know, we have Diamond here on the jungle Elise with his own Deathfire Grasp. So he's looking to come in and burst someone down as well. Seems like everybody, they take turns, I guess. One person can have a lot of fun with their build each game.
He's going to be maxed. He says, you have one, ManCloud? I have one. They are up 6,000 gold. That's been cleaned up a little bit. Last game, that was a 20,000 gold deficit. Darien getting hit up. The initiations that they start using just fuel Gambit to go into the fight every time. They quickly take down ManCloud. Not a second to think. They go right after Lucian as well, but it is going to be Zuna on the side to go down as they only get Genja. Not a lot of power from him right now in these fights if you got Alex Ish doing everything.
Yeah, again, they just burst down ManCloud. They take out all these damage sources for XCG, and there's no time for them to react. We didn't even have, you know, the Mikhails go on cooldown for Bloodwire. You didn't even get to heal anybody with it. This is definitely going to be an uncontested Baron, by the way. Gambit, again. Win team fight, go take objective. They are just crushing. Second game, a lot like they crushed the first game.
3 Barons in a row. The second game, almost exactly like XDG with the lead in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and it quickly sways the other way. Let's see how they initiate this, and they don't give ManCloud a chance.
Yeah, so there was a great initiation from Alex with the flash stun, and even though ManCloud flashes away and gets his ulti off on Genja, he doesn't take down Genja. So again, Gambit are able to just clean up the rest of the team, and they don't have to worry about any casualties.
That Dragon, enough to fight over even after Baron. The gold that it gives you as it goes later in the game is obviously worth fighting over in the eyes of XDG. Bloodwater very low here. Zuna is going. Whoa, he gets a lot of damage coming on to Zuna from Darien, and he is going to be able to flash over the wall. Nice scatter. No! Oh, it's the shield, but it's not going to be enough overall. You can see the Deathfire Grasp into ultimate almost isn't enough, and if not stunned right there, he would have won that fight. Well played by ManCloud.
And Darien shouts, worth. He was able to get Zuna at least, and Diamond comes in. Side, you know, they're still rocking the Baron buff, so they traded their fairly high DPS tank Warwick for the AD carry here for XCG.
He's getting to that time bomb point, Kobe, where you can just walk around, growl at everybody, and you can't do much about it.
He has a lot of different sources of magic damage, both from his kit as well as the items that he's decided to go with. And since he's got Sork Boots, they hit that much harder.
Good. Oh, very nice damage. Not having to use the DFG on that, so you can see they they can't even get to their own turret right now. Gambit is putting their mark on this game.
Alex is going real deep here, under the turret.
It's a 3v1 situation until his team can follow up, and he does get one with the help of Genja after a bit of the fight. It's going to be on the hunt going down. Smithy gets himself way too far into the fight. Benny now. Here comes the teleport in from Darian. He will join the fight. They will take an inhibitor turret.
This is just a massacre now. We've got this beefed up Darian with a Guardian Angel coming in, and he's got Blood Scent. There's nowhere for Bloodwater to go.
Bloodwater was like, wait, home is the other way, but there's a detour to be had.
Glad you didn't go for the easy joke about the Blood Scent and the Bloodwater, Riv. I'm very proud. They're going to take the mid inhibitor after that one, too. Real good work for Gambit. It looks like they actually want to end it now, too.
They got the turrets in their eyes. The Nexus is there. So is 2 points coming in the Battle of the Atlantic. If they can take down these turrets, they look to be taking down the second one. Still waiting for three members of XDG to come up. Zuna goes down. It is going to be 50 seconds on the clock. Here's the Smithy doing what he can, putting the last blood, sweat, and tears onto the Rift here in the Battle of the Atlantic. We see that Diamond has gone down, but the team has their eyes on the Nexus, and Gambit keeps it in a 2-0 sweep for the Battle of the Atlantic.
Couple of stylish wins there for Gambit.
Absolutely, showing it can be done in various ways.
Definitely utilizing some unconventional ideas, but man, you can't deny the impact that the Warwick had in this game. The suppression, which is not used very often in competitive play, really came up big there. Even though the Mikhail's was built, we thought that that would be an easy out, but it doesn't work on the suppression.
It's amazing. It comes down to really not seeing these champions lately. Not seeing a Mumu as a support. Do we focus that? Do we let it go? Oh my God, it crushed in the late game. Do we stop Warwick as he farms, or do we take 2 turrets down and give him free farm for the entire game so he can crush late game? They didn't know the result, so they let it go, and it became too strong.
Gambit have had a lot of practice with using new things.
That's amazing.
The power of their innovation.
Wow.
Right now, they're just accustomed to adapting to these new styles, and they have not hesitated on the new patch.
They're a team that always showed us something.
Branching out there. They really thrive in chaos, so they throw the other team off by using these different picks.
In fact, the first time we saw him at Katowice.
Yeah.
Janna Shyvana running around the jungle, then Tarek Shyvana running around the jungle. Nobody had done that before, and nobody's been bringing out Warwick or a Mumu support either.
It's funny, too, because they're also a team that practices a bit less than a lot of the other LCS teams because they have to spend so much time traveling. It's hard for them to be in the same place at once. That it's very, very impressive that they still come out and they perform so well.
It's completely amazing to have Edward back. I think the synergy has returned for Gambit. I think the fans have seen that as well.
I think the fans have seen that. They're pretty happy with his performance. This time around on Annie, even though he did miss that one tippers on Smithy, we'll give him that one.
We gotta also, Smithy played well. Mandatory Cloud played well, but there was the fights. When have they not gone to Gambit Gaming? They were Moscow 5. The fights went to them. They're the one that creates fights in the game, and they made it happen every time. They went to Baron, and last patch, last anything, people wouldn't go to Baron. Baron was a bad word. Baron was something we didn't talk about. In this patch, it is completely utilized to create fights again.
Yeah, Gambit immediately grab up objective after objective as soon as they win a team fight. Meanwhile, a couple sporadic kills here and there for XCG, not quite able to capitalize as well on them.
In that first game, as you mentioned, the Dragons played a huge role for Gambit, knowing that gold increase, knowing what they needed to do. They took Dragon after Dragon, 3 Barons throughout the games, 3 straight Barons, theirs.
They definitely played that one extremely well. I also really like Alex on the Riven this time around. Built very well and then did not hesitate. In the last 2 team fights, it wasn't even Warwick suppressing ManCloud. It was Alex going in, catching him out a couple times.
So another 2-0 in the Battle of the Atlantic as it is. It's been 2-0 series all the way down the line, and with that one, EU takes it. We still have a chance. Let's send it down to the stage where Shox is standing by with Alex Siege and Diamond from the victorious Gambit.
Thank you very much, Rivington. Great applause here for Gambit Gaming. Welcome, Alex and Diamond. Impressive performance from you guys. Game 1, not very easy early game versus ManCloud. What happened there?
So I expected the gank from Vi and started to fight ManCloud and died from gank. And then I have no flash and died again. So that was it. But Edward saved the situation and he said that I should say hi to Amumu.
Yeah, about that Amumu, I know that Edward said that he, like, Annie and Sona are top tier in this patch, and then there were some 2 question marks. Is that Amumu one of those? Is that a permanent fixture that you're going to keep using?
I don't know, ask Edward.
Let me maybe ask you how it worked in your team then.
Not very good.
Diamond, what do you think? Would you have rather jungled him?
What?
Would you have rather jungled him and let Nocturne go somewhere else?
No, I don't like Amumu jungle because he's kind of weak against strong junglers like Nocturne, Lee Sin, etc.
And did you think Edward did a good job with him?
Edward did a very good job, but Amumu support needs really good early game help, which I provided to him, so it was...
Diamond, you played against Xmithy, of course, at Worlds. Was there anything different about the way he counter-jungled or didn't counter-jungle you in these games than it was at Worlds?
I haven't noticed him in the first game, but in the second game, for a moment, I thought that Shuan is a jungler because she stole my dragon. When I again realized that I don't know who is jungling in their team, so...
All right. Alex, I also want to ask you about your Riven pick, because every interview I did with you after a game, you're like, I don't like Riven. I don't like playing against her. I don't like playing her. So what made you pick her right now?
I didn't say that I don't like playing her. I just hate Riven. I mean, in every solo queue there is Riven, or Riven is banned, so I can't train it myself, but everyone else is playing it and raping me hard. So I decided that I want to play Riven because we got a lot of magic damage, and like Riven is really hard to counter, and like with Ellis it's really strong on mid, and overall I got a lot of presence in team fights.
A lot of presence? Oh, I thought you said presence. Like, thank you for all the kills. Finally, back on this side of the Atlantic, great victory here in Battle of the Atlantic. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans watching?
We want to thank all the fans. Say, I think, Merry Christmas here, right? And for Russian fans, I want to say in Russian, с наступающим Новым годом! Спасибо вам за то, что смотрите нас.
Spasiba to you guys as well. Congratulations on that victory. Now, we've got to take a short break, but when we return, it's time for the second series in the NA Spring Promotion Tournament as Team Coast takes on the Walking Zed. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Over the wall. It cannot be cleansed off. And it looks like they are going to try and get this fight back in order. Edward goes down in a split second. The wall, nice scatter. No! Oh, it's the shield, but it's not going to be enough overall.
Welcome back to the Spring Promotion Tournament live from Los Angeles. Before we get to the battle between Team Coast and the Walking Dead, I want to talk to you guys about that last game. First off, we had an Annie this time for Gambit, so Edward playing it, and versus Leona and the other team. And I wanted to talk to you about that double lift because you mentioned how it was harder to predict where Leona would fall. That would be better for her as the game went on, but it didn't seem that way.
Well, I mean, you saw earlier in the game, Leona got a lot more picks off than Annie did. I think it's just so much harder to predict where Leona is and then respect the fact that she can just ulti you wherever. And she got a lot of picks off. Honestly, she killed Alex twice, I think twice, and then just kept picking people off throughout the game. But Annie, like I said, she's probably more consistent overall, and especially in lane. You saw Zuna fall really behind in lane, like 30 to 40 CS down, just because Annie provides so much more lane pressure than Leona. Just inherently, she has more range and kill potential. And that lane just kind of snowballed, and you just saw Annie become a monster late game, and Edward just played better than Bloodwater, honestly, so it's not really an accurate representation of the supports.
Oh. Well, how the game progressed, if we compare it to Game 1, in the first game we saw that it was an early lead for XCG that they then lost in team fights. In Game 2, it was Gambit that had the early lead, but then kind of dropped the ball. They seemed to be getting caught everywhere, or was that a strategy from XCG?
I think it was really XGG setting that up. The key factor, I think, here was actually Smithy's Lee Sin. So he went Magic Razor, and he went Sightstone. He went to Ruby Sightstone, maybe it's a little bit overkill. But basically, the casters kept talking about all the vision control here for XDG, all the pick-off potential, and you've got Syndra, repeatable range stun, Leona, low coolant ultimate, repeatable ranged initiation with the Zenith Blade and whatnot, and then of course Lee Sin himself going up there and starting fights, and you saw this mid-game sort of period where over and over and over again XDG is just making kills happen, and they got 4 or 5 in a row just picking people up across the map, and that's what Sightstone Razor Lee Sin does. Now, the problem is that kind of pushed forward, and the team fighting happened, and that got a lot worse.
So since the most recent changes to vision, it's a lot harder to take away the enemy's vision. So when they start snowballing, and they're putting down their trinket wards, and you don't have that many reds, maybe the Gambit almost got 0. I think they had none throughout the whole game. They had no red trinkets, so no way to really remove vision. And you have this Lee Sin who's popping wards everywhere to ward jump and just provide vision for his team. You can kind of keep snowballing off of getting 1 kill, just put wards out on the map and wait for them to show up in a bad spot, kill them again. And then Gambit was finally, after they got killed 10 times, they're like, okay, we're not going to overextend anymore. We're not going to play stupid. Let's just group up and team fight and win. So they did.
Yeah, absolutely. We have an example of one of those team fights that Gambit played a lot better than XCG.
Yeah, so we have a replay of kind of these teams' team fight priorities. We can get that on your screen. And the weird thing is, so XCG tried really hard a few times in a row to dive Edward, and their team's not that good at diving, actually. If you look at the lineup on the right-hand side, Shyvana's okay, Lee Sin's okay, Syndra never reached, and Sivir never brought anyone in there, really. Where on the other side, Gambit's got Riven and Warwick, and that's really painful. So let's roll the clip out, and now watch the initiation for XDG, because they go really hard for Edward. And they try, and they deal some damage, but pause right here, because look, he flashed and gets kicked out by Lee Sin. Even without the kick, though, he's still at half HP, because no one could follow up. But look what Darian's done. He's just started his Warwick ultimate onto ManCloud's Syndra. Now, one other thing I want to point out is Zuna put on a spell shield on his Sivir. He saw the Warwick coming, spell shielded what would have been a possible initiation, and so the focus is actually on the unprotected Syndra, who has no peel. The entire rest of XDG is overextended, and Riven's about there to follow up to kill him off.
Yeah, and the biggest thing here is that Leona had blown all of her abilities to try to insta-gib the Annie. In the first game, Gambit insta-gibbed Bloodwater's Annie over and over again before she could get any spells off. But this game, you saw Edward play really smart. He doesn't even have a gold pretend. He just went all items to help him survive and help him fight. So he didn't die, and because of that, they blew everything, and they don't have any peel for Warwick's ulti. ManCloud's going to get full ulti here and just die.
Yeah, so let's roll the rest of the clip out right here. You're going to see ManCloud get destroyed a little bit. You see Leona try to initiate back in, but at this point, it's bad target prioritization, and you've got just 2 frontline fighters, Diamond's Elise as well as Darian's Warwick. They just get to put down very good persistent damage when they're not peeled off, when the core burst mage has been removed, and when you've got an AD carry like Sivir, who's I think less of a duelist and more of team utility. It's a bit harder to remove those guys, and Gambit just had better team fighting.
And we saw also in that fight afterwards, Alex cleaned up on Riven, but it isn't that ManCloud played a bad game again.
No, ManCloud's been really good, and that's why when you asked at the beginning, what's a key matchup you think is going to go really badly in one way? And I was like, well, probably the jungle because I think Diamond's a better innovator. Where this mid lane matchup went equal, or was won by ManCloud in both these games. Not many people get to say, I beat Alex Ich in lane, so I gotta give props there. He deserves it.
Yeah, he played really solid throughout the whole game. My one kind of concern is when you're that far ahead, I think it's kind of unnecessary to go Deathfire Grasp. I think this game he especially should have gotten like an Hourglass. I mean, he's up against Warwick and Riven. You have to kind of expect that you're going to get Zerg down. I thought his item builds were kind of questionable, but overall, yeah, he played really well. I mean, he beat Alex Ich. He's one of the best mid laners in EU.
All right, so Doublelift, this XDG is, of course, a team you're going to be up against. What is your opinion on their performance overall?
Just how I expected. I definitely expected Gambit to win, like I said. Their bot lane just went the way that I thought. I mean, they were just getting disrespected. Like, support Amumu, even after in the interview, they're like, it's not that good. We're just like, whatever. Why did you pick it if it's not that good? Well, it's like, it's almost disrespectful, in my opinion. And then top lane, Darian just has, 3 years of experience, where Psycho Sid has, 1. Mid lane actually just surprised me. I definitely thought that Alex Ich was going to get the better of ManCloud, but it ended up being the opposite.
Right, well, thank you very much. And with their win, of course, Gambit has secured 2 more points for the EU, giving them a 4-2 lead over the NA, heading into tomorrow's final fight in the Battle of the Atlantic, Cloud9 versus Fnatic. So there's still a chance for you guys from North America to win, as Sunday's games carries a hefty prize of 3 points. But that's tomorrow, and we still have a lot more league for you today. So now let's send it over to Pastry Time and Jad for the play-by-play of our next Spring Promotion Tournament Series.
Thanks, Shocks. And I'm Julian Pastry Time Carr alongside Joshua Jat Leesman, and we'll be bringing you the calls in this best-of-5 Spring Promotion Tournament Series between Team Coast and the Walking Zed.
Yeah, and let's talk about Coast a little bit, because my voice is going away. Coast struggled during the LCS Summer Split. They went 9-19, but then in the offseason, they've been in that NACL Challenger League. They actually went 26-2 and took first place in those playoffs.
And Coast credits a lot of their newfound success to the most recent addition to their team, their new AD carry, WizFusion.
We recently picked up WizFusion. He's a really upbeat kind of guy, keeps our morale up high in scrims even when we're losing, and I don't know, it gives the team a nice environment.
I fit in pretty nicely. I don't think I was really like the odd one out or anything. You know, I played a lot of solo queue. It was kind of one of those things where I just figured I would eventually get noticed, and then Danny or Shifter, he messaged me, just asked me like, are you willing to try out for Team Coast? And I immediately kind of knew like, that's probably what I want to do, you know?
Wiz is overall just a really positive guy. He brings a great atmosphere to the team, and mechanically, I'd say he's top 3 in NA.
He gets up early, he practices, he's ready for scrims, you know, he gets to bed at a decent time.
Having the right mentality is going to be a huge part of becoming the best, and I think that's what will help me shape this team into a better one.
We just needed to bond together as a team. We didn't really feel like we were a 5-man unit, and I feel like over the course of fall and winter we kind of became a 5-man unit, and that's why we'd been crushing so hard, and now I feel like we're unstoppable.
Yeah, the main goal would be like go to Worlds and do all those international tournaments.
I think we're ready to just get back into it and be the best.
And Coast looking good there, and Drat, they've really started their season off well.
Yeah, I mean, I had a bit of an extended conversation with Nintendo actually about why they decided to pick WizFusion, because they've tried out a lot of other AD carries, and a lot of it did just come down to his mentality, so that was pretty good. Yeah, and also we have more stuff for Team Coast. After that incredible playoff run, they finished 2nd in the spring split, but then they faltered in the summer. And with the pickup of WizFusion, some of that was because Don't Mash Me, their old AD carry, had the worst numbers of any AD carry in the LCS. He only had 77 kills over the 28-game season. And with that pickup, they're looking to make a big move forward.
Yeah, WizFusion and Coast will look to continue their domination of the challenger teams as they take on Yazuki and the Walking Dead.
Yeah, so the Walking Dead actually went 4-1 in the group stage. They beat all the other top challenger teams, Quantic, Complexity, and Determined. Their top lane, Yazuki, actually used to be on the old Cloud9 way before they would qualify. And Bishu actually did mention in that interview yesterday that Coast was going to regret picking them. We'll see if he can live up to that.
We'll see. And while both teams are coming in with a lot of confidence, Coast's Zion Spartan thinks the new addition of the live audience may be the variable that trips up the Walking Zed.
Maybe this may sound a little cocky, but we thought we were the best amateur team here.
We just feel like we're stronger. We definitely have the experience. We are ready. We've been playing, you know, as good as we've ever been lately. I don't see how we can't just win this series and just get back into the LCS.
They've been playing the game for so long, they've been in the LCS for so long, and their performance has been kind of depleting. I don't know, I feel like they're just an okay team because they're in relegations and they're not really, at the top with like the rest of the teams.
I definitely think competing in a studio, competing in a live audience gives you an advantage over people who haven't done it, because the first time you're nervous. I remember 2 years ago when I had my first experience, I was very nervous. I didn't know what I was doing. I was kind of shocked at all the people, and some people might not be ready for that.
So a lot of confidence going between the two teams now, and with that, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Coast. In the top, Zion Spartan. In the jungle, Nintendo Dex. Their mid, Shifter. Their AD carry, Wiz Fusion. And in support, it's Daydreamin'.
Yeah, and of course on the red side, it is the challenger team, the Walking Zed. Top lane is Yuzuki. Their jungler, Kez. A lot of people might know him by Core Kez. Their mid lane is Bishu. AD carry, of course, Bobby Hand Kill. And Nidus Remain on support.
And Jad, as we kind of get to start off this game here, I think it's going to be another situation where it's a new challenger team coming up against another experienced LCS team. But the scariest thing for me isn't just that Coast have already played in the LCS, but that they look so strong in the challenger scene as well.
Absolutely. The one thing that could spell disaster for Coast is this Walking Zed team. A couple of the players were in that NACL, but only for the first few weeks. After that, the Walking Zed dropped completely out of that league and were just kind of playing at home. They used to be a team known as GGLA, at least 4 of the 5 of them. And they've since kind of moved on and done this weird practice off-air sort of thing and then come in incredibly strong. Coast beat everyone in that Challenger League, but Walking Zed wasn't there.
Yeah, that's true, and they really do feel like the silent achievers almost in the challenger scene. Everyone kind of had determined on their map when they were looking at challenger teams, that was the team that nobody wanted to play against, and all of a sudden the Walking Zed, who Bishu thinks at least, they might be the better team.
I mean, Bishu might have something to say about that. They haven't really been proved otherwise because no one has necessarily been playing against them, right?
And I think that the thing that might be tricky here is that Coast have the experience, really. They've been together for a while. They've been talking about just how good their synergy feels now. That they're all together as a team, and that can make the difference. But Chat, moving through, I think we've got to talk about Shifter to start things off, because he's got so many strong champions he can play.
Exactly. Coming into this, the whole team really, as for me as Team Coast, is the best team that's trying to requalify, and I'd say Shifter is the best player on the team as well. His mid lane, he's got 2 accounts in Challenger. I watch his stream occasionally. It's almost like he doesn't even have to try sometimes to dominate with people. He probably roams better than any other mid laner, at least in the Challenger or the promotion tournament right here. And I'm going to look for some actually pretty big plays as far as Nintendo holding mid and Shifter roaming.
All right, so we are going to get into Champ Select now for Game 1 of this best of 5. Coast on the left to start things off, the Walking Zed on the right. Nasus the first bound here for Coast, and Riven is interestingly the answer there.
Yeah, so looking at the matchup, really, since those are 2 top lane bans between Zion Spartan and Yuzuki, one of the few tanks that Zion Spartan actually played was Nasus, but Yuzuki plays a lot more of it. If we were to kind of remove ourselves from the current patch, which is really tank-heavy in the top lane, both Zion Spartan and Yuzuki would like to play those high-damaging carries, but they're just not able to play them in this one.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about different top lane players having to adapt to so many tanky champions being played with Shyvana, with Dr. Mundo. They seem reasonably comfortable, but I think the other thing we mentioned, Shifter, for Coast, it feels like Nintendo is really the next piece of that puzzle because he's always around. And this is he had a really good point to make about how Shifter roams. It's not just him, Nintendo's there as well.
Yeah, we have a really quick restart in Champ Select here, guys. It'll be right back into it as soon as possible. There was an accidental ban, apparently. Not sure how accidental that's allowed to be. We'll get a ref ruling on that one later. But I agree with your point there about Nintendo Dex in the jungle. He has always been an incredibly supportive jungler. It's just coincidental the way they're doing this mid lane push and roam thing. Because Nintendo Dex's big problem was he'd always fall behind and farm. What happens now is he actually just gets free farm through supporting Shifter's ability to roam. And it really works better for their team overall because they have more threats by the end of the game and in the team fight phase.
Yeah, so we have to kind of look for a lot of pressure here. When Shifter moves out of the lane, Nintendo often rotates in, and then we'll see him just effectively lane tax, but it's all planned there. We've seen a lot of strong mid-game play, especially from Coast as well, but you are going to get back here. Looks like Nidalee was the ban they really wanted.
The Nasus ban is not to be the case, which is going to be very interesting to see if Coast decides to pick that up later. But since there was one accidental ban, that's 6 bans that are very deliberate because, man, those came out fast.
Yeah, so Nidalee, Gragas, and Dr. Mundo, the bans there for Coast. And over on the other side, we've got Leona, Catherine, and that's That's Sivir, yeah. Sivir, sorry. It looked like Jax for a second there, but it is Sivir. A lot of very straightforward bans here, Jack.
Yeah, so the big 280 carries that would still be up would be Lucian and Jinx. Those guys aren't necessarily priorities. Since Shyvana, the big top laner, was taken right off the bat, you can see the Elise locked in early. The other priority support that isn't Thresh would usually be Annie. I'm a little surprised they decided to go with the Thresh there.
Yeah, I mean, Nidus has a lot of Thresh experience. He's someone that's really played that champion a lot. So it might be something he's comfortable with. And speaking of comfortable, I'd be shocked to see, already locked in the Olaf.
Absolutely. Nintendo X's two junglers actually are Elise and Olaf currently. Olaf is the one that he had played before anybody else. Season 1, Season 2. If you were playing competitive League back then, you knew the jungler was Nintendo X on Olaf. These picks are coming in a little too fast, though.
Yeah, Jinx is in there as well. And Nasus, as you mentioned, also coming through there for the Walking Zed. So we'll have to see how else this develops, as Lucian has already been picked up as well.
Yeah, that's the combo just to go up against Jinx. And this mid lane pick is very quickly done.
I mean,
I was going to go off on a tangent and say, like, hey, maybe they're going to pick LeBlanc because Olaf has wave clear in the mid lane. But with Ziggs available, we saw Pobelter's Ziggs yesterday in the last promotion game.
It's pretty good.
It was rather strong. I think that's a smart pick by Shifter.
Yeah, and that's something that I think a lot of mid players are going to start to default to now. It's just like, well, when in doubt, pick Ziggs, because he just seems so good, especially on this patch. I like this answer from Bishu, kind of. I like it for teamfight, but kind of depends what he goes with here. We'll see.
Bijou definitely trends towards more defensive mid lane champions, so he plays a lot of Nidalee, he plays a lot of Orianna as well. Either one of those can kind of work in this situation. It fits within his champion pool, but I think he's going to be at the mercy of Shifter for most of this game.
Yeah, especially with Gragas banned out there as well by Coast. He's really gone to Gragas constantly in his Challenger games, and it is Orianna that he gets in. So it's great for the team, but it's a really tough lane for Ori to deal with.
Yeah, both of these teams, now that we see them all locked in, are fairly flexible teams as far as having a good balance of magic and physical damage and crowd control and all those things. But something that definitely emerges is Coast has a whole bunch more AoE damage. Every single person on that team can really pack a large AoE punch in a team fight, and it's just going to be on Walking Zed to spread out a little bit, which can be difficult when they have Nasus and Elise trying to die.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about experience here yesterday, especially with Evil Geniuses winning yesterday, and I think one of the things here is that Coast seem to have the stronger lanes in this particular matchup based on the champions that have been picked, and a lot of the challenger teams kind of rely on winning their lane in order to get ahead and snowball the game from here. But the Walking Zed, they're putting a lot on here and trying to win potentially and actually have team fights.
And of the teams that are challengers right now, the Walking Zed, I'd say, have the strongest team play, and they're not as reliant on the laning phase. So that's one thing they might have coming at them. I really got to see how Cortez does with the jungle Elise and if he can help out those lanes early.
All right, so as the teams load into the game, let's take a look at who you think is going to win their way into the LCS. According to LOLesports.com, only 57% of you think Team Coast will sail off with the win.
Yeah, that's actually a fairly low percentage, knowing how unknown the Walking Zed is, but it's going to be interesting to watch. And also remember, we got this again tomorrow on Sunday. Cloud9 takes on Fnatic to conclude the Battle of the Atlantic, and then Curse face off against Cognitive Gaming in the final promotion tournament series.
So we are getting into this game, Jack. What are the things you really like about these team comps that have been picked out here? Who will you pick straight 5v5?
Yeah, straight 5v5, it's absolutely Coast team composition. And I think that plays in a little bit to their play style. In all of the NACO games and even the NACO playoffs, Coast did a lot of very standard things in lane and just kind of played it out evenly. Then when the game really hit is when you started to see them fly ahead.
Yeah, all right, so we are going to get into this first game here between these two teams. It is Coast versus the Walking Zed with LCS on the line here. A best of 5 as we kick things off with game 1 here. Level 1 action could see some things come out. 9 yellow trinkets all told, Jat, and 1 red one on the Coast side.
Yeah, we often see 10. And if there is the 1 red trinket, it often means that team is looking for a brute force invade right off the bat. What a way to start the game. Let's stop it right away.
Very dramatic, level 1.
Yeah, this should be fixed fairly quickly, I believe. Usually pauses this early aren't major issues, otherwise it would have been caught far earlier. I want to talk about the red trinket just a little bit more, though, because when teams are using it, it's after they've invaded and they're sitting in a brush, they need to check that that's not warded, because it's almost just an insurance policy to avoid absolute disaster.
And I think that's really fitting that the champion that actually has the red trinket is Annie, because she's a champion that teams love to invade with and really try and get the AoE stun going off early, because you can either really threaten your opponent, and get some good wards down. If you have some other, it's kind of yellow trinkets, it's a bit awkward, or catch somebody and really do well there.
Yeah, we've actually seen First Blood in the Evil Geniuses game because of an early level 1 flash by the Annie when it was Crepo playing yesterday.
He was super aggressive. One cleaver hit, and he flashed straight into the tri-bush and managed to get first blood on poor Robert Exley. From
He got a whole highlight clip made out of him, actually.
Well, he played really well yesterday.
He did. That's what happens when you 3-0, I suppose.
If you guys didn't catch those games, make sure you do. But we do, of course, have Coast versus TWZ here. And this is one of the harder ones to call, Jad. I mean, yesterday was tricky just because we didn't know much about the new EG. This one, a little tricky because, again, the Walkings there, we haven't seen that much of them, especially against a team like Coast. But it seems like the early favorites are probably the LCS team or the ex-LCS team.
Exactly. And to give a little bit more context on the Walking Dead as a team, the group stage they had to play in to get here had 6 of the potential 3 challenger teams to make it, and making top 3 was what was needed. They only lost to Cognitive Gaming, who's going to be playing tomorrow, who a lot of people weren't even seeing as a really powerful team coming into this. They beat up on a lot of the teams that would have been favorites. They beat Complexity, they beat Quantic, who wasn't going to make it in here. They even beat Determined Gaming, who unfortunately lost yesterday. But that was, after those results, it was a little surprising that Coast actually selected the Walking Dead because many people considered them stronger than Determined Gaming.
And I think Bishu sort of said it in the video where it's like, I think these teams are underestimating us. I'm surprised they picked us because we are such a strong team. And I mean, if they are as strong as they want to be, as they think they are, then they're going to have to show it right here. And they've got a best of 5 to do so, but Coast really want to defend their title here and make it back into the LCS.
And I think Bishu has more to prove than anyone, only because he's up against such a monster and Shifter on the other side. I'm willing to talk up Shifter a whole bunch because I think he's an amazing mid laner. And when you look at this matchup on paper, you see someone like Bishu, who is very good at playing the far back poke champions, like an Nidalee or an Orianna, like he's picked in this game. But Shifter not only has strong laning mechanics, he's the one who likes to shove up a whole bunch and then begin to roam afterwards. And that's really where it's a bad matchup for Bishu and the Walking Zed, because if Shifter's able to push Bishu around since he's playing so passively, he's going to be able to go back afterwards and just make a whole bunch of plays.
Yep, so we'll have to see here. I mean, when you think even back to GGLA, Bishu is kind of the star of their team, and he's arguably here as well on the Walking Zed. I mean, they've certainly picked up a couple of players here that have really impressed me as I've watched through the challenger scene, but it's almost like if we were to have a featured matchup here, it would be the mid laners.
Yeah, I absolutely think it would be the mid laners. Ziggs versus Orianna. Some pretty AoE heavy guys right off the bat, and hopefully we're going to be able to get back in here rather quickly. It's taking the wind out of Coast sails right now.
It has indeed. I mean, we can talk a little bit about the mid matchup while we're here as well. Not the best one for Orianna, unfortunately. She doesn't do all that well when she gets shoved in. Ziggs is actually quite good at bursting through her shield, and a lot of the defensive play she wants to make, she can't do as well as she might like in some other matchups. And it's kind of this, it's similar to how Gragas is good against Orianna. We're just bursting through all the defensive capabilities.
Yeah, we can see if Shifter's able to dump all of his Ziggs spells very early on into Bishu, but the jungle matchup itself, I'd have to say, would be a little bit more favorable for the Elise, which is on the Orianna side. And that'll just depend on whether Nintendo and Kez decide to gank the mid lane, most and foremost.
I think in general, we're not expecting Nintendo to gank at all, really. I mean, he's more of a farming style jungler, likes to get in the lanes, pressure them and push them, but not necessarily go for a full-on gank. So I'm expecting him to be quite active in terms of making sure his lanes are okay, but certainly Elise is going to be doing all sorts of pressure. It's almost a very polarizing style between the two junglers. But we are back into the game now, and level 1 can continue.
Well, they're spotted. So I'm not sure if this invade's going to continue. And they got spotted. We must pause again. They saw us, guys. Pause the game.
Want to make sure everything goes just smoothly as possible.
We
here
were
at
so
level
close.
We were.
To making it back in. But really, I'll talk a little bit about Nintendo Dex because I've known him for quite a while. He has actually been around in the competitive or almost challenger level league scene. He's very recently made it to the pro scene for as long as anyone. This guy's been playing since the game launched. If you talk to, I'm trying to think like a Saint Vicious or Hotshot, those guys that are around back then, they were around when Nintendo Dex was trying to make his way back up. Playing Olaf.
I was going to say he was definitely playing Olaf at that time.
As he's been able to make it back up. And another thing I can actually touch on here about Coast's early game is they have most likely been hiding some of their stuff in NACL playoffs because they've known that they're having these all-important matches coming up near the end of December, the whole time they're playing in the NACL playoffs, which I think is why in so many of their NACL games, they would slow play the first 10 minutes of the game. It seemed like Coast was a very generic, by-the-book team, and they never really did anything creative. So in this situation, now that they haven't shown anything for so long, any type of creative tactic they've come up with, they can try to bring out here.
Yeah, I mean, we watched a couple of their games, and the thing we really got out of them was that they felt like a mid-game teamfight team. They would maybe fall behind early, not too far behind, but they would struggle a little bit in their landing phase, kind of get things going. I mean, Nintendo's presence maybe not as felt in the lanes like you would have wanted it to be. And then all of a sudden, a skirmish would happen, a team fight would happen, a fight for a dragon would happen, and Coast are just incredibly far ahead all of a sudden, and they snowball from there.
And we're kind of like, what happened in some of those games? You were never really sure how it all went down. And a lot of it was because either Nintendo would get the ganks or Shifter roamed so well. And I think it was those two that really spearheaded the efforts for their team.
Yeah, and I think Shifter has to be the guy we've got to look out for. And Bishu, again, on the other side as well. If the Walking Zed want to take this matchup, which should be tricky given Coast's pedigree here in the challenger scene, then they've got a lot to do here. I mean, we've talked a lot about the mid laners already. Moving down to the bottom lane, I have to say Bobby Hank Hill looks so solid when I've seen him play.
Yeah, Bobby Hank Hill's a really interesting one in here because he is another person. He used to actually be a manager of the teams way early on in Season 1 of, I believe it was the team Epic Gamer. That was the team with Danton, Dyrus, and Doublelift got to their start with that. And he was actually like the manager/coach of that team. So he's been on the outskirts of the competitive game for so long, but he's really stuck with it, continued to play. And for a while, he wasn't even one of those top-tier 80 carries, but now he's 99 LP, Diamond 1. If he makes it in the LCS, no one's going to be able to tell him he's not.
All right, and as we take care of the technical difficulties on the stage, let's send it over to the Shocks and the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Just a little bit of technical difficulties, but that gives us a chance to talk about the team comps that both teams are running. What's kind of your idea of how it will scale into the mid-game and the actual team fights coming out?
Sure. So to talk about the sort of 5v5s here, the team comps that are available is I really like what Coast has going here. They've got a lot of ways to jump in and make plays. You've got the Annie support. Everyone knows about Annie support. Flash Tibber is just the general engage, really, really strong. You've got Ziggs for follow-up. You've got Olaf and Shyvana able to run down there and help with the follow-up as well. And there's just so much burst that you're going to give Jinx a reset. And Wiz Fujin's going to get in there and start wreaking havoc. And there's so much disruption and front-loaded damage that that's almost your peel, I think. That you're too busy dealing with an Olaf and a Shyvana and a Tibbers to deal with Jinx herself.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be completely honest here. Coast has like 4 OP champions. I mean, they have Shiv top, Ziggs mid, and Jinx Annie. Like, if you give a team Jinx Annie, then you had to have gotten something like really, really OP in exchange for that, because just how picks and bans work, you know, their blue side, they got the first pick, but on purple side, you get the next 2. So you can potentially get 2 OPs. And really, when I look at Walking Zed's team comp, I don't really see anything special. I think Nidus Remain wanted to take away Daydream's signature hooking champion, Thresh. But Nidus has never been a good Thresh player, like a top-tier Thresh player, I should say. He's never really been comfortable on the champion. He's more like a Zyra, Sona, Karma player. Yep. And it's just really strange for me to see him play a Thresh, because in scrims, I hardly ever see him play that champ.
Yeah, and I actually want to kind of talk about those champs like games a little bit, because they're always really interesting to me. I love the mind games around picking and stealing and putting comp together all at the same time. And I think if you kind of look back at Gambit's win over XDG, their late, like game 1, their late Kayle pick was so perfect because it was a mid lane matchup that was going to be pretty favorable. It's an alright matchup against Kha'Zix. But then also it shut down the team comp. Said we have 3 tanks and the squishies can be Kayle ulted. And so here you've got a very similar thing happening where, again, yeah, the Thresh Steel tried to go in there. You could argue that it wasn't really the right choice, but then what I really liked was those Ziggs is kind of the sought-after mid laner that's so important to these teams. Basically, Coast waited to pick it and was kind of saying, Are you gonna pick it? Are you gonna pick it? Because they were kind of waiting to see if they can counterpick with like a LeBlanc or something. Because that's the counterpick I typically see here from Shifter when that happens. But instead, he's got the standard Ziggs coming through here. And honestly, the amount of pressure you get to create from that champion, getting it as your 3rd pick is pretty crazy.
And I have to give it to Walking Zed. The one thing they did do really well is they picked Nasus into Jinx, which most teams don't really run Nasus. You saw Benny run it, but I haven't seen Nasus in a really long time, and it is a counter to Jinx, especially because she ran Barrier this game, which I find really strange. If it gets to like kind of mid-late game and Nasus gets a little bit tanky and he just withers Jinx, she actually becomes completely useless.
Let's focus maybe a little bit on the mid lane. As you touched on Ziggs, and we saw Pobalt were doing so well with Ziggs yesterday, of course, and just that matchup in general. In the interview yesterday, Bishu was trash talking a little bit and said I will do very well, but realistically, how well can he do versus Shifter?
I think this is actually a really easy lane for Shifter here. From everything I saw from him playing in NACL playoffs or in the group stage there for the qualifier for this tournament, he would win his lane. Shifter would win his lane consistently as Ziggs. And the signature move that I see that really, I think, is so strong for these guys is he'll bully his opponent out of lane, and then he'll start putting pressure on the turret, and he'll pull Nintendude in, like half health Olaf with W, and they'll wreck the turret at like level 7. Coast's mid lane turret is oftentimes the first turret they kill, which is really rare for a team. And as we heard the commentators talk about in the pregame, one of Nintendude's big weaknesses was not getting farm in the jungle. He just gets pulled in the mid lane, shares gold on the turret, and there they go.
Yeah, we're going to see how that plays out. It looks like we've got the problem solved, so over on stage. So let's send it back over to Pastry time. And Jat for the play-by-play.
Thanks, Shox, and we are going to be able to start this game up once again here in Jat. Going to be a great one to kick things off here.
Yeah.
Coast, again, kind of the favorites here in this one, but I can't wait to see what TWZ have brought.
Yeah, and I can't wait to get into this game because all the fans out there have been very patient waiting for this one. And it's going to be good because this is the, obviously there's a lot of hype between the promotion game yesterday because Evil Geniuses was coming over and all the star power here. But from a competitive aspect, since I think Coast was the strongest returning LCS team and maybe the Walking Zed, such a surprising selection by Coast to want to play them as an incredibly strong challenger team. And we're back in. This is it.
Yep, all right, we're going to do it one more time here for the level 1 and hopefully no other times here. Moving through now, almost a minute up on the clock here as Coast are taking on TWZ in their opening game of this best of 5 for the NALCS Spring Promotion. Everybody just going to hang out here and see what we can see. And we kind of expected this aggression here from Coast, just to move through the jungle.
They already got one ward on the other side. You can actually see Daydreaming didn't start with an Ancient Coin. He's all wards right now because they want to get very early jungle control. I do worry a bit for Coast since they're not used to making early game plays because they've been hiding all of their strategies in the NACL, that they might get a little overzealous. Even though these are expected strategies for them, they're not something they've actually played live yet, so it's going to be a little risky them running and taking risks.
And it's one of those things when we think about the challenger scene, it almost feels like the teams have swapped roles a little bit here. TWZ are looking like, okay, we want to go for the strong mid-game team fight and be that experienced team fight team. And Coast are like, gonna win some lane here, get aggressive early on.
Yeah, Coast, so much AoE damage. I did like the point that Doublelift brought up about Wiz Fusion and not bringing Cleanse against Yuzuki's Nasus. There will have to be a little bit of an emphasis on Zion Spartan to take down Yuzuki at some point. Even with all these wards, it just seems like they're going to be trading buffs. I don't know what exactly Coast will be able to grab out of this.
No, so Zion, interestingly, grabs the red there. Don't know if that was a misclick.
Well, the Smite was actually used by Nintendo X, and they were both getting it, but they may be running in for a bit of a fight here. They're on top of a ward.
They are indeed. Bobby Hankill's going to have to get well and truly out of the way, and they're going to start the level 1 fight. Daydreaming, looking forward for the AoE, and does find a bit. Nidus main forced to flash out in there as well, as Coast are going to continue chasing, but Nintendo, no blue buff, cannot continue undertowing.
No blue buff, no mana, and Smite still on cooldown. This could definitely set him back early on in the jungle. Come on, man. What are we doing here?
And so could the pause potentially. I mean, I don't know exactly what happened here while we're pausing, but I certainly hope that Nintendo didn't misplay that there, because that's a very strange thing to donate a buff over to your jungler. I mean, maybe they thought their blue would be there, but TWZ were ready.
Yeah, you can see a new PC being brought in there for Zion Spartan. They can actually swap these out rather fast now. I've seen them. We've swapped a couple PCs out over the weekend, and it's been quick. So really good props out to the QA team here, trying to get everything sorted quickly as possible. Longer delay than we'd like in this one, though, I'd have to say.
I think so, too. I mean, it's the opening game of best of 5. There's so much on the line for both these teams. I know you're excited, Jad. I'm certainly excited, too.
I'm ready to get
these
into
games.
this one.
And, you know, had a bit of interesting action early on, but we need more.
It's crazy because for 2 minutes a game,
a lot happened.
That was an interesting 2 minutes of game. I don't want to analyze it while it's not on screen, and also while they're swapping out the PCs. Casey's listening to what I'm saying. You know, all the important strats. But really, it was because the buffs that they traded were so different from each other. The fact that didn't make any sense. Instead of swapping blues, they swapped a red and a blue. So when they came out of the invade, they were on a collision course for each other.
All right, so apologies, guys. It looks like we do have more technical difficulties, so we're going to throw it back to Shox and the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pastry. Well, actually, it's always nice to talk to these guys about the games. Tell me about the level 1 action we saw right there.
Oops. So I don't think Zion meant to get the red buff. He was, I guess, just barely in range with his W. If he had a Sunfire cape, that definitely would have stolen it. But in this case, it was just a slightly early smite from Nintendo.
Yeah, and honestly, that was some pretty poor misplay, either miscommunication or whatever, because Annie flash stunned the Thresh. I felt like that was a free kill, especially because they have red buff. It would be different if it was swapped and they had the blue, but because they have red, all it takes is a flash red buff proc, and then you can just chase him down. I mean, he's so far from any turret, any kind of safety, and all he did was go flay. So really, he's just completely dead, and they didn't kill him. Maybe some like tournament jitters or something, just not wanting to take any risks, waste summoners. Also, with the new changes, it's kind of a toss-up. A lot of teams actually choose to hold onto their summoners to not get First Blood because having Flash is more valuable than First Blood now to some teams. I still think it's worth it to Flash for a kill, but you know they reduce the amount of gold you get from First Blood, so it's a toss-up.
Yeah, First Blood right now, if I recall correctly, I could be wrong in this, is 290, so it's basically a regular kill's worth of, if you get it before 2 minutes, it's worth basically a regular kill's worth of gold, and most people tend to Flash for kills in the first place. So I agree with you. I think it's oftentimes really worth it.
Yep.
Just going to mention that we're having a frames per rate issue and we're swapping out computers. It won't take too long, but when you're in this high stress situation, what does it do to you that all of a sudden you're cut off and you're not allowed to talk about the game? How do you reset yourself?
It's incredibly hard. You're right now, what they're probably doing is they're sitting in their chairs thinking, you know, everyone's watching me, you know, my mom's watching me, my friends are watching me, and it's like really stressful, honestly, because everyone's judging your every move. Any mistake you make, you're going to get crap for it on Reddit or wherever. And so you're just trying to think about like not messing up. That's what's going through your head. And it's hard to think about what you're going to do next because of the pause. You know, you kind of have this plan set already in your head. You're not going to like revisit it and like rethink it. You're just kind of nervous, especially if you're a new team. I know, like, I personally think that Walking Zed you're going to see a lot of random mistakes from them because they're just new. They don't have lane experience. They don't play in front of thousands, millions of viewers. And this is one of their first times, and you're going to see like maybe some shot calling errors, maybe some mechanical errors, and it's going to throw them off. It's going to put them on tilt.
Do you feel that being nervous was also the factor in Champ Select? I know that when they were in group stage here, they played tons of different champions in the bottom lane. Is that a strategy in that they can play all of them, or is that also an experience that we don't really know how to build our comps yet?
I really think this was I think the entirety of Champ Select was on purpose from Walking Zed, because nothing that Coast did here is new. Nintendo's on Olaf. No one is surprised by this whatsoever. And I know like his Elise is really good as well, and that was well, it's one of Kez's main champions as well. Like, I could see that being a bit of a steal, but it's not like they're setting Nintendo far behind. They know Zig's going to come from Shifter. Like, they're aware of Zion Spartan's champion pool, and they're very aware of the fact that Wisfusion takes Jinx over anything else. And so all these champions are no surprise at all for TWZ. They know their own bans. They know what coasts are likely to pick up. And I think both of these teams, Champ Select went according to plan. Just their plan itself might not have been very good.
Do you think that Team Coast was trying to keep the secret going even longer and said, no, we're not going to give everything away game one, that they might come up with some special stuff later?
To me, I think if you have something special planned, put it in there game one, because then if it's really good, you start drawing bans and the rest of your games are even easier. I think it's really weird to have a secret strat and then just like not run it the entire time because you're too afraid. Like game one is I think the best place for that.
Tell me a little bit, if you go into a best of 5 like this double lift, how does, or a best of 3 like you guys did yesterday, where first off you went for second off you went for Tristana, and though we know that you don't want to pick her that often anymore, she's not at your top tier because Lucian, Jinx, and Sivir are for you. How much can that throw you off after that first game loss that you just leave everything in Champ Select for game 2?
Yeah, it does affect. Game 1 is everything to game 2. Like, I'll just be honest. You don't think 100% correctly and just like logically if you've lost the first game. And if you win the first game, you're on a high. Like you might think something differently than you normally would in like a calm state of mind. And like I know for sure that in that specific best of 3, because we got cheesed early game in game 1, and like we got 3-man at level 1 with TP Mundo, I was like not thinking correctly on how I'm gonna approach the next game, and that like resulted in me losing lane because I wanted to play more passively than I normally do. And it's just, it all snowballs from just one thing, just like one small thing. Oh, like we got cheesed at level 1. I should, if I was a perfect player, I would just be like, no big deal, we got cheesed, probably won't happen again, I'll just play accordingly. But what really happens is it alters like the way you think about how you're going to play. Like even subconsciously, you don't make that decision, but I don't know, if something goes wrong, you don't want to mess up again. That is the ultimate thing. You just don't want to take any more risks.
Talking about mind games are obviously so important here, and that difference in experience between these two teams will come to play in a grand way. And what I also wanted to ask you actually is that WizFusion is coming in as AD carry. Was Don't Match Me before. Have you played against him a lot in any solo queue?
Yeah.
And what is his skill level?
Yeah, we scrimmed against Coast a pretty significant amount. I think WizFusion is, as Jademian said, probably, potential to be top 3, top 4 AD and NA, which is a big thing. Like, I think AD carries and NA are generally pretty good. And he's a huge step up from Mash Me. Like, no offense to Mash Me, but his synergy with Daydream was not the best. And I felt like he didn't really mesh well with the team, especially in team fights. He would go forward when his team was going back, and just his positioning errors, I saw a lot of problems. But WizFusion plays the OPs. That is the most important thing. He plays Jinx, he plays Lucian, and he knows how to play the game. He's a really good solo queue AD, and he kind of transitioned that well into synergizing with Daydream. Daydream. Dude, I keep thinking about OGN.
He's not Korean.
I keep thinking about OGN, dude.
He's also not a jungler.
Yeah, my bad.
I'm happy that you mentioned Daydreaming actually, because I've heard in the walkways that Daydream has really stepped up his play lately. Is that the impression you guys got as well?
Ooh, I don't know. He's okay. Like, whatever. His thresh has always been good. He's good at hooking champions. We'll have to see how good he plays on Annie. I think he's okay on other champions. Just okay.
Just okay. Thank you, Ramus. All right, guys, we're going to go try it again and hope we've gotten all the gremlins out of the computer. Let's send it back to the desk to pastry time and Jat for the play-by-play. Fingers crossed.
Thanks again, Shox. We're going to do it one more time here for Game 1 between Team Coast and the Walking Zed. Jat, soon we'll get a game.
How many fingers can I cross right now? I got all of my hand
these two.
crossed. Can you do your pinkies?
No, almost.
Really?
A little bit.
Wow.
Maybe with help.
Do you want some help?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Yeah,
This is weird.
It is weird.
What are we doing?
I don't
All
know.
right, I think you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got there.
Hey, it worked. We're in the game.
That's good too.
All right. No, we're not. It's paused. Not even kidding.
That would have been.
I'm not even kidding on that one.
That would have been next level trolling.
I'm so sorry.
Me too. But it's okay. Again, want to make sure these players have the ideal circumstances to play in. I mean, it is a tournament. There's so much on the line here as well with the LCS. So these things do happen, unfortunately, but we'll make sure to get it all sorted out. And then hopefully from there, we're going to have a great best-of-5 series with minimal, if any, problems.
Exactly. We got the games off yesterday. It is clearly possible to finish these. It's really going to be hard for these guys, especially as Doublelift was talking about the Walking Zed, because they've spent so long almost just kind of playing from their bedrooms. They were in the gaming house for a short amount of time, but live events is a whole different animal. And stopping for 20 minutes at a time at a live event, and most importantly, not being able to talk to each other for that long, can really get to your head mentally.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where if you're at home, you just be like, whatever, my internet's lagging, I'll play later, it doesn't matter. But you got to sit here, as you said, without talking. In fact, Determined lost a ban yesterday for talking during pauses, so not allowed at all here at this level. And I think that experience is going to play in here, but we do have the game started once again. We are going to get into it now. Coast versus The Walking Zed, still here in Game 1. Almost 3 minutes in here with this one. Looks like we may have missed a bit of the action, but no kills, no turrets yet. And Nidus and Main immediately in trouble here as WizFusion going to get in there as well, but just a bit of poking back and forth.
Right into the laning phase, and there's so much poke because they both want to hit level 2 first in that lane. And it's actually the AD carry and the support both up in the top lane this time.
Yeah, so we've swapped it around actually. We normally see the duo lanes down the bottom. This is what I like to call the Australian meta, Jat. It's like the standard meta, it's just upside down.
That's fantastic.
And looks
Right
at
there.
Zion Spider down the bottom, just farming where he can. Nasus, interestingly, must have gotten here early because he's pushing in Zion a little. That's not normally what we see.
Yeah, I think there was that whole engagement already, but that top lane / bottom lane duo is just going crazy.
It is. And
So crazy.
It's so crazy that we had to pause the game again.
I will give our crowd a big hand of applause. They are energetic.
They're lots of fun. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's good to have them. I mean, here in the new studio, it's been great to have the crowd. Players, the space is really good. Everything looks really shiny and pretty. I mean, I got here for the first time yesterday. It's great for me to be here as well.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
It's been very nice to have you on the desk to fill time with and cross fingers together.
Yes,
because we need this game to start.
It will start. It's okay. We'll eventually finish this series today, I predict.
Well, to talk about the game a little bit, since in only 3.5 minutes of playtime, there's actually been many interesting developments. So we obviously know the lanes are swapped. That's because sometimes it's a guessing game, but both of them may have wanted the 1v2. The other thing for that is Zion Spartan got to lane late because of the big fight that happened in the river. That whole time they were fighting there, Yuzuki was able to get a whole bunch of farm, and that's what he really needed on Nasus. If Nasus gets ahead of somebody in lane, it usually transitions straight into late game.
And it's actually, I like that you bring up Nasus because he's a champion that's kind of been seeing more and more play as a lot of tanky champions really enter the fray and start being played more. Because Mundo Shyvana, they push so hard, they're so tanky once they get farm, can be really frustrating to play against. But Nasus kind of has this thing where, you know what, if I'm getting pushed in, that's fine. I can just safely free farm.
Yeah, one more client restart here to try and fix this one up. And Yuzuki, that's why I wasn't too surprised if we think back 20 or so minutes when the picks and bans were happening, why the first kind of accidental ban from Coast was Nasus. Because I was expecting the Nasus to actually be banned. It's what everyone who played against the Walking Zed kind of feared or had to contain was his Nasus at some point in the game, because whether it's the team maneuvering to get him that lead in lane or his ability to just farm so well behind or in between his turrets, it's really powerful.
Yeah, and as Doublelift mentioned as well over at the analyst desk, it's really good against Jinx as well, and there's going to be a lot of pressure here for the bottom lane. WizFusion especially been really talked up by his team. He's definitely going to have to perform here, and if he's just getting Nasus all day, it's going to be really, really hard. If Yuzuki gets big, I predict quite a few problems for Coast.
And we can call it getting Nasus instead of getting with it. That's generally what happens when he gets going. I think there's actually enough slows on the rest of Coast's team to prevent getting Nasus at some point, at least to the full extent. They will be all right if we get this one going.
We will. Don't worry. I have faith, Joe.
Crowd, everyone's cautiously optimistic right now.
All right, so we are back in.
I believe that's an artifact of him leaving the game. It's just an old play because they had to rejoin when they were doing the client restarts, but he's moving around. We're in for now.
All right, things look good here. Going to start things off. Coast versus the Walking Zed. Once again here, still game one. Don't change that browser just yet. We almost had game one. It's slowly happening. There's a good chance they can play the game out.
The nice thing that's happening here from the Walking Zed is there was, even though there's a little bit of frustration from Bishu, Nidus and Bobby were smiling after that one because they have to stay positive in circumstances such as this one.
I mean, the analyst desk kind of alluded to it already, but how big of a factor is momentum actually leading into stuff like this? Because Doublelift said, well, if you lose game one, game two just feels so much worse. And that's really what a lot of players think about when they're like, want to get a good start in a long series as well. I mean, a best of 5 is long to play on any day. When there's this sort of action happening that really stops and stutters the first game especially, can be so hard to come back from that.
Yeah, we got PC swap number 2 coming out here because Bobby Hankill's computer's getting swapped out. Hopefully that goes and fixes things because they're in a brawl in that top lane.
Yeah.
They were definitely just going for each other. It's good to have a good PC for that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many 2v2 all-ins and very aggressive play just generally, so kind of interesting to see. Again, it's swapped around. I think...
Australian lane.
Yes, it is the Australian meta. But what does that tell you about intentions? Because one team in there probably wanted to try and fast push at one point, I assume against Shyvana.
This would be a good question to Doublelift either between the game or while we're doing the PC swap, because with those 2v2 lanes, Doublelift talks all the time about being purple side or being blue side. And normally the red side team 2v2 has like a disadvantage, I think, because of the ganking paths that the other team will be able to have on them if they go all aggressive. So at least for the Walking Zed, if they want to be aggressive, they would want to send their 2-man lane top lane, because then, well, no, let me think about that. Because then they could gank behind them. It's kind of bad from both situations.
All right, well, let's find out. We're going to swap the computers out and send it back to Shox and the guys at the analyst desk one more time.
Conversation, actually. So, Doublelift, what do you think of the lane situation right now?
Maybe.
It's supposed to be.
We're good.
Yeah,
Anyways,
there we go.
yeah. So, in response to that, Jat, that's a good question. It has to do not with so much where the jungler is ganking from, because generally junglers, while they gank through lane or river, it's really hard to get behind somebody unless they misplayed really bad. Most of it has to do with where the jungle lies. So right now, junglers generally aren't doing white on cooldown. I don't know why, but double gloams and wraiths are much more natural to just do. You do wraiths, and you go to doubles, and then you're naturally on the top side of the map, for purple side at least. And so that's why they sent their dual line top lane. It was probably the 2v1, but they got called on it. They're still at an advantage, honestly, because Thresh can lantern back after doubles is dead, and Elise just comes out of nowhere. And you flash flay the no flash Annie, and she's dead. And on the reverse, like let's say if they were bottom lane, Elise would have to do white and then come down, and that's just such an awkward path to take. Like generally junglers want to hover around their red area instead of their blue area, and that's why I think that side of the map has such a bigger advantage. You just see more ganks that way.
Freak, same opinion. As a jungler, maybe, how would you react to that? Where would you see the first opportunity?
Honestly, like, it's hard for me to tell, right? Because you look at sort of the lane matchups, and as you said, there's a pretty heavy crowd control lane down there, I guess up there in the duo lane. Really, like, Orianna Ziggs, not a lot of kill pressure there. The junglers, I mean, like, pretty much if you land a Cocoon no matter what, I guess Elise is fine, and so you can kind of force the ganks there. Really, it's hard for me to tell, right? It's going to be, if you land a skill shot, then Elise gets to make plays. Olaf, otherwise, really hard to force things because, of course, Thresh, I believe, is missing his flash as well. Actually, Bobby Hankill's missing his flash on top of that. So I guess if you want to kill someone, heck, there's no flashes on TWC's duo lane.
Well, I think at this point, we're just going to have to wait to see how the game progresses, but I'd like to take the opportunity to maybe look a bit tomorrow. First off, the Battle of the Atlantic, because it's still up in the air between EU and NA, who's able to take it. Cloud9 versus Fnatic, double lift. You know, Fnatic beat Cloud9 obviously at Worlds, and how do you think they're looking right now? How much better can Cloud9 look tomorrow?
Well, honestly, we had a much harder time with Alternate than we did with Fnatic. And to me, that means that Fnatic was in really poor shape for IM, and I don't know what shape they're in right now. Like, it doesn't mean that Fnatic is worse necessarily, just that they're in bad shape at that time. I don't know. I don't know how well they can adjust to their lanes. Their roster change? God, I can't get these words out. But they're always been a strong team. I mean, they're a top 4 finisher, and it's just ridiculous. Like, how you can finish top 4 from a region that was like kind of underrepresented, like underrated at Worlds. They're just a really good team overall, and I expect 2-1 to them. Like, C9's good, but I expect a repeat.
I don't know. For me, I think that's probably the likely result. I think that's probably where the crowd vote goes. I think it's where most of the analysts will probably consider it as well, is that Fnatic is the favorite here. But I don't know. I think at IEM, Balls played below normal. And now any player can play above or below the potential on any given day. On that day, I think, when they were playing IEM, I think Balls played worse than he normally does, and he's a much better player than he showed just a month ago. I think also with the new season, helping players learn new champion pools and kind of get new things to show themselves with, I think Cloud9's going to get going to remove another one of their weaknesses, which they showed at Worlds, which was High's champion pool getting attacked so heavily. That was one thing that held them down against Fnatic in the World Championship in that quarterfinal. So I think those two things in mind, they're going to see a much better Cloud9 than we saw the last 2 times they fought a European team.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. But at the same time, there's so much pressure from the community for Cloud9 to win. I feel like everyone's already kind of shot them down to lose, almost. Like, they put...
All right, I'm going to have to interrupt you right there, because it seems that we're back in the game, and of course we want to be back in the game.
That's good.
So let's go back over to our casters.
Thanks again, Shox. We are back here once again here. Hopefully everything has been fixed out nice and well here, and it's going to be Coast versus the Walking Zed in this opening matchup for the best of 5 here. Jat, we've done it a couple of times now, but I think we're finally back for the last time.
I hope you're right, Basic Chat.
Me too.
You have to assure me. You have to. I need to be reassured right now. No, the lane here has hit a level threshold. Daydreamin and WizFusion, they've managed to push back Bobby and Kill and Nodus Tremaine, and they're gonna have supremacy in that lane until, like Double Lift says, the Elise comes in for the gank through double golems. But that's actually the opposite of where Kez is, because he cares about Yuzuki's Nasus.
He does. He's hanging out down the bottom. Zion could be in trouble. Good flash out from the Cocoon, but Repel going to follow in there as Venomous bites on top as well. Looks like he might be okay. Just a bit of poke as he runs, but good gank there.
I think a little more patience in that gank, and they actually could have converted the kill. Kez threw out his stun while the Wither was on, and it was able to be flashed, but what he should have done is walked up and started hitting him, then waited for the flash and stunned afterwards. But either way, they get the flash burn, and I'd call that a successful game.
Yeah, up towards the top. Looks like Jinx pushing in there as WizFusion and Daydream just trying to get some damage done. Shifter there in the mid. Big chunk of damage to Bishu, who's out of mana now as well. Has clearly been trying to defend pretty hardcore, and this is kind of what we expected early on in this matchup. Ziggs just going to push Ori in time and time again.
Yeah, Bishu's actually done a really good job sticking with Shifter this early on. Shifter was obviously down his Ignite from very early on in that little bit of a skirmish. It doesn't matter that Bishu was low on mana, because it was just the right time for him to go back to base and buy that Chalice of Harmony.
Yep, so just going to keep pushing in now. Looks like Oriana's gone back and picked up the Chalice. As you pointed out, that's going to give Ziggs time to push into that mid lane turret now and try and get some damage done. And we saw it time and time again yesterday from Pobel to Ziggs. Ziggs really pressures turrets like no other AP mid can. Not only does he shove, but the short fuse for the turret damage is just incredible.
And Ziggs isn't normally the champion you think of as a roamer, but because Shifter can push this mid lane so fast, and because as a player he likes to roam so much, I think that's a real factor that the Walking Zed have to watch out for.
Yeah, I think that's actually something that's really, really nice about this, the way Coast put together this team and the fact that they're playing Ziggs. Freak mentioned on the desk that Nintendo just likes to rotate in and put a lot of pressure down generally and really hammer home that mid turret. And they kind of get a head start here with picking this champion. And we're going to just trade farm back and forth.
I need to see how Nintendo recovers as well from the unfortunate events of his early game. His red buff was accidentally taken by Zion Spartan while his blue was being stolen away. He hasn't been able to really get any momentum swinging in the jungle on Olaf. There's a big hook though.
Good hook there. It's a Daydreaming Flay back in there as well. A stun out into Bobby Hand kill, and the trumpets go down, but first blood going to go to Thresh, and now Daydreaming. No, never mind, does go down there. It's Boost Fusion now going into Bobby Hand kill. They're going to look for the trade. Flash forward, there comes out for Jinx, and that will be the kill. She's now excited, and that should be enough to get away. The Zigzag coming up towards the top. Good defense there.
Hey, right there. We got to see it twice. That was pretty nice. But Coast, and especially Wiz Fusion, decided to all in the instant Daydreaming was hooked. That was the only way they come out of that with a 1-for-1.
Oh, Kez, a great flash there. Cocoon actually hits a minion, but Shifter using the flash there anyway. And that's going to be a nice gank. Once again, Kez really putting the pressure on in this early game. And I have to say, that top lane, an even bigger win for the Walking Dead, not just for First Blood, but with no gold item there for Annie, they were really wanting to all in and be aggressive.
Yeah, I do say that that hook from Natus Remain was very on point. They picked the Thresh with Annie available because they are confident in their ability to win that matchup. The unfortunate thing that happened, though, is Natus Remain got the kill on Thresh, where Wiz Fusion got the kill on Jinx. So now it's actually a BF sword versus just a Vamp Scepter for Bobby Hand kill. That's going to be advantage Coast.
Yeah, and all the pushing pressure from Jinx as well has given a nice healthy CS lead to Wiz Fusion in that lane. So things still looking good there despite the first blood going through. Stun there actually out the choppers on as well, but a good lantern out there.
Even so, that's over half of Bobby Hankill's health, and the wave is pushed against him, which is why we're actually seeing immediate assistance coming from Kez on Elise.
Yep, going to rotate up there. Shifter in the mid, just going to hang out with Bishu, continue farming away. Bishu, as you mentioned, Jet, really keeping up in CS there, so nice early play on Orianna. That Chalice really doing nice things. It's down the bottom. There's going to be an awful lot of farm happening down the bottom, Jet. Probably not a whole lot else.
Definitely if we're tracking these lanes, the Walking Dead is winning the mid lane and the bottom lane, where the duo lane is going to Coast. But there's another
good hook lantern in there, so Daydreaming in a whole lot of trouble as he's forced to get away. But Nintendo, great counter gank here up towards the top as he's now maybe in trouble. The Undertow coming through, the damage moves in, and now Jinx pops that passive there as Bobby Hand kill. Now getting chased out as well. Nintendo needs to find the Undertow, but the Rocket's going to get it instead. The Zap just misses as Natus Remain flashes out, and they're going to look for the tower up here. That's Wiz Fusion diving in there. Natus Remain in trouble. The triple kill for Zig.
That was just Jinx going crazy. A good counter gank by Nintendo, but mainly just heady target selection by Wiz Fusion, and that's that Jinx passive. 1 kill snowballs into 3, and that lane just got destroyed.
And we don't see the Jinx resets very often, but we're going to get him again.
This was another hook where Coast decided to fight almost immediately. He lands a good stun into a double axe right there, and Wiz Fusion can just go right in afterwards.
Yeah, and that's Bobby Hand kill. You can see getting chased down. There's really nowhere else for them to go. Great rocket there from Wiz Fusion.
That rocket that he shot afterwards, and then he actually hit level 6, skilled up the rocket, and decided to continue the dive. All those things are very smart play, and it justifies the pickup of Wiz Fusion as their new AD carry.
Man fight down the bottom there. Zion Spartan getting low, trying to bait in Yazuki. Nintendo's rotated down, but that's Nasus going to pop the ultimate. Now Elise is in here as well. Shyvana got to be very, very careful. Now Nintendo kind of caught in the wrong place. Pops Ragnarok to get out of the way, and he is going to be safe. Cocoon will hit, but does not disable, of course.
Yeah, because he's Olaf.
He is Olaf. I mean, we've seen more Olaf kind of this weekend at this point. We're only halfway through.
Yep.
He's
He's really big in the North American promotion tournament so far. And speaking of being really big, like Yuzuki's Nasus is going to become a monster very soon. He's already got 132 bonus damage on his Siphoning Strike only 10 minutes in, and it's only going to get worse because Zion Spartan isn't going to reach a point here where he can really start pushing Yuzuki back in the lane.
I have to give massive, massive amount of credit to Nintendo, though. His counter ganking in the top lane really turned okay situation into an incredible situation for his team. And we were wondering, you know, Olaf's not really a ganker. Nintendo doesn't gank all that much. But that was right place, right time if there ever was one. And when you're jungling, it's all about decisions.
Yeah, and once Kez used all of his spells to re-engage, it was just the chase down that he managed to get 3 easy assists there by landing a couple axes, and then like it couldn't have went better for them. WizFusion got all 4 of those kills, and the first kill gave him the red buff, which was another thing that enabled all those things. If Nintendo wanted the way back in this game after the bad early game accidental steal by Zion Spartan on red, that'll be.
And you can see up in the top lane when we were just there, there's just so much bullying happening here. Bobby Hankill's falling swiftly behind in CS. There's even a pink ward in that piece of brush, just a spot for any ganks, and really just kept complete control of vision of that area.
Yeah, and the lane is consistently pushed back here too. It's just creating more aggression opportunities for Coast. It's strange that WizFusion isn't pushing himself because he could. It's because they're actually respecting the Elise gank a hell of a lot, and it's working for them.
And Kez actually popped up there very briefly trying to go for that gank, but as you pointed out, Coast just really freezing their lane in a great spot there and denying any of their potential gank route. And that's really smart play. When you're ahead, the one thing you don't want to do is trade off or fall behind again. You want to keep your lead. And when you're ahead, keep getting more ahead is the classic phrase, and they're really doing it up there. Nintendo, he's popping up again.
And we'll see if he can get this one, and there is no flashes on either Walking Zed guy. So if Daydreamer lands a stun, this is a kill.
The Zap actually missing there, but Nidus and Man could be in a whole lot of trouble trying to get through there, but the Tibbers will fall down, and now there's absolutely nowhere for Thresh to run. He is going to go down as Nintendo picks up the kill this time.
All over the place right now for Coast. They're getting advantages. Actually, during that last replay of the triple kill, Shifter soloed Bishu in the mid lane. If we're wondering how he got that 1 kill on Ziggs, now they're pushing this turret.
And that turret looks like it's probably going to go down here. Kez moves into defense here. Bobby Hankill trying to clear out what he can. Pops the culling there actually, just to try and get them off the turret, but you can see that Jinx passive again. Doesn't just work on champion kills or assists, works on turrets as well. And very intelligently the Walking Zed back off.
There is a full 2,000 gold advantage right now for WizFusion over Bobby and Kill, and that is a whole team effort. It's been Daydreaming, getting the stuns when he gets hooked and deciding to go all in with the rest of his team, and the good ganks by Nintendo. This is all going to be on Yuzuki, really, to try and come back.
Yeah, I mean, Doublelift mentioned it, the NASA something that's quite good against his Jinx here, and WizFusion, his team were talking him up in that video saying, this guy's really good, he's done so much for our team, and he to carry this game at this point. He's been given all the tools and all the gold to do so. As Bobby Hankill up in the top, he's just trying to farm as much as he can.
And with his turret down, he can't freeze that for long. Otherwise, it's going to end up impacting the rest of his team. We can see now with WizFusion and Daydreaming down here, they're going to either pressure the Dragon or just do a straight-up turret push because they can. There's only 4 real people on the map for the Walking Zed as long as Bobby and Kill is up in that top lane trying to farm.
Yep, pink ward up here for Daydreaming, so could be checking out this Dragon. Does throw down the ward there, and we'll be able to clear that out. And Bobby Hankill, as you mentioned, all the way up in the top. He's probably not going to get down here in time, and Coast are going to continue to solidify their pretty hefty gold lead early on in this one and pick up the very first Dragon.
And this is a good time to take the Dragon as well. You can see 163 gold going to everyone there. That's more what the Dragon was worth before the preseason here. I'm seeing a lot of teams really value the early Dragon. I don't think it's worth it early on in the game because they devote so much health and resources and lane presence to get that first Dragon before it's rewarding. But now, since Dragon's gold scales with the average level in the game, seeing that everyone's around level 10 or so, it's actually giving a hefty sum of gold at this point, and that's the best time, I feel like, for Coast to devote resources to get it.
Yep, Nintendo was down the bottom there. He's actually on top of a ward, unfortunately for him, but will do the thing and just rotate and try and get some pressure down. But good movement there from the Walking Zed to make sure they can defend that turret and get everything moving on mid lane. Be interesting to see how Ziggs is doing in terms of turret pressure, and of course, with Bishu already going down at 1v1, that's going to be that's unfortunate, as we see. Pretty good job here from Shifter. About a third of its health has gone down.
Yeah, he's been holding the turret fairly well. He's just got to worry about not dying, and there is more pressure being put on by Coast. This is the mid game they're normally so great at. They're taking control of some of this jungle and trying to get a steal. Not quite fast yet.
Good attempt there by Shifter, but couldn't quite get it done. No smite, no, actually maybe was available for Nintendo there, but
he just couldn't see it. Yeah, because they pulled the buff into the brush there and were able to spike it down before the Ziggs bomb got there first.
Smart stuff. And I want to draw attention here to the 80 carry item builds right now between these two teams. We're actually talking a little bit about it before the game. I like Trinity Force a lot, but I think in this situation especially, it just feels so awkward when the enemy has a Bloodthirster.
Oh, look out on this dive. There's that Bloodthirster.
Nidus going in. There's WizFusion going in again. The tower does get out. A perfect time to go in here under Jinx. The zap just a little short there as Undertoad's going to look for it, but can't quite clean the kill.
Yeah. I'll talk about the item build now. The Lucian item build in particular. I feel like you want to get the Bloodthirster and the Trinity Force in whatever order you can. And the BF Sword would be great for immediate power. He just never had the ability to have a full 1,550 gold just to buy a BF sword. He's been dying so much or getting pushed out of lane so frequently. He's just trying to get as much power as he can possibly have for them now.
Yeah, Kez just missing a cocoon there as well. Bishu moving in, but nice flame chompers being chucked down there by Jinx to kind of deny any of that, and Shifter left alone here. This is a lot of what we saw yesterday with Pobelter Ziggs, is that if you're left long enough with the tower, you're shoving in the lane every single wave, especially when you have blue. You'll eventually wear it down if people start roaming.
Those Ziggs auto attacks just finish off turrets and push them way faster than you'd expect an AP champion to be able to do. It's like a demolitionist right there.
Yeah, it's actually a bit of a man fight happening here in the top, but looks like nothing will really come of it. And I want to draw your attention to the demolitionist aspect, Jack, because in Australia, actually, there's a couple of well-known Ziggs players. You might remember Team Immunity from the Wildcard tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both Heaven's Curse and Rady, their AD carry, actually play a ton of Ziggs in solo queue. A shift to him, maybe going to get caught up, but daydreaming around the side as well. Nidus be in a whole lot of trouble now as he's trying to flame it. Intended in there as well. The Undertow's going to hit him straight in the face, and that kill is going to go over to the Ziggs.
Even if that hook landed, I feel like he would have died for that one. Not always a good idea to try to hook a Ziggs who's that beefy and farmed. Athene's Unholy Grail, and now it's just a roaming mob squad for Coast.
This would be a big dive, but Wiz Fusion unfortunately hits a minion there with his zap, so they'll back away for now. The reason I mentioned those Australian players, though, they are famous for rushing Lichbane on Ziggs.
Oh, and just trying to kill the turrets as quickly as possible. Shifter's a player who does like building Lichbane, but I see him complete it a little bit later on Ziggs right there, because they clearly have no troubles killing turrets here.
No, I mean, oh, that's pretty good. There is a good stun going to move him for Daydreaming. Great repel to landed in there as well. Zion trying to push him back. That was a really smart play.
If Zion could have gotten him as he was going for Lantern, and he hooks in, I don't know why.
That's unfortunate for Nidus, but goes in a little too deep there. The team not ready to protect him, and he is very, very dead.
Double Lift and Freak were talking a little bit about tilting in these best of threes, and when you're not playing on this stage very frequently, sometimes that can get into you. And Nidus Remain had actually been playing very well in the laning phase, but things weren't going his way, and going in on that Thresh hook was definitely a tilt move. That is not a mistake he would make in the online group stage, but he just made it there.
And Coast going to continue to push here. The teleport is going to come in, but a good chomp is that Yazuki caught up by that, slowed up by the zap as well. Nintendo gets caught, but he's going to pop Ragnarok and walk right on out.
Being able to get the inhibitor turret down this early in the game is huge for Coast as a team. Surprisingly, Shifter has just been hanging out in mid lane with Bishu this entire time, but I feel like the mid lane turret set is next up for Coast.
Nintendo caught up there, cocooned by Kaz. No Ragnarok to save him there, but he'll be okay for that one. And you're right, it's funny, we spent a lot of time in our pregame kind of talking up this mid lane matchup, saying Bishu's such a strong force on GGLA and here on this team, and we're expecting big plays here from Shifter. He's been hanging, farming.
Yeah.
It's almost like top lane.
It's been Wiz Fusion. That's
it really has
been the story here in this game. Him and Daydreamin', their synergy together, because the play that happened at the very start of the game that just got the 1-for-1 trade, not even the big one, when Daydreamin' got hooked and was essentially dead, Wiz Fusion's trust and ability to just go all in on that hook is what saved them in that situation. You don't get that synergy unless you absolutely trust your lane partner. That didn't happen with Mashme and Daydreamin' last split, and that definitely doesn't happen with people in solo queue. So that's telling me Wiz Fusion and Daydreamin' have a lot of synergy so early on in their competitive lives.
Yeah, credit to Nintendo as well, who really just wanted to go straight in for that 3v3, confident there that they could get that counter gank happening. We talked a lot about yesterday again where teams look confident when they're all going in together and being decisive as a unit. That's something you don't get unless you have a lot of practice together. And Coast, they are very experienced here, especially compared to TWZ.
And it was one of the defining factors in Evil Genius's victory yesterday as well, how well they were sticking together as a team. Obviously after they were able to grant leads, which is kind of a pretty key part of it, but just the way they played with Vision in the jungle, sweeping out all the wards, camping the right rushes, and almost imitating Fnatic. Coast, while not imitating Fnatic, is almost doing a bit of almost a Cloud9 impersonation, because they're just winning everywhere, taking all the objectives, and doing whatever they want.
I mean, again, calling back to Nintendo and how he seems to like to pressure a whole bunch of lanes. There's been nothing but tower pressure here from Coast, and that may be a product of Jinx specifically, or Nintendo's Olaf, who has good wave clear here. I mean, even the item builds here.
It's absurd. It's an absurd differential, 8,200 gold to 5,300 gold. When you look at those 80 carries, 5 turrets to 0 right now. This is really a strong showing so far game 1 for Coast.
Oh, look at this, just poking them off the turret, trying to do as much damage as they can. Even the ultimate from Jinx coming in. I mean, every now and then we see Gragas ultimates just to push people off the turret so you can siege them. Very reminiscent of that style of play there.
Yeah, he didn't even have blue buff when he threw that one out. They're just wanting to get this turret before their next back. You can see they're sitting on a bit of gold. 700 at least on every member, so about 3,500 to 4,000 unspent gold on their team right now. Once they get this turret, they might decide to go back, but they got it because they harassed the Walking Zed down so low.
And there's also nothing the Walking Zed can really do in terms of initiating. They just don't want to fight Coast here, and if they even force to fight under the turret, they don't feel confident enough to win it because they're just so far behind.
I would almost start thinking of the next game if you're Walking Zed.
I think so too, and I guess with that in mind, Jat, Coast almost 10,000 gold ahead. You mentioned the top lane gank with Jinx getting a triple kill there. I mean, what else really went wrong here for the Walking Zed?
So even though Bishu played well in the mid lane, it wasn't ideal. He gave up a solo kill, and that's never that strong. I think what went well for Walking Zed was Yuzuki's play 1v1 in the lane. That's about it, as far as I can tell so far for the Walking Zed.
So Coast here just really opening up strong, having a strong presence in all their lanes, and Nintendo with a good bit of play there as well. Getting them to a very, very strong lead here. It's not quite 10,000 gold yet, but we're pretty close here. And for me, this looks almost like an old Season 3 game when you look at the scoreboard. Not that many kills, given all the aggression.
And a lot of turrets.
A ton of turrets here. 6-0 here for Coast. I mean, they tried to change the password, but Coast here really taking that philosophy still.
Absolutely here. Shifter's going to be able to get another blue buff. They're really just trying to execute out for this one. They've also placed a ton of pink wards so far in this game. There's still a few lingering in the Dragon River, and now a fresh one at Baron. Plus, they've all went sweeper, as you just pointed out to me on the screen there, so I get to see it. But 4 of them just to take complete control of this Walking Zed jungle. I see them just sweeping the jungle they're in right now so that even the approach to Baron is impossible for the Walking Zed to track, and then they could control it, or they're just realizing they're 10,000 gold ahead. And why not just brute force the inhibitor down?
And one of the things I like about kind of the preseason, as we do see Coast move in here, could be starting one of the last fights potentially of this game here. I mean, the Walking Zed, they're going to try and defend this inhibitor, but it almost feels awful here with Zig still poking you in. There's just so much damage, so much, just everything
so
here.
Much stuff. Everyone is items
stuff.
ahead. There's a whole bunch of items on Wiz Fusion. There's just now a Trinity Force on Bobby Hand kill. For a while, it was just a Phage and a Sheen to a Bloodthirster and a Static Shiv. It's not fair if they fight right now. Even if they caught Wiz Fusion and bursted him down 100-0, I still think Coast comes out on top.
Yuzuki kind of looking around the side here, and you can see Elise very far forward there. Annie as well. Flash Tib is at the ready. Actually popping the Talisman there, just wanted to get out safely. Smart play there from Coast. Very safe here. We saw Evil Geniuses a lot yesterday when they were ahead, and they got quite ahead in their series. They played very, very carefully to close out their games.
And why would you not play carefully when so much is on the line for Team Coast? They know what it's been like. They were near the bottom of the LCS all throughout the spring until they made an amazing run in the playoffs, and then they didn't quite make it into the playoffs in the summer split, which is why they were the 7th LCS seed. Smart Baron right here for them. They had wards and swept the jungle before they made it there, and they just secure that Baron.
Yeah, very smart, very safe Baron coming out there from Coast. And I alluded to earlier, trinkets. One of the things I like about what's happening with trinkets in the preseason is that obviously as teams are learning about how this works, but it seems like the more ahead you are, the more red trinkets you want. And we saw that yesterday from EG, getting 3 early red trinkets when they had a lead. 4 is a massive amount here from Coast, but they just know they need to get vision. They have so much space on this map.
And I think because they have such a large lead, they don't really care about seeing where the Walking Zed is. They just want to make sure that they don't get seen. They're kind of just trying to move around in the shadows. If anything, if we're thinking long-term here, I'm wondering maybe the blue trinket might get a little bit of play for teams that are really far behind to not face check brushes that have been swept away when you're behind in the lane.
I hope the blue trinket sees some love, Chad. I'm a big fan of the blue trinket here, but Coast are going to push down yet another turret here and make it 7-0 on that count here. And just a massively, massively one-sided game, I think, at this point. Coast came out swinging, and the Walking Zed. I mean, I felt like with the momentum going to stop. Oh no,
here's
Shifter.
the fight.
Oriana roll, that's good there, but still the damage moves in. Nidus the main dead very quickly there is Shifter. Now getting chased out as well, but he's okay for now. Zion trying to peel off as Bobby Hank Kill going to go down. Wiz Fusion killing everybody there with a double kill. Now going to take on Yuzuki. Takes a big chunk out, but Nintendo's going to peel off for him, and that's going to be the triple once again.
And Shifter didn't even go down in that one. A 25-minute ace followed by the surrender.
And a huge, huge game there for Coast. They were the challenger team here leading into this promotion series, and they're going to show it here. Absolutely massive game for them.
That was incredibly fast, incredibly decisive, and incredibly impressive so far by Coast. 13 kills to 1. The only death was in getting a kill early on in the game in the 2v2 lane between WizFusion and Daydreamin'. And the Walking Zed has a lot of recovery to do, because when a game goes that wrong for you pastry time, you basically have to throw everything out again. You can't even take lessons from it.
So, Jad, I have to ask you, how much of that do you think was what happened in the early stages with a couple of technical difficulties and things not starting off maybe the way that they wanted to here? I mean, we talk about experience. Do you think they were a little tilted even maybe?
That could definitely be an impact. Like, sitting through about 30 minutes of technical difficulties as they had to do when they know that the biggest game of their lives is up. That's the thing. Coast, even though they're requalifying, they've been in a situation of having to qualify or having to kind of play for their spot in the LCS multiple times, and they would definitely be more used to sitting through that. If anything, it's the negative implication for the Walking Zed not being used to it, and credit to Coast for knowing what it's like and being able to just stay on it, because as soon as that pause ended, it wasn't many minutes later they got those triple kills.
Do you think that, given that we do have to throw everything out again now, that there's going to be changes made? I mean, do you see anything in that game and think maybe I want to ban that, want to change my picks around a little, or do you think they just say, all right, we're going to consider it an entire, almost first game again in the series and just go again?
It's so hard when everything loses, because you're like, well, because in the EG series, it was like Pobelter doing amazing on Ziggs, and we're saying, well, they should ban out the Ziggs. They didn't. They went kind of 0-3. Now,
yeah,
like,
I mean,
WizFusion, I feel like you could do that on a lot of AD carries. There was a Sivir ban in that game. They picked Lucian against it, which is considered heads up or better than Lucian in lane, and it didn't matter for them. If anything, I would just try and take some of Coast champions away from them. You can't really necessarily ban all those out, and just try and change up Coast as much as possible while organically changing your own team comp, because you're picking different champions by picking theirs.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the number one thing is just stay calm. You know, it's a long series. You've got plenty of time to go back in here, collect yourself, breathe deeply, and just try again here. Don't get rattled by what's happening. From this point on, do you think the games are probably going to go a lot more smoother on the technical side?
Yeah,
so
I mean, we made it through the whole 25 minutes there afterwards without technical difficulty, so got all my fingers crossed.
All of them again. So we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, Walking Zed and Team Coast head back to the Rift for Game 2 in their promotion tournament showdown. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Team Coast, we chose the Walking Zed. It just seemed like they're a rather inexperienced team, and that was something we'd be able to take advantage of. We feel really confident going into our match against them.
We were a little surprised, but it's not like it phases us out or anything. So we feel pretty confident.
Welcome back to the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament. Before we get to Game 2 between the Walking Zed and Team Coast, I'd like to welcome Team Curse's mid laner, Voyboy, to the analyst desk. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to talk a lot about your team later on, but first I want to get all you guys' takes really on Game 1, because as Nintendo X mentioned there, we are very confident going into this matchup, and they didn't have any trouble setting aside the Walking Zed in Game 1.
Yeah, so I do want to correct one thing that I was wrong about. Bishu held up really, really well against Shifter. I've got to commend him for a good performance there. I thought Shifter was going to dominate that lane. But the other thing that Bishu said was that his team has a hard time in the mid game. They have a hard time making rotations properly, and he was really afraid his team was going to get caught off in that sort of section of the game. And that's exactly what happened. A whole lot of free kills came Coast way from random river rotations and pickoffs.
And I think the biggest thing was obviously just the duo lane, which was top this time, so I'm just going to call it the duo lane. WizFujian outplayed Nidus really bad. You'd think that Bobby Hank Hill was at fault because he's the AD carry and he's the one who's lower on CS, but honestly, Nidus got chunked really bad at level 1, and then he based and he made Bobby Hank Hill miss 2 waves. Then he came back, he got chunked again. He just has like 0 presence in lane. He just wasn't playing very well, and the ganks that he forced, Cortez missed every cocoon I saw him. He missed one on Zion bottom lane. He went top, he missed that one. I mean, it's not that hard to hit a cocoon. You just kind of wait for them to flash because they're going to flash. And if he had hit those cocoons, those were 2 free kills, and that would have snowballed the game in TWZ's favor, but it ended up being a complete waste of time, and even in one instance, it got a triple kill for WizFujian, which lost him the game. That was the reason that every tower started dropping.
Very ruthless analysis from Double Lift. Voyboy, do you feel the same way? Is there any part or any moment in the game that they could have taken it back if they wanted to?
I think actually Double Lift said the cocoons weren't too hot. I actually thought that Cortez went for a good play mid when Bishu went for the ultimate on Shifter, and like the worst possible luck ever, he ultied like Shifter in 1 creep. The creep lived with like 10 health, and it actually blocked the cocoon, which probably would have resulted in a kill on Shifter, which I think if the Walking Zed was going to make a play to get the game back in their favor, that kill was probably what they needed, and unfortunately it hit the creep. Shifter just flashed away, and he was perfectly fine, and once you're down 3 kills, your AD carry is like really fed, and you're an amateur team coming in, like the nerves are going to get to you. You start to play a little bit more passively, and you could just see like they weren't able to take any initiative after that point.
What's cool is that I can ask you now about both the top matchups and the mid matchups, because you had the knowledge on both. Let me maybe start by the top matchup. The Shyvana versus Nasa ended up in the bottom lane, and Yuzuki actually quite held his own.
Yeah, definitely. So Zion, he did miss a bit of EXP due to the level 1 shenanigans. So when he came into the lane, he was a bit behind on CS and EXP to Yuzuki. But when he comes into lane with the red buff, and Shyvana already has early pressure on Nasus, in my opinion, he should be able to take advantage of that lane a little bit. I think he was having a few like graphical problems or something, so that might have contributed to him not really being able to take off an aggressive start that I would have probably expected him to. But what basically ended up happening is they both just free farmed. Yuzuki out farmed him by the 20-30 CS, and at that point, like the top laners didn't really impact the game too much. Once your AD carry gets 4 kills, your mid laner gets shipped to 1v1 Bishu, got that kill. The top laners are just sitting there like, hey guys, like, good luck. And that's how the game pretty much played out. But yeah, I think that Shyvana versus Nasus ended up pretty even.
Yeah, I actually got to kind of piggyback off what you said there. The game really did turn into the WizFujian show where, okay, yeah, you get a triple kill in lane. We'll tend to snowball you. And we saw what sort of happened with that. The top lane turret goes down. Bobby Hank Hill leaves to freeze that lane and catch back up, which is probably the right play. Let's be fair. You don't want to be a 0 gold AD carry, but that gives Coast the chance to take Dragon. It gives Coast the chance to group up and take other objectives. And again, all those mid-game kills that kept picking up, like, it all snowballed off of that kill, and you know, the top laners kind of were left alone, and it was, okay, let's go make plays with our AD carry.
Yeah, the snowball just got going, and I'm coming back to that bottom lane, or that top lane as it was in this game again, and with Fujian's play. Is that anything that you think the Walking Zed can mediate as we go forward in this series, or is it just going to be too strong?
Oh, no, definitely this is something that you can very easily fix. Nidus shouldn't play Thresh. It's a very mechanically intensive champion, and you cannot be, like, off your game when you're playing Thresh. If you're like a pixel off with your hook, I mean, that's a missed hook. And you should be playing like more comfortable champions. I don't see him play Thresh, and he didn't play well that game. Like, he just kept picking in and dying. You saw it. And if he's on tilt, he might pick it again, but I don't think he will. I think he's going to make the smart decision. He's not going to play Thresh, and they're probably going to, on this time, because they're blue side, go bottom lane. It'll be fine. They have the, like, I don't know. It should be an okay matchup if they don't give them any Jinx again, which I don't expect them to do.
Voyboy or Freak maybe have an opinion on what's certainly going to have to happen for the Walking Zed in picks and bans.
Yeah, I think they need to calm, well, not even just picks and bans, but they need to calm the heck down. We talked about this with Determined versus Evil Geniuses, but also in just walking backstage real quick, Fujin and Daydream were sitting there, and I just hear, yeah, Knight is really nervous right now from one of the two of them as they're sitting there kind of talking about the matchup, and it's like, yeah, these guys can already tell their opponents are in their own heads. Like, you got to imagine it's got to be tough for the Walking Zed as well. And these guys need to say, look, it's a best of 5. There's at least 2 games ahead of us. Inhale, exhale. Let's play the next game because they're clearly incredibly skilled players.
We're going to have to see how that goes on as the series goes on. And talking about being nervous, Voyboy, you're here, and tomorrow, a very big moment for Team Curse, of course. How are you going up in the series versus Cognitive Gaming?
Yeah, so Cognitive is definitely a team that we respect. Their team is pretty good. We did choose them because we thought they were the weakest of the 3 amateur teams, but we did take into consideration that Zamfir is a really skilled mid laner. I think that he might be potentially one of the best in the amateur scene, but I think going into our match, I'm looking forward to making sure that he's going to remain one of the best in the amateur scene.
Ooh.
Dang.
Strong words. How do you guys feel about the choice that Curse made for going up against Cognitive?
I think it makes a lot of sense. If I were in Curse's shoes, I probably would have made the same choice. Cog seemed to be, they hit kind of a hot streak to get in. I think they won some matches. People weren't expecting them to. They have a pretty poor record in the NACL. I'm actually excited to see how you guys play that matchup, though, because you and Quas both have interesting champion pools, as does Zamfira. So I'm just kind of looking forward to what kind of shenanigans happen in those matchups.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty exciting, but I can't reveal anything until...
Of course not.
You'll see.
No, you not want to reveal anything, so maybe let me circle around and ask you about how the transition has been for you, of course, from that top lane to that mid lane. Yesterday, Kerp proved that it can be a very successful story.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely impressed with Kerp's play. He's really just like in a similar situation as me. After the season, they're looking to pick up a new player, and he felt like he could fit in the mid lane role. I felt like I could do the same thing. We both just put our skills to the test. He proved himself. I'm looking to prove myself in our best of 5 against Cognitive, and I think I'm going to do well. I'm looking forward to. I'm working hard to become like one of the best mid laners in NA, and I definitely think I can do it. So we'll just have to see how I do.
Maybe we can keep talking a little bit about the huge changes that are in this Curse roster. Maybe to double lift, saying that they gotten back with Cop. Cop is back in the bottom lane now, playing with Zeke. And how do you think that's going to match up?
I mean, just playing against them, they're okay. Like, I don't know, like, Cop's always played really passively against me. Like, when I watch him play against other ADs, he plays pretty well. But when he plays against me, I don't know what happens. Like, he just kind of falls apart. I think it's more of a mental block kind of thing. But I know he's really good. I've always rated him, like, he's probably, like, top 4. He's always been top 4 in NA. Even though he's passive, he's always been good.
Well, yeah, Devil, if you're just so intimidating, who would play aggressively against you?
I know, dude.
Yeah, Cop's been playing really well. Whenever we play you guys, he's like, yeah, Devil is just my kryptonite, but I think it might have some mental thing. But yeah, Cop's been playing really well in our games.
Talk me a little bit more through all those changes in your team, and what's the biggest difference for you going from top to mid, and what you have to pay attention to in lane?
Yeah, so right now we have, well, I'll just talk through some of the changes. So Cop and Zeke, they've been performing really well together. I think the synergy is definitely building. None of us have been playing together for a very long time. We formed the team like a month and a half ago, but I think that our synergy is like really strong. I'm extremely happy with the way things are playing out. And as like mid laner, I just look to control the map with Dominate. We just look to make plays. We let bot lane do their thing, and we give Quas like a favorable matchup that he thinks he can go or do really well in. And we just try and play the map like that. And yeah, I definitely think that you can see me in Dominate looking to control the map and just make plays.
Can you go maybe a little deeper into that, how it's different for you playing with Dominate than it was with Saint?
Yeah, so I have played with Dominate before. We used to play on Dignitas, and we had really good synergy during our time there. And I can definitely feel a lot of the same like interactions when we play. Obviously, we're still learning like the little nuances of each other's play. Only been practicing for like a month or so, but I think that we're going to be like a force to be reckoned with going into the next season.
I actually have a question for you about Dominate, if you can answer this. So he's obviously been away from the pro scene for a year, coming back now, playing with you again. What have you noticed actually in Dominate from, 2012, 2011 to now?
He's really just kind of the same person, still like really lighthearted, joking. He's still a beast at the game, and I think that he's still like one of the best junglers in NA. So we just got to prove ourselves in our match and going forward.
All right.
Doublelift, you're in the position that a lot of things change around you in a team, and you kind of got to stay put and kind of adjust to all these different players that are coming in. How good do you think a team can do after a month and a half with a new roster change?
Oh, I think Chris it should be a pretty easy sweep, honestly. Like, they're good. They're really good. The way I see it is most teams, pretty much all the best teams, they control one side of the map, and they focus like a lot of their ganks, a lot of their grouping, and like objective play calling on that side of the map. And for Curse, it's generally the top side. So like Quas, Voidboy, and Dominate, I see them as like the carries of Curse, and they're pretty much always doing well. Like, I don't really see them like have super bad games or start feeding or whatever. They do well, and they make like the big plays when it counts, and they take objectives together. They're just really good.
Do you feel, Voidboy, that you will be able to carry more in that mid lane, seeing how we know how top lane, how it is right now, and it's just basically the bruisers and just very tanky scaling into late game. But do you think that in the mid lane you'll be able to actually make the plays and just carry it all right now?
Yep, that's what I've been doing in our games in the Challenger Series, and looking forward to do it in our matches versus Cognitive.
Okay, well, it's going to be an exciting matchup. I also like to ask you guys, we talked about this a little bit, but we've got a new guest on the desk now about tomorrow's matchup, Cloud9 versus Fnatic. NA still has a chance. How do you think that will go?
I mean, we saw them play at Worlds. The games were pretty close. It could have gone either way. Maybe should have been Cassidy or something like that, but I think that Cloud9 is looking pretty strong. I haven't seen Fnatic play too much. They didn't look that great versus CLG at IEM, but honestly, I think it's anyone's game.
Like, I've been saying this forever, Balls does not really play that badly, especially in that series against Fnatic. Like, yeah, he didn't play his best game, but, man, like, you get dwarfed when you play against Soaz. That guy's so good, and he just puts the team on his back and he just carries. And, like, it's going to make the other top laner look really bad because he's not doing the same thing, but this guy's super good, and I just expect him. He's better at, recently, like, at IM Cologne than I saw him at Worlds, so I fully expect him to just, like, carry.
The matchup I actually really like between these two teams is actually the jungle one, just because, at least from my perspective, the 2014 season has made a whole lot of different things happen to the jungle. Even just in the games we saw today, Diamond got Lizard Elder on Nocturne, and Lizard Elder was used on one champion, and that was Evelynn. And that was the only time you pretty much didn't go Ancient Golem on anybody. So we're already seeing at least a little bit of variance here. But I want to talk about it because back in the World Championship, Meteos was farm heavy, and even in a game where Cyanide got first blood, Meteos beat him to level 6, out-farmed him, out-leveled him, had more pressure on the map overall. And I want to see how the junglers adapt to the new changes and if Cyanide can keep from getting so far behind Meteos.
So, like, when I think of European junglers, I think of heavy counter jungling. That's what Cyanide's, like, really good at. And that's what a lot of the European junglers have started to pick up and just been getting really good at, especially with these new changes to the jungle. And Meteos, he's a farm-heavy jungler, and he'll go into a lane and push it up. And when Fnatic sees Meteos go into a lane, Cyanide's going to go into his jungle and take every camp. And that's exactly kind of what happened to us at Cologne. And it's something that's really smart that people didn't do kind of earlier in the season. But now people are doing it, and I think that's going to punish Meteos for the way he plays.
That's true, actually. I remember watching some games in Korea especially. I know Danny did this once where, you know how junglers show up in the 3v1 turrets or they'll 2v2 to defend a turret? Mm-hmm. He would be like, I see your jungler. I'm going to go take your wolves and wraiths and crap. Screw the laner who stuck their 1v2ing under a turret. And, like, Danny would literally just, like, leave a guy that died in the 1v2 and take a bunch of camps. And in one of these cases, it was like a top lane Nasus. He held on with Spirit Fire, and Dandy got to steal a bunch of camps around. And I agree with you. The counter jungling as a reaction to these moves can be really powerful.
I'm sorry, I just had something in my throat right there. I'm sorry. Doublelift, I want to revisit it because, of course, we're going to see the Reckless Yellow Star lane matchup playing again tomorrow. How do you think that's going to go? And do you feel like they will overpower C9's bottom lane?
Man, like, I don't know. I don't want to like go over whatever our games, but I thought they were really good outside of lane, but in lane they were just good. They're just okay. But when I play against Sneaky and Lemon in scrims, these guys are super aggro. Like, I go 50-50 with them, and that's like not a good record for me. And they play so aggressively. Like, you don't understand. They just go crazy. And I don't see that in Lands. It's really strange. When I watch them play in Lands, it's like their bottom lane is almost non-existent. It's like when they played against Gambit, these guys just didn't do anything. They played super passive and they didn't make any plays. But I don't know, in scrims, these guys go ham. And I want to see kind of the shift, like translate from scrims to actual like results in tournaments. Because if they play the way they play in scrims, I think it's it should be really easy for Sneaky and Lemon.
Do you think some of that's how intimidating having to fight Genja Edward is, or is that just them being nervous when they get to an actual match?
It might just be nerves from when you get into an actual match, or maybe it's just like they don't want to play as risky as they do because it's a real match and they don't really think they need to because Meteos might carry them or whatever. But I don't know. At the same time, Reckless is also really good. I've always said he's probably the best AD carry in EU, so it should be interesting. I just want to watch it. I really don't know how it's going to turn out.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And Voiboy, it must be a little double feeling for you sitting here and listening to that and watching the Battle of the Atlantic because you guys were at the highest level and now you're fighting to stay in the LCS. How is the general feeling with you and this kind of roller coaster that you're going into tomorrow?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. The Battle of Atlantic games have been great to watch. We can see like what the other top LCS teams are running for strategies and stuff, and we like, oh, we like do that too, or oh, that's kind of interesting. Didn't think of it, but yeah, our whole like minds and hearts are just set on winning our match. Like that's the most important thing to us. We've been working so hard for the past like 2 months, month and a half to just work for this day, and it's pretty exciting that it's finally here. I'm a little bit nervous, but I have a lot of confidence in myself and my team. I think we're going to do really well and looking to help impress people.
And I can imagine for you, who has been at the top of the scene and playing as a top laner, very good performances for the longest time, and now you're there. Do you miss going up against the best in the world? And how do you think you would match up if, for instance, you had to play them tomorrow?
Yeah, I definitely miss competing at the top level. I think with our new team, we definitely have the potential to make it up there. We're going to be working as hard as possible, granted that we make it into the LCS. And yeah, I would love to play versus like the best players in the world again. Like, if we somehow make it to Worlds this season and go against like Faker and all the best mid laners, that would just be like a dream come true. So yeah, I want to make it there again.
Okay, well, thank you guys very much. I do have an update on Game 2 between the Walking Dead and Team Coast. As you already know, we have been experiencing technical difficulties throughout the day, and those issues have forced us to delay the remainder of today's Spring Promotion Tournament for approximately 1 hour. We apologize for the delay, and we will be back with the Spring Promotion Tournament as soon as possible. Thank you for your patience. Welcome back to our coverage of the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament. And while the countdown clock has reached 0, we unfortunately need a little more time to resolve the technical issues that led to the repeated pauses in Game 1 between the Walking Zed and Team Coast. Well, we anticipate that we will have the issues resolved in approximately 1 hour, and we apologize for the delay and appreciate your patience. But as we continue to address the issues on stage, I want to welcome North America's 2013 All-Star Jungler and current coach of Cursed, Saint Vicious, to the analyst desk. Thanks for joining us, Saint.
Hello.
Hello. Well, let me start off maybe by recapping what we saw a little while ago, the first game between Team Coast and the Walking Zed. What was your general impression of that great performance from Coast?
It was pretty embarrassing, I guess, for North America. I don't know. I mean, like, they had the early game lead, and it looked pretty good. And then, like, they had that one team fight right outside the entrance of Dragon where I guess, like, they initiated in this really weird area, and NASA's cut off to the left. And it's just, like, a really badly set up fight for them because Shyvana got in to the team, and then Edward just came in and just, like, flash ulted. And
you're talking about the XZG Gambit matchup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was asking about the promotion matchup, but we actually can go into this a little more. How do you think that played out overall, that match?
Oh, the Gambit one?
XG Gambit, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. It honestly looked like Gambit was just trolling after a certain point. I mean, they had like, do I get a death cap or an hourglass on Shyvana? Like, these are hard decisions that I need to make. But I don't know. It's from what I understand, XTG's only been playing for like 4 days. They've been on break the whole time. So I think that they can be a lot better than that. And it showed like in the early game. Like they made the right decisions in the early game, and they played the laning phase pretty good. But like once it came out of that, like their team fighting looked just horrendous.
Well, then let me ask you now about the matchup between the Walking Zed and Team Coast. What do you feel about that one?
I don't know if I call that first game a match, but
wow.
I mean, nothing
You
against
crushed like more than double if.
nothing against Walking Zed, but I don't know. It just looked like Coast like came to play. Like their job's on the line, and it shows. Like they're hungry, and they want to keep playing.
Do you think that there's any way the Walking Zed will come back?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like I don't think that first game's a good indication of like what the next games are going to be like. I mean, that's a lot of their players' first game on the LAN, and I'm sure people are like really nervous. And people always said like, well, we don't know how they're going to do on LAN, or like we don't know how their LAN experience is. Like, oh, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, it actually means a lot. Like people are afraid to make certain plays that they would usually make, or like they'll miss skill shots just because of nerves. Like a lot of people don't understand that like you just need to take a deep breath and like just chill out, you know? I mean, it's just the same as like playing at your gaming house or at home.
Maybe the pause coming in, is that something that the Walking Zed will be thankful for?
I think in a weird way it helps them just because getting your nerves settled, actually getting a game against your opponents, and then saying, okay, what do we actually care about in champs? Like, what do we actually care about strategically? And it gives you time to sort of recoup your thoughts. Normally in the heat of the moment, you go from game 1 to game 2. Maybe your mind is still in the last game and you're like frustrated, or you're still thinking about what you could have done. And you can't think in the past and win the next game. You've got to think, okay, what do we do differently? What do we change? What do we keep doing? And having some time to do that, I think, will help these guys. Whereas a team like Coast is probably a lot better at just knowing how to prep for game 2 right away.
Well, at the same time, you can shoot yourself in the foot, because like I know from personal experience that if you have a long time between games, you might get into some stupid arguments like, oh, like that game, just for example, you could be like, oh, you guys messed up so bad in like X lane, and oh, how did you miss your skill shots? And then you just get into this back and forth banter, and then you don't like actually resolve like the real problems and like what you're going to do next time to fix those problems, and you just kind of play the blame game, which is super easy to do. Like in this high pressure situation, like emotions are running high.
Is there anything, an example that you guys sometimes know, that's something I really mess up when I'm extremely nervous? Is it like CS or decision making, or what is it that it comes down to?
Smites. I mean,
yeah.
The smites.
No, I mean I haven't been nervous in so long in a game, but yeah, I definitely think it affects other people more than others, and I think skill shots are probably the biggest thing. Like I'll have scrim people, and I'm like, man, they would usually hit that like 90% of the time. And then they'll play a game, and you'll see them on LAN, and they'll just miss like every time.
You mentioned that you didn't get nervous anymore. Is that one of the reasons why you thought it's time to call it quits as a professional player?
Yeah, actually, a lot of people had that. Who said that? I can't remember. But they're like, if you're not afraid of losing anymore, and then was that Loco?
I can't remember. Yes, I think it was Liquid's vlog, maybe. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, yeah.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
He'll come back.
Crushed hearts, broken dreams. But no, yeah, I know. I just like honestly got tired of playing and scrimming all the time, and it burns you out. Like you're playing like 8, 10-hour days. Like you wake up, you scrim every single day, 6 to 7 days a week, and it just burns you out. I mean, I think it burned anybody out, and that's why you see a lot of like the old players. They just start enjoying the game less and less, and I think that's what happens to a lot of people.
How is it for you, Double? Because I think it was around last year once that you mentioned that you needed a break for a while to get away from it. And how do you deal with that? How do you keep that fire going?
Oh, well, last year and specifically I didn't, and that's why I didn't play as good as I should have. Like, I played really well like between the splits at All-Stars, and then I was like just okay to good for the rest of the year. And then I finally got my break. You know, after Worlds, after I did the Analyst Test thing, I got my break. And I think like even though, yeah, our LAN performances haven't been that great, I've been playing better than like ever. Like I feel like I've been playing better than I have been in the last like year or like year and a half. And it just comes because it's true when you play like 10 hours a day and there's so much pressure on you and everyone's like criticizing you and telling you how bad you are and like who's going to be better than you pretty soon. Like you just kind of, you cave into the pressure and you just like stop being as productive with your time as you could be. So like, you know, like I made a lot of changes. You know, I stopped caring what people said about me, and like I just made a lot of changes to like how I think about the game and how I'm gonna improve. So that's why I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna be way better coming into this year.
I actually have a question on that. So what drove you to this like new outlook on the game and on competing?
Well, a lot of it is, like, you kind of reflect. It's kind of hard to reflect on like an LCS split or like a bad month that you had. But it's way easy to kind of reflect on like your year. Like, what did you accomplish this year? And when I look on like season 3 and I look back, like, what did I accomplish? Is like, well, it's not as much as I did in season 2, that's for sure. So I want to. Like I was like, what made me so good, and like what makes like a good player like really good is like somebody who only cares about getting better, don't care about what the community says about you. Like I just when you get away from the game, you kind of have time to let the information sit.
And saying you going getting away from the game, but actually still having to call shots as you are now the coach. How has your day-to-day changed being a coach rather than being a professional player?
I mean, I watch a lot of team scrims, and I do a lot of stuff with like the analysts where we'll talk about like what needs to be focused on and what needs to be presented to them, the players, because I think that a good learning environment for the players is really important, and making as you can't just saying like you shouldn't have done that or you shouldn't have done this. It's more focused on towards what you should be doing, and like what be like you should be proactive rather than negative to people. And I think as long as the team like gets together and like they really enjoy their scrim time together, and they're all happy like playing with each other, and then they're just gonna grow. And I think that's like the most important thing as a coach is like that I'm just there to like help them grow and to make sure that to like ping off the ideas off of them, and yeah, just I don't know, just to be positive for them.
Be positive, of course. Rather, a lot of changes in that lineup. Let us start maybe if we go through it by I Will Dominate, of course, coming in directly for you. What do you think he brings to the team that makes him play maybe differently or in other ways?
I mean, Dominate and Boy had a history. They played on Dignitas together. I guess he has like more of an aggressive play style. I don't know. Yeah, just like they just have like a really good chemistry between Boy and him, and I think that's like kind of like their play. Like that's like what I never like compare like junglers like just as individual people or like mid laners as individual people. I think you got to like look at the combo together. Like you got like Diamond and Alex Itch or Smithy and ManCloud, like. Or Bengi and Faker. I don't like Faker's not. He's like an amazing player, but he's nothing without Bengi, or vice versa. Like you have to think about like the combo together. I think that's important.
Well, what do you think then? Like, because I feel like the jungler does affect like all the lanes. Is it really like every jungler plus lane matchup? Like is it jungle plus mid and jungle plus top and jungle plus duo lane, or are there tendencies? Or, like do certain teams need jungle mid synergy? Certain teams need jungle top. Like what are the dynamics there?
Well, jungle mid's so important because I mean you can. Affect all the other lanes a lot better. Like if mid wins really hard, you can roam to top, you can roam to bottom, you have control of Dragon. It's a lot easier to affect the other areas of the map just because of the position is on the map. Okay. And yeah, I think that's why it's the most important.
Final thing about the lineup is Quaz. As a lot of people have said, he's an incredible talent in that top lane. How have you experienced working with him for the short while?
Quaz is a very reserved person. But I honestly think he's a beast. I'll go as far as to say I think he's the best top in NA right now.
Okay.
I mean, it's like a bold statement, but I think that people will see tomorrow that he's going to back that up.
Doublelift, does this new Curse lineup scare you?
Yeah, mostly just Quas. He does a lot of stuff that no other top lane does, and I don't want to like give it away right now because that'd be super BM. But he's really smart. Like he's just super smart about the game, and mechanically he doesn't miss CS either, which is really rare. Like top laners attract like a kind of different demographic of people. Like when I think of top laners, I think of like Darien, like the kind of like Rambo, like he doesn't care. Like somebody who just doesn't care, and they go crazy. It's not like such a calculated, methodical player like Quas, who I don't know. To me, he calculates like every decision he's going to make in advance because he's just really smart about the game.
And I actually really like the new Cursed lineup. I think it's cool because it's kind of like the Cursed lineup from the beginning of 2013, where it was like Voyboy's the best top laner in NA, he's going to dumpster everybody, and Voy's going to make and it's awesome, and it was a really cool style. Whereas you've got CLG, where they win from the bottom lane all the time. You've got teams like SKT, T1K, they have a really long name, and Faker is like the guy who makes all the plays, and that's really interesting. And you had SKT T1S that was all about Marin in the top lane there, and I like the teams that are like, well, Quas is like the really huge carry here. He's going to go crazy. If he gets going, even if he doesn't get going, he's going to find a way to get going, and a lot of things come from him. So I like the new dynamics that come from the team.
That's going to be very interesting to watch. And Zane, I know you have some very strong opinions on this, so I'm just going to tap into it as we have the Battle of the Atlantic. You were talking before also about the XDG Gambit matchup. And just in general, how do you think things are going? What has surprised you or hasn't surprised you at all?
I mean, honestly, like most of the matches have gone. I didn't think the CLG match would have been so one-sided, to be honest. I honestly thought that could have gone either way. I thought it was like 50-50, but then, yeah. Sorry, Double Live.
That was bad, dude. That was sad.
But
not really. It's
no,
whatever.
I don't know. It's just funny the whole Battle of the Atlantic thing because it's like a fight for the bronze medal. It's like, oh well, we're never gonna be as good as those Koreans, but it's like we want bragging rights over each other, you know.
Well, actually, what I like about the matches we've seen both last weekend and this weekend is every single match a European has won. And now that we've got a match with no Europeans, of course the game is stopped.
The
European can't win, so we can't play.
Doubles, is there anything you want to add to that? Do you feel like you're playing for second place all the time?
I don't know. It's a start. Like I like that there's competitiveness between the regions because when one region is better than the other, it just makes the other one stronger. And then when that one gets stronger, it makes the other one stronger. So they like help each other. So like, you know, when you saw C9 play against Fnatic, then I think that sparked like a really sharp increase in like the skill of the like both scenes. Because you saw like both the best teams from these regions playing against each other. You saw like, wow, this works, and wow, these guys are like pretty equally matched at Worlds. And like it just kind of inspires better players to come up. And you saw that, like, there's so many roster changes for Season 4, and, like, everyone's so much better now, in my opinion. And I hope you can see that change come in for next year at Worlds.
What a beautiful message and things here. Thank you very much, guys. And now I think we're ready, so we're going to send it over to Pastry Time and Jat at the caster desk.
Thanks, Shocks. And right now, we're happy to be joined at the desks by TSM's owner. It's Reggie. How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. Joined by that. That's good.
So what you been up to? You've obviously been very hard at work here since retiring as a player. So how's things going from a management ownership perspective?
So I've just been really busy in general because we're moving to LA. So that's a lot of work. We had so many things to move, and I think TS guys are so messy. So like it'll just take so much time to clean up. But I'm really excited for the upcoming season because we won't be traveling every week anymore to play in the LCS.
And this is also going to be your first season not being a player, even though you've been around since the start of really competitive League of Legends. Knowing that you've played in the Battle of the Atlantic already, like what's the biggest mindset change for you in the way you're dealing with your team from an ownership perspective versus when you're like a player owner?
Yeah, so it's really easy to be negative when you're a player because you're really dealing with it like directly, right? But as an owner, I really try to stay positive regardless. Like for example, when we played against KMT right before the Lemon Dogs match, right? We went 3-1, but every single game looked really shaky. Previous to that, we were just doing really well in scrims. We went like 15-1 in scrims, and we were just doing really well. We were playing really solid, and we go to Germany. We haven't played in a couple days. We play KMT, and we're like, oh my god, they're playing really sloppy now. And how I reacted to that was I was just really positive about it. I was just like, you know what, just focus on the game. When you guys get in the game, you guys are going to play a lot better. Just do what you do in practice. And it's really last minute, so you always have to be positive. And that's one of the things that I'm trying to work on is always be positive and work on the things when the time is right.
I mean, how much of that, in terms of now that you moved away from being a player, like how hands-on are you with maybe keeping the team like happy and making sure they're okay, checking with them, even doing like a bit of coaching or mentoring? Do you do any of that at all?
So absolutely. So in a week or so, I would probably watch like 2 days of scrims with them, and I would go over every single thing that they do wrong. So it gets really repetitive because changing mistakes aren't easy, but once you change it, like really maintaining it is really important as well. Because the thing is that with TSM, it's always been about them making a constant mistake, and after they learn it, and they would just like lose it after a couple months, and they'd have to relearn it. So the process is like inefficient because you always have to relearn things. So one of the things I'm trying to work on with the guys is really being repetitive and telling them every single day to work on something and making sure they do it, and after they learn it, to always repeat it. And not only that, but I'm working with the players on an individual basis as well, just like having weekly meetings, talking to them, because we didn't have that before, you know, like when we were as a team without a coach, it was really hard to tell your coworker, like, you're not doing a good job, you know, because at the same time, you're on the team with them, and it just creates a weird atmosphere. But now, like, when you're working with each player individually, it doesn't really create that awkward feeling when, like, another teammate's like, you know, you need to step up your game. Whereas if they all get along together and I'm the bad guy and just like, hey, you need to get your stuff done, and they all get it done, it just creates an environment where it's better for the team overall.
So I guess moving through there, Are you looking at getting any additional staff to maybe help with that sort of thing? Because right now it's just you kind of doing the business side and doing all that stuff, but also you got to kind of, you want to be there for your team and make sure they're improving and help them and really coach them. Are you looking to bring on any additional personnel moving into Season 4?
Yeah, so essentially at the very start, when we just got Bjergsen, we had a lot of team coordination problems, mainly because I was the main shot caller. I would make most of the calls late game, and I would make most of the objective calls. And we had a really difficult problem doing that, but eventually it's became more of every single player contributing, and that really helps because once every single player starts thinking about the game more, the team naturally improves to a different level. So I'm going to be around for this first season, really just helping the team out, and I'm going to start helping them a lot more when Worlds comes along. But eventually, after a while, I would want to phase myself out and just be there for the important matches and really work with the guys from time to time.
It's interesting, too, because a lot of North American teams are just now picking up coaches. Do you think it's a requirement for pro League of Legends play to have a full-time coach or at least a part-time coach?
It's really hard to say. Like, for example, it works, but at the same time, like, no one's really experienced in coaching players as pro gamers in the Western scene as much. Like, if you look at Korea, right, they've been doing it for StarCraft, and they've been doing it for a very long time, and we're all new at this, so there's a different approach to everything, like in every single sport. Like you see other sports, right? They don't live together. They don't have to deal with social problems as much. I would think, because like when you're living with a team like 24 hours a day, like there's a lot more problems as playing as a team. There's like outside problems, you know, like taking out the trash, doing your chores, all that thing, all of those things, you know, and it becomes a really big toll. So like you have to take a different approach to it, and it's a learning process.
So you're saying you need a life coach as well as a League of Legends coach for some of these
I
guys?
think so. I mean, like, because these guys are so young, they haven't lived alone, they haven't really cooked for themselves. Then like, I mean, I showed Bjergsen to the mic. I used microwave, you know, but like he said it wasn't hard. But you know, like when people were burning,
Darius almost burned the house down.
Exactly. So, like, life coach for sure.
Yeah, what's been seeing is are you also kind of the halftime coach for TSM right now?
So right now, it's beginning of the season, so I'm not really coaching as much. I would do 2 days, but when the season starts, I expect to help the team a lot more, and I really want to work with them on their strategy, because that's something I've always been doing on TSM, was really the strategy, the early game part of it, and so that's what I want to really focus my team on, is being solid. But at the same time, a lot of it's mechanics. You have to focus on the basics first, and once you're really good mechanically, then you can start focusing more on strategy.
Does your experience with your team, obviously you've been on TSM forever, you started it in fact, you know all these players so well, I guess with the exception of Bjergsen, your new mid laner, does that experience help you kind of understand what your players might be doing wrong, or even just getting information across? Like, not everybody likes to be criticized, but because you know them so well, is it easier for you to be like, hey, you're doing that wrong?
Yeah, for sure, because I've been already doing that for so long in the past. It's just not as direct, because before it's really hard, because if you call someone out, right, you have to really practice the next day, or you have to practice in the next hour, and it really causes a lot of problems when you bring something up that has to be brought up, and it really hurts practice time. But if someone outside is bringing it up, then there's no grudge really, so that's really helpful. So TSM's really always been about like our team environment's really weird. Like we always avoid confrontation, and that's not good. So there needs to be someone that brings up the problems and fixes it, you know. So it's really good for us that I step back and I work with the players individually.
I kind of want to delve into something else in-game. Since you spent so long being a primary kind of dominating shot caller for TSM, if you were to kind of remove yourself from a situation, a team entirely, and you could almost design a communication system for a team, like what positions on the team would be making what calls?
So essentially I would make it so junglers really call for all timers for buffs and dragons, because the thing is that junglers really are probably the most important role inside the game.
Yep.
And it's really all about the jungler. So the jungler can really apply pressure to get objectives. So for example, right, if your top lane needs to be pushed out, the jungler can go there and help the top lane with a good buy timer, with the good wave control for the top laner to roam down to dragon as the dragon spawns.
So should the jungler be keeping all those timers, or should it be on the laners when they see wards and stuff go down?
So it's a combination, right? So you can't, like, when dragon's always on the right side, right? So there has to be a couple conditions. Your mid lane has to be stronger than the other mid lane, or your bot lane has to be stronger than the other bot lane, or your jungler. So you have to have more positives than negatives. And really, it's up to all of the lanes to communicate with the jungler. So it's like a central point where like the lanes update the jungler, like, hey, this is how well I'm doing, and the jungler can easily make a funnel say like, okay, you're winning that lane, I'm winning this lane, I'm going to apply pressure here, and we're going to be stronger than them and have more health than them to get the objective. And that's how the game should be played, is really updating the whole team with good communication and then making a good and educated decision.
What about kind of hierarchy when you're in the heat of the moment? Say a team fight happens and someone really wants to initiate. You obviously have your primary shot caller whose voice always serves.
Yeah.
What's the hierarchy? Do you have like a 2, 3, 4, 5, or is it just like this guy and everyone else is silent?
Oh, right now or before?
It not even related to you. What in your ideal world would it be like for any team?
So it really varies depending on the champions you play, because some champions have engages, some champions don't. So it really depends. But most of the time, it's usually the champion that has the ability to engage.
Awesome.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us, Reggie. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk, though, for a look back at Game 1 between Team Coast and the Walking Zed.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. And if you just tuned in, we are dealing with some technical difficulties right now. They should be resolved in approximately 40 minutes. Then we'll go on to Game 2, of course. But in the meantime, it's actually very cool that we can get the chance to catch up with a bunch of people. And now we have Doublelift again to review some replays to see how exactly Team Ghost got that far ahead of the Walking Zed in Game 1. And the first replay we have really shows what we've been talking about for a while, is that bottom lane domination.
Exactly. It was the Australian bottom lane. It was the dual lane of Coast, WizFujin and Daydreamin, that basically put the game on their backs. And now it wasn't just them being awesome. Of course, there were a lot of great plays from their teammates, as well as a couple of misplays from the Walking Zed.
Yeah, and at least here you'll probably see that she shoots her cocoon into Montana, and it's just like the most random place to shoot a cocoon. I think if the cocoon landed, they would have gotten the kill, and not only that, there wouldn't have been a turnaround for the triple kill for WizFujin.
Okay, let's get the replay up on your screens, guys. And just in case you don't know U.S. geography, Montana doesn't have any coasts. It's completely landlocked, so it did completely miss. So let's actually play the clip out. You can see it's started with a hook. It's a really good initiation. He landhoods him in, and then Cocoon went off into some minions. And the Olaf counter gank is really what's important here, because when you miss all the CC and it's all spent on a support, you just have cleanup vigil from the AD carry. WizFujin's got a BF sword in his inventory, and so it's just a bunch of damage. And you watch him, he waits for one extra tower shot and then gets out of range to help guarantee WizFujin has enough health to get away from the turret. One more turret shot would have killed that Jinx there almost for sure. His barrier was down, his flash was down, so perfect play from Nintendude there.
Yeah, that was just a great showcase of how good Nintendude is. I think he's always been like a really strong jungler that nobody really knows who he is because he doesn't do a good job marketing himself. But like, he was there for the counter gank at the perfect time. He knew where Elise was, was going to look for to gank to turn around the dual lane, and he tanked tower like perfectly. Like, he didn't let his teammates die, he didn't take any unnecessary damage, and he tanked the tower until the very last possible moment, then he backed out. It was really good play by him.
Yeah, go ahead.
So basically, yeah, as the game progresses, you've got a very fed AD carry, and our next clip ends up being actually an end-game team fight, 25 minutes in, and WizFujin at this point is 4-0-2. He's got wholly half of his team's kills. He's 50 CS up on his lane opponent, and the game kind of becomes about him in the later game team fights. So let's actually get the clip up on your screen real quick, and you see again, here's the situation. And it actually starts off with a Thresh Hook into an Orianna ultimate that locks up everybody but WizFujin, which, you know, if you don't kill the Fed AD carry, that tends to be not a good way to win the team fight. So let's roll the clip out and watch what happens.
So Ziggs gets hooked right here, and they all go in for Ziggs because they see how low he is. He actually fails his flash, and Corkez just kind of over chases here. But honestly, WizFujin had already reset one time, and he's just going to reset on everybody on TWZ. Like right here, Nasus chunks him to almost like 20% with just one Q, but it doesn't matter. There's just too much damage.
Yeah, so you can see, right, mid laner support, they get chunked and they're basically out of the fight, and it just doesn't matter. Whoever's got the persistent damage, if they are still there and still putting out damage output, then that's kind of how you win team fights.
I mean, in this situation, I would not really be... I would go into the team fight knowing that you're most likely going to lose. Like, you'd still play it out and stuff, but at this point in the game, because they're so far behind, the best thing to do is just talk about the next game. There's not a realistic chance you're going to come back against a good team like Coast. When you're that far behind, I think Royal did this at Worlds this year. They just turtle it out for as long as possible so that they can get more time just to talk about what they're going to do for the next game and go over the problems, like really just talk about it and just keep calm.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice.
And they did most certainly have some time to talk about it right here. Thank you very much. And now let's send it over to the caster desk where Pastry Time and Jad are standing by with one of the fighters in tomorrow's Battle of the Atlantic, Cloud9's Hi.
And thanks again, Shooks. That's right, we are joined by Cloud9's Hi There mid laner. How you doing, man?
Good, how about you?
I'm actually really good, thank you. How are you, Jet?
I'm doing pretty good. We're just ping-ponging the interviews back and forth, and it's nice to talk to Hi now because we get to talk about the Battle of the Atlantic game to salvage it all for North America if you guys win. Are you going to win?
I don't know. I want to win so we can get our revenge, but Fnatic's a really good team, so we'll do our best. Hopefully we can surprise them with a win.
I mean, how much does wanting to get revenge from this set you guys played at Worlds really play into you wanting to win again in the rivalry between you two?
I mean, it's a part of wanting to win to get revenge and so that we can beat Europe as a whole, so then we don't have to deal with Reddit talking crap about NA for an entire next half year. So there's like a lot of pressure on it, but I'm trying not to think about it too much, but hopefully we'll pull it out.
Cool. So how much have you guys been preparing, given that you had a little while to kind of figure out your matchup? You're the last match of the weekend as well. It's going to be a big one for the battle. What have you guys been doing in preparation?
Right, so we've been doing a lot of scrimming, obviously, but this time around we've done a lot more analysis, because last time we had a few hiccups and picks and bans. A lot of people like to point that out. So this time around we spent a lot more time on it just to figure out what we want to do. So we have a pretty good solid game plan going into it. So, yeah.
Awesome. So is, of course, the preseason patch as well. Have you guys had struggled to prepare on the patch at all? Or are you guys liking the changes and thinking it suits your style overall?
The changes on 3.14 are interesting. It allows you to get to endgame easier because the turrets are worth less gold in the beginning. And in the case you get double killed at level 1, which happens to some teams, I don't know what teams happen to, but it's not as bad as it was before. So it's a lot more lenient if you fail at early game because you can get to end game now. So that helps us out a lot. We had a lot of issues dying at level 1 before, and we've always been a pretty good team fighting team. So if we can get to end game, we should be good to go.
Something that was interesting to me about you guys in the offseason is your acquisition of Dan Din as a coach, because he had kind of been on the outskirts of the League of Legends competitive scene for a couple years, despite being one of the first people involved with it. How's it been with Dan on Cloud9?
Right, so even though Dan has the title of a coach, he isn't necessarily the coach. He's more of like a life coach in the sense he makes sure we're healthy, we're not slacking off on our duties and our job. So he doesn't necessarily tell us how to play the game, kind of like how Alex Penn did. He was our analyst, gave us a lot of information. That's not really Dan's role. He kind of just makes sure we're healthy people, our mentality is in a good state, and that we're just doing what we should be doing. So with the addition of him, he's like a new mom, and I like him.
What's he done for you guys so far as life tips and living healthier?
He's driven us around a lot. That's really nice. He's brought us food. He helps us buy stuff. And
healthy food?
Kind of.
Sometimes.
As healthy as a gamer can get, I guess. But yeah, he just does a lot for us. He drives us around a lot. He did laundry for all of us one day.
Wow.
That was really awesome. We just gave him like 5 piles of laundry, just did it all, came back. It was all folded. Well, it wasn't folded, but it is nice enough. So yeah.
So have you guys been using all this extra practice time, given that you don't have to do dishes or laundry anymore? Has that helped you kind of streamline the schedule for practicing?
He doesn't do the dishes because he doesn't live with us.
Okay.
We have a Homejoy, our cleaning service people, that do that a lot for us, so that's helpful. But our daily living schedule is more or less the same as it was before. So.
Cool. So I guess with all that, tomorrow's matchup versus Fnatic, how are you guys feeling in terms of picks and bans? Because one of the things that I know a lot of people have pointed out about your team is champion pools, and some stuff has changed from from the preseason patch in Season 3. How are you feeling as a mid laner about 3.14?
I think we've all increased our champion pools a decent amount, player by player. We have a lot of different scenarios in the case of X happens or X is banned or picked. So we have a lot of preparation for this. And as far as mid lane for 3.14, there's been a lot of rise of Ziggs. A lot of people are liking to play that champion. He's a really good champion as well. So there are champions that became stronger, such as Ziggs, and there's champions like Ari that became weaker. So it's interesting to see like what the meta is, and it's kind of going towards a poke meta / endgame meta at the moment. So for mid laners, it's pretty interesting as assassins are kind of falling off, but yeah.
So have you got anything special prepared then in the mid lane? I know you probably can't tell us now because your game's tomorrow, but maybe?
Probably.
Okay.
How about that? That's a good answer.
That sounds
right?
good.
Probably something.
Probably.
Yeah. Also, now that you've witnessed 8 of the LCS teams, 4 from North America and 4 from Europe, that you're going to be competing against next split, do you have any thoughts of how teams have maybe moved or shaken in the offseason?
Well, as far as North America goes, I think this split will be much harder than the last split will be with the addition of EG. And I don't know if Coast or TWZ will make it in yet or Curse. But it seems that this next split will be much harder than the previous split. I really doubt we'll be able to go 25-3 again. If we could, that'd be sweet, but I highly doubt that. And as far as Europe goes, they just added a bunch of new teams, or was it 2 teams that made it in?
Yeah, we got the Copenhagen Wolves and also KMT.
Yeah, KMT looked really strong, and so did Copenhagen Wolves. So I imagine the European LCS is even going to be more chaotic than last split, where they had like 5 different teams tied for like number 1, 2, or 3. I think like all 8 teams or 7 teams will be tied now. So over in Europe, it's just going to be a crazy battle. And then America, it still might be a top 4, bottom 4 thing. Hopefully that changes, but we'll have to see.
I mean, you mentioned top 4, bottom 4. Of the teams that are looking to qualify now for the next split, have you looked at any of them and thought, wow, they look pretty good? Or are you worried or not worried about any of the teams that are looking to get promoted now?
I wouldn't say I'm necessarily worried about the new promotion teams. I think they're good. I think the team we have to worry most about is probably TSM. With the addition of Björgens to the mid lane, he is a really good player, and I've had my fair share of trouble against him, especially in solo queue and scrims. So I'm expecting TSM to be really good this split. And CLG has been doing actually well, even though they've got a lot of flack on Reddit. They've been performing much better than they have in the past, and if they can get their stuff together, I'm pretty sure they'll be a pretty dominant force as well, hopefully at least. So maybe it'll be the rise of CLG and TSM again. We'll have to see.
It's always interesting when we have these kind of extended breaks, but it's because I get to ask questions I wouldn't otherwise be able to ask. You mentioned Bjergsen in mid lane and how you've been struggling against him. Is there anything specific you've been able to pick up on that he does that surprised you and was able to win in the lane?
Yeah. So a lot of information I can get from his is his runes and masteries and the reasoning of why he does what. And it basically just, you play against someone, you learn why they do X and X, and if you see it as a good, you copy it and learn from it and then adapt it to your own strategy. So he plays really aggressively.
Okay.
And
how does that reflect in his runes and masteries?
he runs cooldown reduction blues on Riven and no magic resistance, so that increases his damage and survivability a little bit. But it basically means he's trying to, I don't know, just kill you with Riven. And I thought that was really interesting that he doesn't go magic resistance, so I pretty much copied that and tried it out myself. I thought it was really good. So he does a lot of interesting things that I respect.
So you mentioned the European mid laner. Bjergsen now here in NA giving you trouble. You're playing Peke tomorrow up against Fnatic. How are you feeling about that matchup?
The last time I played versus Xpeke was at Worlds. I wasn't really too pressured in lane because he played Caston in both games, or 2 out of 3 of the games, and he ran teleport. When you have a teleport Caston, you're not really worried about dying in lane. You're worried about your teammates dying because he teleports there. So you're trying your best to pressure him down so he can't teleport. And then the second game, he played Twisted Fate versus my Fizz. That's a pretty easy matchup for Fizz, so I wasn't too worried about it. This time around, I think, depending on the champions, we probably won't kill each other. I think it'll come down to who can pressure the map more as a whole, since that's his kind of playstyle. He likes roaming around and exerting his map pressure. So I think whoever can control the mid lane will probably win the game, I think. But I don't think either of us will die in lane. It'd be cool if I could kill him, but I don't think that'll happen.
Fair enough. And I guess moving back to the LCS a little bit, you guys obviously did amazingly in the NA LCS last split. How much pressure is there for you and such a dominant team to do well again and maybe even go undefeated? You know, break some more records in terms of how many wins you guys got.
While it would be really cool to go undefeated, like 28-0, I think that's near impossible with this next split coming up. As far as pressure to succeeding to do what we did last split, I don't think that's really a big deal. I think as long as we perform at the best we can, we'll be satisfied with that. As far as what the fans want, they'll understand and still root for us even if we don't do as well. So we just have to play our best and be happy with how we do, basically. So.
Yeah, and it's really tricky for you guys because you had so many expectations leading into Worlds. And honestly, the one kind of big showing you guys have had since then was at IEM Cologne, where you also struggled against a European team. Is there a mindset shift that you guys have to go through in order to compete in these events against the European teams? Because it's kind of 0-2 right now.
Right. So since we joined the LCS, really, we've had a lot of hype for our team. That can be a good and a bad thing, depending on how the team uses it. I try my best not to let it get to me, like the hype from the fans and the hype from whatever. As long as you don't let it get to you and just respect every team and just imagine that you're on an even playing field, you'll be okay with it. Granted, we had poor showings at Worlds and against Gambit. I don't think it was the pressure that got to us. It's just they played better at that time. So.
Okay. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. It's been great to have you here. We're going to send it back over to the analyst desk, where one of the competitors in today's Battle of the Atlantic is standing by. Hey, Shocks Tag, you're it.
Thanks, Pastry Time. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon enough again now. Right now, I want to welcome Gambit's mid laner, Alex Each, to the analyst desk. Thank you for joining us, Alex.
Thank you.
Now we already talked to you, of course, a little bit before, but it's cool to like be able to talk to you a little bit longer now. And is there anything you want to go off of that Hai said about the Battle of the Atlantic in general and the way they did at IEM Cologne versus you guys?
So, like C9 is a really good team, and I think we got more troubles from them than from Fnatic if going to IEM Cologne. But overall, I think that if we just compare IEM Cologne and not think about the training and Fnatic getting better, C9 getting better, I would say it's 50-50 matchup, like Fnatic against C9. But I hope that Fnatic will win and will bring us our $1,000. It's really important.
How does it feel for you? You have to put the entire faith of Europe in the hands of Fnatic.
It feels really bad. Like, I really believe in Fnatic, but it would be better if we already won it and Fnatic would just win this just for European fans.
Nobody should tell Hai that he could play Malphite maybe to shut down Reckless.
Oh,
no,
man.
but seriously, any of the Battle of Atlantic matchups, the other matchups that surprised you particularly?
I think that CLG against Alternate was the most surprising one. Like, I thought that it will be much closer, and like, I didn't expect Kerp to play that good. I think this was the most unexpected thing. Like, I played against him, and that was really like strong, but I didn't think that he will perform the same well he did in scrims in the tournament like this.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I think really it was Double's fault though, right? Like if he had played better, they would have won.
Dude, my bad.
Yeah,
I
right.
suck.
I think that Double left farm too much and didn't come to mid.
I hate you. I hate you all.
Sorry, that was my only question. I just wanted to get that in
okay,
there.
that's the only thing you were going to say.
You're a horrible person, dude.
I love you.
All right, we
Are we
can't
gonna-
hug.
It's good. Is this good?
Is this good?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, this is close enough.
All right, we got it.
Okay.
They're doing it off cam all the time.
Yeah,
it's
we
true.
saw
We're
it.
really good
It's
friends.
true. It's true.
Well, I have my shirt on this time.
Anyway, Alex, not that this isn't great, but of course we want to pick your brain on a lot more stuff. Maybe looking forward to the EU LCS, but because we have, of course, new teams coming in and also new mid laners, how do you match your skill level versus a Jessis on SK Gaming, the Overpow in KMT? How do you think that's going to go in the next season?
So out of that three, I think Overpow is the strongest one because like he's the only one that I got problems with. Like Kotart, I think with amazing pressure of mid lane, he can be really strong. Like he's shaky in 1v1 matchups, but overall he's really strong in team fights. And if he got good support on mid lane, he can shine. Like when they got shook, he was covering him a lot. And as for SK, I don't know. Like Jessis is a really good player, but I feel like he's really pressured when he's playing on LAN, and I think this is one of the problems SK got at the moment. Like I think he needs some kind of motivation or anything, because for example, when he was playing Riven against Kassadin, he got Doran's shield for no reason, and it was really bad. And when I asked him why he did that, he said like, I don't know.
That's good. Just coming to a match. I don't know what I'm gonna buy. It's true.
Just going to tell the audience here that we're about 10 minutes away from getting back into the game, so we're just going to chat with these guys a little bit more, and then we're going to get back into the action. We're almost there, guys. Alex, anything generally about your team, the way things are going right now? Because if we think back, the best you ever did, if we think about a whole season, is the semifinals at Season 2 Worlds. And what are realistically your goals and how far you can get now in the 2014 season?
I think every season is the one goal. Win the season.
What are your chances coming in?
50-50?
50-50.
You win or you don't win.
I don't think that works for all the teams. I feel like there's like one team that wins and like 700,000 that wish they could.
Yeah, but it's like blunt logic, 50-50 for everything.
I believe it.
The Russian logic, dude.
Russian logic.
All right, I'll flip a coin. Heads, you win the world championship, okay?
No.
They have to do it
That's bad
themselves.
luck,
okay.
It's
yeah.
rigged,
I will
dude.
flip coin myself.
Okay.
All right, here
At
you
the
go.
Worlds. At the Worlds.
Oh, okay.
At Worlds. All right.
I'll bring this coin to Worlds.
Okay.
I'll remember. It'll be the Gambit hype penny.
Just bring the one with like eagles on both sides. No, just eagles.
Okay, I'll find you one.
All right. Now, generally, as we jump back into this game, tomorrow we got the big matchup. Alex, you got to call it. Is Fnatic going to do it for Europe? Yes or no? Do you trust them?
Of course.
Of course. Double F, what do you think?
tomorrow's match between Fnatic and C9.
Yeah.
It's so hard. I agree with him. It's 50-50. They win or they don't win. It's so genius.
Guys.
It's like went to class, the Russian class, and now I've learned. No, it really is. It's so hard to tell. Like, they're both so good. And, like, C9's been practicing hard. I don't know. Like, nobody knows how hard Fnatic has been practicing except for the European teams. And I'm on a North American team, so I can just tell you C9's really good. And I can't tell you how good Fnatic is. I just assume that they're really good because they've always been good.
Well, it wasn't 50-50 for alternate yesterday, I'll tell you that.
Oh. What?
But as
Hey,
we
this
count...
isn't fair.
Sorry, Double Lift. But as we count down the last couple of minutes... Oh, they're still talking? I'm sorry, Double Lift. I was happy to have you here, and I hope you'll keep joining us for the replays.
Every time I go on the desk, dude, this is my last
Someone's here to make fun of you.
All right, thank you very much, guys. And as we count down the last couple of minutes before Game 2 between Team Coast and the Walking Zed, let's send it back over to Pastry Time and Jad at the caster desk for an interview with Determined Gaming's West Rice.
Hey, and say Double Lift, I'm sorry, dude, but thanks for being a good sport about it. Joining us here in the studio is, in fact, West Rice from Determined Gaming. West Rice, how you doing, man?
Great, great.
Awesome. So, well, wait a little bit. How are you guys today, now that kind of you've had a day to digest everything?
Well, I had a long afternoon. I just slept in and, just nothing really special, honestly. Just came back down here and trying to watch the games, but I can't, so I'm just sitting around.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here regardless. I guess we have to ask you from yesterday, how are you feeling after the match ended, after the series ended?
It was pretty disappointing. Like the entire team tilted, including myself. So it was pretty unfortunate, but at the end of the day, we just got over it, and they were the better team at the end of the day. So
yeah. Future plans for Determined Gaming now that you guys are moving on?
I think for now we're just gonna do the Coke League, but we don't really know for sure yet. I guess I'll just decide what I want to do after Christmas break, but most likely I'll just stay with the team and just see what happens in the end. So.
Yeah, I mean, you're one player who's bounced around and been so close to being in basically the LCS for so long. You were one of the first players on the competitive scene, and you're still kicking around. A lot of the other guys have retired. If you think of Hotshot or St. Vicious, but you're still going. What's been able to keep you going through all this?
I just love playing the game, and that's basically it. I mean, I don't really know what else to say.
So I guess given that you have been around for so long, how have you found so many years of change and different metas and different patches? I mean, you moved around a couple of lanes as well. Have you finally found your home in top lane?
Yeah, I like playing top lane. I think it suits me very well, and I actually think being on DTG is I thought we were a really good team, and we felt a lot of confidence making it to LCS. But today or not yet today. Yesterday we didn't bring our A game, so.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. So I guess now as a challenger team, still, I mean, it's heartbreaking not to make it into the LCS, and I do feel for you. But are you excited that there seems to be more opportunity for teams that aren't in the LCS in terms of other leagues and stuff like that?
The Coke League sounds pretty interesting, so I'll just see what that's about. I haven't been on Reddit lately, so I don't.
Good call.
I don't really know what it is yet, but I'll check it out soon.
Awesome.
But yeah.
Yeah, and it was kind of interesting, your game yesterday, how you played against a team that had 3 people from the European LCS, or former members, but you had a member yourself on your own team with Broken Shard. Do you think we're going to see more moves internationally coming up in the LCS? Would you ever consider trying to move maybe to Europe to go into that LCS?
Probably not. I love the States, man. I'm just going to stay here.
But what about the acquisition of Broken Shard? What led your team to do that?
He was actually our coach for the longest time, and he's a very talkative person. He brings a positive environment, and he was our coach to begin with, and he taught us a lot about what the Europeans did and stuff, and it really worked. He was the first person that told me to just build Hydra every game, and it worked. So yeah, and then eventually he tried out for our team, and in the end we decided to just keep him, and we flew him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to be staying? Maybe you haven't decided it yet for the Coke League.
I'm not. I think he's staying. I mean, he did say he was, but I don't know. He only said it once, so let's see.
So I guess I have to ask you, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell yet, as you've noted. You guys want to, have your Christmas break, have your holidays.
Yeah.
Would you be happy if the team stuck together and continued to compete and maybe try again in 6 months?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'll be thankful if they stuck together, but if someone like Broken Shard or Robert gives a team offer, then if they want to go, there's no hard feelings, At this point, we're just downtime.
What about you? Is there a team that you can think of that is in the LCS you maybe like to play for? I mean, a lot of the Challenger players are subs on different teams. Have you had that experience before being a sub for one of the LCS teams?
I've never actually really wanted to do that, but like I felt like making my own team was like the better choice because I had so many like people that I knew of that were really good, and we almost made it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it was so close, and you've been on the brink so many times. One thing that's always interesting to me, though, all the way back to Season 1, when the game really matters, you find your way onto Akali. What is it about Akali
that was
just
that
sits
was
with
a
you?
desperate pick, man. Like yesterday, I picked Akali. Like it wasn't a good pick at all. Like, but I was hoping that didn't know what to do with it against it. But Krepo knew exactly what to do, so he just pink voted every single time I tried to like shout. But yeah, at that point, we pretty much tilted, and we're just like, let's do something. I'm like, okay, let's just try this real quick and
Let's
see
just
if it
play
works. Yeah, it didn't work.
What's a tip that you could give any Akali player in the world that you've learned that you don't think many people know since you had so much experience on the champion?
She doesn't do anything until level 6.
Fair enough.
She can't get tower dived. It's very hard to dive her when she's level 2. I don't know, that's about it. And as assassins, you just always come in last and clean up. You never engage a fight unless you have Hourglass, but
yeah, it's all about the judgment then.
I mean, they changed Akali like quite a while ago, maybe the middle of this year, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Was that hard as a long-time Akali player that had played with her kit for so long?
She's actually been the exact same champion for the longest time. Like the only thing they changed about her was her passive, and then they changed her shroud so that you can like actually reveal minions in the jungle. So you're like, if you're stuck in the mid lane and you're getting ganked, you could just shroud over the walls over race and just jump over to it if you don't have it warded. But everything else is exactly the same champion.
Okay, so last thing, looking forward next year, moving into Season 4, what do you want most for yourself as a player moving forward, playing League of Legends competitively?
Not too sure yet, actually. I mean, I haven't really thought about it.
You got Christmas break.
Yeah. I just want to focus on that right now.
All right, well, enjoy your holidays, Westeros. Thank you again for coming. It's been absolutely great to interview you and everyone else as well. We are just minutes away from Game 2 between the Walking Zed and Team Coast. But for now, let's send it back over to the analyst desk for their prediction on today's promotion tournament series.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time, once again. All right, guys, it's almost time for Game 2. Give me your predictions. The Walking Zed or Team Coast?
I think they're going to coast through. 3-0.
Yeah, probably. Probably. It's really hard for an amateur team to come back in this situation. I mean, being an underdog, like an underdog story is always great, but when you're actually in that situation and you lost the first game, even though it's been 2 hours later, you're probably still on tilt, to be honest. And Coast is just playing really good, man. I didn't expect them to play this good.
Yeah, because we kind of saw them going up and down also last season and the season before that, doing really well, ending really well. Do you feel like if they could get back in the LCS and with the changes they've made that they could be contender for maybe top 3?
I think any team right now can be a contender for top 3. I mean, like EG, which, well, they took Velocity's spot, but the core of that team, the 3 members of that team, Yellow Pete, Krepo, and Snoopy, they finished top 3 in Europe, I think, right? So, like, they're a good team. They've been a top team for a really long time, and they didn't come to NA like not to play ball. Like they came so that they could be a top 4, top 3 team. So like even the bottom of the barrel, like where the teams that got relegated, they can definitely be top 3 right now.
Well, interesting times ahead, but for now, let's send it over to Jat and Pastry Time for Game 2 in this spring promotion series.
Thanks, Shocks, and let's get to it. Game 2 in this spring promotion tournament showdown between the Walking Zed and Team Coast. And Jat, we're back again. We had a interesting way to start off Game 1.
We made it.
We did make it.
Yeah,
it's
we
been
made
great.
it to this point. We know Coast is up 1-0. They dominated the first game, as we've talked about it. For those of you that are just tuning in now, being like, is the LCS still on? Who won? We're like, whoop. First off, Jazz losing his voice. Second off, Coast destroyed the first game, and we got plenty more to come.
They really did. We're going to get it going very soon here. So we talked about a lot of things. I guess we do a bit of refresher about what happened in Game 1. Jinx happened for Wiz Fusion. Looked amazing there for Coast. Ziggs happened there as well. Didn't have a massive impact there for Shifter, but still did a lot of work. What do you think the Walking Zed are going to try and adjust here?
I think they're going to try and shut down Wiz Fusion more so than they did in the last match. He really got out of control. And surprisingly, Yuzuki had a very solid game in lane against Silent Spartan. They're going to look to build off of that.
All right, so let's find out what happens here. The Walking Zed on the left of your screen to kick things off here. Coast 1-0 up here in this series over on the right-hand side. Riven, Kassadin, and Ziggs hit the bin there for TWZ, and Gragas and Nidalee going to be the next few bans there for Coast.
We're right into this, and I like how Coast is so heavily targeting Bishu right now, because Coast, a lot of the time, is all about Shifter. Even though it was about Wiz Fusion the last game, Shifter is the one who generally makes the plays for their team.
Yep, and Dr. Mundo, the last ban out there for Coast, instant first pick Sivir there, coming out for TWZ.
That's very interesting, because Sivir was actually banned in the first matchup, and it's actually Coast who's taking Thresh away from Nidus Remain.
Yeah, and it was interesting because one of the things Doublelift kind of pointed out was that he doesn't seem to like Nidus's Thresh all that much. I mean, we know it's a big champion for Daydream, and so maybe he just wanted to pick it up, but it's an interesting pick. It had a lot of different options. I guess Lucian at this point is probably still open, but Shyvana Thresh, a lot of teams talk about getting 2 OPs on the other side. That's not necessarily 2 OPs.
No, I don't think so. I think Thresh right now is a very utility-focused support, and I don't think Nidus Remain's Thresh was bad in the last game. I actually do think it's a wise choice to pick it away from him.
Yep, so other champions getting considered here as well. We'll see what happens, but I mean, Nintendo, we talked about it before, played a great Olaf in Game 1. I mean, unfortunately, you guys may have missed some of that, but if you need a refresher course, just did a whole lot of work here. So interesting blocker picks here, I think, available for the Walking Zed, but they got to think carefully here because they got a lot of work to do here at this point. 0-1 down's not too bad in a best of 5, but you don't want to lose any more games.
Hey, they at least have had a whole lot of time to reset and really think about what they want to do. And with those first 3 picks, they have a speed composition at this point. Olaf will be able to stick to targets because they can speed up so much with what Karma and Sivir are going to be bringing.
Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday. I was talking to Crumbs actually before the games were starting, just before the games yesterday. They actually said they've seen a lot of Sivir, Olaf, and Karma in solo queue and just in scrims. It seems really, really good here. So we'll have to see. I mean, haven't seen Karma for a little while, but if there's any comp where you could make Karma work, it's this one.
I know. The last time I actually saw Karma was when Dignitas played it against Alliance. It was the I'm a Cutie Pie Kiwi Kid lane. Didn't go well, but I still think it's a good lane. Only because Karma has such just incredible poke early on at level 1. If you just mantra your Q up against a Thresh, you can stare him in the face as he hooks you and actually win that trade. It's very smart since Walking Zed wants to get control of that lane in the 2v2 early.
Yep, so next few picks here for Coast coming out. Elise and Varus, actually their next few picks. And Varus, a champion we've seen very little of, but who seems surprisingly good.
I'm really surprised about the Varus pick with Lucian on the board. I've seen Wiz Fusion play so much of the 3 what is considered OPs right now, Sivir, Lucian, and Jinx. And then the fact that he just went straight for the Varus means they have something else planned here.
Yeah, we'll have to see him in Varus, a great lane bully. He's good against so many of even these aggressive carries that people like to play, but Sivir could be a little awkward with Spell Shield, Chain of Corruption interactions, but last few picks here do come out here. Renekton and Orianna were the last 2 for the Walking Zed. That feels like comfort.
And here's what I see. The Walking Zed has so much speed on their composition. They got Sivir, Orianna, and Karma that can all just boost up the tank. So that's what they're going to be looking to do, is just Zerg into Coast. But because Coast knows that the Walking Zed has so much, they get stuns and lockdown. They don't necessarily have the slows as the Death Sentence or the Verisalt or the Ahri Charm or the Elise Stun, and they're going to lock them down. They don't care about how fast they're moving as long as they can get the stuns. I think that's why they would have picked the Varus, to just combo with everything else.
Yeah, and you mentioned Ahri there. We've noticed that we're talking a high actually from Cloud9. Those sort of assassin champions have fallen away a little bit here. So what do you think of that last pick there for Shifter there onto that Ahri?
Hey, Shifter was always one of the people who played Ahri before anyone else in North America. And oftentimes those are the ones that can get away with picking the champions even after they lose popularity. The big thing that happened to Ahri is more emphasis got placed onto the charm. If Shifter doesn't land the charm, he can't combo his damage, which is why I like the rest of the Coast composition, because he doesn't actually have to shoot it blind. He can wait for another stun to land, then charm, and then spike them.
And one thing I do really like about this pick is that it really suits Shifter's style as a roamer. Ahri is still a very strong assassin, still good in skirmishes, good in tight corners, good in ganks. So I think we're going to see a very similar style once again from Coast.
Absolutely. 1-up. They have a much different composition, though.
They do.
So I definitely have to credit the Walking Zed in champion selection just for getting Coast on such a different style of team composition. The first game, for those of you that remember, Coast had a whole bunch of AoE damage. This game, it's all about the lockdown.
Yep, so we will have to see. We're going to get into the second game here between these 2 teams. Team Coast 1-0 up, looking to get back into the LCS. The Walking Zed, the challenger team, are looking to get in there themselves. And Jat, Currently, the LCS teams are 1-0 up here in promotion series, but of course, TWZ would love to change that if they could. So at level 1, we are going to move out here. Pretty similar trinket start we see from game 1 as well.
Yeah, this time it looks like Daydreamin' still starting with the red trinket. In the first one, they actually managed to get wards on both the red and the blue buff of the Walking Zed. And they're going to want to sweep once they're on top of one of them just to check if they walk through a ward. But of course, there's that internal cooldown on the trinkets that comes out early. There's a fight.
Oh, there's a big level 1. His Zion's Spartan in trouble there, taking a bunch of damage from Boomerang Blade. The Ignite on there as well. He's going to flash, but he does die. Renekton picking up first blood there in that one. Now Daydreaming going to take damage as well. Nidus Man over the top with the Karma. Damaging as Boomerang Blade comes through for the second kill as Kezel picked that one up. Now Wiz Fusion in trouble. Varus forced to flash out there after getting exhausted, and damage still moving in. I think he's going to get away, but 2 clean kills there for TWZ.
And how's that for a start after that long of a delay? They went for the same invade they did in the first game. They tried to go for the red buff, and check this one out. They had no idea they were in that brush, but they didn't even walk in together. It was 2 people ahead of the rest of the pack, so once they got jumped, they had no way of following up their damage.
And Zion, unfortunately, wasting his flash in there as well, still dying there. You can see Daydream just on the end there. Thankfully, for Coast, everyone else able to get out of the way. But the Walking Zed in that break had to have felt down after game 1 here. No better way to bounce back your momentum than getting 2 clean kills at level 1.
And now we really get to see if Coast can bring it on after that one, because they know how to play from ahead. That's why they went 26-2 in the NACL, because they could consistently get leads and then capitalize on them. They also like to play like they're ahead when they're behind. So will the Walking Zed be able to punish them for Coast's aggression? Because a lot of times when a team just continually comes at you, you just start believing them, like they're going to be able to beat you. Walking Zed has to call their bluff.
Yeah, I mean, remember, these players can't see what we can see as spectators, what you guys can see at home. So you have to kind of guess and get a feel for how far ahead you are. And if your opponents are playing like they're ahead, you're going to be scared there. And we've seen that from Coast here as Nidus main. Not quite in the right spot there. Zion's Spartan going to move in. Nintendo Dex coming in as well, but I don't think he has Cocoon up yet, so not going to throw out the stun.
Nintendo Dex can't realistically hold this buff if Bobby Hankill comes up to support. At the moment, Sivir's just getting free farm in that bottom lane while they contest this. It's because Nintendo Dex ran over for his blue buff while he didn't have his AD carry and support to help him. What normally a jungler would do is he just go for the enemy blue buff, because this is too easy for the Walking Zed to contest.
And I really like this here. Just a lot of pressure from the Walking Zed. You don't necessarily have to actually take this. You can just see they're wasting so much time here. And as you said, Sivir's continually pushing. Izuki in the top lane getting low, but that's a cannon minion, not the Renekton he would have wanted with that death sentence.
This is a really curious setup right now. Zion Spartan is yet to arrive in lane. He just left to go down bottom. And there's no way Nintendo Dex can get this unless he wins a Smite War against Kez and Nidus main.
They are the same level, so we'll have the same amount of damage on Smite here.
They want to dive him.
Yeah, they really want to. I mean, Yuzuki knowing this, good going back there with the Q and actually healing a little bit up there as Nintendo now in trouble as well. No repel either to get out of this potentially.
He did get the blue buff though.
I did see that. He has both buffs there just under his feet.
Yeah, so savvy play by Nintendo Dex. That is a difficult and almost bad situation to be in, but he came out of it, and that's going to end up punishing Kez for spending so much time on that invade.
Yeah, known for a lot of level-headed smites and clutch smites, his Nintendo comes out ahead there, and a very interesting back and forth there, but a beautiful bit of pressure from the Walking Zed will still give Nintendo over his blue buff.
And what should happen now is they should go immediately for Kez's blue buff, and the AD carrying support should help him. At the moment, Nintendo's going on a solo mission, but Kez doesn't have a way of getting this if Varus and Thresh come out and help.
Doesn't really
they're not helping.
I mean, doesn't have a good way of fighting at least 1v1 generally. Oh, Yuzuki rotating down. That's bad news. Nintendo could be in trouble. Bichu's coming as well. The repel is going to come in. That's going to buy time. Lantern out there. Very nice evacuation.
I really wonder why Thresh and Varus didn't come over earlier, because they could have completely outnumbered Kez and denied him his blue buff. Instead, they get some free time in lane, and both junglers are able to pick up blues.
Yeah, I agree. Nintendo's actually going to rotate up towards the top instead now and see what he can get done in terms of pushing power. Freak talked about it at the desk, but Nintendo loves to come into the lanes and just not only get his tax on, get a bit of extra farm, but really pressure these towers as much as he can. And Coast have gotten a lot of their wins and a lot of their advantages in so many of their games, just really pressuring turrets early.
Yeah, and one thing we definitely have to remind people of in the 3.1 patch with the preseason, that 2 kills that Coast gave up to the Walking Zed were only worth 60% the gold they would have been worth in Season 3. so it's not as detrimental or devastating as it used to be, and Coast is going to look to come back from it.
Yep, Zion Spartan down the bottom here, just happily 1v2ing a Shyvana, taking a lot of damage actually, but as long as he holds his tower for a reasonable amount of time, he's not going to be too unhappy with how that's going here. It's a bit awkward as Shyvana with such great wave clear to try and clear kind of under a turret when you're getting attacked by ranged champions, but you do what has to be done.
Especially because Karma has some of the best on-turret harass of any support. If she mantras her Q, it not only has long range, but it also has sustained threat since it will explode again and will just keep Shyvana off turret for an extended period of time.
So a bit of a race here for the first turret. Looks like TWZ may actually win this one here. We've got Karma and Siva really laying into this turret. In fact, Zion, he bailed altogether. He went back to base, decided to buy a Doran's Blade actually. So that's how it is going to go down there. And the Walking Zed going to continue some early game advantages.
Yeah, fantastic start. Now they might try 2v2 up top. They can land a few skill shots.
Good play. They're actually slow there as well from Brass with the Hail of Arrows going down, the Lantern being pulled out. And I have to say, one of the things I love being paired with Thresh are non-mobile AD carries.
Yeah, because it gives you the mobility that you so desperately desire, and that's exactly how WizFusion was able to get out of that one. They spread out, and then that allowed them to make the escape.
Yep, so really nice little evacuation once again there for Coast. We've got lots and lots of people roaming through for TWZ now. 3-man push in the mid as Nintendo kind of forced to just come in and try and clear out some of these waves. And as good as Elise is in a siege, not good in a counter push situation.
No way she can wave clear. Ari, though, with that Orb of Deception, can wave clear fairly well. Nidus remains still only level 3, so that's not actually a push that's going to grant them too many rewards, and it does allow Zion Spartan a little bit of push time himself. I think that was a bit of a misguided roam there by TWZ.
Yeah, Shyvana, a very strong pusher. You can see pushing the wave all the way back to the turret and even getting a bit of turret damage done in there as well as Kez up towards the top lane. Is going to back off now. WizFusion a little low here, puts his trinket down as well, knows the jungle is gone, so Yuzuki back to 1v2.
And Yuzuki survived that actually pretty well when you consider everything.
So farm is continuing here for both ADs, very even there, so no real advantages from the 2v1 lanes here. Everyone kind of keeping up in the top laners as well. Renekton and Shyvana pretty close for that one. And pretty big farm difference, interestingly enough, for Nintendo in the jungle. He's actually ahead of Olaf right now.
Yeah, I think so much of that has to do with that back and forth they had in Nintendo's blue buff when he was able to secure his blue and then at least put harassment onto Kez's. It would actually have set Kez far behind in gold if he hadn't picked up that first blood. Because Kez picked up that first blood, despite the mini disadvantage, he still is even in gold with Nintendo.
And Nintendo doing what he loves, covering the lanes here, pressuring them off. And now Shifter has returned to lane here. Fiendish Codex for him going to be probably a quick DFG coming out. Top lane as well. Bit of pressure here from the Walking Zed, but we're going to have movement here as Thresh and Varus are going to move their way back up to the top to defend.
Yeah, and they're actually using Nidus Remains Karma as a roamer right now. It's a 1v1 in the bottom lane between Bobby Ankill, Sivir, and Zion Spartan Shyvana. I actually like that play right now because Bobby Ankill will be able to clear the wave. It will, however, let Zion Spartan free farm a little bit, so Karma has to make plays happen.
Yep, and there's a great shot there. Shifter going all the way in onto Kez. The damage moves in there, and a very clean roam kill. Shifter, we talked about it, Jad. It's starting.
If he lands the charm, Ari still does a whole bunch of damage, and that's exactly what he was able to do. Coast sits around for a while, and then Shifter makes a play. That's really just textbook Coast.
I mean, yeah, it sounds a little funny, but that's how they've played a lot of their games here. Shifter often puts the team on his back with their help, to be perfectly honest. And the Walking Zed gonna have to dig deep here as Nintendo's poking around the jungle. Maybe bit off a little too much, so Nidus main hanging out. Bishu in there as well. He's forced to run out now. He's getting slowed down by Karma. The snare lands in there as well. Forced to flash there, and Shifter's there to cover. Oh, Nidus over the top, but a great repel.
I like how Nintendo waited a little while because he was also waiting for Shifter to get a little closer, and because he needed the minion wave to repel to after the flash. If he would have flashed over immediately, when they flash followed, he wouldn't have been able to repel to a minion wave. It was pretty clever.
Very aware play from Nintendo Dex here. He's going to go over, donate the blue buff off to Shifter. He's going to pick it up on his Ari and be very happy with that. And we kind of mentioned it before, Shifter's such a strong roam player, and obviously going for the DFG, most likely here with the Fiendish Codex. His roam already looked good, 1v1 up against that Olaf, but he gets a DFG, especially early on, as the top tower's going to fall as well. That's really bad news for the Walking Zed.
Yeah, but Coast needs to definitely worry about this mid lane following a little bit. While Shifter did pick up a roam kill, he's fallen a little bit behind in farm from Bishu. A lot on his shoulders right now, I'd have to say, for Shifter.
And I think it's a stark contrast in junglers here as well. We've seen Nintendo Dolph, he's played it for so long, but he's really feeling for wave clear that he's used to having as a jungle player.
Yeah, it's hard to go and support lanes as an Elise but he has been able to pick up a lot of experience because he's been sitting next to a lot of dying creeps and then still jungling fairly quickly. It's a level 7 Nintendo Dex who, despite putting himself in some very risky situations, hasn't died yet. So he's made some clutch escapes, and that 2 kills that Coast gave up early are about to be erased if we look at the actual scoreboard, because they're only 500 gold behind.
Yeah, really nothing between these two teams right now as Nidus Homemain continuing to roam here in the mid, just put pressure on lanes. You called it a roamer before. I think that's a great way to put it, Jat. And it's funny, you talked about the poke and the harass with her Q for Karma. Great wave clear in there as well, if you really want to come in and shove. It's funny, he's almost doing Nintendo's job that he would normally do from the jungle.
He's just trying to be a roaming wave pusher, but it hasn't worked. They haven't gotten turret advantages for it, and they've allowed Zion Spartan back into the game. I actually think if they could have just continued to roam with Bobby and Nidus, they could have gotten some turrets down, but they just mismanaged their resources.
Team sniffing around the first dragon a little bit here as well. Shibza double buffs looking very deadly on his Ahri as Nintendo put the pink ward down. He's kind of like, team, where are you? Wanted to make sure they can try and get this done, but both those dual lanes are now down in the bottom lane here, so if it does happen, it's going to be contested.
Yeah, back in game 1, Coast got a dragon around 13 minutes while they were really far ahead. And you normally wouldn't go for a solo dragon unless you were ahead. But this is Coast playing like they have a lead, and Nintendo got that dragon real low before they check it.
Oh, he's going to get it, and that's a really sneaky play there from Coast. Nintendo going to pick up the first dragon, and I was going to say, what sort of advantage can you really translate so much experience and farm from an Elise into? And Nintendo finds a really creative solution.
Yeah, might as well just go into a dragon if the lanes aren't gankable, because Coast had been sitting a little bit on the back foot in a lot of these lanes. Smart, heady player. They've been around for a while, too. This is some of the Coast experience coming in. They've lost a lot of games to learn how to win them.
I mean, you said experience. I think that's the biggest thing we're going to see all throughout these promotion series is a lot of these challenger teams don't have as much experience as these LCS teams, and we're really going to see that here. The teams that are able to dig deep and work together, I think are going to be the ones that will make it through promo. And right now, both teams in a very close game. We'll see if Coast's experience can pull them through. Apparently, there's enough to defend that mid turret with just a sliver of health.
Just barely. You can see Shifter is just using all of his spells on recharge to try and clear those things out. He's not even trying to time all of his last hits because the only thing that matters to him is the actual health on that turret. And knowing Bishu has a blue buff means it's very hard for Shifter to push back.
Yeah, getting close to that DFG though, picks himself up and need to see Large Rod. Kez here, going to roam in the mid, doing his best. Intended impression, Bishu could be in trouble. The all-in will come through, and Shifter doesn't quite have a great flash there. Moves in again with the Spirit Rush, autos down, but I think Kez is able to get the trade kill here. Shifter will go down, but a very nice outplay, almost getting away cleanly there.
Yeah, he really decided to get aggressive. The barrier of Bishu kind of caught him a little bit off guard. It seemed like he'd be able to get a clean kill, and then once he went for it and didn't get it, he overcommitted. More gold actually transferred to the Walking Zed because they got access to the assist pool there, and because Shifter had a bit of a killing spree.
But if that didn't put the fear in Bishu after that, DFG's now finished here as Zion Spartan's going to start to chase down Yazuki. And Shyvana going in, Dragon's Descent, but just decides to give it up there. Dominus popped by Renekton as well, so he's going to walk away from it here. Just down the bottom, continuing to pressure here in Coast. Again, very close game, but they're playing like they're more ahead than they are.
Yeah, and they were playing like they're ahead. Soon they will actually be ahead. I'd have to say the Shyvana versus Renekton lane is something we saw a lot of in the European promotion tournament. And it's normally a lane that goes to Renekton for the first 8 or 9 levels and then transfers back to Shyvana. So this is the point in the game where Zion Spartan should be able to take a bit of aggression. And we can kind of see that as he used his Dragon's Descent and is pushing Renekton right back to his second.
And Yazuki is kind of the tank player here. They're going to have another man fight, but Zion Spartan's like, buddy, you don't have your ultimate, you got really no hope in this one. And Yazuki's kind of forced to back off again. He's the one supposed to be playing the big tanky champion, and Shyvana right here is giving him a lot of trouble.
Point of the game is done. They're stunned.
China Corruption coming through the flag, actually missing there. Bobby Hand kill, gonna get out safely. Everything does not hit there, unfortunately. Finds nothing but air for Coast's skill shot.
Yeah, it seemed like the flake didn't necessarily hit him there, so the hook was not slowed the target, so he couldn't land it afterwards. They were trying the stun chain right there, but Nintendo was just a hair behind, so he could not combo with everything.
Yeah, to be fair, their aggression gets him a Tara's Repel happens from Nintendo, riding a Lantern out as well. That's beautiful mobility, but Wiz Fusion might be in trouble as there's the mini Shirelli popping up for Karma Hook, trying to delay it off, but can't quite get it done. Wiz Fusion has his flash, so Nidus low in there as well. Needs to be careful. Boomerang Blade there will finally force the flash up, but there's the Undertow plus the Ragnarok. Barrier popped in there as well. The Lantern moved down. He's going to clear it, but he dies there in mid-flight. Now Daydreaming in trouble trying to chase down lone members of TWC. But that's going to be yet another kill for Bobby Hankill.
Coast overstayed for that turret, and they paid dearly for that one. It was a great chase by the Walking Zed afterwards, really utilizing the speed of their composition. Karma Shields, Sivir Halt, no, they didn't have the Sivir Halt. It was just the Karma speed, and they were able to get slows and everything. If that hook would have landed, they maybe would have gotten a kill back on a Nidus Remain, but the rest of it was just Daydream and WizFusion not being willing to abandon each other, and it ends up killing them both.
Yeah, I love that Kez saved his ultimate there as well, just so he couldn't get cocooned. I don't know if he was counting in his head the cooldown specifically there for that ability, but he waited enough. He knew he didn't need to blow it until something happened, and that really helped them pick up the last kill onto WizFusion as well. So with that, the Walking Zed picked themselves up a lead here in this game, close to 2,000 gold. But again, that doesn't ever feel like a big lead against a team like Coast.
Not necessarily, and we haven't seen Shifter starting to roam yet. He does have his Deathfire Grasp. He's going to be working on the magic penetration very shortly. And there's a fair amount of people he could be looking to assassinate. As big as Corkez is getting with those 3 kills, Shifter could blow him up. There's no magic resist on Olaf there.
The only issue that, as we pointed out with Shifter's roam, is that he often needs someone to help clear the waves out with him. Now, they can pull Zion Spartan and have the Shyvana there, but he kind of needs to occupy another lane here. In fact, he'll be in a bit of trouble towards the top lane, but it's going to just fall back towards the turret. Nintendo's not on that Olaf, not on a good wave-clearing jungler.
No. I think he was just more wrapped up in getting Elise away from Kez, because Elise is Nintendo's favorite jungler, even if a lot of people would think it would be Olaf. And it's just a strange combination for Coast, because they wanted to pick the roaming assassin without the jungler wave clear to hold it off.
I like this rotation a lot, though, from Coast, knowing that there are 2 people top there. They're actually going to move out there as the Lantern will actually get Nintendo there. Bishu and Kez, very aggressive. Great Cocoon in there as well, just to keep it all safe. And Kez still chasing in here. I didn't see it initially, but there's a lot of speed with Orianna as well to get everyone in.
Everybody on the bottom part of the Walking Zed's lineup can just blow people through the map, and a 5-man group, because they've killed a couple of the other turrets and they're trying to make a bit of a play. They think they can outpoke Coast, but I think this is a dangerous spot to be. If Shifter lands a stun or Nintendo X does, they could burst out the Walking Zed before they have time to react. That speed that the Walking Zed has can't be utilized under a turret. They need to force fights in the open so they can chase people down afterwards.
Yeah, a good back off though from the Walking Zed, as Zion Spartan was creeping his way around the side there as well. So I like that call here. Now maybe sniffing around at this Dragon, which is back up here. Could see a first major fight for this one as well. Everyone is here grouped up. Ultimates all available, yep. So teams are ready to go here, chat. Could get really hairy really quickly.
And Coast might actually be giving this one up. They don't have ward control, and they don't want to walk into a big Mantrid Karma Q or a Shockwave, because an Orianna Ball is waiting in the brush. The Walking Zed used their control well to pick up a Dragon.
And when we talked about the discipline of Evil Geniuses yesterday when they were playing ahead and playing safe, it says a lot to me that a team who probably knows they're a bit behind is also still playing safely.
Yeah, the Walking Zed is definitely regrouped well from that first game. We're a lot stronger here, but there's that hook.
Bishu getting grabbed in the flame, plus Box goes in, there's off Shifter, blows up Bishu there as he's going to go down. Now Nintendo running away from Kez as he repels out. Now Spirit Rush moving in there for Arya's Nidus. So main is under attack, the damage still moving in. Chum just missing there, the back of Karma, but Zion's dove way in the back.
That's
there
a Dragon.
Flame bets up Yuzuki, and Bobby Hankill on top of him as well. Nidus just able to get away. The red buff though, causing all sorts of problems for Sivir, popping the barrier there as well, but I think he's dead, and he is.
And Zion Spartan is just going to continue the chase. No one can catch the speed of Karma, but that's the danger the Walking Zed needed to respect while sieging a turret. One of the many stun shots landed for Coast, and it just meant disaster for whoever got hit.
Gonna get a turret out of it as well. Our Coast, Zion Spartan chugs down the bottom lane as well. So it's not quite even yet, about 1,000 gold up for the Walking Zed in this one. Had about a 2k lead before, so lost a little bit of it. And the Walking Zed, they cannot do that again.
Yeah, that's the fear they're going to instill. And that kind of puts the Walking Zed in a weird spot, because they've already sieged down 2 of the outer turrets. And whenever they try to siege one, they're going to be running that risk. They don't have the same catch potential that Coast does. The only way I feel like the Walking Zed gets another turret down is if they do significant damage to Coast before the siege happens. It seems like Coast can defend too well.
Yeah, and if you kind of cast your mind back to the Battle of the Atlantic matchup yesterday with CLG versus Alternate here, I'm seeing something from Nintendo that I saw from Dexter as well when he was playing Elise in terms of item builds, chat. Do you want to maybe highlight a bit of what's going on there?
You'll have to hit me one more time.
Just a bit more aggressive with the item build. We kind of have 2 schools of thought on Elise, it seems
Absolutely,
like.
yeah. I got that one. Yeah, what Intended X has done, I think because he's taken a whole bunch of farm, is went full magic penetration. We've definitely seen a few people rush the tank spirit on Elise as well, which would be good if they really need someone to get in there and shake things up. But because Coast is all about that catch one person, stun them, and blow them up, that's all Intended X really needs to build themselves for, and then they'll have Zion Spartan to dive in. And if they've already taken out a priority target, one diver is actually enough.
Yeah, Zion Spartan here warding up, going to split push his way down the top lane now as well. I mean, the Walking Zed are trying to group up, trying to push some people down. We've got Varus down the bottom as well there for Coast, split pushing it up. And this is just great use of the map generally from Coast. The Walking Zed are afraid to walk into the middle turret and try and defend it again, really group in a tight place like a lane. They're going to have to move out now, try and pick off some of the side lanes, but Coast are just kind of abusing the map here and maybe the fear that the Walking Zed have after that last engagement.
Yeah, they exposed 2 people right there, and they made the Walking Zed commit to 1. They stopped Wiz Fusion's ability to farm, which meant that Zion Spartan could get it. It also stopped the push in the mid, and it meant Coast could get their blue. But Zion Spartan is on a bit of an adventure.
He is on a mission right now. Jed is forced to use his ultimate there. Kez does
nice shot
with the undertow. Now Karma moving in as well for the snare. The rest of the team not quite there. Bobby Hank Hill's going to find him now. It's on Shyvana. Maybe taking, but it's not enough to land. It goes down, rides his way out. And Coast, another miracle evacuation there for Daydreaming.
Adventure complete right there for Zion Spartan. He went all the way around the world right there and made it out alive. And now can the Walking Zed push mid because they have taken a hit out of Zion.
That's confidence there as well. Shifter just missing that charm there, but thankfully no punishment from Yuzuki moving through as Intended was a little far forward. Now Shyvana going to run back towards the mid as fast as he can, and Walking Zed have to be careful. Last time this happened, things went horribly, horribly wrong as people ate a whole bunch of stuns to the face, but they're going to siege the best they can. But really, what siege potential does the Walking Zed's team have here, Jack?
They're really just trying to poke people with Olaf Oxes, Orianna Balls, or just Nidus Remains Karma abilities, but none of those things are killers. Until maybe Bishu has 700 ability power in Orianna, she's just a little bit of poke damage. You can see they immediately backed away because the threat of a Coast stun is just far too high.
They're going to be pushing down again here with this one. So the item build's kind of coming through. You're going to speaking of item builds, sorry, I really like that Shifter's just doing something that he loves to do here. He's going nice and aggressive with the item build. Got one need to see large rock, he's going to need another one.
Absolutely no defense. He's going death cap after this one. Also before his magic penetration, which is a little bit curious. And this is actually one of those, I'm going to play like I'm a head moves from Coast. The surprise 2-man Baron at this point. Let's see if the Spiderlings can take enough damage for Coast, and Zion and Nintendo can finish this one down. It doesn't seem like the Walking Zed has an idea.
I mean, I thought Nintendo was adventurous with his solo dragon there, but...
how about Duo Baron?
Duo Baron is pretty spicy. And we're going to see if they can finish it off. A good trade tanking actually coming through, and you're right, there's absolutely zero vision coming out from the Walking Zed, and they are going to get it there.
Really big play there by Coast.
We don't say free Baron very often, Jat.
That's because they stole it.
I suppose. It's free if you steal it. And Coast with a very sneaky move there, picking up a Baron 22 minutes or thereabouts. And the Walking Zed are in for a rude surprise when they catch a member of Coast next.
Yeah, that is... See, you can see everyone on Coast is like, all right, let's go back and buy items and let's start pushing because they just took the game. That took the advantage into their own hands. The gold is still not evened out, but the gold value of that Baron buff is massive. Add to the fact that there's also been some big item completions that just happened for Coast. Static Shiv has been comboed with Bloodthirst for his fusion, and most importantly, Shifter's Death Cap finished up.
Yeah, Ari is now at a very, very big point of power here for Coast. They're all getting buffed by the Baron as well, don't forget. The Walking Zed probably going to have to dig in deep, expecting a push here. I have to say, Zion Spartan with all this Shyvana play, drawing a lot of fire in whatever lane he ends up in. There's 2 people hanging out around that side of the map now. And they're going to go in now as Yuzuki dives on there. Undertow just going to miss there for Kez. And that's going to mean Shyvana's getting away very, very cleanly. Yep. Beautiful trade here for Coast moving in. Immediately rotates to Wolf Dragon.
Coast has been very objective focused here, and it's one of the big things that pulled them back into this game. Zion Spartan, let's see if he can go on Adventure Time again.
3-man dive, Zion Spartan on another great escape here. We'll see if he can get away. Snared up by Karma W there, but he's going to keep running. Exhaust used in there as well. Does finally get taken down, but Coast are rotating very quickly towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they finally slayed the dragon, but they're going to lose a whole bunch for it. Their towers are falling because they devoted too many resources to one man. Coast pushing bottom.
Yep, Nintendo even hanging off to the side there, see if he can spot anybody foolishly coming through with a nice cocoon. Bishu actually in a little bit of trouble potentially, but gets himself out of the way. Yuzuki up towards the top lane, does get a tower there, but the Walking Zed, so 4-3 in favor of Coast on that one. Again, it strikes me the statement you made earlier that Coast always seem to play like they're further ahead than they are. Look at the gold lead, Jed.
Yeah, it's very even, and Mizuki's trying desperately to draw some attention up towards Renekton. But Coast really wants to push with this Baron a little bit. They still have about 2 minutes left, a little bit under that of their Baron buff, and they might want to siege some type of inner turret. The same threat the Coast displayed when defending their turret exists when pushing them. It's just a little bit more risky. All they have to do is land one stun when they're all together, and that will be a dead target.
Yeah, quick cocoon there from Nintendo will defend himself from Ariana that moves through Pinkwood. Going to get taken out there as well as Coast still looking to capitalize on that very sneaky Baron that they took away. And you mentioned that threat of people getting CC'd looks bad there for the Walking Zed. I actually really like their poke in a siege as well.
It's really a team comp that's coming together for them right now. It's just been a difficult start for Coast in this game.
Yep, so the Walking Zed still picking up items. Remember, this game a lot closer than it may appear given how aggressively Coast are playing. We've got Deathcap and Athene's finished up for Bishu now as well. Spirit Visage, Sunfire, those core items up on Renekton, and both the AD carries sitting at 2 items, looking to move towards the 3rd in about a few minutes or so.
Yeah, and there's going to be the 2 tanks on the Walking Zed, where it's only just about a tank. And now there's the big open field move speed we're seeing from the Walking Zed, chasing him down.
Oh, good chain of corruption. The Wiz Fusion pops the lantern, and Kez, he cannot be CC, but it doesn't matter. And a beautiful use of Varasol for disengage.
Wow, they barely got out of that one. He shut so many of them down with the stun, and then was able to get a lantern because his spacing with Daydreamin' was so good. That was really almost all their initiation. That's as fast as they can possibly run, and they still couldn't catch Coast.
Yeah, and Zion Spartan, to me, we said he was on a mission before. He seems to have picked a new mission for himself. That item build, to me, signals split push.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruined King means for all the health that Yuzuki is trying to stack on Renekton, Zion Spartan should be able to cut through that. It'll also help Zion escape a little bit better because he can Blade of the Ruined King for the move speed when he's running away. That's actually a very critical part of his strategy here.
The Baron buff, though, probably timing up pretty quickly here on Coast, so going to not have quite the power they had in the push before. And again, I commented on how nicely they're using the map here, really spreading everybody out here. As you can see, Dinosaur Main going to take a big chunk of poke to the face as Varus' arrow will come in there. And the Walking Zed, again, a game that seems so close. They feel behind. Normally when you see a team in the lower third of the map towards their base, they're a lot more behind than this.
Absolutely, and it's just a huge amount of map pressure that Coast is able to apply right here. And I don't think the Walking Zed has the experience right now to know how to repel a push like this.
Yeah, and they're just continuing to push every which way here. Siva, such a great pusher herself, as you see Bobby Hankill clearing out the minion waves. He's going to be able to push out Zion's button, but the pressure's coming from all angles here. Wiz Fusion got to get out though, rides the lantern out. And the mobility here is something we haven't commented on yet, Jeff, for Team Coast.
No, Team Coast is using the Thresh Lantern as great as they possibly could to kind of make up for Wiz Fusion's inability to dance around. The rest of the team can dance around pretty well, though, and they have been doing so.
Yeah, and just a very slippy, very sneaky sort of team here for Coast, just rotating back and forth here. Shifter, who loves to roam here. Oh, very aggressive flash on the Bobby Hankill.
Too much.
Diving in. Yes, that is too much as Yuzuki is coming through now as well. Zion Spartan going to take quite a few tower hits, but going to run poke here as Shifter, trying to get Zion out as best he can. In fact, Spirit rushes out of the way. A good charm there as the Dominus gets popped, and Zion once again, every mission he goes on, he comes home safely, Jet.
Wow, they're still trying to chase. I don't think they're going to be able to catch him. Fight up top, though.
That minion wave got a little awkward, unfortunately, as Renekton slashed in. Daydreamin' going in. A good old there for Varus. They're trying to run the disengage, but Kez absolutely gets him in the face as Thresh is going to fall down. They're now Nintendo potentially in a bit of trouble, but everybody else will get out safely, I think. Yes, they will.
Just depends how fast the Walking Zed can run.
Good cocoon, though, from Nintendo. Trying to get out of it, does there. Sped up one more time. All the Spiderlings in trouble. They're undertows. Good juke there from Nintendo coming through as Wiz Fusion going to try and turn it around, and they get back to the safety of the Tier 2 turret.
Well, there's the open field chase that the Walking Zed has. When they have a long place to chase you down, maybe they're going to be able to do it because their comp is all about speed. They continue the chase on the bottom side as well, and they're going to get a turret out of all this action.
The Walking Zed answering back with a Tier 2 turret down towards the bottom as well. So all of a sudden, that pressure there from Coast Zion went in a little too deep. And we're going to see it again here as Daydreamin' tries to run defense.
Yeah, as soon as Daydreamin' started throwing that hook, once they knew it missed, the Walking Zed kind of just ran in all around it. Nintendo Dex was out of mana. Having Orianna and Olaf there was just much stronger than what Coast could throw back at them, and it meant full retreat.
And the Walking Zed spring to life all of a sudden, contained in the lower third of their base for quite a little while there with all the pressure. Zion gets a little too ahead of himself. And Coast again kind of back to, okay, maybe they realize we're not that far ahead here. And Walking Zed actually up about 1,000 gold here. Spartan still pushing every lane he possibly can. He's down the bottom lane now.
Yeah, and this is turning into a really good game. As far as the late game goes for these guys, it's going to be very heavily about the charms for Shifter. I think if those don't land, then the Walking Zed might actually start pulling ahead because they won't have a full answer for Kez's Olaf.
Charm just missing there onto Renekton as well for Shifter. That could have been very bad news for Yuzuki, but he'll get out for now. And all this map control that Coast have been exerting, I was trying to scratch my brain jet thinking, how did this happen? But look at those trinkets on the Coast side.
5 sweepers, a new record.
That is a new record.
Promotion tournament right now. Everybody wants to sweep out the wards, and only a couple people want to help place him. The Sightstone from Daydream is going to have to work overtime here. And Coach has got to be careful, actually, not to underward, because they're out of their trinkets.
Yeah, the mini comeback dragon there, pushing Coast a little further ahead in gold now as well. The rest of the team cut off a bit. Lanson's going to ride Nintendo in there, trying to defend this turret, but Varus all the way down towards the bottom. They're going to go in anyway. Science taking a big chunk of damage, and Shabana's forced to get out. Bijou going to get that turret as Nintendo is getting chased down there as well. And everyone gets out safely for Coast, but that turret's dead.
Walking Zed definitely trying to brute force. Coast did not have the men to hold that turret off, and Walking Zed is just outspeeding Coast around the map here. The last few rotations, Walking Zed has just beaten them to the spot, and it's given them big rewards.
Yep, blue buff going to get stolen away here as well as Bijou will pick that one up for himself. He'll be very happy with that. And a big stack of minions down the bottom is doing a little bit of work here for Coast. In fact, I think they're getting itchy about this Baron potentially.
Yeah, we could see a game-changing fight very shortly at this Baron. Walking Zed has to be careful how they approach around this one. Coast stole the last one. That didn't actually have too big of an overall impact on the game. Have to give a big hands up to, or 2 thumbs up to the Walking Zed for doing that one.
Shifter there as well, you can see really wanted to initiate over the ridge with his ultimate as Ari, but there's good ward coverage there for Walking Zed around that Baron. They kind of expect that threat now that Zion's been pushing down that bottom lane so hard in preparation. They're going to find what they can here. They've got so many sweepers, they should be able to clear out what wards they can find here as they take out the pink. And all of a sudden, it feels like a very Baron-esque game now, or Baron-centric game.
Yep, Baron dance time. The gold is incredibly close at 32 minutes. They got to be super careful with how they're poking around here. And it's because of the speed of the Walking Zed. If they start winning a fight, they will finish winning a fight.
Haven't really seen a whole lot of Baron dances on this patch either, so it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. Zion's fighting up towards the top though. Going to try and farm out as much as he can. He's pushing very, very quickly here on Shyvana with that Sunfire K plus burnout. So many pink wards hanging out there for the Walking Zed that they want control. Double pink ward. That's a bold statement.
Takes twice as many hits to kill him.
That's true. I mean, if you're going to ward bait somebody in, you might as well have 10 hits instead of 5.
Oh man,
It's an interesting game, Jad.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
This got very interesting. It's the 5 sweepers for Coast, so they're very well prepared for a siege like this from a clearing perspective. But that means if the Walking Zed has the upper hand, then Coast is going to struggle greatly to put wards back inside. And since the Walking Zed has more wards on the map, they're actually the ones that are getting to move where they want. As cool as 5 sweepers looks, because it's all red, I don't like it.
I mean, the Walking Zed also really just no longer afraid of Coast, it seems, but they realize that this game seems good for them. They're massively pressuring this turret.
Shyvana's behind them.
Oh, Giant Spartan trying to do the wraparound. Walking Zed really staying together here. I mean, we talked about teams staying together and moving together. The Walking Zed kind of felt a little scattered over this map at one point, but look really together now. They're just grouping constantly.
Absolutely, and they're making sure that Kez kind of blocks skill shots, or at least they want to, because if Bijou gets hit by a death sentence or anything, I do think they'd try to pile in. Having a Zhonya's Hourglass could backfire some of the stuff for Coast. This next fight is going to be so telling when it happens, because you know these teams don't actually have a power curve for what's going on right now. That's why they're not being too decisive about where they go.
Yeah, when a game is balanced like this, it's so close between the two teams. It's often one late game team fight that really determines it all. So we'll have to see what happens here. Hooks again being thrown out here. It's just constant wave clear coming up for Coast. Aggressive ball positioning from Bijou there as well. And Orianna just trying to clear everything out here. That does hook on a Knight. It's not really who they want though. Let's take a little bit of poke back and forth with Jad. If 5v5 team fight was to start, and both teams kind of want to start one here, who do you think has the advantage?
I think it's really all about who lands the right target. So I think Bijou and the Walking Zed would have an advantage if he lands a Shockwave on 3 or more people. And I think Coast obviously wins one if they catch anyone who's not Olaf or Renekton in a charm.
Dragon
It's too close to actually call one straight up because it's all about who initiates it properly.
Dragon being checked out by the Walking Zed, but they get bad news as that's on up for about 1 minute and 40 seconds as Zion Spartan once again wave clears all of a sudden. They're speeding up here. The Nidus wants to go in, maybe try and tie him down. Shyvana not particularly afraid. They will take a bit of poke here and there, but Coast will rotate down towards the bottom lane.
And I'm a little surprised that Coast is only waiting on the death sentence to go in. It seems like everyone's just waiting to see if Daydreaming can land something, like he's the one making the calls. Because Nintendo landed a stun, and no one was looking to combo. They're not really playing off of each other in the way that they could optimally. They're really just waiting for one of the hardest skill shots to land in that death sentence in order to combo. I think they should be trying to key off Nintendo a bit more.
And here Coast is going to try and ward up. They know Baron is still such a big objective here in this game. Going to use their sweepers where they can just miss the edge of that ward. You can see close to shifter there between him and Nintendo. So that one's a really nice one, actually. It's kind of out of range of a lot of the sweepers. It's not an obvious spot, and it gives you a lot of information moving towards Baron.
Yeah, 5 supers will do you everything if you don't sweep the right spots. It's the new ward meta for these guys, trying to put them in just the unsweepable spots. And now they're all going for this because Zion Spartan's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, the Walking Zed not only forcing in here.
This is an attempted steal from Elise. That's all it can be.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. Chain of Corruption goes in as well. They're looking for it. Nidus, the main getting low. He flashes out there, and the Walking Zed still happy here going onto this Baron. Zion Spartan very far away from this one, but Baron's not that unhealthy here. About half health, man, down to a third now as well. Gonna look for it now.
Zion's here though.
Through. Zion did finally come in. Intended around the side, want to find the steal. They're gonna start the fight. The repel does happen. Intended trying to get in there. A decent Chockwave finds two though. The box lands in there. Zion Spartan picks up Nidus in there as well. And Bishu's given up on the Baron. Coast managed to get them out there, and that was a very patient play.
But there's only been one kill, and now they're kind of back on the Baron. Look at all the people flashing red across the map. 2 on one side, 3 on the other. They might just back away from this.
Maybe Coast here rotating mid, it seems like, want to pressure down. Instant 3-man recall coming out from the Walking Zed as well. Siva now joins the party as Dragon looks to be the objective picked up here by Coast. That was a very tense 50-50 Baron.
Yeah, Zion Spartan had a long ways to run once again to try and stop that one. I worried a lot when Coast threw the Lantern inside the Baron pit because that kind of stopped their ability to steal. But they were confident enough that the Walking Zed could burst down the Baron in the time it took for Zion Spartan to come up, and they did just enough to delay them and actually gave themselves the upper hand in the fight. Because all the people inside for the Walking Zed were very low from sitting in the Baron for so long.
Coast actually with a small lead in gold now as well. You can see the Walking Zed up in turrets and in kills, but it's just under 2k ahead for Coast right now. And it's amazing to me how different this game looks between these two teams. The Walking Zed had to kind of feel down about the game one they had. It didn't look close at all for them, unfortunately, but this is an incredibly tight game between two teams, and we've said it's really experience and team cohesion that's saying a lot about the teams that seem to be getting into promotion here. And the Walking Zed, they're a challenge team. If they can prove themselves here in this game, Coast is going to be like, oh man, we thought we were going to have it easy.
Yeah, winning games like this can be so pivotal in best-of-5 series. I feel like if the Walking Zed doesn't pull this one out, since they were so close, they could just mentally collapse and very easily fall into a 3-0 defeat. But winning a game like this makes it a completely new series. It then becomes a best-of-3, and they have momentum.
Yeah,
so
and
what happens in the next 10 or 15 minutes here could very well decide the series.
And this game is so tense. Shyvana still pushing down the bottom. Zion is committed to the split pushing despite not having teleport. Bobby, Hank Gill now drawn over their Coast, maybe going to rotate over and at least get some Baron vision for themselves. But again, the rotations here, I mean, you could study this game like something like a football match. There's so much movement happening.
And I don't think Zion's making an impact with his split pushing right now. He's just sitting down there, and it's allowing Bobby and Kill to farm just as freely as Zion Spartan. I think Siver's farm is actually more valuable than Shyvana's at this point.
I think so too. I mean, it's arguable who you would like at the Baron fight if one was to start 4v4.
Yeah.
Maybe you want Sivir there instead, so that could be their plan, but I like this a lot. Yazuki's now the man down there.
Look at the level advantage, though. It was 3 levels, now it's just 2. Even so, though, because it's on top of a turret, Zion Spartan can't do much.
Yeah, I mean, for all his
Outside
pushing,
of farm.
I mean, melee hero, he is farming, that's certainly true, but he's done very little damage to the inhibitor turret down towards the bottom here, and it's just a very long Baron dance coming between these two teams.
This is interesting. Coast is positioning themselves around Baron like they're sweeping it, but Shifter's made it all the way down here until he hit a ward, and the surprise was lost.
Well, surprise avoided there, I guess, for the Walking Zed, as they're going to walk out here. Coast are going to start, nope, never mind. That would have been very interesting to start a 3-man Baron.
With all the sweeping that Coast has, they haven't found the wards. They swept where the ward was, and that's why they were able to back away from that. And then when they started the Baron, they thought they had the pit cleared, but they missed the one in the corner. And the Walking Zed is placing wards in the right spots to dodge the sweepers.
Yeah, and they would have seen all these red trinkets, and at one point I've been like, hang on a second, that's an awful lot of sweeping going on. I love the creativity of the Walking Zed to put wards in just still good, but slightly unconventional spots, and that's really helping them here in the late game vision war, and that's what it's turned into now at this point.
It's a weird mind game. You just kind of think to yourself, so where do I want to ward? Okay, don't put it there. Put it where you don't want to ward. That way they won't check it.
Yeah, but as long as it's close enough to where you kind of want to ward, so it's a little funny here as we do have a pause here. A little different to our game 1 pause here.
We made it very far into this game.
That's true.
We're already 39 minutes and 58 seconds in, so it's been one hell of a game so far.
It really has. So, Jet, let's break it down here. We've got a bit of a break to kind of go through this 40-minute game so far. Game 1 was a very different story between these two teams. Coast just found a lead and ran all the way home with it. And it never looked close. Their Walking Zed just kind of didn't look in that game. How did we get to this point in this game?
Yeah, I mean, I think it all started from the level 1. Coast didn't adapt their strategies between games. They all tried to invade straight to the red buff, and they got double killed from there. And even though they've been playing like they're ahead, coming back from something like that is incredibly difficult. And I also think the regrouping time, the greatly different team compositions that the Walking Zed have been able to put up in these two games have made it an even game.
And for me, the thing I'm probably most impressed by the Walking Zed in this game is an amazing amount of patience. Anyone else in this situation maybe gets a little nervous, isn't confident in their team chemistry late game, confident in that synergy. The Walking Zed are playing like they'll have any late game that comes here. And both teams are playing very, very carefully off each other. I mean, it's a pause right now. Again, we talked about how that could affect momentum in game 1 early on in that game. How can it affect it in such a long game? This is already a marathon for these players.
Yeah, it makes them think a lot more about the next decision they make. I remember the game we had yesterday with CLG and Alternate, where they danced around for 55 minutes, and then Kerp landed a barrel, got a double kill, and the game was over. Something like that could happen here. So they have to be so laser focused on what they're doing right now. Think of if Coast tries another split push with Zion Spartan bottom lane, yet instead of a Baron tried, the Walking Zed just rushes the other 4 members of Coast. They could win that fight and just carry it through to a game. So it's really just all about warding the right spots and having trust that your decisions are completely sound. And in that regard, I give the advantage to Coast because they've been here more. But with how the Walking Zed's played, I can't count them out.
I think just something interesting that Hai sort of brought up when we were interviewing him here before, he was talking about how games just go later. And that's very true. We've seen a lot of games here in the Battle of the Atlantic, here in the promotion series, just going later. One of the things that we are now starting to see in these longer games that we didn't get to see before, and you mentioning Kerp and Gragas yesterday reminded me of it, AP mids are actually starting to get a lot of farm.
Oh, yeah.
And games change very dramatically when you have a fed kind of assassin or burst-related champion.
When you got the guy that can one-shot, and Orianna turns into that late in the game when she hits 5 or 6 items. Just a quick update, Shifter's computer's having to be restarted. This is not the same problem that caused the 2-hour delay. That problem has been fixed, so we should not see a recurring set of pauses like we did earlier. As soon as his computer's up and running, we will be back into this game.
Yeah, and I mean, both these teams here, you can see very silent, very focused, and very serious. And this is a big game for both teams. And when we talk about best of 5s and how their long series is, I think it's really interesting. Like, what do you think of game 2 specifically in a best of 5, Jet, in terms of like where it's placed in the series, especially if Coast to go 2-0 up here?
Yeah, trying to place like what's the importance of the second game. I'd almost call it the most important game. I mean, maybe you'd say game 1 is the most important game, but
that's
really,
true. Double If would probably say that.
Yeah. Because really, if the difference between a 2-0 and a 1-1 is monumental. It changes it from becoming just a best of 3 versus, hi, you have to win 3 games in a row. And that mindset shift, I think, is bigger than at any other point in a best of 5.
And you kind of mentioned it as well. I think the Walking Zed winning here is a big deal for them because it kind of resets the series for them. They had that game 1, cannot be happy with that performance at all. So kind of resetting it to a best of 3 probably put them in a better state of mind here.
Yeah, Bobby and Kills had a much better game. Kez specifically has gotten 5 kills thus far on Olaf, and he's really been the man who runs in and gets dirty with these fights. So still not all the sweepers on them. They're still kind of playing off their back foot, but they're sticking in it real well.
All right, so we'll see what happens here. Gameplay has resumed here between these two teams, and we said it already, a very tense, drawn-out affair so far here. This game is obscenely close in gold. I mean, 2,000 gold at 40 minutes is crazy to me. I mean, when you get to this point in the game, we can be 6, 8, maybe 10,000 gold, and that difference doesn't matter as much anymore. The fact that it's this close in gold at this point in the game, and it's kind of been this way the whole time, is just amazing to me.
And the big difference, if we look across at the very top line, Yuzuki versus Zion Spartan is a big difference, actually. 2,600 gold. If we can see Zion Spartan and Izuki in that same team fight, Shyvana will greatly outscale in that regard. And that also means there's a higher priority in killing Bishu on Orianna, since he is the primary gold holder for the Walking Zed.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Bishu as kind of the star player of the Walking Zed, as someone to watch here. And I think Coast definitely have him on their radar in terms of players to kill. And I think it's funny that Coast have been very cautious with their initiation. I think they're mainly just trying to kill Bishu.
Yeah, and with the barrier, I really love the choice of barrier on defensive mid laner. Yes, it plays into Bishu's style, and maybe it can't get the kills early on in lane, but against someone as aggressive as Shifter, it's needed for him to shut it down.
And I think shutdown is a great way to put it as well. Shifter, he had some good early plays. He got a nice early DFG, but we saw no impact when he bought that item. He got it quite quickly.
Yeah, there's a 100 CS difference right now because Shifter's been roaming so much, and also because Zion Spartan's been taking the split farm. Shifter's letting a lot of that farm go to the wayside because he still thinks if he gets the Deathfire Grasp down on someone, he should have enough power to just burst them out. But look at all the defensive items that Bishu's building, actually.
Yeah, we spot the Locket of the Iron Solari on Olaf as well. Kind of add a little bit of extra tankiness.
Or
We've got the
magic
GA.
resist.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. Got the GA in there as well for him. I mean, Orianna herself, pretty hard champion to kill with that Command Protect coming out. And I mean, we talk about Bishu being key here as a player. I think that's true. I think it's even more true in this game on the champion he's on. Orianna is so good when it comes to teamfight control. That if Bishu dies, I mean, he's got an extra life now with GA, but Coast, if they find the perfect initiation, we could see fireworks.
I think it actually changes priorities once they see that item built, though. He's built one super defensive item before Void Staff, and it means the shockwaves and the damage that he's going to be doing with Ori aren't nearly as impactful. I think that means they have to go for someone else as their priority target. Here's that speed fight, though. We might see it.
Yep, Kaz can't get in. Yazuki going to try and find somebody. Finds Nintendo, who's quite tanky. Good chain of corruption onto Bichu. They're going to maybe try and dive in. A two-man trap over the tank to Bichu. Gets trunked down there. The GA's pop there. There's a good box comes out for Thresh in there as well. Now Shifter trying to get out of the way. Yazuki's chasing him on. There's the Zonies as Fusion picks up Bobby hand kill. Bichu looking to go down here as well as he just gets protected there. Nidus of Main very much in trouble though as he's going to go down. A double kill there for Varus. 2-for-1 trade certainly in favor of Coast.
And everyone else after that fight has scattered. It was so close to being a disaster for the Walking Zed. We saw Bishu Shockwave really didn't do much, and he got caught in a bad position. But everyone on the Walking Zed went back, and they're rushing back with home guards. How fast can Coast kill this Baron?
Well, very fast by the looks of things, but we'll see what can happen here. The Walking Zed going to beeline everybody they can. Yazuki's still around, actually. Going to look for it here. The hook looking, doesn't quite get it, but it doesn't matter. Coast pick up Baron.
So just huge fights and plays coming out from Coast. They're 2 for 2 on Barons, and that was actually a fight initiated by the Walking Zed. Even if they didn't land something hard, they all used their move speed, and then Coast just decided to turn. They landed the Chain of Corruption as Zion Spartan went down, and definitely watch Bishu here. He didn't really do anything. Then it was all about Shifter running away from the tank line of the Walking Zed and allowing the rest of Coast to finish off the fight. Once Bishu was nearly down and everyone else was chasing the Ahri, it just meant Coast could chase people down. That's why WizFuJin got the double kill.
Dragon going to go down there as well. Zion Spartan continuing his lone wolf missions here, really going out and just doing whatever he can solo. Gets a Dragon for his team. Going to give a nice chunk of gold over to Coast. Gold doesn't quite matter as much at this point of the game because we are very much moving towards the later stages, but you can see the inventories for Coast look a little more full here. And with Baron Jet, they couldn't quite get the push done before. How do you think it's going to happen now?
It's going to be a little better for them this time because Zion Spartan is substantially tankier, and if they do get a catch at one of those turrets, they would be able to dive on through it. Also, I think WizFuJin has much more damage now with the Infinity Edge completed. We say that gold doesn't have as big of an impact 45 minutes in, but the spike of 5,000 gold that Coast just acquired in a game that was essentially dead even will give them a lot of confidence to push through here.
Yeah, again, a team that seems to play ahead even when they're not. They're going to know they're ahead now at this point with the Baron buff, so we'll see what they can get done. Zion still pushing the bottom lane. He just can't get out. He's magnetized now.
Maybe that's the next lane they're going for a turret in, but I think they actually should take the outer turrets in both the mid and the top lane before they try anything crazy. But I don't even know if they can make it to that point. Most of the fights that Coast has been able to win have been from their back foot. The Walking Zed is keep pushing them back, and it's just in retaliation that Coast has been able to get these advantages.
I mean, it almost feels like Coast are playing a very, attempting to bait them into bad fights here, because you're right, both the fights that the Walking Zed have lost have just been Coast outplaying them when they've kind of botched the initiation a little. And it's if that is the plan, and I don't quite think, I think just being careful here rather than anything else, but if we're just constantly pushing down, annoying the enemy, kind of waiting for them to snap, that takes a lot of resolve as a team, but that's a pretty ballsy game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's not because Zion Spartan's going to be able to solo Yuzuki down here. Sure, he got a couple hits on him, but he took maybe, what was that, 4 health bars out of him? He's got 30 of them left. It has to be decided from a big, massive team fight, knowing there's so many tanks going on here. And unless that's in the open, I don't know if this big team fight can happen.
Yep, Zion's still looking for pressure though, and he's really stuck here as Nidus Main gonna eat a cocoon there from Elise. But Coast not quite together. Trying to find a 4v4 action here. I have to say, Wiz Fusion, big prop to him on that last bit of Varasol. Oh, this is impressive from Zion. He started to not care about Renekton's damage, and Renekton has sort of dropped off a little here.
Well, Bishu's come over, he's a friend.
Oh, that's dodging the shockwave though. Maybe if Coast can go back in, that'll be really nice for them. In fact, Zion's hanging around. He's got Baron regen up as well. And Coast are going to try and be decisive here, but Minions are not quite in position.
Yeah, this means Coast can be much more aggressive with this turret, knowing that the shockwave is down. And Zion Spartan will be able to lifesteal and heal up about a lot of this stuff. We could see some turrets start to fall here soon.
Yeah, looks like they are going to continue the action on here with 4 members of Coast in the mid. Down the bottom, Zion Spartan up against Yazuki. We kind of said it before, Renekton, very, very tanky here in this situation, but he cannot shove Shyvana out of this lane. And Zion, he might, again, just start face tanking and doing damage to the turret that way. He'll eventually get it.
It's tricky pushing in these situations because Zion can't make a commit to that turret unless the minion wave in the middle is in the right spot. So he really wants to go in, but they all have to go together, otherwise they risk getting picked off.
And Yazuki doing a very nice job with this wave as well, but there's the damage for Zion.
A lot of damage.
Really chasing. He's actually going for it, it looks like here. A stun from Yazuki going to move in the burnout, actually. Interestingly enough, just kind of annoying Renekton doing damage. He's going to get the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane.
Nicely done. There was no support that the team could help him with because they were too worried about the Baroned up team in the mid lane. Push successful.
If you lose this game as the Walking Zed, how hard is that, a loss? Such a long game potentially here. You're getting literally ground out by Coast here, by Zion Spartan, just continually wearing away at you. This is not a game that's going to be won super decisively, it seems like. This is a long slog here.
Exactly. And that was another Baron that was really just for a couple of turrets. Now, instead of it being the Walking Zed up 1 turret, it's Coast up 1 turret. And the gold lead, while it increased percentage-wise, it's about the same.
I mean, people talk about League of Legends as a game where the winner is the one who makes the fewest mistakes in the game. There's not that many been made by either team here, but very minute things have happened from the Walking Zed here. And Coast, they're in the lead, but still at this point, one big team fight's going to blow up this entire game.
Yeah, and we're nearing 6 items on all these guys. Wiz Fusion is full 6 items. He could, at one point, sell his boots and go for another offensive item like a Zephyr, but that's a ways away. Bobby and Kill isn't quite there on Sivir. Neither of these AD carries are like super hyper scalers in the late game because their range is a little bit shorter than the Tristana or the Caitlyn's or the Jinx that you'd see that are really crazy with 6 items. Even so, they are monstrous threats.
And I love the playmaking from Wiz Fusion. They have that option available to them. I mean, I didn't quite see it until we saw a couple of those really nice disengages, but his ult's actually excellent against the Walking Zed's comp, apart from Olaf.
Absolutely, and we also mentioned Nintendo X's item build a little bit earlier, how he was going for the full offense. He switched up a little bit.
Yeah,
he's now full tank, and the Banshee's Veil, you know, the fact that they have 2 of them, I'm not 100% sure why they wouldn't go for the Spirit Visage because it's just the one spell block they're looking for. Maybe it's going to slow or stop that really critical slow from coming through if they're trying to get chased down. Other than that, it's a lot of cooldown reduction to give up.
Yeah, and again, we continue the movement throughout the map here. It's been so back and forth between these two teams the entire time here. The top lane turret, there the T2 looking a little low as Bishu's going to find Daydream, and he's going to have to get himself out of the way. Once the find his team does get out there, saves his flash in there as well. Zion Spartan still down the bottom. Now this inhibitor is starting to get pressured now as well. This is a problem for the Walking Zed.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to walk right in here. There's no way Yuzuki gets him off this unless the rest of the Walking Zed comes back to help.
Looks like they are trying to come back here. Yuzuki going to start things off, popping the Dominus here. But Coast, how much pressure can they put out now as well? They're probably going to get the tier 2 turret here. Almost everybody from the Walking Zed's backing off. And Zion's pressure immense here. Coast get a free turret.
They're just abusing Zion Spartan's farm advantage and also late game scaling. Almost no matter what Yuzuki does at this point, he won't be able to stop Zion Spartan 1v1.
And I mean, if they send someone super important like Sivir who maybe can kill the tank, that could be really bad news for a team fight when it starts here. And Zion's going to stick here. Baron's up in 8 seconds now as well. We could see a fight for it now, 4v4 and Coast. They are getting sneaky.
Did they sweep all the wards this time? It doesn't look like the Walking Zed has any vision on where they're going. Maybe if they get their catch, this would be their way of turning the game, or the Walking Zed just has to give up the Baron to them.
Well, they can see Kez there. They did sweep away the ward. Bishu going to check into the ball.
Look
Going to try
out.
and get their hooks on the Kez. The Charm lands as well. Takes quite a bit of damage, but they're going to pop by their ults and reinitiate here as Daydreaming. Almost going to get snared up. He does go down here. Good Barasol, but it's kind of just been disengaged. And Thresh, he went somewhere magically. He flashed out of the way.
Over his box, and there's another catch on the Nintendo X. Yes, Silent Spartan got the inhibitor, but Coast is on the run.
Yeah, Coast have to back out, but that's fine. They're actually getting out safely here. Zion now kind of bullying Yuzuki back as our next in here as well. Maybe he can get a GA out of this here. He's confident in his ability to duel this out 1v1. Baron's still here, but a free inhib's always nice.
All things considered, it's another win for Coast. None of them died. They burned a couple of their ultimates, but so did the Walking Zed. And now that there's an inhibitor down, it means there's a full-time defender for the Walking Zed, regardless of if Zion Spartan is there as well. That's going to allow Coast to make some more plays.
Yep, I mean, Coast, though, every advantage they're taking is quite a small one here in this game.
So small. They're grinding this one out.
They really are. And again, this is one of those games as well, Jet, where just kind of from a psychological standpoint, if you win it, you feel amazing, and it crushes you if you lose.
Oh, especially with how long these guys have been waiting around. We started this, I'm not sure the exact time, but several hours ago. I'd like to say at least 6 hours ago. We're going with that one, and they're just now finishing their second game. So very big mental hurdles to overcome as well as the in-game ones.
And now Coast going to look for Baron once again. Here's Zion. Looks like he's actually going to join them, interestingly enough. And the sweepers not quite going. There's a ward sitting in the most obvious spot in front of Baron. And surely they're going to
so used to sweeping the unconventional spots that they forgot about the conventional ones.
No,
and they're Baroning right on top of a ward.
It's actually sitting right there as well. Zion is around though, and they do see the movement. So they're going to try and get out here, but Nidus and Main sped up. They're taking a big cocoon there to the face. Good hook as well to deny the reinitiation.
Baron hitting a little bit. Also, a Void Staff is completed onto Orianna. That's a lot of power. Let's see if Coast turns this. He has an opportunity.
Gonna try and catch on Zion Spartan. That's not the man you really want to kill. He gets out there as intended. Looking to flank Yuzuki, gone straight in though. And Orianna shotgun hits to his fusion. He cleanses out though. Cane of Corruption off in there as well as Bijou gets assassinated by Shifter. His GA is gonna fall. But Varus is down in intended. Fighting away into Bijou. Daydream and trying to find a hook and can't quite get the Shifter. Trying to get it done as well. But Zombie Hand kill. He's picked him up. Now Daydreaming. He's in trouble as Kez moving in there as well. And Thresh can't land it himself out of Zion Spartan. He wants to fight this 1v5, but he can't. 3 clean kills moving through there for the Walking Zed, and this might be it, Chad.
Coast did not get anyone here. There's only 2 people alive, and the minion wave is in the right place for the Walking Zed, but minions are hitting their nexus.
The minions are going out the tower. They've taken one out already. We've got people pushing down here for Coast. They're going to go absolutely deep on this one, and it is base race time potentially here. Bishu is back already, though no GA. That Nexus turret's ridiculously low, and they're going to keep going in intended. Going to run defense here. Best he can, but Nidus Domain's back now as well. Zion Spartan very, very tanky on Shyvana, but I don't think he can pull an X-Pecker here. He is going to go down the exhaust moving through. Maybe he can get away. But
it's over.
Bad. He's dead, and that's it. I think we're going to be done in the Walking Zed. A miracle game there in Coast. Tried so hard to clean them out, but at the end of the day, the Walking Zed grind out 53 minutes and 39 seconds.
Wow.
Soul-crushing League of Legends. And
their souls would have been crushed if they wouldn't have came out on top that time. But you can see Bobby is super excited after that one. Fist bumps all around for the Walking Zed. They hung in there despite a really mean game plan from Coast trying to strangle them out. They slipped free and they got a win.
And Coast, to their credit, you can see them on their screen. They don't look too moved by this. They're okay, I think, but again, that's such a hard game to lose. What an epic game too there, Jet. We waited 2 hours for almost an hour affair. I think that was a good way to come back.
Wow, they weren't even up in gold by the time they won that one. They were still down 1,000, but when you're that far into a game, it doesn't have too big of an impact pastry time, and that just means it's kind of game on now. Best of 3.
Absolutely. I mean, the Walking Zed would have wanted to answer in this game here up against Coast, and now it's 1-1. We're going to get at least 2 more games of League of Legends, and I mean, what can we possibly take away from that game? Is it if Coast can't get ahead, they have trouble winning? Is that where we take it?
I'd say that Coast, I don't think we take that one. I think we just say that the Walking Zed adapted very well and that they're not collapsing under the pressure like we have seen a little bit from the promotion teams. Coast definitely has a fight on their hands. I'd say they need to be a little bit more late game focused in their compositions because they were really just hoping to pick people off and then just kind of snowball it like they did the first game. And when that didn't happen, they didn't have the actual 5v5 team fight ability to make plays. The Walking Zed played passive enough. They avoided getting caught. and that's really what swung it.
Yeah, so an epic game there between those two teams, vastly different from our first game, chat.
Oh, geez. First one was, what, 25 minutes?
Yeah. I mean, I think the pause in that game was longer than the game one we played.
You are correct.
And an epic way to continue on here. I have no idea what's going to happen now. I was worried that the Walking Zed, after that game one, would just kind of shut down and not show up. But they proved me wrong, that's for sure.
I know. That was a very real concern. I think even from the very start of that one, when they were able to invade the jungle, well, counter-invade the jungle, that was the first thing, like, yeah, this team's actually thinking. Because Coast did that in game one, in the same spot. So they may as well just all wait in that bush and hope for some Coast aggression, and they got it.
They did. So we've got to take a short break, but when we return, the Walking Zed continue their race for a spot in the LCS. It's Game 3 of tonight's promotion tournament series right after this.
The name Walking Zed was we kind of wanted to come up with a catchy name.
We were trying to think of like clever names. I thought of the team name Alice in Wonderland first.
I just wanted to go with something like Nidalee Scratching Post, but we decided to go with a pun off of a champion that we used to play.
Welcome back to the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament. Before we get to the third game between Team Coast and the Walking Zed, I'm joined by Freak and Doublelift to talk a little bit about Game 2. What a game, a base race to close everything off. And I kind of want to talk about how the two teams and the two team comps worked in the favor of both squads as we went further in the game, because when it comes to team fights, the Walking Zed going off that comp should be able to win.
Yeah, so what I kind of liked about Walking Zed's comp is it was very sort of single focused, which I like to see teams that have a clear goal in mind, and we have two really, really good fighting bruisers, Renekton and Olaf, and the rest of our team's going to get them in there, and then when they do get there, Oriolt's going to make them stay there and we'll kill everybody and it'll be great. The one thing I kind of didn't like is that there's pretty severe diminishing returns on movement speed. But once you get past 490, your move speed gains are cut in half. So when you're stacking that much haste, you're not getting that much more off that last incremental bit of speed. I would have rather seen a little bit of crowd control come out from one of the other champions, like maybe a Leona instead of Karma, for example, because one problem they had was actually keeping targets down.
Yeah, and like the biggest thing to me was just the AD choices. Sivir, obviously top tier, probably one of the most broken AD carries right now, just because of her utility. You saw her ulti have such a big impact. And even though Orianna would just constantly be getting hooked and dying before the teamfight even really started and be doing almost nothing, you'd see Walking Zed like come out of a teamfight okay. Like they didn't get aced, and everyone's so fast they can just kind of run away and only die a few times.
Yeah, and as you talk about those ADs, to me, the one comp screamed forward, forward, forward. And there was also tons of mobility on Team Coast. They had the Shyvana ult to jump in. They had Ahri jump in a while, but one person who didn't have anything to jump out was Varus, and that was kind of an odd choice.
Yeah, that's why I've recently, whatever, my AD tier list, I put him in bleep.
Trash?
Yeah, trash tier. He is really, really bad against the current meta of top lane bruisers. And as you saw, like, how did the game end? Renekton flash eat on top of him. Varus has no way to escape without like coordinating a Thresh Lantern, and he got Ori ultied and he died. And when your 6-item AD carry dies at 50 minutes in the game, you auto lose. There's no way you can win the game anymore. So like, I don't know. I just don't like non-escape ADs with low range like that. He has great utility. He has a good laning phase. He's got everything that an AD carry needs except for late game.
Yeah, so actually speaking of that kind of situation, we do have a replay for you guys. We can get that on your screen. It was actually a team fight that Coast did win because it's actually WizFusion not getting caught by the Oriole, and it's really cool. So this is kind of what I wanted to talk about with the Walking Zed lineup. Let's play the replay and watch what happens. So TWZ runs forward, but all they can do is run. And really right here is where the counter engage. So pause and look at this, right? Bishu is out of position. The tank line ran to chase things down because there's no CC until the bodies get there. So the front line must overcommit, which leaves the back line open. Bishu gets ulted. He's going to take more crowd control to the face as well as this fight goes on. Let's roll the clip. And Double, if you want to walk us through what happens to Bishu here.
Yeah, so Bishu gets hooked right here, and because he went GA and Hourglass, he's going to live for a really long time. And the tanks on Walking Zed misplay really badly by chasing Ahri right here. This is the worst thing you can do. If you're a tank player, never do this. You're chasing a 20% HPR. She's doing nothing in the team fight anyways. She'll maybe get off like another rotation of spells, but the most important thing is that your backline is living and doing DPS. And as you see, Bobby Hankill and Bishu are about to come up, and they're going to die instantly. Like, there's no protection for them because the tanks chose to chase.
Exactly. Nothing for Bobby Hankill to do except to walk up to Zion Spartan into that Sivir attack range. So let's roll the rest of the clip out and watch what happens. Bobby Hankill gets basically 3-shot there by WizFusion. The crowd control, the only CC that even existed, that Ori ult had gone onto other targets there, and you get a couple of cleanup kills there from Coast. That makes it a 2-for-1 right there. And that's what happens when the Varus doesn't need to blink to get away from a fight. He actually gets to put out damage. But you're right, when he got caught in the game-winning fight at the end there's not much for Coast to do.
Yep.
And in the end, it came down to little details, but we got to say great momentum for the Walking Zed. Now let's send it back over to Kobe and pastry time for the Game 3 call.
Thanks, Shox, and it's time for Game 3 between Team Coast and the Walking Zed. After an incredible base race, TWZ looks to make it 2 in a row against Daydreaming and crew. But before we get to the match, I want to welcome Kobe to the desk. He'll be riding shotgun with me for the remainder of the series.
I have a strict no caster left behind policy, so Jat, losing his voice a little bit, ran down here to take his spot, because I know you guys want to listen to him tomorrow. He'll save his voice for then.
Good to have you here. But Kobe, what did you think about the Walking Zed's performance in Game 2?
Very impressive, because this is a new team, don't have a lot of LAN experience, yet they were able to stick through not only almost 2 hours of pauses, but also an extremely long game, taking it all the way to the very, very late game, where one single mistake in a team fight can cost you everything. And look at them. They've still got smiles on their faces. They're happy to be playing this game.
Yeah, actually, I managed to catch them in between games there just before we started this off, and they were very, very happy. I talked to Bishu, and he was just smiling all over. They couldn't believe they'd won that game. And we kind of mentioned it before, it's a big shift in momentum to get there, but we are going to get the champs like for Game 3 here between these two teams, and we'll see how Coast want to react here. And Nidalee ban, respect to Bishu.
All right, yeah, so take that one off the field real quick. Another mid lane ban, actually following that up with Gragas. These all could be considered mid lane bans. This could be 5 for 5 right now. Might even get 6.
We'll see. The Walking Zed do have the honor of the last ban here. Not going to quite be able to ban out everything they want, but they will get to pick 2 different carries there. And the reaction says
now
it all,
I'm excited for what are they going to play in the mid lane, because that's 6 for 6 bans, mid lane champions here. And, you know, that's always a very important lane for especially this matchup. Everyone talks about Shifter all the time when they're talking about Coast and the plays that he can make.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Bishu as well, looking very impressive in the games as well. He really seems to be kind of the key to his team, and there's so many strong champions left open, Kirby. It looks like we are going to get first pick Sivir now for Coast.
All right, so we will have the speed up. Everyone aware of Sivir's ability to increase everyone's speed in the team fights, chase people down. Something also you can do with her, like Double was just talking about, use her for rotations, lane to lane rotations. So it could make those end game shot calls that you want to pull off, grab some objectives a little bit easier, just increasing the movement from objective to objective.
Yeah, we'll see what the Walking Zed want to consider for their first 2 picks here in this particular game here. And they've got a lot to think about here. They're going to take their time with this draft. And that was, for me, one of the biggest changes between games 1 and 2. Them to really take their time and draft very intelligently.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but it was Zion with 2 for 2 Shyvana picks. So this is actually, they're taking this away from Coast, as well as getting themselves an extremely beefy top laner.
I believe that's correct. Orianna being banned as well means that we're going to have to see another champion from Bishu as well, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see exactly what they want to pick up here. But Jinx goes in there along with that Shyvana. And I've got another pick here. Walking Zed kind of out of time here. And
but those are all locked in. This is Coast time now.
Okay.
They're thinking about it.
I can't see the last champion.
But yeah, the Jinx also amazing in the late game. The ability to get those multiple speed ups and get excited multiple times enables her to chase down just as well as Sivir, as long as they get a kill.
Yeah, but Nintendo's going to go with Olaf there as well, as of course it was picks 1 and 2. My brain dying a little there after that long game. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Thresh and Olaf, the picks though for Coast.
All right, so always loving having really strong bruisers when you have a Sivir already. Sivir just makes these bruiser teams that much more potent because, like you can see, they can just run straight to the back line. It's completely true with Olaf, and Nintendo no stranger to that champion.
It'd be interesting to see what else we see here from the Walking Zed as well. Saw Karma last game from them, which was kind of cute. We haven't seen that in support yet, I believe, this weekend, but got a lot of picks here. I like the highlighting Zed here, a champion they used to play here, that of course is a play on their name, but hasn't seen as much play recently, a little bit here and then, but they are going to go for Karma again.
Yeah, so in the video he said that's a champion they used to play, and since there's so many mid bans already, they're actually not going to go with it. But Wukong, he's actually viable as a jungler as well as any solo laner, mid or top. So that actually still is a lot of a guessing game for how these lanes are going to play out. Meanwhile, that Karma you just talked about, they're kind of having speed wars right now. Sivir, oh, I raise you a Karma speed up. We'll have to see what they end up with.
Yep, and Daydreaming is going to last pick for his top laner there, Zion. Nasus, a Zion champion if there ever was one. I mean, he was farming a whole lot last game with Shyvana. He's probably going to keep farming again.
I'm excited to see how high we can get those Q stacks, because today, you know, we did have a Nasus, but he didn't really get to that impressive point in the game where he can two-shot an AD carry or something like that. And if a game like this goes that long, you better be sure Zion's going to be on point with his siphoning strikes, and he'll get to that point.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. But last pick Ari actually as well for Coast there, going back on for Shifter. Did you like his Ari in game 2 there? It was reasonably effective it seemed like, but he could never really make the plays we've seen him make with champions like Cassidy and champions like Ziggs.
So apparently the Ari Shifter was using a lot of time running away and trying to get away, escape from the tank line, which actually drew attention away from Wiz for a while until he finally got caught at the end. So it did seem like it worked out for them.
I mean, remember, we're kind of running out of mid picks here as well in this game. As you mentioned, 6 mids more or less being banned out here in this game. And I wonder if the Walking Zed will throw it back here. Oh, wow!
Hope Scar is still watching because this is definitely one of his favorite champions as well as a lot of other people. Talking about resets, Katarina is a mid lane champion that really needs some help to get going. But once she does, especially in the late game, she can take over team fights very well, especially if you have AoE CC like Wukong.
And this is, again, a very different team comp here in this game again. I mean, Bishu played Orianna twice now. Kind of weird to go to Katarina, who, as you said, very much a snowball-style champion, needs a little bit to get going. Not his style at all, really, with his defensive mids.
Yeah, her base damages are pretty low now because her kit is so powerful when she gets an edge. So she definitely needs some items to start ramping up. Once she does get to that point, though, this looks like a very strong team-fighting team for the Walking Zed.
Yeah, and the Walking Zed, they have to have complete faith in their team fighting now after that game. They played a 55-minute slog there and somehow won against a Coast that was desperately trying to grind them out bit by bit. Kobe, anything else you noticed in the comps or anything on the Coast side? Because they're the team that kind of, not up against it at this point because it's even now 1-1, but they kind of want to answer back now in this game.
We can see what Coast were prioritizing was that first pick Sivir. So it's all about the speed for them, and we'll see if they can actually use the on the hunt like we were talking about to move closer to the objectives and grab them early, because Dragon Control is such a big part of these games in 3.14, allowing the other team to come back. If you want to close somebody out, you want to keep that thing yours.
Yeah, and I think Doublelift kind of pointed out that he didn't like WizFusion's carry choice on Varus all that much in the last game. He's on a really powerful AD carry now, and he's been playing really, really well in this series. So if he's going to really put the carry in AD carry, Sivir's definitely a champion he can do it on.
Yeah, she doesn't have an escape of her own, but she has Spell Shield at least. So there's some defense for him in the late game, and it's actually a very powerful defense.
All right, so we're going to get into it now. Game 3 between these two teams. It's one apiece between Coast and the Walking Zed in this best of 5 for the NALCS Spring Promotion Tournament. Jat has transformed magically into Kobe. Thank you for being here.
Yes, I am not, in fact, Jat, but I will, in fact, be here for the remainder of this set.
So we'll see what happens now. Level 1, everybody moving out. And once again, a ton of trinkets. In fact, somebody forgot their trinket.
That's a little bit of a mistake there, but it shouldn't cost him too much. As a jungler, they're just going to miss out probably on his first ward placement. Oh, he's going back already. No problem.
Yeah, I think he realized that, uh-oh, we got to buy a trinket. So
team called out.
But it is Jungle Wukong, actually, which we didn't talk about. So you mentioned he can kind of be played anywhere else, or in a bunch of different lanes, sorry. How does Jungle Wukong kind of work out?
He takes a little while to ramp up. Once he hits level 6, he does have his ultimate, and it's great for a pretty impactful first gank, but the damage on the ultimate takes a while to ramp up. You need that second level of it for it to really start shredding people. So the Wukong jungle is a little bit more of a late game jungle. And we'll have to see how that works out this time around. What I want to talk about, though, the trinkets you mentioned. This time around, we have the support with starting out with a sweeper. I feel like as a jungler, that's a really good move on the 3.14 patch. Because, like I said earlier, the yellow trinkets, the jungler can just mouse over them and see how many wards you've placed. As they support, if your opponent jungler does that, then they can see when you've warded and work around it. But if you have a sweeper, they never know how many wards you have down on the map.
TWC seem to have done some homework here. Had a ward exactly where they expected Coast to be kind of rotating through, but it's a big invade onto this blue buff, actually. 4 people, no 3, sorry, as there is Ari in the mid lane already. Smite away from Nintendo. They tried a buff steal in game 2, didn't quite go well. Gonna go great this time.
So Kez is probably just going to try and hard farm these small camps now. As a jungle Wukong, it's going to be pretty hard for him to go try and counter steal that blue by himself because there was no AD carry and support switch up top. But you can actually catch up fairly quickly now if you just hard farm the small camps and concentrate completely on farming rather than spending time ganking.
Yeah, it's one of those nice things where you want to think about recovery jungling when you kind of have to ult your root a bit after getting counter jungled. Having an extra small camp in the white's kind of nice here on 3.14. I do like Nintendo's decision though. He did go back over to his own blue just to make sure it didn't get stolen away. So he's going to be level 3 nice and quick. Good chompers though coming to Bobby. Hank Hill going to get some nice damage onto Daydreaming.
So even though they got level 2, now Bobby gets hooked.
Hook comes in, the Boomerang Blade in there as well for WizFusion. Now the damage coming in as the Ricochet does move through. Nidus remain forced to flash there as the Flay did come through for Daydreaming.
Good exchange actually for Coast. Even though it started out with a missed play from Daydreamin', they turned it around and capitalized as soon as they both put level 2 right there. Nice death sentence landing in the end.
Yeah, Bishu playing safe here in the mid lane. Doran shield up for him. Going to have a potion as well. This is pretty standard for Cat. I do like the Doran shield start when we do see Katarina, just because you kind of expect him to take a lot of autos. Unfortunately, is he going to take all that damage from especially ranged?
So almost all the time when you're running a melee champion into a ranged champion, you're probably going to want to start that Doran shield and health potion. It's true of a lot of those even AP melees like Fizz and stuff. You know, there's going to be some sort of stain. Either the Crystalline Flask or the Doran Shield. Cat, since she doesn't have mana, definitely prefer the shield.
Yeah, and now Zion up towards the top. Starting to do some work here. Wants to farm that Q as much as he can. I'm pretty curious to see how much cooldown reduction Zion Spartan tries to integrate into his build potentially. He's got a lot of good options as a bruiser to kind of what you want to build. Zion seems to build a little more aggressively as a bruiser. He likes to build some damage items. Saw the Blade of the Ruined King Shyvana in the last game. But as you mentioned, those Q sections keep going up and up. So if we have another long game, we could see crazy things happen.
Yeah, and usually, you know, I talk about how I'm not a huge fan of Nasus because he doesn't really have a huge impact till later in the game. But Zion does have a way of turning around some mid-game kills even before he has his Nasus farmed up. He always seems to bait very well or, you know, call for jungle ganks at the perfect moment. We'll have to see if he can actually get that Nasus game started earlier than usual.
One thing I do like about Nasus versus Shyvana, and with Mundo kind of mixed in there as well, is that you're kind of guaranteed to at least get last hits and start farming, even if your turret gets pushed in early.
And we just talked about, oh, Nidus does get hooked.
Nintendo riding in there, Nidus and Man could be in trouble. Flame back with no flash, that looks like first blood. It is there as Undertow picks it up.
And he was standing on a ward that whole time. Nintendo was right on top of it, actually. And I was just going to compliment Nidus because, you know, the whole sweeper thing, hiding how many wards we placed. Nintendo has no idea. He's standing on one, but it doesn't matter because Daydreamin' brings him in with a Thresh Lantern and they catch him off guard.
Yeah, so Nidus a little bit caught there with no flash. Does get taken out as Nintendo is going to pick up the first blood here. And didn't quite mention it in Champ Select, but he's back on his Olaf now, and it just feels like such a comfort pick for him, especially in this patch.
He's extremely comfortable on that champion. Plus, he got 2 blue buffs, so it extended the duration of the first blue buff of Olaf, and that is amazing because he can power farm like no other champion. Shyvana, though, Yuzuki, since he got frustrated shoving Zion into his turret, and not being able to do anything after that, not being able to dive him, decided to try and proxy a little bit and then sort of mess with Nintendo in the jungle, but really hasn't been able to gain too much out of this. All he's been doing is shoving Zion to his turret.
Yep, Yuzuki now going to rotate back up here. Zion, again, all he can really do is just kind of chill out and last hit as best he can, while that Q is going to get stacked up here. And he's maxing it here as well, which I do like. He knows his job. Get as many Q stacks as possible. So you rotate here towards the mid lane. Shifter hanging out pretty even on CS, commanding Bishu there, actually, for kind of keeping up nicely here up against the Ahri.
Yeah, game plan here in the mid lane for Bishu early is pretty much avoid all charms, and then he'll be okay. He's just trying to CS at this point. Like we said, he needs a couple of items before he starts making aggressive moves. And Shifter, just hitting level 6, means that he is now going to be the first one looking to roam. A roaming level 6 Ahri, if the other lanes are not expecting it, can be extremely potent gank.
And we know just how much Shifter loves to roam here as Zion once again kind of hanging out in his island. He's a little behind on CS here up against Yuzuki, who is very much starting to turn the proxy on here. Going to move down between the turrets and just eat all this wave here at Shyvana. And this is the bad thing about Nasus that I think you wanted to point out, Kobe. There is nothing you can do here in this spot.
you lose a little bit of map control, but like I said before, Yuzuki, even though he is farming between turrets, he's not gaining that much for his team, maybe taking a white or two. Meanwhile, we have Nintendo looking down bottom and trying to harass this Jinx and Karma lane out from under their turret.
And remember, Kez from the jungle kind of stopped a little early there with his blue buff being still on the way. He's been very quiet, just farming away so far, up to level 5 on his Wukong.
Right, just what I said. He needs to hard farm his jungle. The small camps will catch you right up, even if your blue buff is taken away. He's done just that, hasn't wasted any time ganking, and he's right back up there.
I do like the ward there from Nintendo. It looks like Coast is signaling that they want to take this blue if they can, so looks actually minion getting cleared out. I know the ward being put down. Very nice moves there from Kez. It was not a minion, Kobe.
Because he's playing so defensive right now and he knows he's already been invaded, the pink ward on his own blue is a very good idea. trying to clear out everything that they can around that side of the map because they know that Nintendo will like to continue his invade spree and try and continue to punish him.
Yeah, Shifter going very deep in. Charm will miss though, and Spirit Rush not quite enough to keep tagging Bishu, so Katarina survives the first all in there from Ari, and all the summoners still up as well. Now Yazuki rotating around level 8 to level 5. I don't think Nintendo likes this.
All right, so he missed the bush a little bit, so he's not going to be able to see the health on the Golem, but doesn't matter that much since Nintendo would be able to, well, actually his smite just came up, but he would be able to take that one away. And Yuzuki is outnumbered, so it'd be a very dangerous contest for him.
Interestingly enough, that actually kind of gives Zion a little bit of free time here in this one, so he's not going to be too unhappy. Again, just happily farming away, still behind, but as long as he's stacking his Q, he is a happy Nasus indeed. Down towards the bottom lane, we've got actually a CS discrepancy here for Jinx as WizFusion continuing his run of strong play here on Sivir. About 15 CS or so up there in that one.
Right, so that was the trade-off there. Because we had Kez hard farming his jungle, Nintendo was actually getting off ganks that were unanswered, and now Bobby gets hooked again.
Great grab there, forcing Bobby to flash away, and again, wasting those summoners feels almost as good as getting a kill there when you land that hook.
All right, so Kez has hit level 6, so he's coming for his high-impact gank that will have the AoE knockup, and they're just going to try and count on the aggression of the Thresh and Sivir, and hopefully this WizFusion lane is going to attempt another all-in at the perfect moment.
And they're pretty far ahead. The speed up from Karma moving in as well. Daydreaming going to get rocketed as well as the Cyclone goes down. The Lantern out as well. In fact, they're looking for the counter gank there. Kez going to get grabbed in the decoy though.
Perfect timing right there. Kez very, very quick with his W, just in time, making Daydreaming grab that clone, but it was also a very early rocket there by Bobby. It does more damage the lower that you are, so starting off with that one is not going to grab you a kill.
Yeah, I mean, kind of guaranteed to hit with the CC kind of starting out there, so I do understand what's happening, but you're right, it didn't do maybe as much damage as it would have there, and I love the presence of mind there from Coast, knowing that Nintendo's around and he's able to counter gank there. Didn't waste any time actually going back in and reinitiating.
And now, actually, they do have the upper hand here because they know Wukong's ultimate was used. So even though he is waiting there in that tri-bush, there's not much that this TWZ three-man team can do to repel the Coast onslaught.
Yeah, they did spot Bishu off with that tri-bush ward, I believe, so they should be backing off here. Shifter would have caught it as well, as he's now got blue buff on his arrow, just going to clear out this wave as fast as he can.
Yeah, so Shifter, he gets to shove yet another wave all the way into the turret, and that's because TWZ had to call Bishu down from mid lane because they were worried about a dive on that bottom lane turret. It's going to cost this Katarina a little bit more and take that ramp up time a little bit more for Bishu.
Yep, looks like people going back now. BF Sword picked up for Sivir. I imagine that Bobby Hand kill's pretty similar to the BF Sword as well, so probably dueling Bloodthirsters will be the first few items there for our ADs. I'm curious to see what you think about Bishu's item here, because he's got Blast to him. He can kind of build anything.
Right, so he's definitely going for the damage so that he can get into those team fights and have the potential for resets as early as possible. Rushing those Sork shoes to get the magic pen, and then just going AP right on top of that. He's not playing around, no boots even. He just wants to be able to have the combat stats. So when the fight does break out, maybe around Dragon, he can roam down there, with not too much difficulty and have a big impact.
Yeah, and I like item build from Zion as well, up towards the top lane. I was wondering how much cooldown reduction he wanted in his build. He's going straight for the Spirit Visage here.
Since there's so much magic damage coming out from Shyvana, and she's obviously going to keep constantly shoving her wave and then looking to grab stuff out of the jungle, pretty good early pickup for him. And also some nice cooldown reduction so he can start stacking up.
Life steals low from his passive. He's just a happy Nasus right now. Zion is very, very happy with what's happening now. Lane is Nintendo going to rotate around as well. They're going to start a bit of a fight. In fact, Zion likes his chances here. Yazuki takes a little bit too much damage. But Zion is going to continue. He wants to freeze this wave as long as possible. He knows his turret's been pushed in. It's about 50% health. Just wants to keep it alive as long as he can.
And like we said, Yuzuki, he is just getting a little frustrated trying to shove that Nasus into the turret. He wants to gain more because he knows he has the upper hand at this point in the game. So he's looking to try and take as much as he can Uh-oh, here we go. Down bottom.
Four members of TWZ move in. The hook actually lands about Wukong. Flash ulting in, then intended. Perfect Ragnarok, though. And the box defensively being thrown down by Daydreaming as well. That was a fantastic counter initiation.
And that was also the second time TWZ called Bishu away from mid lane, costing him some more CS, some more experience, while Shifter is just doing work on the turret, as well as farming up every minion that he can grab.
And Kezi, kind of an interesting choice for his boots, actually. He may be thinking he wants to be a bit more high impact with his presence around the map. Boots of mobility. It's been a while. Oh, steal of the white. 105 bonus gold for Nintendo.
Nice shot there by Nintendo. Definitely one of his favorite champions. He's no stranger to throwing those axes. He's had a lot of practice.
He really has here. With Fusion, Daydreaming, and Nintendo all grouping down the bottom. So annoying when you have Thresh and a Siege as well. You just stand there. You can stand in the turret for a couple of seconds. Lantern right on out.
There's a little, 4-meter lantern right there. It didn't go too far, but did get the shield.
Never be too careful.
Help with the trade there as well, yes. I do like the rotations here. Yuzuki still wants to grab something of importance out of this early lead that he has over Zion, and he's going for blue.
It's going to be a 3v1 right now. The blue looks like Digo over to Kez, but he's taking a decent amount of damage as Bishu. Going to pop the out now. Shifter going to join in there as well. But that's a decoy there of Kez. The charm will miss as well. So that's a flash wither. They really want into Bishu, but no mana left there in Ari. Now Nintendo going to join the party as well. And that's a great 3v3 here as everyone from Coast rotates towards the mid lane. The Super Mega Death Throw is coming. It does hit, but it's not enough to kill him.
Noble sacrifice there from Kez, going in, allowing Bishu to escape and distracting enemies. But that noble sacrifice actually gave away a blue buff as well.
And another mini lantern down the bottom for Coast. They're chipping away at that turret there. Much like Zion did in the last game there at Shamana. Slowly but surely going to get their push started. If this game keeps going, Kobe, it feels like Coast are going to have quite a nice little buffer for mid-game to really try and get ahead, which is what they couldn't do in the last game.
Well, the game is definitely going to keep going. I'm going to say, don't jinx it for us. And they are going to want to keep on pushing this lead. And like we said, the important part about that is the dragon control. So they want to start getting some vision around here, dropping a little bit more wards.
Yeah, you're right. It is a small lead here, but Coast looking to position, to take a couple of towers, which would jump them up a little bit. But you're right, this dragon's going to be really, really important between these two. Shifter finished up his DFG now as well. That was a smite steal?
Nah, Corkez got another blue buff. He went down before, died, gave up that one, but he got the second.
Shifter still pushing in, almost got this mid turret for himself as well, and Bishu probably spotting the DFG in the inventory, knows he can't really fight.
So that was actually Corkez grabbing that blue without even a smite. Nintendo smited it, Corkez comes away with the blue.
No, nice little move there from Kez. Kind of outplaying Nintendo a little there in that battle. Managed to keep his own blue buff, which is nice. Does deny it from Cat, but not a massive deal here. It's mainly just for the XP. The tower in mid will go down as well, and Bishu wisely backs away very, very quickly.
Mid turret down is going to be huge for that next dragon focus that we're looking for here. Meanwhile, up top, Zion continuing to take a bit of a beating from Yuzuki, but since he's finished his Spirit Visage, he's able to heal up even quicker than before with that natural lifesteal.
And again, he's continuing to tank the turret waves as they come in. Here is Zion and just keep his turret alive for as long as possible. Very impressive that Nasus here is able to keep it up for as long as possible. And you keep talking about it, Yuzuki, he just wants to do something.
Yes, and this time, Zion even, trailing him a little bit into the jungle, trying to follow, see exactly where he's going to do, what is he up to down here. They drop a ward at the white and see him now. So they're actually going to corner this dragon, and it'll be up to Yuzuki to make use of his Dragon's Descent to escape.
Yep, there it is, the ultimate does go over there, but Shifter was waiting for a flash out there for Shyvana, as Ari can't really chase anymore. And that's a great rotation coming out from TWZ, but Daydreaming running defense.
Yuzuki finally got his wish. He got something out of his lead over Zion. He drew Shifter over there. So that is one resource that won't join the dragon fight, and it's allowed TWZ to at least start it up. But it looks like, since Zion has his teleport, they might even think about, nah.
No, can't quite get in the Nintendo. Probably wanted to think about a steal at least, but the first dragon is going to go to the Walking Zed here in this game, and that lead's still very thin between these two teams. 1,000 up for Coast, but I have to worry about the late game here. Last game in Game 2, Kobe, we're talking to Jet, it felt like the Walking Zed had the late game here, but Nasus is just such a scary threat if he gets to farm.
Well, it's going to be that Nasus and the Olaf, those are two very powerful late game dive buddies when empowered by On the Hunt from Wiz Fusion. They're going to be able to get to that Jinx, who's very immobile, and beat her down.
But I have to say, I really want to see Shifter kind of making some more plays here on Ari. It's twice now he's had it in this series, and he's farmed very well. He's done well in his lane. He won this lane definitely against Bishu's Katarina. Got an early DFG, has just not been able to do anything with it.
Yeah, I mean, Ari is one of those champions that really benefits from getting nice picks of squishier champions in the jungle, like usually target supports early on. With supports getting buffed, it's a little bit harder to kill the supports. Plus, with all the vision changes, it's a little bit harder to get those picks because you don't have all the extra vision inside the enemy jungle, and you're not sure where the wards of your opponent are because there's no oracles for you to use.
Yuzuki continuing to push in the top lane. There is a mountain of CS in there, by the way, I just noticed. It's about 50 up or so for Yuzuki, and that's many, many minions have been killed. And you can see the gold difference there, about 1,000 up for Shyvana as a result. Bishu in the mid as well, just going to clear things out best he can, but Zion again, he may be quite behind in CS, but as long as he is farming that Q, it's almost like he's getting bonus CS, Kobe.
He gets bonus damage, that's for sure. And he's going to build pure tank here in the beginning. Pretty standard to go Spirit Visage and Sunfire Cape, but he could also go with the Frozen Heart very early, which would add even more cooldown reduction to his build.
Yeah, I mean, Zion valiantly defending the top turret now as well. Yuzuki's gotten it pretty low, but not quite low enough here. The Walking Dead rotating down towards the bottom, it seems like. They're continuing to stick in this lane here at Coast. Yuzuki will pick up the top turret now. Zion's like, whatever. He's going to keep farming.
Finally loses his top turret here, and Yuzuki's able to grab an objective for all the hard work that he's been doing. Wiz gets caught!
Nice spell shield lantern out though, and that's going to be okay. You can see the rocket coming in as well. Bishu really wants his great play back in there as well from Daydreaming. Now the teleport's coming in, a beautiful death sentence going to hold him in here, but Zion, little too much here. Bishu does get out there, but no, Zion's going to pick it up. Now they continue to run through here, and this Nass is absolutely massive, just trying to take out everybody. Kez picks up the low Daydreaming, now Nintendo rotating in as Jinx goes down to Zion. Now the Charm moving in, Shifter over the top on a Nida, should be able to crush that down and is going to get that. Now last but not least, Kez needs to run for his life. He gets with it up. The Spirify there tries to decoy Juke, but it's just not enough.
The old press S trick and make them think you've just used your W doesn't quite work out there, but man, Daydreamin saved the day on this one, stopping Bishu from getting that reset and then timely teleport in from Zion because he didn't use it when they went to go for Dragon, enabled Coast to actually clean that one up. Meanwhile, Yuzuki able to claim another turret up top because Zion did leave.
He's actually doing his best Zion Spartan impressions. We are going to get a replay of that fight, Kirby.
So Kez, he's able to get the spell shit off with the Q and then immediately ulties. And if they had been able to keep Wiz there, then it would have been dead Wiz because the rock was coming in. But this is the beautiful, basically linebacker play from Daydreamin, stopping Bishu in his tracks, getting no resets, and the teleport in from Zion means they're actually able to kill Bishu, and he's so tanky even at this point that the 3 members that are left here for TWZ are going to have to run in fear. Shifter, extremely mobile, able to hop that wall quite easily, and clean up Nidus.
Yep, so as we stand now, 2-2 in turrets here, and 6-1 in kills there up for Coast here with a Dragon up for Coast in their advantage. So, sorry, no, the Walking Dead actually got the first Dragon here, so very close game still in gold, less than 1,000 between them. They can see 700 in fact going on now, but it's kind of a ticking time bomb almost here for the Walking Dead. Coast, they're going to keep getting stronger here as they approach the late game.
It does look like it's going to be heading to another pretty late game here for these two teams. And for TWZ, the good news is that Yuzuki still having the upper hand here, able to put some good harass onto Zion, but they're getting very close to that point where Zion can actually take the upper hand. He's got the sheen, so that much more impact on every one of his siphoning strikes means that he can now start dealing as good as he gets.
So Coast continuing to farm up here. Yuzuki just trying to push out as much as he can, be as annoying as Zion Spartan was in the last game here. Shifter pushing up the mid again as well. As Bishu just trying to collect as much CS as he can here. I mean, Coast, once again, we saw this in the last game, positioning themselves aggressively around the map, splitting off their confident in their ability to fight skirmishes and the like here, but the Walking Dead, they kind of went through all this last game. They had a 55-minute class on how to handle it here. So, again, a very tight game. It's going to be really tricky for either team to find an advantage.
And this Wukong just got a huge boost to his damage there, too. So his ultimate is going to be a very, very big tool for them. And having started with those boots of mobility means that he can come in out of combat and use his W to get into the middle of your team under stealth and then pop the ulti.
So Zonya's finished up for Bishu now as well. So again, kind of opting for a defensive choice here, very much his style, whereas Shifter once again probably going for the death cap there after that DFG. And again, this next Dragon going to be critical for both these teams. Coast there first though. We'll see if they can get it done.
So they do have the Dragon timer, and they're not going to let TWZ get another one. Immediately starting it up and grabbing it. Nice initiation.
Now Kez could be in trouble here as he does get death sentence up. Does go down to Shifter as the damage from Ari is just a little too much. And this time Zion didn't have his teleport, but he was up the top lane, keeping Yazuki out of it.
Again, Daydreaming with a quality death sentence right there. That's a classic spot to hide when you're doing Dragon and you want to bait, or you know that they're going to come check. He does end up grabbing that death sentence on, and they're rewarded with a kill onto a very, very high priority target.
And we saw Zion Shyvana in the last game able to duel Yazuki's Renekton very nicely. Here's Nasus now, just with his Sheen and those Qs stacking up, is able to fight now as well. So all that bullying that Shyvana was doing earlier really just shaken off now by Zion. And I love this adaptation. We didn't talk about it in Champs League, but teleport feels like the perfect solution to last game.
Teleport's going to be a huge, huge late game. Ooh, he also gets the white right there.
Always nice.
Very nice little Spirit Fire over the edge. Yuzuki pretty much seems like he's been frustrated most of this game trying to fight that Nasus.
It seems like it. I mean, again, he's trying to be as annoying as Zion was in the last game, but can't quite come up with it yet. As we do see continuing farm now coming through from that Nasus. He's going to town. I mean, Zion doesn't like to leave his lane, is what we learned from the last game here. And it's two big burly men chasing each other up towards the top. I guess, sorry, it's a dog and a dragon lady.
Yeah, that's an interesting fight, but it's not going to come to any deaths very soon. Yuzuki has also warded pretty deep, so he knows that they're going to keep on drawing over a lot of resources from Coast, but he's done such a good job of not getting caught over there. This is a really, really good job of Yuzuki keeping up his pressure.
Yeah, draws Shifter over once again, but Shifter will defend his blue buff as Ari able to pick that one up now, so that's nice there. Coast now looking towards the mid. Again, they're kind of rotating constantly around the map, just trying to find a position as we look down over at the items here. Bloodthirster static shiv up for Sivir for maximum item pushage coming through here. The same build coming up for Jinx now as well.
So, you know, Bloodthirster stack shiv's pretty nice, but Zion is up over 400 extra damage on his Q already. So once he does get close to that Jinx, it's going to be a pretty painful experience for her.
And again, if Zion wants to replicate his performance in the last game, and with teleported, he's even better at split pushing. He's going to be chunking down turrets very, very
He's
quickly.
got no mana right now, and Yuzuki has a red buff, but Yuzuki doesn't want to chase. You know, he's had too much time
so long
chasing that dog.
It would just take too long. Yuzuki's like, it could kill you, but I have to chase you all the way to your Nexus probably for that to happen, given how tanky Nasus is. Rotation from TWZ though. They're going to look to go in onto this mid tower now. This has really been a big focal point of this game for me. Coast got the mid tower pretty early there with the aggression Shifter was able to put out. And this tower in the mid's really healthy for Coast now.
You can see, though, that the Walking Zed are very, very careful of all the skill shots that can come out from Coast. Because, yeah, you know, Ari's great for picking people off in the jungle, but she can actually do that just as well defending turrets. Her and Thresh are really what Coast are looking to start off their team fights with. If they land one of those skill shots onto a target from TWZ, then they can easily chain them and land another one after another and make TWZ pay.
And it's kind of an interesting point now. I don't know if Coast will notice, but Kez actually used his ultimate just because he liked pressing the button.
He likes riding spinners.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful ultimate. You want to see the animation there.
Oh.
Okay, so another death bush being set up.
It's the EG brushing out at this point. It has to be after yesterday.
We've seen this one be very painful. Kez does have an invisibility that he can use to get close and then ward it. Looks like they do not get caught yet.
I love Zion's positioning here as well. He's kind of baiting them up towards that section.
Uh-oh,
Getting them to walk through the jungle, and here we go. Nidus in a lot of trouble. As Karma's going to get low. Here's Zion now charging through the wither there onto Bishu. Extended cast from the ultimate flash Q. Picks up the kill. And now Bishu's in a whole lot of trouble as Coast looking to go in as well. No extra kills, unfortunately. But that was a very funny flash from Nasus.
The bush camp does end up paying off. Even though it's just the support that they grabbed, they were able to take out one member. And Zion did not hesitate to use his flash for the finish. They're also rewarded with another objective after this. This is key. If it was just a support kill, not that big a deal. But they, again, take down another turret.
Zion's Q destroyed about a third of that turret's health. It was absolutely immense, and that's only going to get worse here.
It's also telling that he feels confident in going full damage now because he's not finishing his Frozen Heart. He's moving over towards the Trinity Force right now, already picking up the Phage. So he's looking to be a brawler and start putting damage down.
Yeah, we're going to begin the Baron dance once again, it seems like, here between these two teams. Coast having that mid turret still up there in the outer section. It's going to be nice for them, though, if they want to get a lot of vision kind of near the center of the map, which, of course, near where Baron is. And I like this decision to go 3 red trinkets by Coast. Not all 5 that we saw in the last game. Just 3 here, Kobe.
They've toned it down a little bit this time. You know, they want to still keep a few wards up. One actually inside TWC's base, which is doing a lot of work for them. It sees, you know, which lane the members are going to exit each time, and allows them to plan accordingly.
Yep, Nintendo clearing out the Baron now as well. Both teams going to start jostling for position around that section. Wiz Fusion up towards the top. It's going to clear things out. Actually, it's a QSS, interestingly enough, his next item, it seems like.
Yeah.
Could be a Banshees, I guess, as well.
Could be looking for that one. Some magic resistance is always going to be key when you are against Katarina, just because you are worried about resets. Similar thing like with Kha'Zix, you always want something so that he doesn't get a reset off of you. But he'll probably not look to upgrade. This is actually getting a little bit more interesting, this brawl down bottom, because they both take each other down to 50.
Yeah, Zion Spartan, though, I mean, Blade of the Ruined King, I actually love this adaptation from Mizuki. He's like, I need to fight Zion. He wants to fight me, but Trinity Force Nass is trying to get some work done. Koso looking deep to 4v4. Bishu going in, though, looking for the reset. Wiz Fusion goes down to Nidus the main, and now Bishu going to continue to chase him, but a good box there from Daydreaming. Going to only lose 1 there.
Cortez does a great job getting in there with the invisibility as well. Perfect ultimate placement, but that was the flash ulti from Wukong. You don't get to pull that trick off too often, and they're going to have to capitalize on it. Again, just 1 kill, not that big a deal, but a Dragon is huge.
Yeah, Dragon would be nice here, especially with the extra gold it's given out now, but Kosa looking to run defense. Zion Spartan currently 1v1.
Zion has so much sustain because of the lifesteal from his passive and the Spirit Visions that he built early, that yes, he can trade pretty much evenly with Yuzuki, but then he can sustain even quicker than Yuzuki can, even though Yuzuki's got Blade of the Ruined King.
They actually drew a lot of TWC away there. They're going to get the Dragon, though. Attempted an axe steal there with Olaf, but can't quite get it done.
Yeah, Coast don't want to fully contest that one because they're down in numbers, and they don't want to throw a whole team fight away just for 1 objective.
Yeah, lost a lot of health there as well, so everyone's going to back away slowly here. Zion Spartan probably has a ton of money here and going to spend off some items. Oh, this is super cute. Teleports off to the ward. Going to start Baron, but there's a ward here, Kobe.
They're trying to burn it down. They even know that there's vision, and they're just trying to burn this one before Cortez can get there. Even if he did, there's no smite.
They're looking for a 50-50. You're right, there is no smite. His Shifter picks up Bishu as well off the back, and they're going to get Baron. That went horribly wrong for the Walking Zed.
So I talked about that during laning phase, where Cat's trying to avoid all of the charms from Ahri. Shifter right there, able to land the kill solo onto Bishu, and that's the power of, you know, getting that Deathfire Grasp first. If there's 1 target, you can burst them down.
And here we go. Going to see this again here. Bishu.
Oh, what a hook to start it out. That was Daydreaming again, actually. Trying to dodge the charms is huge, but you also got to watch out for the death sentence.
And I was about to give credit to Shifter for kind of maybe, you know, being a little more on point with his Ahri charms, making some more plays, but you're right, Kobe. That was Daydreaming once again. Maybe we can see why teams really like banning his threshold, taking it away from him. He is a monster on this champion.
And, you know, Bishu did build a defensive item. He's got the Zanyas, but you can't use it while you're in the hook because you won't be able to activate it, and it goes down before he can even make a move.
Yeah, I mean, Shifter just bursted him from pretty much 100 to 0 at that point. And Coast, they got 2 Barons actually in the last game and actually couldn't close it out. We'll see what they can do here on this one. And the difference seems to be they have a lead this time. It's not a big one, but they do have a lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's about chaining the skill shots before, you said, start out with the hook into the charm. That rewards them with a Baron. Huge for this team. It's not that easy for them to siege up, but they've got Zion, who's amazing at split pushing, and now with the Baron buff, he definitely has the upper hand on Yuzuki. So the rest of the team just has to worry about a 5 versus 4 situation because there's no teleport available.
Just finished his Frozen Heart up as well. The Walking Zed maybe looking to go in with that teleport down for Zion. Silver ult was popped in there as well for Wiz Fusion, so not going to have on the hunt for a small while. And look at this. Here we go. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's crested 500. That's also a Trinity Force empowered plus 500 siphoning strike right there.
I mean, does a decent chunk there to Yuzuki, who's pretty tanky on Shyvana at this point. But Zance is going to chunk down the tower. Boom! Oh my goodness. So much damage already. We saw this before.
Oh!
His face taking it down.
What man wrecking crew right here. Zion takes the turret and takes it.
And he's just going to walk out of this one. Coast, great pressure in the mid lane to support Zion's split push. Don't need the teleport. Happy to force the 4 before it happens. Yuzuki's like, I want to fight you. And Zion's like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, he's trying to make him pay for what he just did. That's kind of disrespectful, just to ignore me and take my turret. But now it's Yuzuki running for his life.
Daydreaming flames back after the flash and misses the death sentence. Suzuki gonna flash out now as well. Now Keza gonna go in, but a great shot moving in. Beat you with the ultimate trying to get it done. Wukong quite low there, but Zion still not dead as Daydreaming. Gonna pick up the first kill onto Kez. Now the damage coming through as well as Ari's gonna take out a kill onto Natus main. And beautiful fight.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a huge win for Coast. They're making this game look like they definitely want to take it quickly.
There's the
that
triple.
was such good control of the Wukong ultimate. He only got to knock up Zion with it.
And Zion, he just doesn't care.
He
is
does
the
not
tankiest
care.
man in the world. This is going to be game 3, it looks like, here for Coast. Oh my goodness. Still can't get over how epic the Nasus damage is. And looks like Coast are going to take this to game 4.
Beautiful play there from Coast, especially Daydreaming. In that last fight, he was able to play back the ulti Wukong, not able to get anyone else knocked up, and Zion's damage was enough in the end.
I mean, if we have to pick an MVP for this game, Kirby, I think it 100% has to be Daydreaming. His Thresh looks scary. That's ban-worthy to me almost in this series.
It was good. He had a lot of flashy plays. Zion was the one who had the power in the end, but it was pretty much boring work farming up those minions. So yeah, we can give it over to Daydream.
And I'm sure he likes it. But I can tell you Yuzuki did not like that one bit. There is Shyvana, I mean, was up 50 plus CS at that point. It just didn't matter. There's more than enough Q stacks there for Zion. And you can see there the walkings there. You've got to consider now, what do we do now? Backs against the wall. 1 win away for Coast to get back into the LCS here. And they're going to have to run 2 back here for the Walking Dead if they want to be the ones in.
You can see the Walking Dead already too, starting to think about what can they do for the next game. They're trying to think, what can we get around? Probably going to have to do something about Zion's Nasus, because if you leave it alone, it's going to get beefy. Yuzuki did everything he could that game. He was shoving behind the turrets, farming behind the turrets, taking as many jungle camps as he could, you know, drawing Shifter even from mid lane, and yet Zion still got extremely tanky. He still destroyed faces in the end game.
I mean, we saw 6 mid bans that game, Kobe. Do you think we're going to see changes now that we've seen the Nasus seen something like the Thresh there from Daydreaming?
So, you know, Shifter running Ari 2 times in a row means, you know, he's got other options. So they're probably going to want to switch up the bans. And that being said, actually, Shifter is a very versatile player. He plays even a lot of other lanes, too. That's how he's so high on Challenger, #2 on Challenger in North America, because one of the big things about solo queue, playing a lot of different champions.
Yep, so we've got to take a short break, but when we return, we'll see if Coast can put the Walking Dead in the ground and clench their place in the NALCS. There's still more action to come in the 2014 Spring Promotional Tournament. Stay tuned.
Coast is very good at catching people out, which basically means whenever you have that tingling feeling of I should not be here, you suddenly get an RE charm out of a fog and you're now instantly dead. And they suddenly take your towers and dragons and now you're incredibly behind.
Welcome back to the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament. Before we get to Game 4 between The Walking Dead and Team Coast, I want to talk to you guys about what we saw in Game 3. And they talked about, Vishu talked about in there, getting caught out. And that is something that Team Coast did very well in this game.
Yeah, Coast has always specialized in that, mostly because Shifter has historically been an assassin plus Zed player, or Ziggs player. That's the way I've always classified him. He was known for Zed and Ahri early in his career, and he had always played Ziggs, even when nobody really played him. He's generally like the roaming playmaker of their team. I feel like even though he, to me, is their best player, arguably their best player, his job on the team, or what he designates himself to do, is to get the other lanes going. He tries to get Zion going, he'll roam top to get Zion going, he'll go bottom to get Wiz Fusion going, and he'll try his best not to like farm Wraiths or get some extra CS here and there, because like that's just his style.
Yeah, it's interesting because that Coast style ends up being really Zion Spartan focused. You saw them kind of in this game where, even in Game 1 and Game 2 actually both, where Game 1 he's running around, split pushing a Shyvana, eventually he makes headway, then Coast starts to unlock the map. Here they're like kind of treading water, getting small advantages, but then he finally sort of unlocks his Nasus and he's like, alright, I'm going to go kill turrets, and then you guys have fun because Zion Spartan's going to kill everyone 1v2, and then Coast kind of wakes up.
Gotta imagine how frustrating it must be for Yuzuki. He was up 80 CS at one point. He was doing incredibly well in that lane, and there is just nothing he could do versus that Nasus.
Yeah, honestly, Yuzuki's had a great tournament so far. I don't think he's played bad in any of these games. The first game he played Nasus, he did really well. He split the lane even, which is a win, honestly, to split lanes even. And it was in the same matchup, so he just played the reverse matchup now. He was 80 CS ahead in a matchup they played against Zion previously. He was proxying, he was trying to roam across the map, but honestly, in his situation, he's like, mid's losing and bottom's losing. Like, they just randomly dove between two turrets and died and like lost their tower. I can't do anything. Like, there's no way he could possibly have carried that game. So if I was him, I'd be incredibly frustrated at like just the fact that he can do nothing with his lead.
Yeah, exactly, and you mentioned all the pressure he created, him pulling Ahri up to the top lane a couple of times, and it was a bunch of like really small misplays that screwed it up, because we saw a level 6 Wukong gank. Karma Shield fully snuck in from the brush, got the ult on a Daydreamin', and then Bobby Hankill, instead of following up with a Zap or following up with Flame Chompers with no counter pressure available, like Olaf wasn't there, Saber's not going to 1v1 him, he's like, I'm going to shoot an ult full health and then go this way. And puts no pressure onto the gank and doesn't snowball the lane or anything. So even though the map is like really lopsided and everyone's down there to help these guys out, none of the plays end up sticking, which is why we saw like a 14-1 kill score for Coast. The opportunities were there, they just didn't follow through.
Yeah, to me it was really the little things, and I think that is stress coming out of the Walking Zed, because they had a comp with that Wukong and then the knockup. Maybe Katarina could jump in there, but Katarina never got going, and I think Kez on Wukong especially, he had a very rough game.
Yeah, and I like the comp so much from Walking Zed. I think it really, really does work, because you have the Wukong engage, Katarina helps that happen. It's like, Karma helps that happen. It's like the better version of last game's comp, where like they can go in and then there's follow-up. There's a whole bunch of damage from Katarina. Jinx has the execute, and I know we were talking during the game, and you said you didn't really like double reset because who's going to get it going, and I kind of felt that like just the Jinx ult is enough to sort of overcome that and get Katarina rolling, but the problem that I saw was that none of the engages actually happened. These guys got behind early on, and Kez just couldn't find the initiations more than once.
Yeah, honestly, if Bobby Hankill didn't fall so far behind, I think you're right that double reset is fine in that situation because of like the upfront damage that Jinx brings and just how much poke she brings. I just didn't think that Bobby was very comfortable. He didn't seem comfortable on Jinx. He missed pretty much every ulti, and sometimes he would ulti people like 80% HP. It seems like he doesn't play that champion very much, and he, when presented with the opportunity to use like other abilities, he would just pick the most wrong one.
A lot of stress coming out. We'll see if they get their nerves under control on the side of the Walking Zed. For the play-by-play of Game 4, let's send it over to Kobe and Pastry Time.
Thanks, Shox, and let's get right to it. Game 4 between the Walking Zed and Team Coast. With one more win, Zion Spartan and crew will clinch the 7th berth in the NA LCS Spring Split.
So was Zion storming the gates. His Q was over 550 bonus damage at the end. He never died in that game, and basically won them at the end there. There was nothing Yuzuki could do at the end when he was knocking on that turret from full health and tanking it himself. Basically just won the game.
It really did, and Coast kind of picked up where they started in Game 1, I felt like. The Walking Zed had a really amazing grind-out win in Game 2, but in Game 1, it was just a massacre for them, unfortunately. Coast ran all over them. That wasn't quite as one-sided as Game 1, but it really felt like Coast never let go of control. And for me, Kobe, the question is, if Coast get a lead against this team, can they actually lose?
Yeah, I think that's a really tough spot for the Walking Zed to be in. It doesn't seem like they have had that many answers. And like Double was saying, they need a really strong AD carry to come through here. It was a little bit harsh there on Bobby, but
it's double lift.
Yeah, but they definitely need that bottom lane to show up because Daydreamin' definitely has, and so has Wiz.
Yep, so we'll see the bands here, Cassid and Riven for the Walking Zed to start things off. Nidalee and Gragas over on the coast side. So again, really respecting Bishu. And we saw it last game. We could see 6 mid bans once again. Sivir, though, is the adaptation here for TWZ.
Okay, so they don't want to have at least the Sivir there. The extra mobility was a little bit too much to deal with, they felt like. They're leaving the Nasus up. Like we said, Yuzuki actually did tremendous in that top lane matchup. And it was pretty much the team losing everywhere else on the map that they weren't able to pull anything out from it.
Yeah, I mean, Shyvana really can't stop Nasus just 1v1. Like, she can pressure him, sure, but you can't really kill him without help.
Well, that's why I kept saying he's frustrated. He's looking for other stuff to grab. He's like, let me take your white. I'll make Shifter come up here a couple times. I'll farm between your turrets. But that's
with
pretty much all he can grab.
On his own, you're right. There's not a whole lot he could do. Shyvana, actually, the last ban, interesting enough. So Costa, like, we did it once. I don't really want to do it again. But Dr. Mundo is actually available here.
So I think a nice, beefy top lane would be a good first pick here. Because it's just been pretty much the story of a lot of these games.
Yeah, and Mundo we've just seen time and time again. Talk about late game tanks who get really scary. Mundo gets really, really scary when he gets going. But this would be a curious pick here. Very, very, I'm not going to say bold. I've said a little too much, but it would tell me a lot about what they want to be doing. And yeah, they're going to first pick Ziggs.
Well, I guess, only 5 bans on mid lane champions. We'll have to throw in a first pick there.
That's true. That was the other ban.
And since Shifter is technically, the assassin plus Ziggs player, grab away that Ziggs. We'll have to see what he comes up with next. He does play, more champions than other assassins. That's just what he was originally known for.
So Kobe, I have an interesting bit of trivia for you about Shifter into Ziggs specifically. He plays LeBlanc.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to do it now, but he does play it. It would be really sweet to see it. But I know that's a lot of what he's gone to, at least in his solo queue games, from what I understand. That when he sees a Ziggs, he just wants to kill it over and over again.
Ziggs is really, really hard to match for pushing power. Almost impossible to match him with that. So what you do is you look for kill potential on Ziggs. One way to do that is a very strong early game jungler like Elise, who's basically tailored for mid lane ganks because she can get in those very nice Fog of War spots and land cocoons from the side. The other way is, like you said, use something like LeBlanc, who has amazing kill potential herself.
Maybe both here, but the first 2 picks going to be Thresh and Elise over for Coast.
And again, it looks like, just from hovering over, TWZ are looking to take away as many champions as they can from Team Coast right here, looking at just, grabbing all of their favorite champions and denying them to them.
And it's blocking in that sense in the draft, like picking picks that you know the enemy team want is not a bad strategy, but I don't know if I've seen the Walking Zed play some of the champions they're known for. And Nintendo, interestingly to me, had Olaf open and actually chose for Elise instead. So I think, as you said, they're kind of tailoring to mid lane here, knowing that they need to shut down the Ziggs.
Seeing that Ziggs pick actually makes your team think, okay, that's something that we're going to have to deal with, because even just in this tournament, we've seen Ziggs have such a huge sphere of influence. He starts out, with just the mid lane, and then he slowly pushes your mid laner into his turret and expands his sphere into your jungle, and eventually the entire map is just Ziggs party zone.
Yeah, and now Lucian and Olaf, the next 2 picks there for the Walking Zed. So going to take that jungle that Nintendo loves so much away, although they could play it in the top lane, and Lucian in there as well. Very strong AD, but Zion Spartan, he liked it before, he's going to do it again. Nasus and Jinx, the next 2 picks.
Looking towards that end game there, Zion is going to be pretty happy about how the last game went, because even though he was down in CS, lost his turret, ended up becoming a huge end game factor. Bobby, though, picking up the Lucian, that's a very high impact laning phase AD carry. Really, really good at the trades, like we always say. So we'll have to see what they can actually make with that a very high priority champion because going up against Wiz and Daydreamin', they've been having some trouble, and Jinx plus Thresh is a very potent combination.
Yeah, Bobby's played a lot of Lucian, though he played a ton of it in the NACL here kind of leading up to this event. So we'll see what happens here. I'm interested to see Mundo just not being considered, it seems like. These two teams might not even play it. I think it's fallen through the picks and bans almost every game, actually.
All right, so not a lot of meat for this TWZ team then.
That's a good way of putting it.
It's going to be a jungle Olaf probably, and jungle Olaf does not get quite as beefy as a top lane Olaf. So they're just looking like an extremely offensively oriented composition here, which is just how Coast usually play their style. That's something Coast is known for, not even running with a tank. So I'm pretty sure Coast is going to know how to deal with this one, and they're just going to wait till Zion gets to be extremely beefy and focus on that Nasus.
Yep, so Kha'Zix and Fiddle, the next two picks there for the Walking Zed. And Nidus has played a ton of Fiddle, actually. Again, another champion he's very comfortable with. So this lane is nothing unusual to TWZ, that's
so
for sure.
locking in the Kazakh's going to be looking for some resets of their own, and then this is pre-nerf Fiddlestick, so his fear is still extremely long duration. Does crest at 3 seconds.
But that last big Kobe, we were talking about it. Shifter, I hoped he would do it into Ziggs, and he has done it. He's going to pick LeBlanc here, and I cannot wait to see how this lane looks.
All right, so we're going to have to watch out for the very quick and flashy Shifter plays early with LeBlanc on Bishu. Those will be assisted by the Elise. I said you can either have a jungler with high kill potential or someone like LeBlanc. They're just going to go with both and hope that that's going to grab them a kill mid on Bishu, because if they can get him behind, then the rest of the team not having that much meat, like we said, should be easy to pick off.
And a lot of the way the picks in this game have gone as well, I think Wiz on Jinx is just such an amazing thing again. His Jinx in game 1 was pretty much the reason they won that first game here. So I really like Coast's team comp. I think they're very comfortable with it. And
yeah.
I'm not sure about these picks from the Walking Zed. I understand a little bit of what they're going for. Certainly Fiddle Lucian, something I've seen them do, but Annie was open. Like, there were picks here that a lot of people would consider probably better than some of these champions, but Walking Zed are going to go with what they love.
It is interesting. They pick Ziggs first, which is amazing lane presence, all going to be shoving all the time. And then their top laner is a Kha'Zix, who does not have very strong early game lane presence unless he gets an extremely favorable, level 2 engage or level 2 all in and just wins his lane that way. He doesn't have the amazing wave clear anymore after the changes to his W. So.
I mean, what do you think of his matchup up there in top lane? Because he's going top against Nasus.
Well, he's going to want to kill him early.
I hope so.
So that's what he's looking for. Kha'Zix, his Q right now, it has isolation damage, and then when you upgrade it, it also has execute damage. So it's an amazing tool for trading in lane early because it doesn't grab you minion aggro. So he's going to look to try and use as many of those Qs early on Zion and force Zion back very early so that he doesn't get to that beastly phase that he did last time.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, going to have to be quite aggressive early on. Again, talking to Crumbs quite a lot this weekend, as it turns out. But he actually likes Riven against a lot of these bruisers just because she can really pressure them early and just get aggressive and kill them, because they're tanky, but they're not that tanky until they get items.
Right, and that's a very similar thing with Kha'Zix because of that, Q not drawing aggro. It's amazing for early trades. And Yuzuki, I feel also like that frustration has kind of boiled over into this game. He could not carry last game because he's a tank, and he's looking for a champion where he can actually decimate Coast and he can do some carrying.
Yeah, but this might be a comp for the Walking Zed that is really contingent on their early game going well here. And again, you kind of said that seems to be Coast strategy a lot of the time, to want to be aggressive in the early game. But this is a lot of people just chilling in the bush. I guess they're expecting another invade from Nintendo after 2 games in a row now.
And camping those bushes also has been extremely successful. So they're wanting to stay as a group in the early game just in case there is one of those invades. But Coast changing up their play here. You don't want to ever fall into a pattern in League of Legends, because that's when you start losing games over and over. If you're predictable, then it's very easy for your opponent to exploit you.
Yeah, very safe sort of setup here by Coast, just kind of guarding all the entrances. They are up 2-1 here in this series, of course, so if they take the next game, they'll be back into the LCS as a team that had a bit of a struggle there, but with this new lineup, look quite reinvigorated, and they've done so well in the challenger scene. Credit to Walking Zed, though. They're a challenger team. You would expect a team like Coast to roll all over them, but...
Oh, yeah. The Walking Zed have also gained tremendous LAN experience here. Even though it's only a best of 5, they've been here, they put in the hours.
They really have. Now Nintendo going to pick up that blue, and certainly this game is up in the air between these two teams. Apart from the first game, and I guess the last game, which was certainly much closer, this series looks really tight between these two, and if any of them were going to go to 5, this might be the one here. So Coast.
It's interesting that we see this, 2v1 switch here. They're actually not even looking for that Yuzuki and Zion matchup. Because if you do, go extremely aggressive early with Kha'Zix and you're looking for all those constant trades, then you do expose yourself to ganks. And with a jungler like Nintendo on Elise, it would probably make some early trips up there.
Yeah, and I like what Zion's doing here, just hanging out with Nintendo, getting a bit of extra experience for himself. Gonna maybe get a Q stack here if he can get it. Looks like Nintendo will give him both little minions actually, which is nice and polite of him. And Nintendo's not gonna lose too much out from that. Oh, Shifter going so aggressive on the Bishu. Nice early trade, but Ziggs coming in with the damage.
I like this from Bishu. No fear. He doesn't hesitate to trade back. When you get all in from LeBlanc like that, she's spent everything for the upfront damage. And even though you just lost half your life, it's now your turn to go aggressive, and you need to take advantage of that window of opportunity so that you don't lose out on the trade altogether.
It's going to be even harder for Shifter to do that in the early levels once Explosive Minefield is leveled for Ziggs as well, because when she tries to walk back kind of through where she blinked, she's going to just eat a whole bunch of extra damage as well. So Shifter taking advantage early here, but really level 6 is what he's going to be looking for.
Both junglers as well now playing the defensive route, going to visit their solo laners and help them CS. There actually is some kill potential up here in the top lane.
Flash Cocoon, Bobby Hank kill, that could be bad news. But it looks like Lucy going to get jumped on now by Nintendo as the exhaust comes out. Nidus as well potentially in trouble. And no more left there for Nintendo in the tank in terms of Cocoon. So just a bit of trade back and forth.
All right, so jungler flash spent for the support summoners right there. He did get both of them, but the AD carry, Bobby, is still in full control. He's got everything available to him.
Yeah, Nintendo kind of sticking around in the top lane as well. Probably wants to just clean out what he can here and just make sure Zion doesn't get pushed in too hard. And this is a nice adaptation from the Walking Dead. I'm not sold yet on the Kha'Zix in a 1v2, but they want to shut down Zion a little better than they did last game. And actually fast pushing him is quite a good way to do so.
There's an interesting decision here that's different for both the junglers. It's Nintendo deciding for lane presence, just staying up there and making it a 2v2. He's got side push control, and so they're just sharing all of the lane minions experience and getting that little extra bonus, whereas Cortez, he goes back, he takes the double golems, then he returns to the lane. So he's still getting a few of those jungle minions mixed in with this lane experience.
Yep, Kosta doing a nice job here, forcing Kez to rotate down. Yuzuki going to be very happy to be babysit a little here as Wiz Fusion really wants to push in and harass with Daedream as much as they possibly can. And we're going to have a bit of a race here to get the first turret down. But it looks like Shifter's actually going back here. Bishu getting early control of this lane.
Yeah, he's done a great job. Being able to shove the wave and harass at the same time is what makes Ziggs so powerful, because all of his bombs, of course, explode and do area effect damage. He's able to basically kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or 2 minions.
Sure, birds
with
minions.
1 bomb.
Yes. Down the bottom again, continuing pushing in here. Very even CS between the 2 ADs early on in this one as well. And LeBlanc double Doran's ring now up for Shifter as well in the mid versus the Chalice of Harmony, plus 1 Doran's out there for Bishu. So Bishu going to be happy, going to be looking for that Athene's pretty early on. And again, we've talked about Ziggs, how much he shoves in waves. Is really the only thing that stops him from doing so is mana, and Chalice going to give him plenty of that.
Now, he does have mana because of the Chalice, but he's just warded the bottom side, and we have Elise waiting on the top side for him. So if they get a little bit aggressive, then Nintendo can come in for that potent Elise gank that we were looking for.
Yeah, and that Thresh Lantern sieging continuing there for Coast as well, with Wiz Fusion taking the turret to about 60% health here as Nintendo very patiently. He knows he wants to try and shut down the Ziggs if he can, and Bishu hit level 6, maybe going to get aggressive here.
I mean, Nintendo's using a lot of time mid, just waiting in that bush, finally gets a little antsy and decides to give up on that patient gank that he was waiting for.
Spartan up the top, farming away as per usual here, about 10 CS behind Kha'Zix, who would be his lane counterpart if not for the switch. And in fact, we're going to switch back now, Kobe, with the dual lanes returning to the bottom lane.
Interesting switch up here. They're actually going to have both of them return down bottom just in time for Dragon. So this may signal that Coast are looking to try and use that teleport from Zion to take the early objective. And we've actually passed that early point where Kha'Zix is going to have, the very scary trades for Nasus. Now Zion's a bit tankier. He's got the giant chain mail coming in there. But down bottom, there's the first gank.
Yeah, flash play going in there. Chomper's down as well. Zap will hit onto Bobby Hankiel. And Nintendo's looking for a great death sentence there from Daydreaming. And that's going to be first blood to Elise.
Again, Daydreaming making the plays here. He brings in Nintendo with the lantern and then lands the crucial death sentence. Talking about opening up that dragon for takes. They've got an Elise jungle who can tank it with her spider links, and then a top laner with teleport. So if Nintendo goes and heals up, then they might turn their sights towards that.
Good look for it here. Smite goes down. Gonna donate this over. Looking for the steal. Doesn't quite get it. That was very close though.
Yeah, bold move right there. They decided to leave it because that's pretty much their only option. Both ultis being used up here. And the all-in from Yuzuki does come down.
Yeah, I mean, Zion kind of running away here. Yuzuki getting him very low. He does. Good flash there. They both flash away at the same time. And no, not the last turret hit. Almost there.
That chain vest for Zion really paying off
Did
right
some work.
there.
Talk about being cost efficient. That was, I don't know, the Walmart of League of Legends. Is that how that works in America, Cody?
Yeah, pretty much. I like the double flashes there too. Zion holds on to it because he knows. He could see it in Yuzuki's eyes. He's getting hungry.
Had the sense. And yeah, he was. I mean, Kazik's always hungry for blood. But Zion there, just escaping death there, and almost got the trade kill as well. As we see, continuing just to try and chug away here. Unfortunately, can't go the same Spirit Visage route, so can't have massive regen coming up, but that Chain Vest definitely saved his life.
Also, unfortunately for him, that Spirit Fire took all the minions too low. Oh, here comes the Shifter all in.
Oh, aggressive there, but Bishu, again, a defensive sort of player. That barrier there should be okay in this one.
Yeah, no ulti available for Bishu, though, because he already tried to use it.
He's looking sneaky here, Shifter. No, not quite going to get tagged with the bomb. There's a ward there, actually.
Yeah, he wants one more.
Satchel Charge comes in. No, not quite. Very nice attempt, though, as Yuzuki up towards the top now. Intended rotating. He maybe, no, he doesn't get the kill, as Zion Spartan does get the Q to the face.
See, that's the aggression that I was talking about. When you are the one with the kill potential on your side, you're Yuzuki, you're the Kha'Zix. You know you want to get a kill early on this Nasus before he gets amazingly tanky. It opens you up to ganks, and in comes Nintendo. They're able to capitalize.
Shifter really flirting with danger here in the mid lane. Bishu looking to dominate the mid lane right now. Oh, the ult moves out. Doesn't quite get him, though. Shifter hiding off to the side. And that's actually TWZ picking up a dragon as well.
Yeah, good job by them. They don't hesitate because of the gank up top. They're able to tape the objective, and because of the pressure that Ziggs applies middle, it means that there's no position for Coast to reply here because their mid laner is constantly being forced back to base.
Yeah, good bit of pressure though from Coast. I think a smart decision to stay up the top and take out the turret that you kind of knew would go down there. Yuzuki, great ward there as well, kind of sensing Nintendo waiting off to the side. I mean, Nintendo tried to gank every single lane so far, and he just managed to catch Yuzuki. He was very, very hungry for a kill.
This is a dead even game, Pastry Time. They got an objective up top to answer. The top turret did go down, so we're back to even Steven.
But Shifter, I mean, I was ready for the LeBlanc pick here up against Ziggs. Just hasn't quite had the impact I think he wanted it to.
I mean, he's always looking for more dodges here because Bichu's been doing a good job landing the skill shots for the harass and shoving at the same time. It leaves, you know, very few options open for LeBlanc. We might have to get a hot shot maybe on the analyst desk real quick to see what his answer would be for that LeBlanc versus Ziggs matchup.
And again, the issue with this is that Nintendo can't really wave clear, but he is rotating him for a bit of pressure. Shifter going absolutely massive looking for that kill, but a great bit of Satchel Charge. Plus flash, no! The Ignite's going to pick him off.
So there's the answer right there. Shifter actually too deep.
Oh, that is a pain. Actually picked up the one kill there on the Shifter. Nice little answer there from Fiddlesticks.
Nidus her pain. That was pretty good. Oh, Nintendo has to lead now because Cortez has popped his ulti.
Good flash though. Nidus a man over the top looking for the fear. The undertow just short in the fear, not quite in range. Yuzuki rotating through his other next axe hits intended. Repels out of the way.
Oh,
nowhere really to go. Forced back down and Yuzuki picks up the kill.
All right, so the Walking's are doing a good job here. Now they're the ones with the map advantage, and they're just going to recall from that jungle side, but they were able to claim a couple objectives after that. Let's take another look at this kill. Okay, so this is what I'm going to talk about from Bishu, or from Shifter. He uses both W's right there and the R to get in position so that the satchel charge will knock him with Bishu when he's trying to escape, and he stays close enough that he gets the kill. Unfortunately for him, Nidus is level 6 there. Level 7. Does have his ulti and able to clean it up.
Yeah, I mean, using all your gap closers for that very intelligent play that got him the kill. Unfortunately, meant that he couldn't really get out there between the two turrets. That was a deep dive from Shifter coming out. So does get the answering kill, does Nidus. And Yuzuki picking up that kill there as well. There's nice moves there. So 3-2 in kills for Coast. Very even again between these two. There's so little goal between them. 1,500 or so. Kobe and Daydreaming finally misses the hook.
You can see how all of the focus turns towards the bottom after the turrets start falling in the top and mid lane. Pretty much everybody's headed down here because this is the lane that's shoved closest together now. Since both of the other lanes are much longer, having turrets gone down, most of the action is going to be focused down here. And it's a good job there by Nidus to ward the push
Intended
first.
base, take the lantern, not quite there, and there's way too much going on to be able to get out there. A box from Daydreaming, play back by Yuzuki, very low, looks like it is going to go down as Daydreaming picks it up now. Teleport moving through, flash hook goes to Nidus, so man's going to clean that kill out as well. And that's great moves there. Zion, once again, high impact teleport.
Well, talking about all the focus down bottom lane, that's definitely where the party is. It's only a 1 for 2 so far, but Coast want to make it more.
Shifter wants to go again. A chance to hit one more time. He's trying to snare him for so long here. Now Zion moving in. Once again, the kill. The Citadel of Zion's out as well. And Bishu's popped the barrier, but Zion's going to chase him in. And that's yet another kill for Nasus.
All right, he waits until the barrier is off for the siphoning strike, finishes him off, and Shifter right there opting for the 2 chains instead of the extra damage on Q. Really good choice.
Yeah, that was blind as well. No vision in that bit of brush for him to go to. With Fusion now going to push down towards this tier 2 turret in the bottom. So Yuzuki there's like, oh!
Okay. He's going to stare him down for a little bit and get a little extra turret damage, knowing that he has Daydreaming. Now that is, it seems like one of those, the falling exercises. It's a trust exercise. Daydreaming says, yes, I have a lantern for you. Just close your eyes and click it. I promise I'll catch you.
And he did. Daydreaming, I mean, he's been playing so well throughout this entire series. His thresh has looked very, very impressive. And I have to say, with Fusion getting going now for Coast as well, it's not just Shifter that's starting to look a little better, roam more aggressively. It's not just Zion's Nasus that's quite behind, but 3 kills really getting the farm going.
And again, how many times do you have to say how close this game is? TWZ, they lose their bottom turret immediately, shove right back, and try to answer.
And the goal's dead even at this point as well. Nintendo cannot clear this out here. He's not got all of Yuzuki actually getting wrapped up though. Now Daydreaming coming through looking for a hook. Bobby hand kill. Gonna try and get himself out. He gets hooked again. But Nidus the main coming in with a crow stop. Gets in there and Nintendo absolutely gets obliterated.
Bobby tries to call backwards. And he looks flashy, but he doesn't get any damage out of it. Ends up being a kill for them. However it turned out, they got the kill. So everything works out. Nidus again comes in with the very, very strong Crow Storm right there and picks up Nintendo.
And Nidus, I said it before, he's definitely played support fiddle once or twice in his career. Absolutely loves fiddle on support here. And
First I thought he was shooting over his shoulder, but he was actually just walking backwards there.
I mean, that's pretty stylish, but unfortunately, it doesn't deal damage when you shoot it the other way. So.
Right, so that actually calmed it down for a little bit. We have some breathing room. Now that most of the outer turrets are gone down, pretty much the only thing left standing is that Ziggs turret because he's always constantly shoving it.
Dragon could be coming up. Yep, 5 seconds left on that one as well. And both teams want to make sure they can capitalize on this if they can. So Coast grouped up.
Now this is going to be a 5-on-5, except for the fact that Bobby's already used his culling, and he's too late to the team fight. Since they can just burst this dragon down, it starts off as a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, Kez coming in, but Hops Ragnarok doesn't quite get changed up there by
Keeps
LeBlanc.
There's the ball coming in. Beautiful ult there from Bishu. Daydreaming very low as well. Gets speed up by Fiddle. He's dead as Nintendo is going to fall in there as well. Now Zion cannot fight this at all. That's the double kill coming up for Kha'Zix.
And we were worried about the snowball starting.
Yeah, starts out as a 4 versus 5, but Kez lands a beautiful axe to keep them all here, right there, slowing 3 members, and then in comes that beautiful Ziggs bomb that gets everybody low, and so they're all panicking, trying to run away. Nintendo hadn't have anywhere to go, so he goes a little bit deeper, and it ends up with 3 kills for TWZ. Big pickup for them because even though they lost the dragon, it gives them the map control. They've got everybody up, and they shove towards mid.
Yep, the walking Zeg in a shove now onto this tier 2. Daydreaming really wants to make a play though, trying to find a hook. Kez though just missing. As Olaf's able to juke that one out. Didn't have his ultimate there, so would have likely been a kill.
One of the rare death sentence misses there from Daydream.
Yeah, haven't seen too many here as Coast going to clear out their mid turret pretty efficiently here.
It is worth noting that Zion Spartan has finished his Frozen Heart, and he's also got that Negatron. So he's got the tanky base stats right now. And when he pops his ult, getting that extra HP makes them all that much more effective. So he's already on the edge of that really tanky Nasus.
I'm actually curious to see if Coast are capable of playing from behind, though. A lot of the games we've seen them in, they've either been ahead or playing like they're ahead, and I feel like the Walkings that have kind of got their number a little now in terms of we're not afraid of it. Oh, Nidus going deeper on the Shifter, actually feeds him up there with the Crow Storm. Should be a letdown, no! A great satchel charge, but he rides his way out. Now the ultimate coming through, but nicely juked there by Shifter.
Shifter has to use his flash in the end to get to the Lantern, but he's able to escape with his life. Again, Daydreaming with a save. That was a backwards chain this time from Shifter.
Very stylish.
As he was a little bit scared.
And looks Coast again going to try and clear this all out. Flay back in there as well. Wiz Fusion coming in. Going to be able to clear it all out pretty quickly here. And Bishu being annoying on the Ziggs. TWZ grouping up once again. Trying to get aggressive here under this tier 2 turret. And the engage hit is not a whole lot.
Yeah, and you talked about the early lead here for TWZ. But since they're the team that's very damage focused and they didn't have that much meat, it's usually that's the team that's going to have the early lead because the tanks really become more of an impact a bit later in the game. So Coast do have that in their pocket. They've got the tank one up on TWZ, and that's going to become a factor a bit later.
And I think this is a situation where you're right. Coast are just pretty happy in this one. I mean, again, they're not that far behind. And I think they're comfortable enough in their synergy and in their late game that they can go there. Wiz Fusion, though, going to jump up by Yuzuki, missing the lead just a little, but still an easy kill.
So that was actually the old activation on his Hydra. Whichever way you're facing, it's where the animation's going to go. Doesn't matter if he misses that because he has plenty of damage. A full damage Kha'Zix waiting in a bush. Very scary thing. And the AD carry is just what he was looking for in the bushes.
Yeah, Wiz Fusion's got to be careful here. Bobby Hankiel down towards the bottom lane, pushing in this tier 2 turret now as well. And we said the Walkings that we're going to need to look aggressive in this game, and they've looked nice here. Lantern not quite riding in there for Nasus. Zion a little late, it seems like. And again, it's kind of relegated to cleaning things out.
And that last play is also very telling of the TWZ's comp and style that they need to go for here. Since they don't have that really main tank, since Kez is going to take a little bit longer to beef up, what they're counting on is the element of surprise and starting out with crowd control. If they can have something like Nidus again popping over with a Crow Storm, landing a Fear, that's how they want to start out fights. They don't want to have anyone actually having to face tank any damage. So if they get picks and kills like Yuzuki just did, then that's going to be just what the doctor ordered for them. To do that, we need more vision.
Yeah, and I think on top of that as well, Bishu really needs to look for his death cap here. I think he might have enough gold for it at this point. He's got to be very close if he doesn't quite have it. He's so much CS here. No, not quite enough.
Every time you think somebody's rich,
I'm very wrong.
They're just working on it.
I'm terrible at economics.
He's got an easily large rod though, so he's got a little bit extra punch in there.
Tower goes down there as well for the Walking Zed. Axis fly out here. I mean, they've got some poke here. Need to see the still certainly enough bouncing bomb poke. Even the Void Spike coming into play as well. Notice the man getting grabbed up. The Flame Chopper's moving in. Shifter picks up the kill on the Fiddlesticks, but he's going to go down now as Bobby Hankiel's able to pick it up. Now Zion Spine's joining the fray. Yuzuki trying to get the resets. Picked up one kill. Leaped his way out, but he is going to go down. Now Jinx maybe going to get some resets of her own as Repel does come down for release as well. Zion Spine looking to clean up absolutely everybody as Janet and Nasus wants to try and get a few extra kills. Bishu cocooned up there towards the side as well. Kez now kiting him as well as Bobby Hankiel's off to the side. Zion forced her a treat, and people get very, very low there, Kobe.
Yeah, TWZ, they go very aggressive super early because they want to make something happen before Zion has a chance to teleport in. But Zion, he does get it off, and they aren't able to clean up before he gets there. They did get a good lockdown here. Boom, take out Shifter. So he's out of the fight already, and Yuzuki is running wild in the back there. He's able to burst down the support, but that just means it's a 2-for-2. And TWZ kind of wasted the time of the game there where they really had the upper hand. Because once Zion does get there, he shows you the importance of having that very beefy tank in the extended fights and how dangerous it is to dive a turret against a team like this.
Yeah, Zion had a few more items here as Nidus tries it again. That one not quite so good.
You know, they got to keep trying it, though, because, like I said, what they're looking for are those picks and catching this Coast team off guard, just trying to burst them down before they have a chance to react.
Great little bit about that last fight as well that I noticed in the replay. WizFusion's ult missed everyone. If he'd hit probably any of the people that were low, they would have gotten an extra kill.
Yeah, it was a good aim because that's where the low people were, but it was too far away and they were able to spread out before.
Yeah, but I mean, Zion, you can see just getting tankier and tankier. Choosing to get a Sheen here instead of finishing his Spirit Visage, which, given how tanky he probably wants to be, with a lot of magic damage coming through, I guess mainly just from Bishu, a little bit from Fiddle, I'm not too sure about, but if he gets going here, as you already pointed out, Kobe, that's real problems.
Yeah, what he's really worried about is a lot of this AD that's coming from the Kazakhs and the Lucian. He's full defense there on that Nasus, so he does have the reduced area of effect magic damage from the defense tree, which is amazing talent against Ziggs because pretty much all of Ziggs' damage is area of effect magic. So he's got pretty much enough defense just with that cowl.
Yeah, Shifter here as well. It's kind of interesting at this point. He's had some impact here, and he's certainly going to be doing a decent amount of damage. Looks like maybe Void Star is going to be his next item choice here. He actually has quite a few good targets to assassinate here. That's not a luxury you always get as a Blanc.
Yeah, he can pick and choose, actually, because any of these targets would be amazing to get off the field before a fight. Even if he grabs Nidus, so like going for the support there, that would be a very, very big kill for them, since that Fiddlesticks is packing so much of the crowd control they rely on.
Oh my goodness, Shifter blows up Nidus of Main.
All right.
Absolutely incredible piece of work there. And that's a good kill. They want a Cocoon wrapping up Kez now as well. The zap will hit as the slow comes through. But they're just going to back away. He didn't quite want to chase through there.
So if I call out the target, does that mean Shifter's going to just go kill it
immediately?
Maybe. All right, so they're going to back off here, though. They should at least. TWZ, without that Fiddlesticks, they've just lost so much control over the team fights. They're probably not going to want to keep this pressure up because they know what happened last time they overextended.
Yeah, and Zion's got to be a little careful here. There was actually up towards the top when TWZ were pushing around towards the bottom side, and that's fine for him to split push, and he's clearly shown that he loves to do that, but he didn't have his teleport when he went to do so.
And we saw that was crucial. If he had not teleported to that mid inhibitor for that turret dive, TWZ would have ran over Coast because Yuzuki was on the edge of getting multiple resets there. He already had 2 kills, and the only reason they didn't get more is because the rest of the team pulled back out because of that Nasus teleporting in.
Yeah, we've got some nice power spikes coming out through here as well. Bishu's finally finished up his Rabadons. Then we've got Aegis up as well, but Olaf's kind of working into his build. Blue buff actually stolen away there, so nice little move. I mean, the Walking Zed pushing Coast aggressively back here, but they're happy just farming here.
Interesting little adaptation, actually. They're not, even at this point, looking for Olaf to become the point man, to become that super beefy single tank for them. He's actually going with the team-based tank stats that come with that Aegis, because we just saw how vulnerable Fiddlesticks is to an all-in from Shifter. Like, Shifter can pick and choose his targets. He's trying to get everybody a little bit of magic resist rather than just some for himself.
And in terms of other itemization that's coming through, I actually really like WizFusion's choice here, specifically against the Kazakhs, like you mentioned there, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to let Kazakhs get resets, and we saw already how dangerous it could be, just him alone in the base behind there. It worked for Gambit just buying a Giant's Belt, so why won't it work for Coast?
We'll have to see. Satchel Charge hanging out. Daedra going to clear that out. Little dangerous. I like these ward baits here from TWZ. They're really cute.
They're trying everything they can because, like we said, they're looking for those picks and looking. They have the damage to back it up. If they can grab somebody just for a split second, they can grab a kill.
The Jinx is so fantastic in a siege, though, and that's really causing TWZ problems here. They're slowly getting this turret down, but you mentioned it before, but they don't really have a tank to just walk in and face tank this turret.
Exactly, that's sort of the little problem here. They've got amazing turret damage if they could just walk up there for a second, because Ziggs and Lucian both have, great passives for getting just one shot and then backing out. They have to always be worried, though, about, again, the skill shot CC that come from Coast. Same thing as last time, they have Thresh. If one of those lands, they're going to be able to chain on top of that. And all of these TWZ members are very squishy, so whoever it is probably going down.
So Yuzuki back up towards the top lane, going to push that back out. The Walking Zed maybe going to try and create a little bit of pressure in some other lanes here at this point, but they've got a nice bit of vision around Baron. I think that's the place we can probably bring Coast and bait them to fight you.
It's very interesting because Coast they're building a nice arsenal for that fight. They're staying calm even under this high pressure TWZ team. They've acquired the Frozen Heart. That's going to do a lot for them. But they've also got now a Mikhail's Crucible. So whoever does get picked off by the Fiddlesticks and gets that fear, they're going to try and cleanse that one off as quickly as possible. And hopefully that will be able to turn the tide for them.
And Zion Spartan with his teleport back up now as well, able to really hammer down this bottom lane with pushing. So the split push strategy is now on once again for Coast. They have to be very, very careful around this Baron though, because that would be a very, very quick Baron pickup potentially, and there's so many pink wards.
And what Coast can do right now is kind of dare TWZ to start that Baron by sending Zion's bottom. They know that they can't really deal with that split push. Zion's got his teleport, so they're kind of forcing TWZ to make a risky play, take a lot of damage from Baron, and then try and turn it on them.
This is a beautiful play from the Walking Zed, by the way. They're moving pressure around, but they're going to check it out. And now they know the Baron's being done. Now just trying to run defense. This is a little dangerous all of a sudden. Almost hitting that distance. And look at Zion working down the bottom lane.
And again, Coast just have to buy him time. All they need to do is scare the Walking Zed off the Baron, and they've done that.
Yeah, there's recalls coming though. I think Coast want to move in, try and cancel as many of them as they can. Maybe won't even matter though. Zion just working on this inhibitor. Bushi throws out his ultimate. Maybe now they're like, oh goodness, we got to fight. They send Olaf back instead. But Zion's already cleaned out that inhibitor.
This is the problem when you've got the late game Nasus with teleport and not even a full Trinity Force, but just Sheen.
And it looks, yeah, that was an awful situation for the Walking Zed. You're right, and that Coast dared them to do exactly what they just did. They started a Baron. I liked what they did, moving two people in and trying running defense to try and be like, hey, we're actually pushing the mid lane. But a really nice sense there from Daedrin being like, they're probably doing Baron here. Let me check this out.
Yeah, they had very few options open to them. They were pretty much just had to burst that Baron down as quickly as possible. They were trying to be a little sneaky about it and just use two members. I don't know, they got it really close with just two. Maybe if they had committed a bit more, then you could have burned it down faster, but it also tips off Coast that you're doing it in the first place.
And I just noticed, Kobe, even after that inhibitor getting taken out, Coast are actually pretty significantly behind in gold.
So even though TWZ have the edge in gold, the team fight is pretty scary for them because Zion has gotten his Trinity Force, and he is that tanky beast.
We've seen this before.
Ah, here we go.
I mean, Nidus going in again. Lantern should be able to ride it out and does as Yazuki going to look for that. Zion now rotating it towards the mid lane. He's found a new home. He was happy in bottom lane. Now he's moving on to different places. Ibichu almost getting hooked.
Yeah, they have to be careful because Olaf down bottom does not have teleport. This is a 4 versus 5 up top. TWZ are really playing with fire. If they get engaged on, you know, they actually don't even have their AD carry, so.
Yeah, almost a 5 versus 3 started there. And Coast here looking aggressively around this Baron. They're going to try and pick up some vision, you have to think, around this area. And the Walking Zed are kind of everywhere at this point. Zion's going to walk in. He's not particularly afraid. Maybe he should be. That was a lot of damage. I think TWZ should be able to defend here, continuing to keep control of Baron.
This TWZ team has damage in spades. Like, they can definitely dish it out. They just can't take too much of it. So as long as they can stay at range and land a couple of those skill shots before team fight starts, you know, poke them down, soften them up, then it looks good for them.
I mean, this whole game for Coast, though, has really just been about buying time. I mean, I said significant. I guess 4K is not that bad at this point of the game, especially 30.5 minutes in. Maybe one extra item or so for someone else. Here's Bishu's going to get all into his Shifter. Very close to picking that up. The Dragon goes down. The Rocket missing there for Jinx. Now Zion's going to ride himself out, but he will get away. And Shifter should be able to be sneaky about it and get out as well.
Yeah, not tanky enough. That they just melted through that Nasus tank. He's going to need a little bit more before he's able to take a lot of that. And it has to do with, you know, Yazuki's got armor penetration. You know, he knew that he was going to have to deal with a heavy tank, so he did not hesitate in getting the percentage armor penetration along with the flat penetration that comes with that Black Cleaver. So he can actually do a good amount of work on Zion if he gets the time alone.
We've seen it time and time again. Almost another brush bait there moving in for Coast. I'm going to defend this pink wall potentially if they can. I like that move from Kez, throwing his own out there, just kind of being like, yep, we'll buy a little more time. And that ward's still alive.
And it's actually the same with, you know, all the TWZ damage dealers looking for the penetration because they know they're going to have to deal with that tank. Even Bobby on Lucian has got a, you know, brutalizer right there to back up his last Whisper. So he's looking for armor penetration as well. And then Bishu, of course, did get the amazing combination that is Death Cap and Void Staff, pretty much common for all mid lane APs.
Yep. They have spotted Bobby Henkiel down the bottom lane though, and Coast are going to start Baron here.
Yeah, he's far away.
Yeah, who immediately start moving out here. I don't know if Coast have quite the damage here. I mean, NASA's going to do a good chunk here.
They have to commit.
I mean, they do. They're going to try something. Nidus over the top, going to looking for the team fight. We'll start things off, and there's only one there.
But Olaf does get it there. That's great news. And now Coast kind of in ruins. Yuzuki maybe looking to go down with Fusion, though, trying to get everybody forced to flash over the wall. 3-2 trade there.
The confidence from Kez right there. He just runs in with Nidus jumping over the wall, pops his ulti, runs right up to Baron and steals it out from under Nintendo. Even the Elise, with her execute abilities, isn't able to secure it. There it goes. Olaf pops it, runs right through 2 walls to get in there. And he's 1 man versus 4. Bishu throws in the ultimate, but it was even too late. That was just all Kez right there, able to take it away. And Nintendo, he was actually left with the smite cooldown still available after that.
And now the inhib's back up for TWZ, so all of a sudden their position looks really nice here in this game, and they've got to ground out a lead here, slowly getting more and more ahead. Close to 10k ahead now, just under it at this point, and it's a great position to maybe push it to a game 5.
They got a lead, and they do not want to let it go. They pretty much had it, as far as gold is concerned at least, for most of this game, and they like the lane. Now that they do have the Baron buff, it also means that that objective is not there on the map to draw out Coast, though. So when they're looking for their picks, it's really going to be up to Coast to avoid the extra vision control and play a little bit safer now.
Can't even get the outer mid turret, still up there for Bishu in his lane, as the Coast tried to answer back there while everybody from TWZ was off shopping. You're right in that this is a great spot for the Walking Zed, but they actually have to close out the game from this point, and Coast have really held on to their inhibitor turrets.
So what the siege is going to look like here, because there's no teleport for the Walking Zed, they're probably just going to group up as 5 as soon as Bobby clears down the bottom wave, because they don't want that one, taking that inhibitor for free. It's going to look like poking at the turret, because like we said before, none of them want to get caught out. Shifter's shown already that he can burst down a single target as easily as any other member.
I like the Hex Trinket here, though, for Kha'Zix. That's going to give him a little bit of insurance, potentially against Shifter, which could have some trouble. I mean, he doesn't need much survivability, does Kha'Zix, but he does want some here. And you're right, he's just dealing ridiculous amounts of damage, even to Zion Spartan, who's only now just finished his Spirit Visage.
Yeah, it's also interesting that Yuzuki's gone with the Ninja Tabi for his boots. He does not have tenacity in his build yet. So if he gets withered, it stays on him for the full time. If he gets hooked, it's on him for the full time. If he gets cocooned, it's on him for the full time. So he's relying on his mobility to avoid most of the crowd control from Coast.
And all this poke coming in though with Fusion very low, is forced to back off towards the fountain though, does have the home guard, so we'll be rushing straight back here to defend this tower, and that's the main wave clear there for Coast here as TWZ looking to really put the screws in now and just hammer down this turret. They need something, and they've got to open up an inhibitor. And if they can do it, they'll look really good to close out, push it to a 5th and final game here. But I mean, look at the defense.
Yeah, but TWZ got what they wanted. They got the empowered auto attacks onto the turret. So they took giant chunks of damage out of it with just a small amount of turret shots actually taken. Doing a really good job here of working it down, because they do have the Baron buff. They don't have those straight up raw tank stats, but they have regen. And at this point, Olaf is starting to get fairly beefy, so he can be the point man for the fight that does break out.
I mean, Coast are pretty much just forced to turtle this as hard as they can. They don't quite have a Nibia tier wave clear, but it's pretty good here in this game here. I mean, Jinx and Nasus doing an admirable job clearing things out. Shifter could also make a play as well off to the side, but the Walking Zed, they don't have to do too much more here to close out this game, but they need one more little win here.
Yeah, definitely once one inhibitor turret goes down, it's kind of like a dam breaks, and it's a huge window into the opponent's base. But when they're all standing, it's a lot harder for you to make that last push and get inside the base. Now with the the recent changes, they do regen a little bit of health very slowly. So if you give up on your push and you take too long to return, you're gonna have to do it all over again.
Zion actually cleaning out the mid lane in there as well, so he's gonna actually quickly move back. He's knows he can't really split push now. He's just going to clear out one little wave and move back there. Picking up a little bit of extra gold for himself, but returning now to help his team clear out. Nidus though going in. There's a repeller from Elise. There's Intended. Going to drop back down. They get the turret though. That's what they want. And now the Walking Zed going to move in onto this inhibitor, and Coast just can't quite fight right now. The damage moving in. Bishu with the damage down.
as that's maybe yet another kill. 1 for 0 only, but that's all they needed.
Woo! Yeah, Zuki rocking, looking for that reset on the main tank right there. They take down Zion, and now they're looking for Nexus turrets.
Yeah, they just want to close out this game. You're going to get one Nexus turret. No, not quite.
They're going to get it low.
That's true.
There you go.
They did get it low. That is a fact.
They have a huge minion wave top as well, so that's actually doing a lot of work for them. There you go. As you can see in the picture, that thing's going to start melting through the turret. They have to be careful right now, not get overzealous, because it could be turned around.
Oh, notice the main gets picked up by Shifter, but it's just a support. Maybe not enough. Nintendo going in for Kez, though. That's a good amount of damage. Wiz Fusion's going to pick it up. But Nizuki looking for the reset. Picks up one, trying to go again. Gets another one, gets the double, gets the triple, and almost finds it. But the calling does get through there, and that's going to complete the S.
Get cold, Shifter. Oh my goodness, what a way to end the game here. Zion's the only one back up. Can he fend off 2 members of TDZ?
He's going to try here. Verify moving out there, taking still quite a bit of damage. It's not quite the tanky beast he was before. And the Walking Zed still trying to push in.
They've got 20 more seconds till there's a number member, so they're not going to try for the Nexus turret. They want to grab another inhibitor one, so they'll have 2 doors open next time they return for inhibitors.
Gonna look for this inhib maybe as well. Door has been open though, mid inhibitor under threat here. Bobby Hankiel moving through, trying to finish it off. Is Zion though popping it off, looking for the damage and going in. Bishu could be in trouble, actually flashes past him, I think.
He's trying to corner them because they're coming out with home guards. 2 of his friends are coming to join the battle.
Zion almost there, does get out with a lantern though. Bobby Hankiel and Bishu run away on very low health. The ult's back up for Wiz Fusion, but he's gonna defend the base.
Bold little game of leapfrog there, but Zion does defend the second inhibitor there. Only 1 line of super minions will be marching towards Coast Base, and they've bought themselves a little bit more time in this game, which is exactly what they need.
Coast, unfortunately, kind of short on time at this point. I mean, the Walking Dead were able to build a lead that just looked insurmountable almost in this game. I mean, they're doing everything they can. They've bought a lot of time here in this game. Almost 40 minutes have elapsed on the clock, but Baron's going to be back up soon. There's going to be very little they can do to actually try and pick that off. I mean, Zion with the teleport, maybe he can make a play.
I can't help but think that TWZ might have rushed that extra Nexus turret there a little bit too early. They did have that giant minion wave doing a lot of work for them top, and they did not have to go for that trade, but they still have a huge lead in this game. They have the map control, and Baron is up, so that objective could draw Coast out of the base and allow TWZ to make another one of those plays with, you know, Nidus jumping over another wall and grabbing somebody with his spear.
Yeah, Ward's going down there, so Coast do currently have vision of Baron. Now the Walkings are going to shove up mid. They've got that inhibitor open and ready to go. Whoa. And Coast, they can try and defend as best they can, but they need to really pick somebody off here. I love the Banshees from Bobby Hankiel.
Double Pinkworks drop there as well. Yeah, so defensive items are starting to come out. You know, we have a Guardian Angel as well on Yuzuki. That means it's going to be real hard for Coast to win the next team fight. They don't want to contest that inhibitor. It's way too low.
Yeah, it's just so hard to defend an open inhibitor. I mean, the tower you can maybe make a stand under, but that's 2 inhibs down now for Coast as the Walking Zed. Probably going to look to get this Baron down here. All being thrown out there. Bishu gets a whole stack of gold.
So 2 inhibitors down is extremely hard to go contest Baron. If they leave for any amount of time, looks like they are going to go for it though, because Zion's got his teleport. But have to remember, a Nexus turret is down already.
Nintendo wants to steal it back. He doesn't quite get it though. Olaf's going to clean that once again, and Yuzuki cleans out Nintendo Dex.
He is looking for a little redemption right there, but he does not quite find it, and that's probably going to be curtains for Coast right now.
Could very well be here. The Walking Dead looking to make what they hope to be their final push here in this 4th game here. They would tie it 2 for 2 if they're able to make it happen. And of course, we go to a 5th and final game here. So, going to take out the inhibitor. They've already done again. It just respawned, so beautiful timing on that one. 20 seconds left on Nintendo as well. They're not going to need a whole lot here at TWZ, but they will have to fight for it. Daydreaming, looking to make a hook, gets Kez, but that's not really who he wants. And now Nidus going in, right in the Crow Storm.
10 more seconds until Nintendo gets up too.
Oh, Daydreaming very dead there. A Silence fight now also getting chunked down. Kez going to chase everybody in the fountain. It's Yuzuki picks up the double kill, taking out Shifter. They want so many people here if they can get it, but the Nexus is going to go down here. The Walking Dead will push it to a 5th and final game.
Well-deserved win right there. That was a ballsy comp to pull off for the Walking Dead to come in here and use an all-offensive build, which is what Coast used to be known for. And really, it was Coast going with that sort of late game build with the Nasus there, waiting just too long. They never really got to the point where they could actually tank that damage. All of the Walking's Dead rush penetration, and even though Zion was able to get fairly strong, you know, up over the 500 mark on his Siphoning Strife once again, he wasn't able to survive long enough because there are way too many sources of damage from TWZ.
And to me, Kobe, I think Nintendo needs Olaf back.
Yeah.
It doesn't look the same here. We've talked about it before where Shifter, his roam looks so much better when Nintendo's able to come in and cover his lane for him. And when he can't do that on Elise, just doesn't have enough wave clear.
I mean, we talked about at the beginning of Champions League, you know, where they were trying to take away as much as they could from Coast. It is the Olaf and the Ziggs had really high impact in that game. So very excited to see the adaptations that Coast are going to make for the 5th and final game. It's all coming down to this. Next winner gets into the LCS.
That's true, and I'm glad you mentioned it again. Kind of forgot what was on the line here with so much exciting League of Legends, but yes, a spot in the NA LCS here for spring. I mean, both these teams would love it. Coast want to get back in, and the Walkings would love to prove themselves as a challenger team and make it in. But moving into Game 5, Kobe, we are going to have a last game. What are we expecting kind of going through? What do you think we can have happen? Or maybe what happened in that last game that you think Coast could do a little differently?
I almost expect Coast actually to rise to the challenge here and go back to one of their comps that they love and stick Zion on a damage-heavy carry top laner and just match them heads up so that we'll have a full 10-man brawl of just giant amounts of DPS.
All right, we'll see. We've got to take a quick break, but when we return, it is time for the final fight in the battle for an LCS berth. It's the winner-take-all Game 5 between Team Coast and the Walking Zed right after this.
2014 Sprint Promotion Tournament live from Los Angeles. It's come down to a winner-take-all Game 5 between Team Coast and the Walking Zed for the 7th spot in the NALCS. Before we head to the Rift, I want to get your thoughts on the series so far. We got a Game 5 on our hands. Very cool. Let's start by talking about the picks and bans. It's been a long day coming out of both teams in that last game.
Yeah, so I really like that Walking Zed has identified their key playmakers. So they gave a very aggressive, high-pressure mid laner to Bishu, who's been doing exceptionally well against Shifter this whole series so far. You give him Ziggs, he's going to put a lot of pressure down there, got an early turret. Also, Yuzuki has been playing phenomenal against Zion Spartan. He's won his lane multiple times now, and they said, okay, go play Kha'Zix and go carry actual team fights with that. TWZ identified that very well, and that was a huge part of the success in Game 4.
I thought it was really strange that they gave Bishu Ziggs. I felt like the other bans were kind of wasted because not only is Ziggs kind of stronger than the other champions that Coast was trying to ban out, but I think Coast's strategy coming in was he won't first pick Ziggs. We can get in our first rotation, but because TWZ was blue side, they first picked the only mid that was available for Bishu, and that ended up coming back to bite Coast because their only answer was really LeBlanc, and as you saw, LeBlanc can't farm. She had 2.5 items as the game was over, while Bishu had like 5 items.
You also had a remark about the leveling of LeBlanc, or Shifter leveling LeBlanc.
Yeah, Shifter, well, Link, generally he maxes W because LeBlanc has a really hard time pushing, and you lose only a little bit of kill potential while you maintain the ability to like counter push if you need it. And as you saw that game, 15, 18 minutes in the game, Shifter had barely 100 CS, whereas Bishu had 200 despite dying. So like, even though he got solo killed, that 80, like 50 CS difference that ended up making up for way more than the kill in gold.
Going into the next game is going to be Team Coast first pick, and if we focus again on that mid lane, I kind of feel that the game before they found the edge maybe of Bishu's champion pool by all those mids were banned out. He had to go to Katarina, and that didn't work out. How much of a factor will that be?
I think this is actually pretty important because again, that's sort of going back to TWZ identifying their key playmakers, and one of them being Bishu. You saw when he was on Katarina. Katarina doesn't start things by herself. She needs someone else to go make that happen. And unfortunately, Kez wasn't having a very good game. Bobby Hank Hill and support were having a very good game. And so if you push Bishu back on one of those more passive or follow-up champions, you get like a first pick Ziggs in there, or you get another highly aggressive lane-sufficient champion like Syndra in there for Shifter. He can hold on, not throw away his lane, and then also continue to be that playmaker and try to hold down Bishu, who's been a key part of TWZ.
A pattern I've noticed across these 4 games is not only is Zion getting kind of outlaned by Yuzuki consistently, but he's playing like really reactively. He wants to be split pushing 24/7, as you saw. Zion being Zion Spartan in this series especially is he's just splitting a lane, and yeah, he'll take some towers and he'll put a lot of pressure on that lane, but he's reacting to what TWZ is doing always. He's never the one to make the play, even though he's probably a lot of the time the strongest person on his team. And if you really want to carry your team, it's not by split pushing. That was like old school Season 1, Season 2 Hotshot GG style. Nowadays, you group, you're really strong, you're the strongest person on the team, you lead the charge, you initiate the fight, and you carry your team that way. So I don't think Zion's taking the correct approach because clearly it's not working. TWZ is grouping 5, they're taking objectives like as a team while Zion is splitting.
Talking about taking objectives, Baron, again, a huge factor. Baron, give it and take it away, and we got a great replay to illustrate that.
Yeah, let's put this up on your screen. This is the first big Baron sort of attempt here. So I want to point out how a Baron dance is sort of supposed to be done. So normally, there's 2 main ways to do Baron. So number 1 is you go and take it, which we had seen Coast do before. They snuck it with 2 people. The other way is you actually set a trap at Baron. So 3 of the members of TWZ are doing it right. So Yasuki and Kez are doing a pretty good job of taking down Baron. It's at half they would have won. Nidus is sitting on his own pink ward. He's waiting to counter gank. But the problem is Bobby Hank Hill and Bishu are not setting up for some kind of counter gank. They're actually sort of trying to bait in mid lane. And the problem is that this whole thing gets spotted by Coast. Daydream is going to run in and like, hey, are people doing Baron? And no one's there to punish him for checking this, which completely allows Coast to stop this Baron attempt. Let's roll the clip and walk us through what happens.
So yeah, in this situation, you see Coast knows now that they're doing Baron, and they know that they can easily push them off. Kez is so low, all you have to do is get the smite dead. That is what Coast is looking for right now. Try to get that smite down so that they can't finish the Baron, because Zion's getting bottom for free. If you look on the minimap right now, the inhib tower just fall. Okay, they're back off Baron. They don't need to go forward anymore. After that, what happens is you see that they disengage from Baron. Perfect. You get two towers bottom and an inhib for free. They didn't get a single objective, and it's all just because TWZ's like planning around Baron was kind of poor. If they had everybody inside the Baron pit, the second that they went to ward the Baron, it was a free kill, and then they go back on Baron and finish it. But what ended up happening is they were like doing 3 different things. It was like one of them was sitting trying to like pick off the Thresh, 2 of them were pushing down mid, and 2 of them were doing Baron. So it was really uncoordinated, and that was like one of the biggest points of that game, was just seeing like, oh, TWZ's decision making around Baron maybe isn't the best, but they still managed to clinch it out.
Yeah, because Team Coast decision making around Baron was also not perfect. So, guys, Game 5, everything on the line for getting back in LCS for Team Coast or for getting that spot for the Walking Zed. The momentum is in favor of the Walking Zed, I would say.
Yeah, it is. I think Coast has a really good shot at this one. I would still vote Coast to win this matchup. I think they focus on putting Shifter on a self-sufficient lane champion, so you can just farm and be safe. I think get Zion a playmaker, probably put Nintendo on Olaf, and focus on getting WizFusion ahead. Those are the 4 points that I would take that would get Coast the win here.
Yeah, definitely. I think they need to identify who really isn't carrying their weight. You know, why are they losing these games? And I think right now it's Zion. He's more of a liability than like a playmaker or like a positive force on the team for objectives at least. And it's an objective-focused meta right now. So like they need to really think about how they're going to approach this next game and try not to play so passively. I feel like they're just waiting around like, oh, just wait for Zion to take a tower and then TP in. I don't know. I feel that's such a strange way to approach the game, especially in such a high-pressure situation like this.
Oh, thank you, guys. It is on to Game 5 in this decisive series. It's going to be an amazing game. And I think we're going to have an amazing last game. So let's send it over to Kobe and Pastry Time at the desk.
Thanks, Shocks, and what an incredible series it's been indeed. Tied at 2 wins apiece, the next team to take down a Nexus will win their way into the 2014 NALCS Spring Split. It's time for Game 5 between Team Coast and the Walking Zed.
All right, so if you didn't see that last game, it was Bishu's bombs just devastating Coast. Like they said on the analyst desk, Ziggs was a huge problem. Probably don't want to let Bishu get that one again. Also, you know, interesting little bit of trivia is that Blue Side has won all 4 games in this matchup.
And that honestly doesn't surprise me that much, Kobe, just given that I think a lot of these priority picks are kind of getting through. Each team has one sort of key champion that's led the charge for their team most of the time when they've been looking to make plays here and win games. I mean, like, Ziggs is a good example in that last game. Game 3, we had Sivir coming out for WizFusion as well. I mean, even Jinx, I think, was... I can't actually remember the first week of Game 1 because it was so long ago now. But a lot of the early picks on the blue side have really determined how it's gone. So it's going to be a very interesting last draft here, especially for the Walking Zed, because they're on the red side this game.
Yeah, this has been very interesting pick ban phases with so much attention paid to that mid lane. And, you know, Bishu doing a great job with working with what he does get. This time around, Ziggs definitely a highly prioritized one. So
we're going to get into this last game here. Yes, we are Game 5 between these two teams here. Coast looking to make their way back into the LCS, and the Walking Zed want to make it there for the first time here. And these two teams, Kobe, no mucking around.
Right, and they are sticking to their bans here. The last one, it's going to be the Walking Zed having to ban that Ziggs because they are not on blue side, not going to first pick it. They don't want to give it up to Shifter, and it's up to Coast to grab up the first pick. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's Nidalee Gragas, Ori the bans for Coast, Cassin and Riven Ziggs there coming out for the Walking Zed. And I said it in the end of that last game, I love Olaf for Nintendo. I'm so glad they first picked it here.
You know, you love it on Nintendo. I love it on Kez too, so that's actually going to hurt them because they don't have the Olaf coming here for TWZ this time. So it's a really good, you know, two wins there for Coast with grabbing that first pick. But meanwhile, Yuzuki had an amazing Shyvana. He was able to just constantly shove in Zion Spartan, you know, proxy farm, take away the jungle. It's exactly what I do with that champion. Yuzuki definitely well-versed in Shyvana play. I'm pretty sure they're going to give it to him.
Yeah, Sivir a good pick in there as well. So 2 great first picks coming up for the Walking Zed. They'll be very happy to take both of those. Quick picks here again for Coast. Thresh plus Ahri already locked in.
Yeah, you're talking about that, you know, Sivir and Shyvana double lock-in. I love that combination because, like we say, you know, Shyvana does have some problems with crowd control, but again, when you have those beefy frontliners and you speed them up with Sivir, it solves all those problems for the team fight. And as Double F's kept saying, this patch is a bit more oriented towards team fights than split pushing. One of the little changes was that minions don't, you know, afford more experience the later the game goes, so split pushing doesn't get that one champion to skyrocket in levels like it used to do. And you know, Zion, when he did come in, he was still getting chunked down.
Yeah, the draft really slowing down here as well as we get deep into it. Next few picks for the Walking Dead really getting considered carefully, but they do decide on these two. We're going to have Nidus Main back on the fiddle in support most likely, and Alicia probably for the jungle.
So fiddle support, they were happy with that one. He made a lot of very impactful plays. I'd be happy with that one as well. Easily going right back to that pick. He's going to be going up against Thresh this time. Coast have been going, again, staying with that pick over and over, Daydreaming as well. Both these supports, you have to say, they've been making plays on their respective champions.
They really have. WizFusion here going to get Jinx as well, the champion that brought him so much love in Game 1. And this last pick for me, Kobe, is really curious. Renekton into Shyvana is the last one.
All right, so Zion is going to go for a bit more early game-oriented power. He goes with the other brother this time around. I mean, I assume it's going to be Zion there. Haven't seen a jungle Renekton in a while.
You've seen it ever?
I have.
That's crazy.
But yeah, it's probably going to be Zion, and that is a champion that loves to bully early. So Zion can actually play more true Zion League of Legends, where he likes to go for 1v1s. He likes to go all in, and he likes to have those heads-up duels.
And when you were talking about Coast's team comps, Kobe, you wanted to see them go back to kind of their aggressive roots. They've gone here. They're really looking to be aggressive most of the time. Even Zion's champion this time around. If they ever push TWZ into the late game and it's kind of even, it's going to be trouble potentially with how tanky Shyvana is. And this last pick's getting real spicy. We're going to have to wait. Jace?
Not a lot of options left for Bishu because, like I said, so many mid-focused bans in this matchup. Jace is an old-school mid-lane champion, though. Bishu put his time in on it a long time ago. So we'll have to see if he's a little bit rusty on that champion, but not only does it provide another speed boost for this very quick comp here from TWZ, but it also provides extra poke. There's a really good poke team here. Sivir's Boomerang Blade is great for under turrets, but they also have, the Shock Blast and the Cocoons from Elise.
Yeah, and you mentioned Sivir, they can use the ult to disengage as well. There's lots of cute things that can happen here, but the last time we saw Bishu on a champion that we know he's not that comfortable on in Katarina, it just didn't look that good for the Walking Dead, and he's really one of the key players here for this team. So I worry a little, but again, options really restricted here by some clever drafting from Coast. So we'll see what happens, but no matter what it is, Kobe, our 5th and final game is coming up. Predictions based on just what we've seen here for the team comps, and I guess what we've seen in the series as well from these two teams.
I think there's going to be some early action coming from the Elise focused on that mid lane because, like you said, Bishu's a key playmaker, and if he's not that comfortable with Zed or with Jace,
he could have picked Zed. That would have been cute.
It would have been cute, but it probably wouldn't have been optimal. If he's not that comfortable with that Jace pick, then just a little visit from an Elise early on can completely change your mid lane and change the tide of the game.
Yeah, and you love talking about how Elise is so good at ganking mid, and she really is. Didn't see that a lot from, from Kez in the last game. Again, been a long day. From Kez in the last game, ganking that Ziggs, what they really would have loved to pressure, but if there's a lot of ganks coming for that Ari, it could be bad news. But we're going to get right into it here. The last game here of the day and of this series as well. It is Coast versus the Walking Dead. And this is for an LCS spot, Kobe. The start of one of these teams' professional careers and the reignition of one again. Here we go.
So, it's not life and death here. If you don't get into the LCS this split, you do have the option of doing the Coke Challenger Series, which is going to be amazing this year. And then there's another split that you can requalify for.
That's true.
So everybody who does not qualify doesn't have to break up. There are other places you can stick around and play League competitively.
But, I mean, at this point on this
everybody
stage,
wants
of course, everybody wants to go. So Coast going to kick things off. Invade here coming through, but nice little ward there from the Walking Dead. I have to say, the Walking Dead's early warding against Coast has been absolutely spectacular. They've caught out so many invades, really just had Coast's number on what they want to be doing in the early levels.
And this is a rare sight, the early invade from Coast. I talked about it before earlier in the day, how people have stopped doing a lot of the early invades because supports are so intent on starting out with either a gold generating item or a Doran's item. Both supports in this game have opted for the old strat of starting out with a ton of wards. So they're gaining that early vision for their teams. They've gone for those sort of old Season 3 early invades, and it looks like they've got some really nice vision on both reds for each team here, which is pretty much classic Season 3.
Yeah, and it's nice to see teams kind of changing it up. We've seen a lot of different things happen at level 1 between these two. Coast actually going to look for the same invade they found in the last game, which was spotted out by a ward, but they managed to get the blue last time. Maybe they'll get a little bit more out of this one with a potential kill coming out as well. And I said it already, Nintendo very comfy on this Olaf. We'll see what they can get done. They're going for it now.
All right, so another invade here for Nintendo. He loves coming to try and test out his smite skills going up against Kez here. The level 1 smites, by the way, extremely low nowadays with the extra change, so it makes it even harder.
Good hook on the Kez though, Death Sentence moving in. There's a bit of poke there, a little love tap there coming through, and they're really fighting for this blue arc coast.
All right, so keep your eyes on that golem, because it's 390 for the smite at level 1.
That's really low.
And both of these teams are actually ignoring the minion waves that are just bashing themselves in that bottom lane. And if Nintendo actually loses this game of chicken and has to back off, it's going to hurt his jungle a lot, but it's going to help Wiz's lane a lot. So they're kind of trading a little bit of jungle presence for early bot lane win for Team Coast here.
And we saw a little bit of this in one of the earlier games as well. I believe on the other side, actually, working the other way. It's not a bad little bit of pressure, but it's a little awkward for Nintendo, as you mentioned. I mean, he's quite behind now to start off things here in the jungle. Kaz already finished up their first buff. Nintendo probably going to go for this red, but it's a little rough.
I really want Kez to capitalize on this because they know that Nintendo is going to be super far behind. He's going to be on the red side. So if he even makes his way over to blue, then he'll be really low and he'll probably be smiteless. So if Elise can actually go over there and contest that, you can punish Nintendo for the choice that Coast made, because you need to make up for that early lead that they gave the Coast bottom lane.
A big amount of damage on the Nidus, man, gets chompered up and ignited, almost killed, but manages to flash out of the way. But the little advantage that Wiz got there really helped in that exchange. So there's a lot of push and pull here.
It looks like they aren't going to make up for that early advantage bottom. Kez just went and did his own buffs. He's going to try and make Zion pay here for being aggressive on that Renekton.
Oh, Cocoon just missing. Nice juke from Zion. Gonna slice, and that's on big damage actually coming through. Kez got to be so careful. Does not want to lose the double up to Zion. Going real deep. They wanted to get it. Forcing the flash out as well from Elise. That's a nice bit of pressure. Beautiful 1v2.
Zion will not pay the Elise tax today. Decides to run off 2 people by himself. Great initiative right there. And this is one of the reasons why Zion was considered, you know, one of the best players here on Coast, because he always used to play these early aggressive champions and always used to get these early leads, and he can handle himself even drawing jungle pressure. He bought time single-handedly there for Nintendo to catch back up.
Yeah, and that was nice. And Nintendo, not quite level 3, did hit it when he took out a couple of minions up the top with his undertow. But Zion, a very impressive, very calm demeanor there with that gank, happily being like, hey, double buffs, that looks tasty. And now undertow's going to move in here, but Olaf looks like it. Yes, Bushu will get tagged, but Chip does land the charm. Actually, maybe the follow-up. No, not quite. Just a bit of poke coming through.
Just lets him know that he can land the skill shots, and you will pay for it if you stand in one spot.
And we haven't quite seen Shifter really come out in any of the games, actually. I mean, the Ziggs game he had was just kind of very standard, just pushing, getting a lot of farm. Everyone else was winning, so he was like, yeah, I'm happy, I'm just farming up here. His plays look good. His LeBlanc looked quite good in the last game, but he's played Ari twice now. This is his 3rd time in this series. Shifters was really kind of almost hyped up as the player on this team, and I feel like it just hasn't had the impact that Bishu's had for his team.
Yeah, the past couple games he has had trouble. Usually Shifter, where he gets a lot of the power from and why he has all the hype is because when he starts roaming, he starts picking up kills in places you don't expect him to. And I think he'll have a much easier time roaming this game against the Jace than he did in the last, at least of course the last game because it was Ziggs, but even any of the other games as well.
And especially with Olaf here, as well, for Nintendo, he can just cover the lanes like he loves to do here, and that gives Shifter so much room. So I like what's happening here. That was one of the biggest reasons, actually, that I wanted to see Nintendo back on Olaf.
Another thing is that when Shifter goes to roam, you know, if he goes bottom, he's going to have even more mobility than an Ari usually does because Daydreaming can lantern him in, and there's absolutely no way you can get away from a lantern in Ari that will have 3 spirit rushes ready to go if you extend too far in that bottom lane.
And Shifter, look, he's starting the roam already, looking at top maybe for a dive, but Elise is around the side. Is Shifter going to go in there onto Yazuki? That could be bad news. There it goes for the first blood, and Shifter, beautiful play.
All right, so he didn't roam bottom, but he went top, where Zion is just dominating his lane. So really, Shifter had the pick right there. He could go either lane because both of the lanes are winning. Chooses to go top. They're able to grab the kill, and there was no answer here from Kez because he was a little bit too slow there.
I had a quick glance at my minimap while that was happening. Sure enough, Olaf was in the mid there hanging out, taxing the lane, and that's exactly what Coast have become known for. I mean, Shifter, I said it just before, he needed to get it going. That was exactly the start he wants.
This is the same gank that happened last time.
It is. Nidus man in trouble. No flash anymore either, and there's the Trompers, but they don't need it. Nidus going to go down for another kill, and Wiz Fusion off to a great start as well.
I'm having deja vu here. The lantern in from that side river bush, bringing Nintendo over for a successful gank on Nidus.
And this is aggressive from Coast. They're trying to take Dragon at 7.5 minutes here. Should be able to do it by the looks of things. Again, Kobe isn't worth as much gold now early on, because based on average level, but they are going to be able to get it. That will give them control, and as you said all series, you get Dragon control, you keep on top of that, you can keep getting ahead and keep staying ahead of your opponents.
We have been saying that a lot, haven't we?
We're good reason.
We're excited about the new patch, Pastry.
The patch is great. It's a whole lot
and it's
of fun.
working. See, you've learned too.
Thank you, Kobe. Kobe's just such a good teacher, guys. Hope you guys are learning as well. Massive series already, but Coast, this is exactly the sort of start they had towards game one. This is their comfort zone for sure.
Right, they're definitely accustomed to this type of start. A successful Shifter roam, then not only did Nintendo get to soak up that lane farm, but he also got the kill and Dragon down bottom. So this is pretty much the best that it could start out for Coast so far. They're getting the kills and the objectives.
And I love the comfort in the champions that Coast have decided to pick here as well. Sion Spartan on that Renekton, Wiz Fusion back on Jinx. Daydream has been playing Thresh all day and playing it well, and intended on the Olaf. And Shifter, you know, Ari is one of his many champions, but clearly seems comfortable on these sort of assassin-y, roamy sort of champions. And he's got a very fast lane to see Ladra. There is no messing around today.
Yeah, you get first blood from mid lane, and you want to put it all into power there, it looks like. No boots, he's going to skip out on that, so it's going to make Bishu that much more cautious in his lane. And it'll probably just be Jace trying to farm up while his tier stacks. He's not got a lot of combat stats here since he has opted for the early tier. And an all-in from Ari would be extremely dangerous.
I like that red side or white farming we saw there as well from the bottom lane of the Walkings there. Just the little things here to try and make this lane any better, because Wiz Fusion is massively ahead on CS. Nidus getting grabbed in there as well. Great double play back in there as the Super Mega Death Rocket also comes in. Wiz Fusion needs one more, but he finds it now. Bobby hand kill. Could be in trouble. The box down in there as well. The barrier popped and landed on top of him, and a double kill for Jinx. This is horrible deja vu for the Walking Zed from game one.
All right, so it started off bad for that bottom lane for the Walking Zed because of all the jungle semantics that went down at blue. Wiz Fusion decided to go to lane, got a huge lead. All right, let's just recap this fight though. That was Daydream. Beautiful death sentence into the Flay on 2, and Wiz is able to flash and catch up. Now, he knew that he could get away after this because he'll get excited, but he doesn't have to because Daydreamin' pops level 6, down goes the box, and he's got plenty of shields left for Wiz.
Yeah, had him covered there. Wiz really trusting his supporters. Nintendo going to give Bishu a love tap on this Jace. Farming well, and Bishu almost always does so. He's got great mechanics, and you know, he's always plays safe, known as a kind of a defensive mid lane player. But Shifter just has free roam at this point. No boots, roaming about, as Spartan up the top now onto Yazuki, but a nice ultimate out.
Yeah, so Zion definitely making use of the Renekton pick. Because it has the early bullying potential, he doesn't want to let that Shyvana into the lane, and especially since they already spent the time and resources to have that early roam from Shifter, he's going to try and make as much out of this as possible.
And I have to ask you, Kobe, you know, as a jungler, where's Kez in all this? He's the aggressive ganking jungler in this game.
Right now he's trying to chase an Olaf out of his own jungle. He lands a cocoon and does get the ghost.
And Nintendo, they're just going to pop his ghost away. Doesn't use his ultimate, doesn't think he needs it right now. Cute little repel out there, but Wiz Fusion and Daydream continuing to bully down the bottom as well.
Okay, but back to your point, Kez, you know, when your lanes are all losing like that, it is fairly difficult. His first gank was unsuccessful on Zion. He had to burn his flash to run away from that gank. So he got set behind pretty early there.
Oh, Nintendo going to come in. The sides button almost doesn't need the help, but Nintendo's like, yeah, man, I'll secure it. I got you, don't worry. Going to look to pressure this turret up as well. Can't quite get it. And Kez here just, I mean, as you said, it feels probably pretty helpless. Oh, look who's back.
All right, so Shifter decides to roam as well. It's going to be another range champion here, so they can deal extra damage to the turret. Bishu decides to match the roam, but it's very dangerous. Even with these two, I don't think they can grab a kill.
Oh, and that was a very close charm coming through as well. It's actually 2v2 there, so Coast wisely back off despite the run from Shifter, but I like the aggression there. They're clearly trying to keep this lead going here, and they've got a pretty big one in terms of lead at this point, quite early on in this game.
And I like that neither team hesitating to rotate here. Immediately, you know, both mid laners making their way up top. Pretty much it's just been the bottom lane that has been left by themselves, and that is just going to continue to snowball in Coast's favor because, like we talked about, you know, the early start that they had, that was great, but they also got that gank from Nintendo because of the pink ward start there that Daydream invested in.
Now Nintendo back to his true home, the mid lane. Going to be farming as much as he can here. And really, look, the CS pretty even with Elise actually. Has been pretty heavily farming. Kez kind of resigned to doing that. As you said, it's kind of hard to catch up every lane if they're all losing. So realizing he should just farm up and see what he can do when some skirmishes break out. I mean, Shifter's just going to be going everywhere he wants at this point. And look how aggressive Coast are being through the enemy jungle now.
Because their bottom lane is winning so hard. Oh, what a hook!
Beautiful Latin right in as well. Bobby Hankill forced to pop the open the box. On top in there as well with the flash, but Kez actually locked up Nintendo. Daydreaming low with Fusion though, able to pick up yet another kill.
Because their bottom lane is winning so hard, it's very easy to extend that zone of control into the jungle, and they buy 2 pink wards and spend them so that they have full vision control, enabling that hook and the invades from Nintendo.
Hanging onto the blue area as well. The blue actually does respawn, so good timing there for Coast knowing what's happening there. And Coast would be pretty happy to have this fight. The blue getting low, Smite comes out. I don't quite know who picked it up. Looks like someone from Coast. It was Nintendo. Even though he
didn't smite it though.
I know he did.
Kez got the smite, but Nintendo.
They've had a lot of smite wars these two
That's
junglers, interestingly enough. Now mid turret could be in trouble. Zion actually tanking the turret aggro here. He should be okay for now. Everyone else going to rotate through. Oh, Kez caught out now as well. That's bad news. The Shifter almost going to be able to get him. Kills him with Ignite while he's in the air.
Just such a ridiculously fast start from Coast has kind of gotten out of control at this point. They took the lead, and they extended that lead all the way into TWZ territory. Now, they're just dying inside their own jungle. They're having to watch out for death sentences coming from behind their own walls. There really is no safe place here for TWZ.
Dragon going to come in here again. Yazuki does manage to get the tower up here towards the top, but Zion's like, hey buddy, how you doing? Tiamat pop, and Dragon is going to go over to Coast. There's Wiz Fusion picks it up again, and this gold lead is getting out of hand.
It's getting out of hand, and it really shows that Coast are the more experienced team here. When it really comes down to it, Game 5, the pressure is on. They play better than ever. They return to their old comfort champions here so that they can rely on their instincts, and they do not hesitate. They're making the first moves, and TWZ is having a really tough time trying to catch up.
And we've talked about Shifter in this series. He's gotten DFG a lot. In fact, I think almost every game but the Ziggs game, he's gotten a DFG first on either Ari or LeBlanc, which he played in the last game. I kind of criticized the impact it had. I don't think that's going to be a problem this time.
It's kind of essential for his playstyle. You know, you love the roaming and you love picking people off, then you want that item because it's tailored for killing a single target. It's exactly what Shifter needs. You know, even though his CS really suffers from that playstyle this game, he's doing just fine as far as gold is concerned because he has been successful with the roams. And it's not like his team has lost that money. Like you always are fond of pointing out, Nintendo loves going to eat that stuff up.
He's collecting it, man. He's like, it's okay. You don't want it? I'll take it from you. Happily have your farm here. As Coast aggressively trying to push through the center of the map now as now Wiz Fusion all alone at 4-0-0. Bloodthirster plus Azil already done. I mean, Bloodthirster's here for Bobby Hankill, but look at the CS difference between the ADs.
Yeah, the CS difference is ginormous. We've gone over all the steps that led to this point. It was just definitely all downhill pretty much from the level 1 there for that combo of Bobby and Nidus, and not a lot that they could do to get it back in their favor by themselves. They really needed help from somewhere else. But everyone else had their hands full as well.
I love daydreaming here off to the side as all he does go for the hook. Kez there. Oh, nice repel out from the zap, and Bobby Hankill pops the ult in there as well, maybe looking to counter-initiate, but doesn't quite go in. Yazuki up towards the top, just trying to push in. He's trying, Kobe, but it's a long push for that tier 2 turret. Oh, Bishu. Shifter now going to go in again. Does get DFG's Spirit Rush in there again, and that's easy cleaning for Ari.
That's why, you know, he gets that DFG. Loves the duels and finally finds Bijou. Biju's been struggling. He's been doing his best to stay up there in CS and control his mid lane. But now Coast are bringing 5 men right down the center.
Yeah, and it's 4 towers to 1 right now for Coast. Well, Yazuki.
So what you could do if you can't fight Team Coast 5-on-5 or 4-on-5 at your turret is go all the way back and sabotage their minion line. So if the minions don't get to that turret, the turret's going to have more armor. All that Coast have to do, though, rotate to a different lane.
And they do just that here. 5 turrets and counting now for Team Coast as the Walking Zed are really up against it here in this one. 8,000 gold and counting in the hole for them here. Shifter even going to take away the white here. Collect himself a bit of extra gold. DFG done. I mean, there's probably going to be quite a few items picked up here. Wards are plenty for Olaf there. He picks up an Aegis as well, I believe. I mean, not massive purchases coming out, but it's still so early in the game that those items aren't quite coming yet.
Yeah, Nintendo definitely going with that team play defensive item there. It's not even that they have a whole bunch of magic, you know, to worry about. There's no fed magic damage dealer on TWZ. They just have, you know, a lot of it, a lot of, you know, random sources that are going to be coming around. So, you know, a nice little team focus buy right there. Not really too telling.
And I like what Nintendo did with his pink ward that he bought. Just plonks it straight into the Baron pit, being like, you know what, we could maybe do this now. Feeling pretty confident, feeling his team ahead enough that he could get that done.
Well, exactly what you want to do in competitive league after you get the early edge is, of course, extend your vision control. So they're trying to do just that. A little bit tougher here in this season because of the limited pink wards and sweepers.
And I love that Coast are almost taking Double Lift's advice. They're grouping more now as a team, just pushing down objectives together. Yeah, Shifters off to a side lane, maybe pushing some up, making some pressure, but someone can be there quickly and they're sticking together. There's no more super split pushing happening.
Yeah, Shifter, he's looking for the repeat kills on Bishu because he knows he burned the summoners in the last engage. So now if he does catch Jace in a charm, then it'll be a sit and duck.
The other nice thing as well is that Coast are so far ahead early on in this game that it doesn't actually matter too much if they actually would start a 4v5, because they can probably buy enough time for one of them to run back over to the other lane and still clean up after. I mean, Shifter would janitor it very hard if a team fight started right now.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of peel with the box with Thresh, but you always have to respect the on the hunt from Sivir. Actually coming out pretty early here.
Yeah, Bobby and Gil popped it already.
Never mind then.
I mean,
that won't be up for long.
It's unfortunately, it almost has to be used just to rotate between the sections of the lanes now. I mean, Coast are doing a beautiful job rotating back and forth. There's one thing, Kobe, I think you can learn by looking at this series. Both teams at different points in this series rotated beautifully. There's so much going on.
There's only a few more seconds here. It looks like Shifter is going to be left alone with this turret in mid lane. And instead of, you know, trying to force that 5-on-4 up top, they decide to again make the rotation, lose a little bit more damage on the turret. If they just keep repeating this process, Coast will slowly be rewarded with a turret destruction.
And just so much early game pressure here from Coast. Really came out of the gates blazing here in this one. Exactly what you wanted to see them do, Kobe.
Fiddle, pretty far out there.
He's low, the Docker does come in, not quite dead yet, but they really want the kill. And Wizfusion's going to pick it up. Now Daydream gets the hook, kind of baiting the rest of the Walking Zed in. Now Zion on top of it as well. There's the kill from Intended as he axes Sivir right in the back. And Shifter, he's chilling, hanging in the mid.
You're just complimenting them on their rotations. That was some pretty poor positioning there. Fiddle is an extremely squishy champion. Support Fiddle does not want to be on the front lines. Wiz does get cocooned right there, though.
Coast coming in, going to do a good chunk of damage to that inhibitor turret hanging out in the mid. I mean, this game is almost a shutout here for Coast, though. 10-0 in kills, 1 turret for the Walking Zed to try and keep them in, but they've got nothing else. They've barely got their own buffs, let alone the Dragon.
Yeah, like I said, it was just such a fast start from Coast, and they never let up. That there's really been every member of TWZ asking for help, but they only have 5 members on their team, and they really needed like a 6th man in this game.
I mean, unfortunately, Minions are doing all they can, Kobe, but they can't quite push this far. I mean, the Walking Zed, they're going to turtle as much as they can. Absolutely no way they'll give up here in this spot, and credit to them for that. But it looks dire for them at this point. 10,000 gold and a little bit more on top of that here for Coast. Already 21.5 minutes into this game. Coast have really got to be feeling this one.
If Coast do not win this one and don't get back into the LCS, then they will probably never hear the end of it, because a lot of the other teams will be very, very surprised, as you should be. It's pretty much they just have to go siege up now. They don't have the best sieging team, though. So it's at this point that TWZ are still holding on to threads of hope, and they just have to siege up inside their inhibitor turret line and wait for, you know, maybe another 15 minutes at least, trying to farm up and concede pretty much the rest of the map.
Shouldn't be doing this, though. They're really kind of moving a little too far forward, rotating awkwardly between their own lanes. Thankfully, Bishu able to get away. Fiddle again off to the side. Level 7. Zion-Spot's going to find somebody. He gets Yasuki there, and Shyvana, who's going to get away. The hook missing though, but there's the flash stun. He wants the kill, forcing Nidus to flash out of the way, but Fiddle's got a long way to run, gets himself zapped up, and that's going to be just another kill.
So that's the problem. If you don't turtle up inside your inhibitor turret line, then it's going to make things pretty much impossible for your team to come back here, because now not only are they down so much gold, but also down their main source of crowd control, and this opens it up for a Coast dive under turret.
I mean, the saving grace here is that Fiddle's back pretty quickly here with the death numbers being low, but Coast is going to get some damage here onto the turret. Box that popped actually, maybe going after Yuzuki. There's Wiz Fusion's going to pick up the turret. That's all they want. They can disengage now. Bobby Hankill's popping the ultimate, but they got a long way to run to catch Coast.
Yeah, now that door is wide open into the TWZ base, and Coast just have to heal up before picking their next fight. They've already got vision control on Baron, and they've already got that inhibitor turret down. So they've got the options open for them. Their end game plan just got real easy here. All they have to do is survive this last little onslaught. If they can get back to base for that one heal, then they should be able to make the final push.
Yeah, I mean, they can give up this turret if they really want, but they're happy just to kind of stand here and take it. They've got so much gold ahead of the Walking Dead at this point that they're pretty comfortable.
Oh, they just
go
want to fight!
They're trying to get Shyvana. Chompers down as well. Damage coming through, and Shyvana will get picked up as Wiz Fusion hits off in the Super Mega Death Organ. Now Nidus, level 7 Fiddle, looks very fragile on the Coast, and they're going to storm down the middle.
All right, now it's definitely pretty much a clear path here for Coast. Run right down the mid through the inhibitor and probably just finish the game. It's so early though that actually death timer's not that long. So Shyvana and Fiddles will be back up. Maybe we're going to have to see another inhibitor go down first.
I mean, Kobe, you were talking about Coast needing to go back and heal. Walking Dead clearly chasing a couple of exit kills in there. They just turned around and fought them. We're like, go.
It was a beautiful catch right there. And being able to chunk down that tank from TWZ so early means that they have a confidence to engage. I mean, Zion goes in, he gets up the stun to set up the flame choppers, and then Shifter goes in to capitalize. They don't extend too far chasing this. They just take the easy kill onto the support, and then, you know, the inhibitor objective, finally making that recall available to them and returning to base.
And how different does Zion-Spot look on a more aggressive champion like Renekton? He's really just able to make plays like that, like we just saw under that turret. And I mean, Coast, I said it at the start of this game and in their picks, this is just comfort champions aplenty for this team, and it shows. They're really just like, you know what? It's our last game here. We need to win to get back into the LCS, and they're playing like they want to win.
It really does help with the nerves in the high-pressure games like this. Everyone keeps talking about how important it is to have these experience on LAN and experience on high-pressure championship games. This is pretty much a championship game. Getting into the LCS is worth a lot. So going back to your comfort champions only helps with that, and it really shows here. Coast have not been hesitating, and they've really been just playing pretty much from instinct.
Yeah, I mean, it almost felt like it took a couple games for Coast to really warm up again, but they've really brought it here when it counts here in this last game. And the Walking Dead are going to try and defend as best they can. I like the decision to just not take Baron, by the way, just to stay safe.
I wasn't even going to mention it. That's why after they got the first inhibitor, I was like, okay, it'll probably take another inhibitor, not a Baron fight, because those are very treacherous. And if there's something that will get TWZ back in the game, it's a Baron steal. Hook onto Bishu.
Yeah, Bishu's getting grabbed up, forced to flash there. Bobby Hankiel popping his ult there as well on Sivir. The Flame Pump is going to cover the retreat, and Coast are happy to get a couple of cooldowns there.
Yeah, I mean, they get out again. The On the Hunt Sivir already popped that. That's huge for Coast. Zion, a beast over on the mid lane here, is drawing a lot of attention, allowing those few stray hits here for the bottom lane push.
I mean, Zion Spartan,
does love to split push. He's kind of been leashed a little by his team. He's like, dude, play Renekton, just play aggressive, be yourself. But he can't help himself in this situation. He's like, I can kind of split push and draw them away, and Coast are going to come and do as much damage as they can to this turret. Nice spell shield, though, from Bobby Henkiel.
All right, so he's going to block the Orb of Deception. It wasn't like a charm that was going to mean his full death, but a nice chunk of damage there does get blocked. They're making very slow work of this turret because they don't want to overextend. There still is the possibility of a Cocoon under turret or a Fear under turret. And Coast, while they have a commanding lead, this game is for all the marbles.
Yeah, and they go in here again. Daydreaming finds Kez there, pops the box up as well. They get the inhibitor tower, that's kind of all they want, and they'll be okay. Intended, got to be careful, but everyone from Coast once again backs away. Sivir not up yet. Bobby Henkiel already used it, and that's another easy getaway for Team Coast.
Again, not wanting to risk it, so they're not going to overstay their welcome. Take the blue that's already pink warded, so they have the confidence that they're not going to be snuck up upon by Kez, and they're easily going to take this dragon as well.
Another open inhib, another dragon there. That's 4 for 4 on dragons there for Coast. Bobby Henkiel, a little bit of retribution, gets his red. For maybe the first time in this one.
Consolation prize, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he'll take whatever you can get at this point if you're TWZ. But Coast probably looking very happily, very hungrily at that bottom inhibitor that's now open. Nidus here, going to check Baron. Responsibly will try and ward the area just so they know in case it's being done, but I don't think Coast are particularly interested right now.
I mean, that's worth shouting out right there, because that was a dangerous mission he just went on. Blindly going over there to try and ward the Baron area. He does get the wards down, and they have vision, but Coast, again, they don't want to go for that because the open objective of the inhibitor is not bite back, whereas Baron definitely has the potential to turn it around.
And I love that Zion Spartan just can't help himself now. He started to split push once again. I mean, it's actually a pretty good spot to pressure in this situation because the rest of Coast are going to be down the bottom pushing there. He's pretty safe to just hang out in the top lane and push this out, but I think Coast wouldn't do this unless they were this far ahead.
We're actually, doing the tri-lane push here, the 1-2-2 push. That's basically, only you can do that if you win all of your lanes, push all 3 at the same time, and they've decided actually to collapse here. Now they've got 2 inhibitors that they have to make work of before they really go all in.
And this is just an horrible choice for the Walking Zed to have to make. They're either going to have to lose him in Hibs or really take a fight here. Bishu back in base, so if Coast want to rush in now, they can.
So if you're TWZ, you have to make a decision right now before you already lose the inhibitors. Are you going to fight without a turret, or are you going to give up both inhibitors and then just try and wait it out even longer?
Bishu going to get hooked there. That's a beautiful move from Daydream, and Wiz Fusion going to pick up that kill, and that's 1 inhibitor down. The rest of the base probably going to be put in ruins here as well. That's at least 2 inhibs.
Well, that's what you can't do. Hesitate in no man's land and get hooked!
Daydreaming so good with Thresh there, just landing death sentence after death sentence, and Coast are going to move in for maybe at least a Nexus turret here.
That's why you got to make up your mind early about this and follow through with the decision, because that's the game here. Coast are running on Nexus turrets.
Coast really feeling themselves. Now Nidus going to try and make it with the Crowstorm. He takes so much damage from Nintendo, but Bobby Henkiel will get the kill there, and that's a nice little present for Sivir. But Coast still moving in.
Unanswered kill right there, but the Nexus turret is no more.
Nidus very low, blown up by Shifter. And there's Lanterns throwing out. Wiz Fusion going to ride it out one more time. They're not dead yet, but the Walking Zed bleeding all over their base right now.
They're still limping around, that's for sure. They got home guards, which will help a little bit with that base defense. And it's probably just the home guards, really, that's scaring off Coast here. Everybody's a little bit low, and they don't want to chance it. They got almost everything they wanted there. Double inhibs and double Nexus turrets. At this point, it finally does become a little bit safe to go over there and do a slow Baron, because there's so much pressure on the TWZ base. Once those minion waves from the mid and bottom lane get inside the base and you have vision, you know that TWZ are going to have to defend it because their Nexus is exposed right now.
Wiz Fusion going to pick up his red buff now. And I mean, they're probably going to wander over to Baron, as you mentioned, Kobe. Just want to highlight yet again, just Coast have so many things on this map. 10-1 in turrets, 16-1 in kills. I did just realize the Walking Zed finally got a kill there with Bobby Henkiel picking up the first one.
Now, the only thing about rushing down for the Nexus is that you do have to worry about home guards. That's pretty much it, because, the turrets are all down. all you have to worry about is getting really close to that fountain, because when you have that home guard, so if you can get out of combat, regen up real quick and come out very speedy.
Have to commend the players, looking pretty calm as I glance down there. I mean, given how far behind the Walking Zed are, I would expect to see a little bit more dejection on their faces, but everyone's pretty serious here. Just really wants to play this game out. I mean, the Walking Zed, they'll keep playing here, but it is very tricky to win from this spot. Not impossible, Kobe, but very, very hard. And the Coast, they're going to move in now, try and clean this one out, and reclaim their LCS spot here in Spring.
All right, in come the first wave of super minions. And Coast aren't pushing it too hard. It's allowing TWZ to slowly clear out these waves, and they're not making much headway.
No, and Coast, I think maybe you want to think a little bit more about the Baron. A little eager perhaps to try and push in aggressively and win. Baron would kind of ensure that the next team fight they started would probably be very much in their favor.
What I would have liked for them is a couple more wards dropped along the path. It looks, okay, they've got a pretty good path of wards set up here. So when TWZ come, if they decide to actually extend out of the base, Coast would have full vision. And because there's 2 inhibitors down, like we said, you're not going to try it. And Coast are able to get that Baron for free.
Nice decision there from Coast. Kind of realizing that, you know what, probably want to take this Baron here. So they pick up their first Baron of the game now, and it's probably going to be the last one here in this one, Kobe. Again, not over yet, but Coast poised to take a 5th and final game here.
Because the inhibitors have been reduced to the 4-minute spawn time, though, that means they might have to, they're probably going to have to kill another round of inhibitors here.
Probably, I mean, they'll definitely have to win a fight against the Walking Zed to take it here. There's no sort of rushing, just kind of cheese your base and go from there. They're going to have to win a legitimate team fight here. The only problem is it's very unfair right now, given how big the lead for Coast is. I mean, we're almost up to 20,000 gold ahead, Kobe, and Baron buff here.
Not exactly a fair fight.
No, not at all.
But TWZ did score 1 kill. They're on the scoreboard here. Yazuki needs to recall very quickly here because they see him in the bottom lane, and they are killing the second round of inhibitors.
I mean, this inhib's going to go. The second one should go here as well. Yazuki going back now on Shyvana, but Coast are going to be able to clean this up pretty quickly here. And the Walking Zed, they don't have many options left. I don't think any of them are good either. That's a lot of damage onto Elite as well. Coast going to move in, looks for the final time here. Yazuki dumping onto Wiz Fusion, but it's nowhere near enough, as that's an easy kill for Zion Spartan. And they kind of only need the one. They're going to dive through Coast. Looks like they're going to be able to make it here. Bishu gets absolutely cleaned out as Thresh gets that last kill. Here's going to go down here as well. Legendary for Wiz Fusion to close it out. And Team Coast, congratulations, back into the LCS.
What a way for Coast to finish this series off. A convincing fashion right there. They took it all the way to 5 games and turned up the pressure right there. Everybody was on the edge of their seats, but man, did they finish that one out in a dominating fashion.
And I like that they really finished how they started. Looking aggressive, wanting to move forward, and just playing to their strengths. And they look, when they're ahead, Kobe, they look so good. Coast really a team that play with a lot of pace, with a lot of flair.
And those guys right there, TWZ, have to be proud of themselves.
Absolutely.
I mean, Coast were looking so good. They just dominated the Challenger Series. And TWZ came in here, took it all the way to the end game. Very, very well played from them.
I mean, I couldn't agree more here, Kobe. The Walking Zed were kind of the quiet team that snuck in that, you know, a lot of people thought maybe we're going to be good. Bishu said, no, we're actually really good. I'm surprised they picked us. And I think Coast, if they can do it again, looking back on this weekend maybe, they may actually pick a different team here. That was a long-fought best-of-5 series here, but at the end of the day, we can only have one come through here, and that's going to be yet another team joining the LCS. We've got one left to decide, Kobe. That is tomorrow, though, but let's break down an epic 5-game series. We actually had to sub you in for Jat, because that's how long it was going.
Even the casters could not last through that epic series. But yes, hopefully Jat will be back tomorrow and we can continue on with our final matchup. So the promotion game tomorrow is going to be Coast. Or not Coast, that was today. It's Curse.
It is
It's going to be Curse.
It's close.
Chose Cog. And that we'll get to see, you know, the who's their new top laner? Wow, it doesn't even work anymore. Quas. Curse with Quas in action. That's definitely going to be exciting. But man, today it was definitely action-packed.
It was.
A couple of sets of casters running through here, and Coast ended out in an epic fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of hear the audience has thinned out a little here in the studio. Had a couple of delays to kick things off, unfortunately, but it's been a fantastic day of League of Legends. Kind of fitting, I guess, that the series that started with a bunch of technical difficulties had to go to full 5 games. They were action-packed games. And again, congratulations to Coast, but really well played to the Walking Zed. They looked so good there. They hopefully we'll see them again coming up in the Coke Challenger League because they look like a strong challenger team.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the North American teams who've been watching these series have learned a lot about this patch and how you want to play it because we saw a couple of different strategies being played out, and the split pushing not quite as effective as it used to be. We saw all of the changes for this patch in effect in this match. Eventually, they returned to what worked for them in the beginning, the strong lane phase, and the snowballing into those strong team fights. Pretty much, they ended the game, controlling all lanes and with the tri-push.
Yeah, I mean, again, good to see Nintendo back on Olaf. Good to see Shifter really playing to his form that we kind of expect him to play here. But, I mean, both teams played absolutely spectacularly. And Kobe, my question for tomorrow is, how many Ziggs bans are we going to see?
All right,
this guy slowly crept up through this weekend.
Ziggs definitely either going to be first picked or banned away probably for the remainder of the tournament. It's definitely had a high impact, no matter whose hands he's been thrown into.
All right, so we're going to send it down to the stage where Shox is standing by with Team Coast, who have just clinched their spot in the 2014 NALCS Spring Split. Take it away, Shox.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. First off, congratulations, guys. Amazing performance. It was a thriller. 5 games. What's going through your head right now?
My teacher would be proud of me, that's for sure.
Can you walk me through the 5 games? Because very convincing in game 1, but then the 2 games where they found your weak spot.
Yeah, typically in a 5-game set, teams can tilt really easily if they lose the first game, but after the first game, which we won like really convincingly, there was a long pause, and the Walking Zed took advantage of that. They reset, they got back in a good mental state, and they thought, what can we do? And they realized that we invaded their red buff, so they were waiting next time, and they got 2 of us there, and that's when they started turning around the momentum, and they started doing well too. They had some really good plays. Yuzuki, he's a great top laner. He played really well today. He was amazing on that Kha'Zix, and yeah.
You're very excited. Can you tell me a little bit more about that matchup? Because it seemed that that was one of the things, your performance, that just made your team win it.
I didn't really do anything spectacular. I just kind of didn't die, and I'm just like, hey guys, I'm farming the minions. I'm just kind of playing PvE here. I'm just killing creeps, 2 levels up on everybody, and the rest of my team just wins the game for me. So I'm just kind of yeah, I farmed, I didn't die, and did my job as a top laner. And yeah, Shifter did really good. Wiz Fusion did really good, showing why we decided to pick him up. And yeah, I'm really proud of my team right now.
Is there anything you want to say to your fans that stuck by you 5 games?
Thank you guys for cheering for us till the very end. I know it looked pretty grim. We were down 2-2, and we ended up making it back with a convincing 5th game. And yeah, I just want to thank my teammates the most because they didn't give up either, and we ended up making it back.
Give it up for Team Coast, guys. Congratulations once again. Good luck in the NA LCS in just a couple of weeks. And now for more on Team Coast's long day in the Rift, clawing their way to a 3-2 win. Let's send it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. And gentlemen, this was a tough series, but at the end of the day, Coast managed to ride the wave and pull out a victory and put themselves back into the LCS. We did say the LCS was a bit easier to understand. Win and you're in, and they were able to find that. But in 5 games, it looked like it was a little tough for them.
It really was, and it really came down, I think, a lot to individual plays. And now, first of all, Scumbag Zion, support makes all the plays, gives credit to the AD carry. Daydreamin' was so good in that last game, landing a lot of really clutch hooks, making so many of those plays, forcing the Olaf ganks. If there was one player that was MVP of that series, it was Daydreamin'. The dude played out of his mind great.
Yeah, and I think Wisfujian is really good, and he played spectacularly across the series. But you have to hand it really to Nintendo for counter-ganking every one of Corkez's ganks. Like you saw, even in the first game and throughout the whole series, anytime Corkez would try to gank the duo, Nintendo's jungle senses would go off, and he would counter-gank. And he was just really smart in his map movements as a jungler. And it got Wisfujian rolling, and as soon as you get rolling on Jinx, you're just going to snowball and win the game.
It really was mentioned by the commentators as well. Kobe, even Jat when he was up there said it, and Pastry Time. the comfort picks for these guys. You saw it when they were on it. The little nuances came out that you would do on a champion you played for years, and it's really what escalated some of those games for him.
Exactly, and the thing that really hurt Walking Zed here was Bishu's champion pool. In the second and third game that they lost, games 3 and games 5, he was on Katarina and couldn't make any plays. Was on kind of one of his lower tier picks, and then in game 5, he was there on Jace. So most of these games, Coast spent most of their bans banning out Bishu, getting rid of Nidalee and Gragas every single time, getting rid of Orianna a couple times there as well, and then forcing the ban on Ziggs in game 5 so that you've got low-impact mid laners for Bishu, who is performing really well.
And that's honestly the difference between, like an LCS level top-tier mid like Shifter and Bishu, who's really good, and he played well. Honestly, he held up his own against Shifter. It was really surprising. But Shifter cannot be banned out while Bishu can, and that's a really big thing. Like, half the game is picks, and if you can just easily be taken out and made irrelevant throughout the series by good bans, that's a huge problem that they should have fixed before they got into relegation.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to send it back over to Pastry Time and Kobe to wrap up Day 2, the North American Spring Tournament, and preview all the action coming up tomorrow.
Thanks, Riven. I honestly couldn't agree more with just how well everybody played, but Daydreaming Kobe, just looking so good.
I think I have to agree with Freak on that one. It was hook after hook after hook.
It was, and now that we've locked in another LCS team, let's take a look at the league roster. Team Coast joins Cloud9, XTG, Team Solo Mid, Dignitas, and Counter Logic Gaming, as well as EG, who qualified yesterday as members of the North American Spring Split.
And once again, we do have to congratulate Coast. They've gotten into the LCS once again. Very, very close right there, down to the line, and I'm sure they're all relieved.
And coming up tomorrow, we wrap up the Battle of the Atlantic as the league's top teams throw down with the title on the line. Meteos and Cloud9 face off against XPeke and Fnatic.
Then it's the final matchup in the Spring Promotion Tournament as Curse looks to win their way back into the LCS as they take on Cognitive.
Day 3 of our coverage kicks off with the Battle of the Atlantic on Sunday at 11 a.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Central European Time. And that does it for Day 2 in our new studio. Congratulations to Team Coast. I want to give a special thanks to Double It for hanging out all day on the analyst desk. Now for myself, Jat, Shox, Riv, Kobe, Freak, and the entire broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Edward getting hit up. Remember, he is a support, but he still is a bit tanky. There's the Dragon's Descent onto the fight. A Curse and a Sad Mummy locks up 3 beautifully. Alex is getting the kills that he needs. Gets a double kill.
Damage to that fight with his Dragon's Descent. As you can see, Edward set him up with the Amumu ulti, and they're going to take this game 1.
Very nice job there. Alex scratching his head now for different reasons.
Get him. Let's just finish it.
Let's go.
End the game.
Go.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Woo! Nice job, dude. There we go. Let's go. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Good stuff.
He just doesn't care. He is the tankiest man in the world. This is going to be game 3, it looks like, here for Coast. Oh my goodness. Still can't get over how epic the Nasus damage is. And looks like Coast are going to take this to game 4.
Got it! Got it! Kill everyone! Lock it! Let's get this down! Get him! Jinx! There you go! No. Oh, tower! Tower! Just end the game! I'm taking tower. There we go!
One more.
Has it. That's game.
Let's go. Nice. Okay, let's
Hit the Nexus.
I'm hitting Bobby.
Holy shit.
Yeah!
Holy shit! There we go! Yeah! Woo! There we